HEET.
You can't see these? What? Is there a problem?
Yes, there is a big problem.
Look, man.
What is that?
Hello? Yeah, get out of my face with these. Anyway.
Complexity on top.
Yeah, let's get back on track, shall we?
Let's get back on that. Coming into day 3, right?
God.
Complexity ranked #1 in the group. The only team with 2 wins and no losses. Trace. The only undefeated team yet in Group C.
What the hell's going on, Kassad?
I don't know. In the Group C, there is like a sea of unexpected
Results? Not like an unexpected sea of fish or any of that. It's like the kettles. We'll leave that one for what it is. Yeah, Complexity find themselves right now sitting in a good way, but it doesn't get any easier for them. We can start to look and talk a little bit about what happened yesterday. I think that would be the easiest way. As it was just day 2, we now look at day 3 right down the barrel and then try to understand.
Yeah, ASTRALIS in the first game defeated MOUZ. You know, somebody expected MOUZ to bounce back with another, great victory yesterday, but they just fell flat on that T side. ASTRALIS play way better. On the other game, we have Complexity dismantling HEET with relatively convincing, in my opinion. And then the biggest surprise of the day for everyone is Heroic just playing dominantly over ENCE in both maps, I believe. And I think they deserve yesterday to win a much better showing from them overall.
Yeah, and ASTRALIS, after that tough loss against Complexity yesterday, they bounced back. Blame and Farlig both playing really well so far after 2 games in the top 5 in Pro League in terms of rating, right? So, yeah, they have to just kind of keep going that way if they want to have a chance to make the playoffs and kind of not really make that Complexity loss count.
Yeah, and I mean, for some of these losses, unexpected. But then again, I think Complexity, you have to hold the candle to the flame here and say, good job, pat on the back. Can you keep it going? Doesn't get it easier for them. However, for HEET, they still remain. They remain down at the bottom now. Yeah,
0-4 in maps right now, 0-2 obviously in games, and they didn't really show much whatsoever in both games they played. And it's a very difficult path in front of them right now to actually manage to get any decent chance in qualifying for the playoffs. This is the most important day for them right now, and most probably the playoff starts for them today, actually. So so they have to step up if they want to do something, better than the last 2 days, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 days didn't go well, so hopefully day 3 does at least. Now, there are a couple conditions here for today that can kind of become set in stone, must win, but it looks a little bit like this, a relevant scenario. Guaranteed bottom 3 for HEET if they lose 0-2 to ASTRALIS, Complexity beat Heroic 2-1, and ENCE beat MOUZ 2-0. What are the probability of all that happening? Yeah.
Very, very low.
I'd say 7%.
7? How'd you come to the 7?
Just feel it. I feel like a 7% sort of a thing, right?
Okay.
Most is skewed by Complexity winning another game against Heroic today, right? I think that's the most unlikely thing on this.
Pretty accurate, percentage-wise.
That would keep us on the ropes, at least, for Complexity, keeping our eyes there. But for HEET, yeah, it's a must-win situation. They find themselves right where they don't want to be. And in doing so, let's take up a Jack's tweet here and see what he had to say before we came into Pro League. Look a little bit like that. Uh-oh, 0-2. Read it out loud, Kassad.
0-2 in EPL. I play like Mergus. What is that?
It's a sausage, dude.
Okay.
Spicy sausage, man.
Okay, need to step up and we have to play our game without that 20% extra of pressure. So I don't know what they have, what kind of pressure they feel 20%? Right now. Because they are not considered any favorites. Nothing is expected of them. They just, I don't understand.
I think it's just the pressure really to perform in this sort of an environment, right? Like they've been playing for a long time, trying to get to this stage, and they finally did, and now they want to, show that they belong here and show us what they've got. But, hasn't been great so far, barring a couple of, individual moments here and there. We haven't really seen that much from HEET. So if that's still the case, then hopefully they get a little bit more relaxed and can play better.
What they need to understand is we understand that they belong here. They qualify for this fair and square. There was not easy path to get into this position. If they play bad, I mean, so what, right? It's not expected from them to be in the playoffs. If they make it, that's great. If not, what you gonna do? Just keep on and move on with the season.
And that is the winning mentality right there. Of course, it does make sense, though. This isn't the favorite. You're exactly right. But we do have 2 favorites. Can you imagine who they are?
Chad and Henry.
Oh, my God. You guys are bang on. 7s all the way around. What's up, Chad and Henry? When is the track dropping? I need to know now.
We don't know. We got to get Harry on the phone.
Speaking to the producers every day.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a
Contracts
hold
to
up.
sign. You know how it is, Trace. You've been here before.
Couple of issues over there, but this heat conversation that's being had. Look, I'm with Casada in the sense that there shouldn't be any pressure or expectation on them here, but then the Yanko side of things with them trying to settle into this environment, yeah, this is probably where the frustrations are, because online you consider them a bit of a contender in certain matches against the cusp teams, and then you have the RMR coming, and then you think even further than that, well, you've got the Paris Major next year. So as the #1 French team right now, I know we've got Zywo and Apex over on Vitality, but they're not full French anymore, Henry.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Once a very strong Counter-Strike nation, we're not seeing many French-speaking teams these days. They're kind of glimmering out. We're not really seeing as many as we used to. We used to have G2, of course. Vitality used to be fully French-speaking, now moving over to English as well. We need a bit of a renaissance of Counter-Strike within France, I think, before the major happens. Heat might not be the team to do it, but...
MBK with the Falcons?
The Falcons are available. Okay. MBK and Masuta, right? So maybe they can join forces and take the best of the crop, maybe, and make a super team for the major. Who knows?
Amanek at LDLC. I know KRL. He's got a team called like Gen 1 that he, it's like a youth kind of squad that he's sorting out.
Are you saying there's a chance that French Counter-Strike could come back?
Maybe in time, but maybe not for this group right here. And boys, we know you've been doing your predictions. I want to make some quick predictions. I'm thinking a 2-0 for Astralis, a 2-0 for Heroic, and then a 3-mapper. I'm going to go for MOUZ.
I feel like 2-1 for Heroic. I feel like Complexity can get a map at least. I think they look pretty sharp. They're always scrappy. They're always the underdog.
I like you always, it's the floppy, right?
You can't stop the floppy.
All right.
Talked about this.
Boys, we've got to hear your predictions. What have you got down there on the desk?
Oh, man, he's got a good one right there. Can't stop the flop. Well, at this point, you can't.
I did notice one thing, though. Henry has your shoes and Henry's tattoos kind of match, so maybe you can,
What's wrong with my shoes, man?
There's nothing wrong. You just said they're matching.
Step out here just so that everyone can know that Kassad hates Crocs and being comfortable. He hates it.
No.
We're all doomed, though.
This is disaster for Astralis, Heroic, and ENCE, man. When everyone's on the same page, all the talent in terms of predictions, that means that we're all going to be wrong, most likely.
I'm going to go the opposite way. I'm going to say strength in numbers. And I think all 3 games are going to go our way and their way.
Strength in numbers on the predictions. Not
That's
something
like
we've
Golden
known
State
before.
Warriors or what? Is that their slogan? I think so.
Maybe. I don't know anything about basketball, obviously.
Copycat.
Can't compare people with 3-pointers because, Jordan didn't shoot those, and neither did LeBron, and neither of those matter. But anyway, we do go to a break.
He's an American as
and
well.
we do get to come back with our first game of the day. It does pack a little bit of a punch in the form of Heat and Astralis. We'll be right back after this, everybody. It's Pro League, and it's 16th season.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the fan club showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
Now, as soon as we come back up on screen, there's one thing I'm going to demand and one thing only. But until then, I need to remind you that we're here at HEET v ASTRALIS in what is the third day of ESL Pro League's 16th season. This does line us up pretty good for what could very well be a 2-0 because, well, let's just be honest here. There's ASTRALIS and then there's HEET. Now, that one thing I was going to ask for is for you to hit that dance move right now.
Oh, no, that's just private. You know, I do this dance.
Oh,
for,
it's a private dance.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting that, huh? Well, maybe some other time I can catch you on camera doing it. It's pretty great. Nonetheless.
Recorded, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, let's talk about ASTRALIS. Let's start here. It was a little bit of a bumpy start. No one expected them to take an L to complexity, but they did, and now they find themselves where, Kassad?
Yeah, yesterday they performed much better, especially on the CT side. You can see on Inferno they went even with a bad start. They went for full-on aggression on Banana, which was like super controlled by them and not very contested by MOUZ, which is a mistake. Obviously, we have to mention that Yanko is favoriting yesterday that MOUZ didn't pick Mirage and they just went for Inferno and just gifted that map to ASTRALIS. ASTRALIS played well on the second map. Again, the CT side brought them back. A lot of positive things yesterday, but you know, MOUZ Sports on the other side, they needed more powder on their, you know, offensive phase there, so they didn't deliver whatsoever on their T sides, which kind of helped ASTRALIS look even better than they played, you know.
Yeah, I think the calling was strong and the players played well individually. Blame has been one of the, best players in the world this year, really, despite his team kind of lagging behind. Config stepped up on the second map yesterday and Farley had probably his best series yet. So if they can get more performances like that from him on the AWP especially to help out Blame and Config, you know, here and there. We know when he's on, he's really good, but a bit inconsistent, unfortunately.
I mean, look at the stats right now from yesterday's game. Like Config is 1.37 in the rating, and Farley even better, 1.46. That just, you know, that's just alone should be enough to win against most of the teams. And then you have other members as well performing very good.
Blame had the lowest rating,
yeah.
So that tells you pretty much everything.
Career high game for Farley?
Well, it's up there.
Gotta be, right?
It's up there with ASTRALIS at least, yeah.
Okay. Well, with HEET, though, they continue to look for that sort of caliber game. Now, we can look at sort of a rank progression here. It might make sense. You'll note the 4 with the 0 behind it. That means 40th in the world. Yanko, explain.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been doing great. And I think it's also influenced a little bit by the player change, right? Because the players individually carry some of the points. So when they removed Lucky, brought in Jax, they lost some of that as well. But yeah, for them, it's a success to make it here into ESL Pro League, right? And now they're just trying for some of the players to get a little bit more experience, hopefully get a win or two under their belt.
They shouldn't definitely be looking at the ranking whatsoever right now. I think Chad brought up a valid point about Paris Major. So right now that should be their ultimate goal. Right now they're, you know, team that's developing. I'm not going to say young team or anything like that, but they're developing, you know, making themselves better, right? The ultimate goal should be, you know, to survive this RMR if possible and to focus everything you had on Paris.
And another thing Chad mentioned is they're also in the RMR that's coming up right after Pro League, right? So if anything, if they can get some lessons out of Pro League that will help them perform at the RMR. You have to remember, for the last major, they were in the 2-2 game against ASTRALIS and they lost 2-1, where, you know, they won the first map, lost the second map 16-14, and then lost the third map. So they were up there to make it at the previous major. Now they're hoping to go one step further.
Well, this gentleman's no stranger to majors. He goes by the name of Jax. Now, you might recognize him from his time in G2, but it looks a little bit like this now under his new team. What does a comparison feel, smell, look like, Kassad?
The thing is, like, when you play in the G2, they played a lot of, you know, high tier, like high tier CS, and all of the best tournaments. Obviously, he had a weaker performance there. He was in a different-ish role there. Always first, always the guy who is going to be dying for Nico, Counter, and everybody else doing the dirty work. Switching into the French lineup, he got a little bit more freedom, a little bit more responsibility, and that's where the stats went a little bit, you know, higher.
Yeah, and for Jax, you know, the sky's the limit. The guy's got incredible talent, plus he's an incredible human. So perhaps we can learn a little bit more about Jax and company.
We didn't have time to show ourselves since Jax came in. We were just kind of trying to adapt to Jax when he first arrived in the team. That was our main problem because we have our structure and our way of playing. And Jax arrived in the team and we were so happy to play with him, and tier 1 player coming back in, and we had a lot of learning like of him, like we could learn a lot from him. And it was not the way it should have been done because we had not enough time, we had not enough preparation, and we just needed him to adapt to our group. And this is what we made qualifier after qualifier of the RMR, and this is what made us qualify, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm really happy how the team is working, because if we were not in this mindset, we couldn't have qualified to this RMR, because we're talking a lot. As I said before, we're friends mainly, and we don't have fear of telling the truth or saying the things how they're made. And we spoke a lot, and we managed to have good brief, even in the moments that was hard to talk about things. And just from the outside of the game, I'm really happy, I have to say, like this couldn't have been done better. And inside the game, we just need more practice, in my opinion, with Jax, because it's been less than a month he joined us. So this is just about time, in my opinion.
Well, we let Body get his words in, so it's only appropriate that Jax does the same thing. What did he think, and what does he think, rather, about the performance here at Pro League so far?
Hey everybody, right now by my side I have a very familiar face, but in a new jersey. Jax, you started your career in the French team, then you went international, and now you're back to your roots. How is it to now play in fully French team?
I feel a lot better for my part, for sure. I need to adapt because at the beginning I was really wanted to go in French team when I was in G2 in international, because my English, you know, is not the best. But when I joined HEET, I starting to continue to speak in English sometimes, like watch out. It was hard to translate in French, so now it's starting to getting better.
It's getting better. Okay, that's really good to hear, because I heard that your teammates were really happy to see you on the team, especially Body. Considering that you actually have a lot of experience playing like in a tier 1 team, do you actually help him out, like maybe like some calls or something?
Yeah, of course, like when Alex is dead, most of the time it's me taking a part of this. But I need to adapt more to the team, because even if I have a lot of experience in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 is not the same CS, and I try to adapt more to the play style, like you like playing tier 1 style directly. You need to be more prepared, for sure.
Well, in Group C, you are the only team that went to EPL from the conference. So I want to know, like, what are your expectations like from this tournament overall?
It was to pass group stage. We can still do it, and we trust it. We just need to, how to say that, to show we have the potential to be here, and not like shaky game like the first game and second was the same a bit. But yeah, we just need to prove it and to play our A game and not thinking about everything else.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, their A game leads them to a best-of-3 today, and one which that they need to grab onto. And Kassad, I want to ask you right out of the gate what the crossover is, if there is one at all.
Well, obviously, we're not going to see a Mirage or Vertigo, which is like the permanent bans for both teams. I want to see what Astralis is going to go for. Are they going to keep with Inferno, or are they going to go with the comfort pick again with Nuke? So that because they looked really good on Inferno yesterday. I really liked what I saw in both CT and T sides, you know, and MOUZ is a good CT team so far, and they won 7-1 in that second half. It was relatively easy. I want to see them going for Inferno again, because it seems to be a way more comfortable pick for them in against anyone, I guess. I stopped talking just at the right moment.
Yeah, the fact that was in slow-mo makes it better, let's be honest.
I feel like how big of a reason for Trace being the coach is just that Blame has someone who can lift as much as him.
Just someone just as big.
The size of that guy, man. He wasn't that big when he was playing. Trace, of course, one of the legendary 1.6 players, MTW. He was teammates with Zonic. Interesting.
I had an honor losing to him back in 2012, I believe, in the
Bucharest,
yeah, in Romania.
You guys were using ball mice back then, right?
Trace, please.
That cough button, you're not supposed to hit that when you talk. Okay, here comes the maps. Kassad, you're going to run us through it, or should we just take it?
Sure. Mirage banned from HEET, pretty standard. Vertigo is going to go for Astralis in the first stage. Let's see what HEET is going to go for. I would expect something like Dust 2, and the CT side for Astralis. Dust 2 is a really aimer map, really basic to play, and I do agree with this kind of pick. Let's see what Astralis is going to go for, Nuke or Inferno. Inferno, just like we talked about. I like this. They're going to be starting on obviously on T side, and which is not a problem for them. I can see them going double digits easily if they start well. Overpass is the secondary ban for for HEET, Ancient going out for Astralis, and the Nuke is the decider, which is overall, I believe that Astralis got a way better deal in this veto, and and there is a lot of pressure on HEET to win the first map.
There's not a lot of choice really for HEET in this veto. They kind of have to go for Dust 2. They picked it against ENCE. Didn't go that well. Only got 2 rounds on the T side. And for Astralis, you look at it, it's one of the maps where they have a lower win rate, but they also played it only 4 times. And you would imagine that they have put work on the map during the player break and the preparation and whatnot. So we'll see. I feel with Inferno and Nuke in the pool, though, that this is, Astralis' series to lose for sure.
And I think I'm kind of glad we're at the point with Astralis that we're not comparing them to the old Astralis, because there's a lineage behind the whole thing there. But then I look at them now and I'm like, hey, are they going to get back to the cream of the crop? Did they become the creme de la creme?
No, not yet. Definitely, they still have a huge problem that I discussed before, and which is a double lurking kind of role on Zip and Blame. Blame is made for that position. I think he's way better right now and way better fit for that position in Astralis. Zipnix is not a bad player by any means, but I don't think he fits there in the big picture. I don't think he fits in that team. And if they get somebody else, instead of that position, and then maybe they can go back into their old ways. But it's such a long way, to go.
Such a long way, yeah.
Pointless talking about it at all.
It is exactly that. Yanko, we're going to jump in the game, so I think we do just that. It's looking like a little bit of heat. Astralis, Dust 2 to kick it off. Inferno and Nuke, should we need Nuke, that is. We're going to hand it over to Sponge and Henry G. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Trace. Yes, welcome back to the sunny shores of Malta. Chad, it is hot outside, but we've also got some heat on the server here, taking on Astralis. I don't think they'll pick up a map here today, I'll be honest, but I'm looking for a better performance. A close game, double digits would satisfy me.
I think if they're feeling a little bit loose and not so rigid, you're at the Pro League, you're here season 16, about to show your absolute best, but you've also got to flow with it, right? You can have all your mechanical abilities in the world, but you still need to have that feeling, that flow to the game.
Well, let's get into it then, shall we? It is going to be the pick of the French side to kick things off here, and the long take. Very traditional so far, but 3 CTs to defend. Here come the flashbangs and the PT-50s, making their way out the doors. It's Zipex there to challenge, and he does a wide swing. Equal for now. Afro, though, with that PT-50 trying to assert the dominance towards a long position. CTs will fall back and boost.
Oh, another kill here. Exercise top mid has taken down Blame. Config will respond to 3-on-3. The smokes are in play if they want to drop them and just get the cross, but apparently getting a move on Afro. I keep Farley at bay. Tap from range, but he seems aware. One smoke, where's the second? A bit of a gap on that. They've both gone deep as opposed to close. Jax had an opportunity on the cross here, but a bit strung out. Heat losing the fire early. Body's going to take one back, and from Glaive gets found out as well. It's just going to be Config. Last man standing, 1-on-2 situation. He can't hit the dogs onto the car kill. Body's going to pick it up. No plant needed. And the pistol round to Heat.
A little bit scrappy there, but overall it is the round for Heat indeed. The missed smoke towards long. I guess not a huge deal in the pistol round. You're not up against the rifles that can spam through all the AWPs, but managing to trade effectively, getting out of the long doors, as mentioned. Quite a traditional T-side pistol, and exercise, as you said, executes Blame F towards middle with that P250, and this was the key frag. Farley got one, but as soon as Afro came online towards the car position, it looked very comfortable. So Astralis, what will they answer back with? Not much, as we just have a full eco here, Chad. One Desert Eagle for Config, but no armor, no nades. And you would assume this is a bit of a gimme for Heat as we push towards top of middle.
Well, Config played well yesterday. Let's see if we can consider Scorcher immediately. Scout bullet for Afro will confirm that Config got pushed up and getting chased down. Jocko is going to remove his head. That is the only threat in the round done. And at this juncture, Heat just have to walk this one across the line here. There's 3 players for Astralis on the B side, so that would be worst site for them to find themselves. Still need to probe a little bit here, and plenty of time, plenty of util. There's no real dramas in a round like this. I think we're at a point with this group, Henry, where I'm happy that we found ourselves in this position. We're on day 3. The group is still wide open, right? We saw the circumstances for Heat to not make it through, but that means that there's circumstances for everybody else to still make it through, right? And Heat are holding on just by their fingertips.
It all stemmed from that result, Astralis versus Complexity, right? That's where all the madness begun. We always say ESL Pro League is full of surprises, but that was definitely unexpected. Astralis finding some better form yesterday, admittedly, against MOUZ, looked much better. Yeah. Much better. That's the team we know and love, and you have to say as well, it was looking like a 2-0 for Astralis. He took their eye off the prize against Complexity. Yes. They were a map up. Very convincing first result, and then the second, it all just fell apart after 4 series points were available. But like we said, this round pretty much done. It was a bit of a B stack. There's an open A bomb site, and Exercise, though, have to stretch his legs here. We'll see whether he can get a couple of frags. He's been surrounded towards the B tunnels. Does he turn around and check it? Apparently not.
Trying to get the warm-up in here early as Exercise against the Pistols, but now he's handed over a Galil. I'm sure they would love to hold on to that as Body moves to the doors, executes Blame F, and spots Glaive up towards Suicide, peppering away. The jump's cute. But I think Glaive here just going to try and give a little bit of assistance to Farley, see if they can keep this weapon up.
Yeah, certainly will help. Serviceable rifle. You're going to be buying up next round anyway. Save some money. Maybe even could consider something a bit stronger. We'll see.
He does like the AWP glass cannon, does Farley, like when he has to bring it out. And we enjoyed his AWPing the other day on Dust 2 CT side. He's going to have to go up against Afro here, who did have a slow start on debut. But as I said, oh, it's gone. It's all gone. It's definitely all gone. Well, it's fine. They're buying anyway.
Yeah, exactly. They got 1 kill. It was a full eco. Farley can afford the AWP, and he goes for it. Can't afford armor, however. He was $50 short. So he will be glass cannon. Gets himself smoke and a flash. And a difficult round here for HEET. Which way will they go with it? Galil's, Scouts, MAC-10s, and a Tech 9. Exercise not wanting to invest heavily into the round. They're going to be a bit of a bonus situation. You'd assume some sort of execution. Is that a missed Xbox?
Yeah, it hasn't landed, but they're rushing B. It's all in. Glaive's going to hear this. Going to need support. Farley outside the side with the AWP. It's going to be between the players. It's just Glaive over towards Car to defend. And the lineup, it's perfect. Glaive goes down 2. And the cavalry is here. Farley's got 1 and done. It's now a 2-on-3 situation, but Astralis in the driver's seat. Oh, straight through.
It's a great flashbang as well. Config off to the races here, as it will be a clean finish as well. Astralis defending the B rush admirably. You have to say, Jad, it's about the round we expected. It was a bit of a bonus situation. MAC-10s, Galil's, B rush, maybe not the most ideal call.
You know, rushes these days, you don't see too many of them work out, right? They're not mega successful, especially if you don't have well-placed utility behind it. We can see the doors, smoke, sure. Glaive just able to get 2 of them lining up towards the big box, though. That in itself is a problem. So pathing, another conversation to be had there.
Yeah, especially when the Scouts as well as the second player towards the platform as well is always going to be a bit of a tricky situation for them. But here's the full buy. HEET didn't really invest much into the previous, so they do have the AWP themselves. 3 AKs and a Galil, but bare bones in terms of utility. So they'll be pushed back towards long. We've got a pin smoke deployed here. A few of these been missing this tournament, not gonna lie to you. That one looks good to me, but we'll see whether it actually does land. There it is, nice. Missed the Xbox smoke, but we'll take the hinge.
A nice little jump across there from Jocko to avoid being seen from Config. They're now gonna flash him forward, Exercise. Little jumpy boy, that one's gonna flick it tighter around the corners, so they're starting to work off long and straight into Farley, which is wrong, mind you. This A split has been stalled out immediately. As soon as you lose that prong, now you're smoked off. There's a buffer bought for Zip in pit. He can just chill.
Yeah, they can't push that smoke at all. So on the back foot here are HEET. Jocko looking for any sort of opening. Can't really force the issue here. His teammates exploring their options towards middle as well. Maybe some form of a B split. You can see them rotating back towards the tunnels through T-spawn. It's going to take some time here. Good incendiary. Afro has to choose. Does he push or fall back? He goes for the latter. Mid-split smoke is down, and Zipex has actually got a ton of information here. So they're not looking towards his position whatsoever. That's going to be the AWP removed now. So a 5-on-3. He's got full control of top and middle, and it kind of pushes him into this B area. It's all they can do. They won't be able to save at this point. They're heading back to T-spawn. Is that what they're going to try and do with 15 seconds?
Yeah, there's no option here. So Zip, sure, over towards Suicide right now. He's not the individual who's going to press too many fights, so might give them a bit of a buffer here, and Astralis will be getting up to a 2-2. Saving the guns, yeah, we can understand why, but in the next round of play, it's going to be light on Body, and Afro are going to have to invest in the utility for the team, because all that was left over was a smoke. Jax and Jocko, Exercise, they all can't buy any more utility. There's just no extra cash available for them. So this is going to be a real rough round for HEET here, and this was it.
No flash.
Nothing.
No smoke on the corner, no Molotovs, just straight up peek towards long, and yeah, Farley will take that all day long. As they go to round number 5 here, as mentioned, they saved 3 weapons, and they will fully invest around them. So it's Deagles, Tech 9s, a bit of utility as well. Afro with the long spawn this time, Chad. So he'll drop his utility back just in case it all goes wrong. And he'll go for the long pick. I think he might have something here. Good flash, but narrowly misses out on the shot. smoked off as well, and they'll just be boosting a player up to see whether they can maybe have a double boost here and look over the smoke potentially.
Yeah, well, Zip starting to gravitate in that direction.
Messed it up a bit. Back we go.
If that fumble was heard, Zip might call it. Yeah, he definitely heard it. Can't get away with anything at this level.
Back off this one, lads.
You fumble a boost, you flub it, then you're going to get punished.
That's kind of it, isn't it? Once you do fumble it and make that sort of noise, you need to just call it off.
But this is the thing at the top level of Counter-Strike, right? If you are going to make a mistake, and you have to make mistakes because the other team needs to capitalize on top of it, that's exactly what's going to happen. You make an extra step, Zip gets an educated guess as to what's going on. Instead of playing close to the doors, he drops a nade on your feet, and now you're the ones who've stomached over 50 damage with one HE grenade. Actually, probably over 100 damage.
So they were hoping to boost above the smoke and look above it, see if any close-range CTs were there. They're giving it potentially another go here, Chad. We'll see. Down they come. Silent dismount at least. So Body with the Tech 9 going to swing out, try and draw the crosshairs towards his position. Allow Afro to hopefully get some picks here. But Zipex very passive towards the pier here. Drops a nice flashbang. Needs a bit of backup now. He is isolated. Smoke should buy him some time. He needs some rotations to come through. And Farley, he'll be defending with the AWP. There it is. Looking for anyone crossing over, but they're trying to segregate Zipex. He needs to find at least one. Two would be ideal here. He's done very well to survive this long. So 1.5 kills. Farley gets the pressure towards Shore alleviated, and they've got the man advantage.
They've done enough. At this point, there's 20 seconds left on the clock. They're coming through the gray screen. The only way this goes wrong is if Farley swings out wide. The smoke is going to obscure the vision, but it's not perfect. The Flames on the site. Going to be sending Pain down range with a step out into Afro. But look at this, 7 seconds. Config with the Galil. Call this one done. And if they want double orbs, that's possible.
Oh, yeah, they absolutely do. So there we have it. Heat with another pretty scrappy round, Chad. A few mistakes, a few failed boosts, took a lot of damage early on, and you can see, you're right, Zipex knew exactly what's going on. Landed like on their front doorstep there. First class delivery, and he just did so well running down the clock there. He got all his utility out, delayed them a good 30 seconds before they could actually take him down, did a ton of damage, got a kill. That's all he had to do there. Worth his weight in gold in that long anchor position. And indeed, there will be picking up a double orb setup, and we have a technical pause after this tactical timeout. So maybe just a slight headset issue, something like that, and it should be an eco as well for Heat. Maybe a partial buy with some P250s at the moment.
Well, this is probably the bigger issue here, is just the way they started off in the gun rounds, right? I know you said it's a bonus round, but I think every round in Counter-Strike now is winnable, right? To some degree. Obviously not the full Glocks, the full USP rounds, but where there's any investment, I think if you play situations by the book or you try and isolate certain fights, you can give yourself advantages, right? You think about that scenario, they had sure, they had a scout, sure, they had a MAC-10, but they had a couple of Galils.
There's also the scout was second spawn, so it ran in after the first player, and he just goes down straight away. And if you can't even win the round, maybe just slowing it down, baiting out a lot of utility, and at least affecting the finances of the CTs at that point. I completely agree with you at that stage. I see what's available to you. The B rush just seems like it's a death sentence going in, especially when you're under-equipped. But I suppose there's some sort of school of thinking maybe an incendiary won't be available for the CTs.
Sure.
So I guess that's about it, but it didn't work out for them. And
it's just so, like, I think in modern Counter-Strike, obviously you need to make some coin-tossy moments, but you don't see a whole lot of coin-tossy moments, especially with, like, out-of-spawn calls, right? There's not too many teams at the top level who are just running a lot of strats just straight out the gates these days.
The thing is as well, you have to remember the double doors at the B bomb side, that's been flipped around now. So B rush is not as viable as they once were before. We saw Farley, he's got the AWP, and if you're going to rush it, your smoke's not going to be down at the doors in time.
Exactly.
So, yeah, you can see a reason why they're not as popular as they once were. It's Glaive with a monitor issue, I believe. So this could take some time, Chad. It actually disconnecting. Maybe we're getting a full substitution being brought in.
There's no Formula One pace on this. Normally,
no, it's not a 12-second.
How he's got them, you know, well drilled. They're in and out. They pop in, pop out. So it must be bigger than just the panel here. It looks like cables being changed. So you got the full kit on there, though. Look at this. I think he's got the ESL trackies on.
Yeah, he has indeed. Well, there we have it. If you are just joining us, welcome to Happy Friday, Chad. It's the start of the weekend. We're here in Group C, day 3. Been some upsets, been some confusing moments, some results that maybe don't make sense, but ASTRALIS, one of those teams to give one of those away, losing to Complexity 2-1, found themselves in an interesting spot here in the group. Yeah.
It seems like it's going to get better and better for them here. Now, obviously, we don't know how all the other results are going to play out for the rest of today and tomorrow. Sunday is where I think we'll have a lot of things decided just by the nature of how this group's panned out so far. We already started a conversation about HEET and the runway to the Paris Major by Blast next year. So there's a lot going on, but if you guys at home want to post some questions, we don't know how long this one's going to take.
The mailbag's back open?
Yeah, use the hashtag ESL Pro League, tag at HenryGCSGO, at
hashtag Virtuals Bag.
And let us know what you're up to on this Friday. How you doing? If you got any questions, if you want to know anything about what you're looking at here, you can see they've got 2 sets of headsets. A lot of people ask the question, what's the in-ears for? Well, the in-ears does the in-game sound, and the headset over the top is noise cancelling as well as the microphone.
I guess that's so you have a consistent experience from your home setup, and you feel comfortable like knowing what you're going to get at every single tournament. It's the same experience instead of relying on tournament headsets, for example.
That is curious. I wonder how many players, when they're practicing, use in-ears.
I don't think many. They're not super comfortable.
That's true. Right? After a while, it does get a bit pressy.
Yeah, but at least you have a consistent tournament experience instead of trying different headsets on and like not. You can have the option to use those as sound, of course, but not many players opt to. So yeah, it's always going for that in-ear experience. But Glave's technical situation doesn't look great.
That's a new power cable there. That's definitely a new power cable.
That's when you know you're desperate. So you should try replacing the power cable, perhaps. Like, give that a go.
Well, look, if I was a tech guy, that would be high up on my list of things because
new cable.
I can't fix like anything that's actually a tech issue. But plugging in a new cable, I could do that. That's easy.
We can get you down there right now if you like.
Want me to plug in some cables?
Yeah, get down there.
Back on.
Well, the headphones are coming back in, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you for bearing with us. You're just joining us as well. You're just in time. It's quite early on here on the first map of this best of 3. It's the pick of Heat Gaming, and they're currently down 3-2 on the T side.
We have to check his hertz here because the monitor's just gone on and off. Is that going to affect?
I'm sure he'll feel it pretty quickly as soon as he gets in, I suppose. But yeah, we might. Do you want to run down there and ask them if they check?
Look, I'm sure Glaive knows what he's doing. He's been here once or twice.
Not his first rodeo, I believe.
He's not getting caught by like the shift tab Steam overlay. He's not getting caught off guard. They're saying ready. So I suppose Glaive is ready. We're back underway here. Freeze time starting to tick on down. But it's nothing exciting, guys. Remember, it's Heat going into an economical.
True.
So keep your feet up. Keep sipping on that pina colada.
And as mentioned, they can't really justify much more than like P250s and maybe a Tech 902. So that's what you'll see here. Some flashbangs, no armor. Really is an eco round. And in terms of loss bonus, they'll be making their way up to $2,900 next round. But they've actually got an opening frag here by the looks of things. Not quite. Jax, considerable damage there towards the sniper of Astralis. Farley limps back on 5 HP. So now they've confirmed they're up against pistols. They can fall back. No one needs to be over-aggressive here. Just pick them off one by one. You do not want to be giving up anything. Build up your own finances. There's the flashbangs. Zipex calling. He spotted a couple of players towards long. That's a nice grenade. That'll push them forward as well. There's pretty much max damage towards body. And more damage inflicted there. A kill from Jocko. Okay.
Yeah, well, I think Zip could see through the flames right there, but back into flame. Gonna just finish this one up nice and easy. Put a bow on it. We'll do exactly that. Afro goes down. And it's a 4-2 lead for Astralis. Now, I think this sounds counterintuitive in a way, but I think the fact that they did have that poor showing its complexity to open up the group is a good thing. Because if they had a cruisy affair there, and I think if they just continued through with 2-0s, but they were sloppy, right? It wouldn't have made them pull up their socks coming into these more important matches.
Yeah, that's totally fair. And a bit of a wake-up call, perhaps. They are going to be tested, everyone.
We're not rushing B again, are we, boys?
No, surely not.
Well, we are.
No, come on now.
This one better pay off here. If you don't stick to land, and this will be the last B rush you're allowed, well, they're in this time, and the tags from Config aren't going to hit. They've exploited this double AWP setup here, and I don't think there's going to be a way back in for Coldfinger Farley.
Well, all it took was some Galils, a MAC-10, a couple of HEs upon arrival, and they get that first kill. Glaive go down with nothing, and Body, he's looking to mop up frags here, potentially get a bit more out of this one. So it was the B rush. It works out tremendously well. Chad reached for his yellow card, but apparently had to play on.
Oh yeah, this one here, they've been given the thumbs up. This is fantastic work, and they're starting to annihilate what's left of Astralis here. Wasn't even a full investment on everybody from Heat. They just believed in the B rush, and
sometimes you got to, I suppose. And they didn't throw a bombardment utility. Like I said, a double HE grenade, which does provide somewhat of a veil when you're going through. But overall, I guess they weren't expecting it. You don't see many of them these days, like we said. And Farley missing the key shot. Glaive going down early. We saw it from Farley's POV. He had an opportunity there. Another one here as he will be dropped, and that's pretty much a clean sweep. They've got a double AWP setup on the T side now. That is an old school setup on Dust 2.
There shouldn't have been a miscommunication here. They've gone straight through the molly, the extinguish. This is what you want to see from Jax. Entry fragging with style, full belief, and well, this is the mop-up kills. Not really the most exciting, but a fantastic job to remove a lot of these rifles here. So damage control right now, as losing to a B rush like that is going to change this utility set towards the B bomb site. It's going to change the setup completely. 2 players starting over towards the B bomb site here for the Danes.
Yeah, it's conditioned them to be aware of it at least, and exercise to be tested once again. Good flashbang coming in from Farley. Even better shot as well. Converts the frag. And that's going to be an early advantage. They'll fall back and just give up the long position. They've got the man advantage. Could explore their options towards short, perhaps, as Config very aware of the potential of the lurk towards B. They'll try and retake a long position, maybe get towards pit with the AWP, fall back, get towards shore. That's quite a traditional approach. It's Config just anchoring towards B. And in terms of HEET's control, they still have a couple of smokes, some flashes as well. They wanted to go for this long take. They certainly could. They're Molotov off towards car. And we've got Jocko here, just looking for any sort of reactive play from the CTs. Are they pushing towards upper? Are they trying to flash over towards mid and get a cheeky kill at short? Body will be given the secondary sniper. Don't see many of these on the T side of Dust 2, but we'll see if they can make it work. Down in a 5-on-4 and just 45 seconds remaining. Config brings it into a 5-on-3, and that does shove them all in towards long. They just pretty much have to commit to this. It might even be safe territory at this stage, but if they take Farley down quickly, maybe there's a chance of a plan.
Oh, that molly is going to stall them out even more so here. Either have to brave the flames or wait it out. And as that happens, more util gets lumped their way. Another incendiary to be deployed. And this one not feeling great for HEET. Hot under the collar. It's getting hot in here. I'm sure there's a lot of references we could do, but this one quite literally. Afro, Farley down. That's the access point to the site here. 17 seconds. They can still plant. And another kill comes in. Jack's looking sharp now.
He really is. And this is falling on its ass. Astralis had a 5 versus 3, but we're down to a 2-on-2 here. Jax is low. Config has the defuse kit. He's coming in from long as well, but this is a very important kill towards the bomb site. Doesn't quite connect just yet, but time is of the essence here. Blame F should have that one all day long. And now down to Jax. As you mentioned, he's looked very sharp so far, but only 30 points of health. But that's a fantastic shot towards long. Surely he can't close this one out, but he certainly does. That is phenomenal. Jax takes the round into his own hands, and there it is. It's going to be 4 huge kills for him, and a 5-on-3 converted in favor of HEET.
A lot to unpack here. So Jackie boy, that's what he was always known for, even on G2, right? That's what we're talking about being more of a supportive element, or they were using him to go in first, but his aim was always one of the talking points. He was great at holding these weird off angles and hitting bangers just like this. Pops out. Denies blame, absolutely anything as sharp as you like. So a huge round for HEET. But on the other side of things, yeah, you're right. We have to discuss how that falls apart for Astralis. That's the type of rounds they were losing to complexity,
right?
Which is where they found themselves in the hole, especially when they were on nuke, where they were losing. Remember that top site round, whereas there's like a 2-on-5, and they both came out squeaky, and there was 4 players for Astralis near the top site. Those type of rounds, they really going to come back to haunt the Danes here.
Well, what a showing that was. Jax completely decimates his opponent there, and it's forced him down to just the pistols. We go 4-4, round 9, and this could get problematic for Astralis. Things starting to spiral here. Rounds they should be converting, comfortable situations as well. 5-on-3s, snatched away from them. And for now, just USPs and a deagle for Config once again. He'll be pushing up towards middle.
Haven't we?
We absolutely have.
Yeah, well, at least he's searching. At least he's being active here, but this is probably going to be a very similar scene as last time round. So as they deal with that deagle, it's lights for Astralis. And I think the issue with losing a 3-on-5, it's not a problem if you can buy in the next round. Well, I tell a lie. It is a problem, but it doesn't hurt as much. Definitely not as much as having to eco in the follow-up. But that one really stings. It's like, well, we just gave away a round we should have converted, and now we have to basically give away a whole nother round that we can't contest at all. So that's really what you want to avoid.
Well, here we go, opening things up. It's Afro with the orb once again, gets his 5th kill of the half. Looking to take the lead now, HEET. And there's the hinge smoke, just suggesting they could be potentially going up towards long. Molotov to clear out any close-range players, and there are 3 CTs waiting on the other side here. So they'll slow things right down, try and hunt some more information, and actually getting himself a secondary kill. Jax will have a couple of freebies here available to him. Not quite as clean as before, but it is a long-range shot, and presumably he'll make up for it there. So Farley will be dropped as well. Round pretty much done. It's just a question whether they'll save a rifle. If they can find a single kill, that would be enough. But a great position here from Jocko. Finds the penultimate frag, and it's just Zipex now. They know where he is. Jocko should be able to take care of him as well. Easy as you like, and they take the lead 5-4.
This is looking good now for HEET. I think here, if they can get themselves up to, I think 6 or 7 here on this T-Hall, 8 would be great. roll back the years a little bit as far as Dust 2 is concerned. Put up a massive showing. Put a bit of pressure on ASTRALIS today. Coming in, I think if you see Complexity, I know ASTRALIS lost to Complexity, and actually this result, but just imagine, Henry, if HEET win this series. Think about how crazy the group's going to be from that point onwards.
Right. That's I don't want to think about
Come on now, boys. It's not a B rush, it's a BP config. We'll meet aggression with aggression of his own.
Have you noticed, Chad, that HEET are throwing an HE grenade down suicide at the start of every round to suggest someone could pop down there and challenge towards top and middle? They're doing it even without a player going down. There's an HE at the start of every single round down in that position, which is quite interesting.
And that's curious, because Farley doesn't tend to start with the ult mid too much, so he's not searching for those type of kills. They really could zerg up short.
Someone could be going quickly, and you have to just respect it. They're doing it every single round, so you don't have that early vision. But opening kill. Exercise goes down towards B, and Glaive feels comfortable for now, but Config calling for a bit of backup towards middle. They've actually got out to double doors, so Afro waiting patiently, but if he gets flashed off here, it could be problematic. Config receives a smoke, and they're actually going to continue with this push towards middle.
Good position for him here, and actually trying to boost over and clear towards A, so...
Nice idea.
Yeah, HEET looking for info, but as these smokes start to fade, Config's in the perfect position, and Zip again activating long. It's quite clear that this is territory that Zip's been told to take, and Farley is going to get a freebie. Jocko looking the wrong way. Now they come into Config's territory. He's going to pick up his second for the round. Blame through the smoke, and 5-5 as Jax is the only man standing with 30 seconds. Aware of Zip's position, understands that somebody could be close. He's boxed in towards the tunnel. The bomb's down towards the mid doors, and he'll have to start peeling this one apart. That's the first.
He takes a lot of damage, unfortunately for him. Means he'll be spammed through the doors. ASTRALIS tied things up at 5-5. They go back to a double orb setup. Didn't mind that from HEET. An interesting idea, getting that mid control, then boosting up on the CT boxes, having a look for rotating CTs. Had they found a frag there, it would look glorious, and unfortunately, smoke dissipates, jumps down to spawn, and Farley gets a freebie. So a little bit underwhelming towards the end. Blame F with a lovely kill through the smoke toward the sniper of HEET there. And as mentioned, yeah, double orb setup. So Config presumably takes it towards the back of the B bomb sites and sets up a bit of a turret situation. Nice shot.
Oh, I don't know if that's confirmed or unconfirmed damage right there, but...
frustrating for Glaive either way.
Yeah, that's going to sting here. It's just going to be about using as much of this utility before he goes down. Staying alive. Is Buddy going to apply this hinge smoke quite early? Farley might be in a bit of trouble. We'll have to throw out one of his own to drop back, but that gives some info over to HEET of the setup they're dealing with.
Lots of flames towards short. 3 Molotovs used, and flashbang coming over too. Farley doesn't want to pull the trigger just yet. Feels comfortable they can hold the position, looking for one, and then the fade away. But it's difficult to survive this one. He's very committed, Chad. Good job going for the drop now. He's actually timed it to perfection, but he's in an awkward spot now.
That's fine. This is actually perfect. Farley's playing this great. Initiates when he has to, drops back when he needs to, and there's Glaive being finished off. But Farley, very active across the map. Looks like he's been let off the leash the last couple of days. Time to find some impact here, but we've seen ASTRALIS lose around in similar circumstances already.
Well, thankfully, the bomb's not planted yet. So Zipex holds towards long. It is going to be a full retake. They've got the man advantage once again. Jax is down as well. So he was the danger man before as they go through the protocols here. Molotoving off the key positions. They've got smokes to the retakes as well. No flashes, but they're just going to set themselves up and hopefully avoid the shots of Afro here. Here comes the HE. He does miss the first shot, and it's looking quite simple now as Config absolutely decimates them there with a triple kill, all headshots, and that's a statement round.
Oh man, I hope we get to see that one back. 12 kills for Config now. Him and Farley combined in that round, get it done. That was beautiful work right there. Thought there was going to be a problem over the top of that smoke. This is the initiation from Farley. And him sticking around, he knows it's a risk, right? But that's an educated risk he has to take. These shots from Config just has over the top of the smoke. Oh, the last one, beautiful. Great work there. And that's what you want. Those ones feel good. And Trace, the coach, he knows it.
That'll teach him. Well, ASTRALIS take the lead once again. Finance is running thin on the French side, and back towards the B tunnels we go. Probably won't be a rush, but Farley is investigating towards middle. No HE this time to avert his gaze as he'll go in towards lower. Now, this is brave. If he gives us this AWP and gets nothing for it, this could be problematic, but I respect the confidence.
He's got support from short as well, so I imagine worst case, Blame can try and molly or nade to buy him a bit of buffer. But I love the fact that Farley continues to have some of these moves in the arsenal now, not just a static off, but being very dynamic as Blame will clean house towards top mid. The rest are marooned in the tunnels here, and as they want to make their way forward, they can hear the onslaught of utility. Blame has a very good idea where this one's going to come from next. Okay, Jocko, we had the Deagle highlight yesterday on Overpass. Let's see, he's got another one in him. That's a rifle available. Flash a little bit shallow. Config still has vision. You can see the confidence is an all-time high here. I think it's good to see the aggressive moves, but also sure you got a bit of a support network available here for the trades.
What's up to Config? Feeling himself after the previous round. Back on that AK-47. No longer with the double orbs. He'll be patrolling outside the B bomb site itself. We've got Glaive with the M4 inside the site, but it looks to be towards shorts we go. Just Farley there with the AWP car right now. Zipek has pushed out the long doors, Chad. So
this is at least the third time. I love how proactive he's being in this position because the long position scene is so boring. But if you go for pushes like this, you get all the info. They're out. Hold up, Farley. You got to hit a couple of these. Should be sitters for Farley. We've already seen him demonstrate AWP prowess from this position. 2 more to find. The time is an issue. Head down, bum up as they make their way into the site. And look at this flank from Zip. It's going to be perfectly timed. Exercise has to worry about long. Zip steps out. Body does get a kill short, but look at the pressure. How are you going to plan? How are you going to get this one down? Taps it. It's going to hit the last frag. That'll be 7 now for the Danes. And this is just well handled. They seem to have good responses. Some of the bigger issues is when Heat lose the opening pick.
Right.
There's not really too much further they can go from there. But the gun should come out now.
They've got the B spawn, Chad. Just saying.
Don't do it, boys. Come on.
Could be a thing.
Can't be the third time.
Let's consider it. They've got the Galils out as well. Maybe there's a chance. I don't think so. All for Afro, but it will be a more traditional default round here. Afro looking for that mid pick.
Well, this is a change. Look at the push.
Aggressive maneuver being deployed. Glaive's going towards top and middle with the M4. Config and lower. Blame at the double doors here. This looks like Glaive has got himself a bit of a freebie. So there it is. Body goes down and finds the bomb as well. A ton of information. Can he survive? Not quite. He does dink Afro on the fadeaway. So back to a 4-4. Jax very low as well. So they've got the long control, but can they do anything with it? 3 players now towards A. And Farley will surely be looking for a pick. Good flashbang over.
I'm more than happy just to stall them out at this juncture, I think, Astralis.
Yeah.
Lower dark position from Config. He still has a full bag of nades, and this is where things can get a little bit sketchy. He's quite committed.
If he goes down, it's a wide open bomb site, and they are aware of the possibility of him being down there. But if he gets at least one,
oh, that could even be the round right there.
There's 3 players incredibly low, so they haven't necessarily committed. So there's an option for BlameF to get through. I'm surprised he didn't commit off that, but Afro's still down towards long. 45 seconds. What's going to be the final call here?
This mid push from Farley, the biggest issue is the type of weapon he has. They're boxed in now. They'd have to go, well, it feels like all the way through T-spawner. They'd have to fight through. Afro is making a move up long now, and he can call the site clear, sure, but he needs to find a target. If you look at the radar, there's not a single target available.
30 seconds, and he's not sure the site's clear. It'll be difficult for them to justify going back towards Ace. He's more of a backstab play right now.
No fights. There's nothing he can take. He's not going to find anything, Henry. He needs to run.
They're going to have to commit any second at this stage, and Zipek has got the perfect position to take down low HP players. He's behind the barrel at the platform. Blame after there as well to provide covering fire, and very well handled. It got a little bit dicey at one point, but 3 players survive, and they shut down any possibility of a plant. So very well done by Astralis. A couple of hiccups this half, but overall, pretty decent.
A good understanding of the situation as well, right? Knowing that there was the likelihood of that lurk out long and condemning them to the tunnels. That is actually a great shot in reaction there onto Config after the dink.
Yeah, I guess you're right. When it goes silent for that amount of time, like a good 30 seconds, everyone's going to be on high alerts. They're going to be checking their backtracks, making sure they're not being flanked, and that's exactly what happened. Back to the long take here. 2 players to defend. Zipex and co ready and waiting with the AK-47. The flashbang's good, but he's already lined up and just mowing them down here. One by one they come through the smoke screen. They don't stand a chance.
Zip's having one of those games. He says he has 9 assists.
Oh, really?
Those are the type of games you hate. It's like, man, if I just converted these, I'd be on 20 kills right now.
But the Eagle shot's being converted, that's for sure. Pushing long once again. Config dropped, and they'll try and recover the rifle as possible, but no chance at all. They have to go towards short, and here he is, the nuisance. Forcing him in towards the A site, and Farley more than happy to oblige. Calls that the last player's there, but can Body find one more?
I'm curious in this game so far because we've seen a couple of little details here. Zip pushing long a lot, and also in that round where they pushed straight up mid, they weren't worried about Afro actually AWPing the doors in an angle where he could see the lower dark play, right? So I'm curious if this is the exploitation of tendencies of Heat, if that's what, because it feels a little bit like that. Some of the things that they think they should be getting away with, Astralis have been able to find the gaps perfectly. And just the fact that Zips push long so actively in this matchup means that he's not worried about a long anchor. He's not worried about somebody outside the doors. They're locking it down. Glaive will get the final kill. And looking very likely for the double digits here, Astralis.
I think he might be onto something there. There is one more buy available for Heat, taking the eco there. They've got the AK-47s, Afro on that AWP, who's had his moments, and thing is, there hasn't been many of them. We need to maybe see one more round here for Heat to give them a solid chance. I would say 5 probably won't cut it, but let's get into it. The final round of this first half, they are well equipped, and will we see another aggressive setup here from the CTs?
Yeah, so again, they're able to take this space. So Farley posts up with the AWP, sure, but they're just happy to walk through middle. Like at long, there's only one player at long, so they're allowed to be jarring here in key choke points of the map. Farley have a second crack at this one.
Yeah, could be a little bit awkward if he gets flashed off, but they're just holding for the push. Exercise is setting up the flash, yeah. So that'll bounce off, and he'll just have to fall back here. He'll actually get himself tucked in. This is a real dangerous position now. Flames behind him. He has to just go for a kill and hopefully gets one. It's nothing. Very well done here from Heat. They've got themselves a 5-on-3. Make it 2. Afro smites 2 down. It's up to Glaive now, pushing in towards upper, but this is looking like a clean sweep, Chad.
Great rounds here. They understood the situation very well. Just Zip, last man standing, can't push long this time round. We'll have to pivot all the way back to the top of A, but salvaging something going into the halftime break. A Heat, a 9-6 half with the pistol. That's a chance for them to get back in this game. Their map choice, remember. We have Inferno coming up next, and then Nuka's the third, if I remember rightly.
He is known for a clutch or two, but I dare say Mr. Zipex will be out of luck. There we have it. A pretty convincing half from both teams. I have to say, I'm not sure many people are expecting 6 rounds from Heat in such a convincing fashion as well. That's a lovely way to close out the half. We'll take a break and catch our breath and see what they can do with the second. We'll be right back.
Hey Future Pros! Taking long on Dust 2 is one thing, but getting to the site can be a whole other challenge. With these simple smokes I'll show you, it should be no problem. You will need 2 smokes for this one, so ask a teammate nicely to drop you one. To throw the first smoke, stand in the corner in front of the barrel, then aim at this point and running through the smoke almost instantly. Then stand at this wall, aim at this point along the line and running jump throw that smoke too. No pick control needed, and you'll be hard pressed to find a gap, so cross the site with a little bit of peace of mind.
Welcome back, gamers. Hope your Friday's treating you well, and if not, let us help you out. We have a plethora of Counter-Strike action for you today, and it all kicks off here. Astralis versus HEET. The first half has concluded. Astralis lead 9-6. But you have to say, Chad, a commendable effort from HEET so far. They've had some very decent and impressive rounds.
Yeah, from HEET, that was pretty neat. Not the clean sheet, but we'll see if they can land on their feet here on Dust 2.
Nice.
Just a round is one that they'd love to pick up here, and well, they've got a kit on body. There's a couple of flashes smattered around the server as well.
Oof. It's going to be body. It's feeling brave. Dancing around the B tunnels here, but players all around him. Opts to fall back, which is the right call, I would say. 3 players towards long for the CT side so far. Zipex decides to fall back, so this timing could be terrible for him.
He's still very aware that a push is possible here, right? He's been taking glances non-stop. This is not a bad angle to deal with this. They swing out, he gets the shoulder first. He knows there's another, so Astralis very aware with this default spread on the pistol. Good opening kill there from Zip, as it is going to send Jax packing all the way towards the A site here as they take this short control. They have everything they need on Glaive for an execute, right? And it's not the kills, there's only 4 of those, but he has a molly, a smoke, and a flash available. They could mid to B, they could short exec, and it looks like they're going to drop out the mid doors quite quickly on the flash here. Glaive's at the head of the pack. He has the bomb, needs to be careful, and wow, perfectly timed smoke right there. Body can't do anything at all. Just needs to sit and wait. The burn, the molly will get him low, and it's just Jocko on the site alone here. We'll have to defend. Can't get anything done. Zip has found both kills so far in this round, and I think that's the round done.
I think you might be right. Very well handled there from Astralis, finding that early 5 versus 4 with HEET, probing the long doors, and then the mid split comes through, challenging towards the B bomb side. Some flying headshots. The Glock doing a lot of work, and Farley watching towards CT spawn for the players, pushing through the smoke there. Nothing could be done, and it's done double digits for Astralis.
So I think that they're just on the other side of this wall again, Henry. Just before the game was going live for the first half, I did hear a very loud cheer, like a bit of a pre-game chant of some variety. And I was like, okay, I wonder which team that is. And then after that round, the pistol win, I heard another yell. So it's Astralis who are just over.
I think it's mainly Trace behind them. He's trying to get them fired up and looking like they're up for it, and they certainly are after that pistol round. They're up against the Force buy, though. Double scouts on the CT side. Can be dangerous. Looking to soften up the Astralis players on the other side. They've got full long control, but more than ready. Afro, who's hit some impressive shots so far. He'll be there with the scout, is looking to get some tags, and hopefully the Deagles can convert.
This is one of the things here. The scout is great, but it comes down to when you take these fights with the scout, right? Because you need to get them in the open, and there you go, posting up and over. Afro will get a tag, and he's starting to feel some confidence. Jax has found one in the meantime. Config is sat on his ass over towards the mid doors, and Afro's not afraid. This is exactly how you need to function. You don't want to give the room over. Using the smoke to creep up here, but they will need to explode and go, and hope they can get past these pistols as Afro wants to joust once more, swings out. A second tag for him in the round, and this is problematic for Astralis.
Yeah, this is going very well indeed. So much damage inflicted. It's up to Exercise to try and convert the tags. Still with a good chance here. Astralis deploying the flashbangs as well, and they're losing kill after kill. Afro connecting the dots with the scout. He continues to find headshots here. This might be all done. Blame F taking so much damage. That's going to be 3 kills in total. Make it 4. Afro completely destroys them there on the A bomb side. Nothing can be said for Astralis. No plant, no kills. They are removed.
Really perfect round right there. Like the fact that they know when to be jarring. If a team goes all in long and wants to execute exactly like that, you just need to be annoying. And if you can get the tags, then they're more flustered. They're a little bit worried about the time, the HP. All of a sudden it becomes some issues, and then you can hit shots like this. Right round from Afro here. Brings them back into it in a big way, because Astralis bring out some Deagle. Sure, there's a bit of investment in armor as well, but this is a chance for HEET to bring themselves back into the game. Body needs to stick the landing on the second jump, and will. There's no pressure early. That scout round is potentially worth 3 if they can convert here.
Which they probably should. We'll see. Desert Eagles and armor as well, of course. And it all starts here. Zipex with a lovely shot. The scout now feeling the pressure towards middle.
No one on A. If they just scout up. Oh, that's a nice shot, isn't it? He's done it 3 fires.
As you like. Oh, same story as well. Fending them off on the A bomb side. What an amazing couple of rounds he's had. Can he keep it going, though? Applying that pressure. And they've got the man advantage once again, denying the crossover towards the site, and they might have to push through middle doors at this point and just sacrifice the CT ramp.
Give them the plan, yeah. Play the number advantage, take some territory. Everybody from Astralis here is waiting for the move, and plenty of time to stretch your legs and take this short space if you'd like. There's 50 seconds on the clock. Nobody from HEET is poking and prodding just yet. It's gone very, very quiet. They know that they can't really fall back. The only avenue would be dropping down in CT spawn right now.
Well, the plant, at least attempted. It's a fake for now. 35 seconds, this will be the full commitment. No grenades being deployed. They have a couple of flashes and a smoke on the CT side. Now, this is still possible for Astralis to win this, but that makes things very problematic indeed. We do have BlameF on the M4, Glaive with a Desert Eagle, but Blame has to be active here. He can't allow them to get up towards shore. He denies everything. 2-on-1 now. Exercise has been dinked, and he does enough there. BlameF standing strong with 3 kills on the M4, a round they should have never won.
Some sharp shooting here from a lot of the players in the server. Right? We had some earlier moments from Config, Blame with one right there, Afro with the banger Deagle, Jax with a couple of stylish ones. So some really nice shots here. He has a scout, right? He's decided, I want to take this fight with the Deagle. I need to pressure them, can't give them the A control. And then Blame does this, just laser sharp on that M4. Some fantastic work from Blame there, just playing deathmatch on the middle of the bridge. And that one is going to be extremely frustrating as we're back into the Force by Wars.
We absolutely are. This is where you like to be as a spectator. Dust 2 can be a very fun and aggressive map. Jax looking to fend off the lower B area if possible. BlameF coming through. Getting smoked down, but Jax playing in front of it, so I think he might have this one.
Odd angle, isn't it? Yeah, that's a very odd angle. Well, that's a nice find from Jax there. He'll get in and get out. Hit doors re-smoke just to deny any fast chase, and they're going to push into Glaive on short. It's the FAMAS, not the best weapon for the job here. The Deagle is going to come out on top.
Well, the Force by Wars are delivering on all fronts, I have to say. 5-on-3 now, recovering rifles, and it's Farley with the scout. Exchanging, he's dead.
Oh, he's going to go all the way.
Well, at least he gets one, but doesn't really help out the campaign here. That does, though. Zipex of a clean one, even better from Body. What are these shots that are coming through, Chad?
Just like deathmatch right now. Everyone's just standing, aiming, shooting again. Another round. Nobody able to post consecutive rounds so far in this second half.
Madness.
Just around for Astralis. Bounce back from HEET on the scouts. Then some bangers from Blame into round number 3. And again, Body this time. Close mid doors with the Deagle. Just sitting players down left, right, and center. Farley, at this point, he's committed. He has to go. There's no real choice there. So going 1 for 1, that's a bit more of an issue. And Body just, he's a sharp there as well. So they're feeling it here. But now it's about battening down the hatches. Are Astralis going to continue to go again? Do they want to force it again?
I don't think they can justify it this time.
They can get an AK on Glaive. Zip can get a Galil and U2. Right, but Blame, Farley, Config could all have Deagles. It's not the worst of buys.
It's not, but it's still, if you do lose it, which is a very good chance considering the way HEET's been playing the last couple of rounds, you are in a lot of trouble. You'd have to at least guarantee a bomb plant to make sure it was worthwhile. Config down at $1,400, and we are going to take some time to discuss the options, and it looks like they will be buying a scout for Farley at least. Do they go a step further? I don't think so. So it is going to be an eco.
Okay.
Farley looking for some tags, and hopefully they can be converted by the pistols. But yeah, this game certainly heating up.
You can justify this because next round with the loss bonus, Farley can buy another scout. Blame, Glaive, and Zip will all be able to buy AKs. And then Config's going to have to operate with something a little bit less. But all in all, you can see the logic that's gone into this. So they have given HEET an opportunity, and it's the same opportunity they had just a few rounds prior. They've given a lot of room over towards mid here, and if Glaive just smokes CT and they go, they can apply a lot of pressure to this mid to B. The rotation points are so far away. Look at HEET's setup right now.
We do know Danish Deagles are deadly. It's Glaive looking to crack things open, and Farley hoping stray CT will spot towards the window, but they're being very defensive right now. Jax is patrolling the doors. Shoko on the platform, and back towards short we go. Come on, Blame, get up.
Very curious that they didn't just want to clamp down for the mid to B here. Maybe preempting a stack. Nobody's giving them anything at all.
They have 3 smokes, right? So maybe hoping to isolate the players there. It's going to be Afro. No sniper this time. He's got the M4 holding towards the ramp with Body. So they've got everything they need to defend this one. Nice little one-way going to be deployed here. And just looking for players trickling towards the bomb site. Mowing them down. Body and Co are looking like they're really up for this game so far. They did say the pressure's off them now. Not so nervous, and Config maybe with 2 kills, but they deny the plant. So just giving up 1, not too bad. And they're closing the gap now, but that was the eco, bear in mind. Farley with $1,900, and they're coming back in with Galils and AKs. Chad. Another weak buy here for Astralis. The door of opportunity is wide open for HEET to take their first map of the tournament.
Yeah, this would be nice to see if they could be competitive here. The group, as we mentioned earlier today, is going to be split wide open. This is a chance for HEET to keep themselves in contention. But
Yeah.
that was very well handled, right? The 3 smokes that dropped down towards spawn. Obviously, there wasn't the best weaponry in play, but still a threat available there.
Farley with the Scouts no armor setup. Not known to be the most effective on the T side, but we'll see what he can make of it. He's had a great couple of days. Zipex, a face full of HE there and a flashbang. In a lot of trouble here. He has got Farley with the Scout backing him up, but we'll see what can be done here. Glaive investigating his options towards middle. Sent packing by the Incendiary. Flashbang from Farley, right? That sets him up, and that's a good response.
That was the only thing that could rumble that position. Exercise playing very up close and personal. Body, he's actually, I think he's going to go for a fight here. Yeah, running through, straight through for Body, in and out. The Magician, the Assassin.
That was very well done.
That's what he needs. Another initiates again off the back of the flash. Flash him in, he'll take the fight. He's in and out. Body, 17 kills now, just keeping his team in, and he wants to continue to fight in mid. He'll peek from a different angle. Just continues to reinitiate. That is wild from Body. What a round that was.
Really, really well done. A great sequence of events. Not traditional Counter-Strike by any stretch of the imagination, but it catches Astralis off guard, flashbangs towards middle, and he seemed to know exactly where they are, snapping towards the bodies and managing to mow them all down. Very impressive scenes. So they'll take a tactical timeout, but let's have a look at the replay.
The first flash, and then so that was from Jax. Then Jocko goes, hold up, I got one too. Let's try again. He's in, he gets this one. He's like, well, I'm in mid now. Jumps up short, re-picks out against the Scout with no armor. Great round from Body. He's on 18 kills, Afro as well.
You don't see rounds like that every day. That's going to be a thorn in the side of Astralis. They've got $2,900 per player at this stage, and let's see what they can do with it. One more round to tie things up. Heat. They are looking very good. They've gone to a double orb setup. Jax and Afro now.
Jax, the secondary orb that we never knew we needed. Henry.
Apparently.
We never knew we needed it. It was Amanet getting all the shine.
Let's see what he can do with it, and it will be yet another eco for Astralis. This one's starting to spiral for them. The heavy favorites coming into this series on their opponent's map pick. Starting to look uncomfortable, overwhelmed, and the skill of Heat is shining bright as Afro opens things up once again. Could get himself a second. What a brilliant shot that is.
Let the scrim flow through you here, just taking these fights. They know they're not up against a lot. This is what you want to see, the confidence against these lighter investments. Knowing you can go toe-to-toe. Zip will fire a warning shot, but that's just going to bring more players over. They want these eco kills. And smell the blood in the water right now. Heat, as they're starting to turn this one up a notch. We're on about a 6 or a 7 on the hot plate, and now we're going up to a 9 to the boiling water.
I think you might be right there. Afro's, he's almost on for the ace here. That's going to be his 4th kill of the round. Just Zipex towards long. Very unlikely he hits this shot. Exercise puts it to bed, and we go 11-11. Heat are looking very convincing on the second half. Their CT side has been stellar.
Well, they wanted to give him the ace there, I think, with that bit of a reaction. So I'm going to allow Afro to convert here. But this is the thing. The team's not looking as rigid anymore. They feel a bit more comfortable in the way they're playing. When you come to ESL Pro League, when you come to the bigger tournaments, you're playing with the big boys. But not only that, the environment's a bit different. You're being looked after every day. You got all these prac PCs. It takes a while to settle in. It's like, yeah, I'm here. This is where I wanted to be. This is what I've worked to do. And now they're looking comfortable. If they can take a map here against Astralis, might be what Heat need to unlock themselves. But this is the next battle. Okay, sure, you're saying the pressure's off, but you still want to win. Now you need to know that you're close enough to do exactly that. Can you stay focused? Can you keep it tidy? Do you have the knockout blow required here to take a map off of Astralis?
Wow, another timeout here. Astralis just discussing their options. They will have a full buy here finally. It's been some very difficult rounds. The buys have included unarmored scouts, Galils, a lack of utility, and had to take a couple on the chin here to find themselves at this point. Round number 23, 11-11. Heat have got one more buy in the bag as well, and we'll see where they want to go aggressive once again. They've looked dangerous, to say the very least. A boost towards T-spawn and trying to get that opening pick if possible. Not going to happen. No damage inflicted either. Config smoked out towards long, but does have a slight gap here, Chad. So unfortunately, can't convert it. The CTs will give up the position, and we go back to more of a default setup here. As I say that, I do spot a bit of CT aggression towards the tunnels. Afro hasn't missed many shots so far, 22 kills and 15 deaths. Does he preempt this? Oh. He absolutely does. What a magnificent performance we're having here from Afro.
This is great. He's looking very active, and this is the best map for an AWPer, somebody who's shown a bit of flair like this to work on. If he's feeling the flow of the game, we always talk about being in the zone.
Right.
Having that flow state, you're looking for the peaks, you know where the fights are coming, and oh, Body.
How's he hit that?
Look at the wrist. Glaive goes down, there's a tag, sure, but things are starting to fall apart at the seams as Farley. He wants to get involved. He's smoked off. He's getting run on down here. Running stations for Farley. He's gone too. Afro did fall in the meantime, but they have the number advantage in the chaos. It's an all-time high right now. Heats feel like they're scrambling with the number advantage.
Stifling pressure now for Astralis. They're being overwhelmed. They'll pull a frag back, but this one has to be converted as well. Config, he'll bring it back to a 2 versus 1. He needs to clutch this round out. Up against the AWP of Jackson. Oh, he actually gets given an opportunity. Yeah, there was a chance, a freebie there. Could spot the head. And I feel like Config gets this, but apparently not. Jax will take him down, and they take the lead. 12-11, and no plant granted. Means another partial buy, potentially. From Astralis.
Oh dear, oh dear. They have around 3.7 on, or 3.4 for Farley, but there's a bunch of them on 3.7. You have over 4K on Config before he purchased it. That was a great push.
And you have to say as well, what a great time to deploy it. He's taking back-to-back tactical timeouts on the Astralis side. You know they're going to be changing their approach. They'll be having something in mind, some sort of execution. You send in that first pick, it just shuts it all down. They lose track of map information. And for now, they've just got the pistols and a MAC-10 as well. Tip of the spear is Config, and he tried to push his way out towards long, but taken down early.
Hail Mary, but you have to in situations like this. They're going to use the space, they're going to take short. Well, trundling through the flames would be the only option right now. Towards long, Afro activated again, and there's still boost on boost on boost as Jax is going to take down Zip, and they should have them held at the gate here. Nothing for Astralis, nothing at all. No kills, no plan, not even getting close to the bomb site there. 13-11, just 3 more rounds. The smiles, the laughs. They're feeling it now, Heat.
In terms of the individual aim, they're looking like world-class players right now. Everyone's feeling it. Heat are having some amazing sequences. Body especially looks as sharp as you like. Afro isn't missing with the AWP. They've got dynamic pushes. They're taking over territory on the map. It's overwhelming. Strangling out the offense here. Astralis can't even get close to bomb sites, but they do have another full buy. A boost towards lower, just chaining things up every single round. Flame will be there, but he's already made it past the choke point itself, and that's a great shot from Glaive.
Yeah, you just need a... we saw that the other day against Torji as well. That's the issue if they just barrel down mid, and your barrel would be spotting out from the lower dark player regardless. So have to be very careful on how you want to deploy that boost. It's a nice find here for Astralis, and this is the type of round that you'd be expecting them to convert against a team like Heat. Right, unless Body goes for another one of these crazy Hail Mary pushes on a hinge smoke.
He might have to, considering they're a man down, and he's looking so confident. 20 kills to his name.
Oh, this is a big push.
Swivel towards B from Astralis, but Afro might have timed this very well indeed, you're right.
He's not going to stop here. Zip was considering it, but there's a timer on this, right? He's actually just flashed towards mid. Is he ready for it? He hasn't found the timing just yet, Zip, and he might go down in the back. Afro's still coming, scoped in, still
coming towards lower as well.
Oh, swings and roundabouts here as they made it. I'm sure they have spotted him. They should know that A bomb site's open here. That means there's going to be a fight towards mid doors. A flash forward. Exercise being tagged up, and the push is great. Bombs down lower here.
This is so good. Applying so much pressure towards that lower B area, and we'll see whether this is going to be a chance for Astralis to fight back. They've got a 3-on-3, but they've lost track of the map. Players towards top and middle. Afro's going through T-spawn. We have actually got Blame F, who's on the A bomb site. He's going to be dropping down towards CT, looking to backstab here. Could be anyone's round. It's a great shot from Farley. Finally, something going in their favor. They have the man advantage, and Blame surely gets this kill as well. Jocko isolated, and it's looking like Afro is out of luck here. Astralis pulled one back just when they needed to.
Yeah, lost track of the play there, did he? It felt like they had everything covered when they stalled them out in lower, but maybe I thought an extra player or two had gotten through short. So some issues there for Heat, and Astralis will strike back, getting themselves in the winning ways. There was a streak of 6 rounds consecutively where they were denied plants, so finally breaking through here, but there's still plenty of cash for Heat to have at least one more buy. They're going to opt for double orbs again, and I don't know if that's the correct option here. Haven't necessarily seen the best of scenes from Jax. Very emotional, his Body.
Well, yeah, this is the closest they've come to winning a map, and giving up rounds like that could be frustrating for him, but still have a full buy, of course, as you mentioned, the double orb setup, and they're pushing towards short this time, but meanwhile, it's Astralis taking control of long. Zipex spots the retreating player in the form of Jax. He's got that secondary AWP, and Exercise once again.
There's a gap again, though, Henry. Like, look at this. The player who would be tasked with watching this is Config, but he's in backyard watching B. Highlighted for you here. So the fact that Exercise has been able to push to contain, he is in limbo. I don't think he can sit here forever. They're either going to come back and clear him, or he'll need to activate, because this gets very sketchy. The thing that's giving him a buffer right now is the jump spot from Jax towards that lower dark position. Farley being harassed in pit, and now the gap, the noose starting to tighten. Zip, as persistent as always, is watching the flank.
Yeah, he's aware of it, and he has the advantage there as well with the shadows, so he'll have early information as to when he does walk around the corner, but it's Config coming in from T-spawn. Now, he'll be aware there has been this gap, and he'll be checking all the likely positions, as you can see right now, but Exercise will need a hell of a flick. Can't find it. Config gets himself a bit of a freebie there. 5-on-4 to open things up once again, and they'll fall back. They've got the long control. Ideally want to get Farley towards the pit. We'll see if he can jump in there. Molotov towards a short position as well.
Going all the way back. It might just be a B play, right? Because they're going to bite so hard. The fact that that safety net with all the info is now dead. Astralis are scrambling. Indecision here. So they drop back. They apply pressure elsewhere. It's forcing Heat to rotate, over-rotate across the map quite heavily because it will still be this long finish. So doubting themselves here are Heat. They have been juked by Glaive.
Well, it's the man at the moment to defend. Body needs a huge spray down here. They line up for him, Chad. A boatload of damage is dished out, but only one kill is found. 4 versus 3. Config on the flanks here.
8 seconds.
Oh, you're right.
After plant, he can see it. He spams. He has to go for the jump shot or something here. Afro, he can try and deny. The bomb's gone down just in time, and the flames of Farley kill him. It's a 3-on-2 now in favor. Afro is still forward. The flank is still coming in there, making presence from short now over towards long is the AWP, and it's Blame. Can he do it again from this A site? AK in hand this time, and Molly as well. Blame's down. It's just Farley. He's picked the first from the pack. He needs to find 2 more. Remember, it's not planted for him here. There was no room on the site. The defuse is being set. There's no way that Farley can get this one done. And Heat, 14 now to their name.
Oh my days. Absolute pandemonium ensues there on the A bomb site. Astralis had full control for so long. It was looking so good. All of a sudden, they're running out of time. They're scrambling towards the bomb site. They've Molotoved each other there as well, Chad. We'd have to see it in the replay how it went down, but you can see
all the flames.
Doused in flames there. He gets the bomb planted, but at what cost? Farley did absolutely everything he could here, gets both the kills, but as you mentioned, the bomb is out of his reach. It's a full defuse, 14-12. They saved the AWP at least. They have a full buy, but Heat in touching distance of finding their first map here in ESL Pro League.
That's crazy. They doubted themselves right on that rotate back around the world to beat. And you can understand why, because it's such a long rotation that, of course, Heat are going to beat you there. Body, very unlucky as well not to get multiple kills on the lineup too. So, look, I think that Astralis overcooked the pooch a bit there.
I think they did. The position that sticks out in my mind is Config, once again, not with the pack, not with the fragging unit. He was towards the middle double doors, watching the rotations. The AWP takes him down. Had he been with the boys there, could have been a different story. He's often caught out at the lineup itself, but that's a huge kill and a huge round as Heat will fend off the AKs and the AWP now.
Ooh, jumping in unison on the cross right there, asking to get tagged through the doors. Astralis still have a very tidy buy here. They're actually the ones in the driver's seat, but this is Herd. Body's close. Nade in your hand. It's it. He's dead. Blame's on the trade. So they want to just initiate for the mid to B.
Humbling the grenade somewhat, but this suggesting they could be heading towards B. Config with a speculative spray as well. Trying to keep these players on this side of the map, but it's towards A they head for now. Exercise actually looking for a rebuttal here. This should be a kill for Farley, but absolutely not. This is looking great. Heat have the 4 versus 3 as they look for map point now on Dust 2.
Defensive stance now from Heat. They've done enough here. Slink back into the side. They want to take space elsewhere. The flash is coming forward. Config caught off guard, and that is Jocko just knocking him out. This is a great round here from Heat for 15. The one man standing, it's Blame. When they need him, he has to step up, and it's not going to be this time. 26 kills for Afro. Heat, 1 round away from picking up their first map victory here at Pro League. This is looking much better today.
Yeah, this is a different team. The individual skill is off the charts. We're seeing different setups towards middle, such a focus towards lower B as well. It's been very impressive. Exercise with a great sequence here as well. And Astralis are on the back foot. They're on the ropes at this point, Chad. They need 3 rounds in a row on the T side. The money's okay for another buy, but this wasn't part of the script. We didn't think there'd be a chance he could even get close to a map, let alone take the first.
Yeah, not at all. You reflect to the ENCE versus Heat game to open things up for Heat here at ESL Pro League Season 16. Dust 2 was the map that they picked into. They were 16-6. They lost 13-2 on their T side. They got absolutely mauled. Then yesterday against Complexity, well, they didn't get the honor of picking into Dust 2. That was banned by Complexity, but they lost 16-8, 16-12 right, to Complexity, who's sure they're top of the group right now, but they're not one of the expected best teams over here for Pro League. So Heat back in action. Could do it right here.
They absolutely could. They've looked fantastic. Jax with some highlight moments, and Blame F picking up the pace. He has got short control, and we'll see if Glaive can do anything with this. Spotted towards the double doors once again. Need to be careful. Bombs in towards the B tunnels for now. And we will have Body challenging from the A side. Blame F's just giving that one away for free.
Because Afro showed himself mid-doors, so they expect no AWP on A, but Blame's not even looking in the right direction.
I like this from Jocko. This off angle has been very problematic for our ESL Pro League. Another headshot delivered. Molotov down. This could be it, Chad. Heat might have found Dust 2, a 5-on-3. A minute remains, and utility sure for Astralis, but where do they go with this one?
And complacency creeping in again here for the Danes. Another game that looks like it should have been theirs. It's fallen apart. It's great play from Heat. His body again flashed in by his teammates. Will take the fight. Just 2 more to find. Make that one. Jax, sharp as attack. Not going to stop just here. And again, a clutch situation. Config this time. Batter up. Give it a go. You may as well, but they look to have secured this and in style.
They've looked like the better team. This half especially, Heat have looked fantastic. And just the closing moments now, Config would need to do something ungodly at this stage to win this one. He's got good awareness as to where the final player is. Hits the headshot. Can he find anything more? Bomb on his back, 25 seconds. Does he drop down towards spawn perhaps? Sees the grenade, and indeed he will. Can't do it, and there we have it, Chad. It will be Heat picking up their map pick of Dust 2. Astralis, I don't know what to say. I'm left speechless there. They were the absolute favorites coming into this one. Yesterday it looked so much better. We thought it was just some early tournament nerves as to why they looked so shaky against Complexity, but that is a statement performance from Heat.
Yeah, gonna need the Dust to break that one down again. Farley with good numbers. Same for Blame F. Config up there. So what's the difference makers here? We'll be throwing it to a break, and then Kassad, Yanko, and Trace will be breaking this one down for your delight. Don't go anywhere.
Save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, getting it up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know it's done. Stand up, go and it takes a fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, give
Oh dear, Henry Greer. Who would have believed this? Heat have toppled ASTRALIS in the first map in this series, and we've got a lot to unpack. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, or if you're joining us again, this is ESL Pro League in its 16th season. We're currently on Heat via ASTRALIS, and right now, 1-0 in the series is Heat.
Can't handle.
Yeah, look at him, man. Hate if you want to hate, but don't hate great, which is what Crocs are. So, moving forward swiftly, Dust 2 goes in the way of Heat. Kassad, try to put this in words that we can all understand.
I'm just gonna get straight to the point. The thing is, like with this game, obviously we saw Heat going super aggressive on their CT side. The T side was like ET, and they didn't really show all that much. But CT side was super aggressive, and Afra was doing all the work at these opening kills. But I do blame a little bit of that on ASTRALIS for failing to react on those kind of situations. Usually, like if you're a coach or for IGL or people who make the decisions inside the game of what's being played, as an opposition CT have a game like this, what the answer is like a quick fake default into an expo play, right? So what you need to do is make him go into a counter rhythm, make him go into the comfort zone, because he's making all these plays and it's screwing your game up, right? So what you need to do is go fake a default, and maybe after that go into an expo play, couple of rounds, so he can actually do something, you know, different and go back to his standard mode, and then you can run your default. Failed reaction from MOUZ, from ASTRALIS, and this is the result.
Yeah, we fast forward a little bit. We go to round 17, second half. What do we see?
It's just like the ecos from Heat, right? They won the pistol in the first half and converted. Then in the second half, they lost it. Then they went back and forth a little bit with ASTRALIS with the equals, but they managed to win both rounds 17 and 19, right? And ASTRALIS couldn't really string rounds together early on in the half. That also put a dent in their economy, and they struggled with that the whole half. You know, they only planted the bomb once in all the rounds that they lost, and that was the crazy, you know, clutch with Heat winning the round.
So, you know, before we're going to jump into round 19 right away, actually. What do we see here, guys?
Yeah, it's just the equal.
Okay, just kind of run it back through. Hey, so utility usage across this map from both sides. It was all over the place. Kassad, did you notice that?
No, not really. I mean, it was pretty standard from what I saw. It's like I didn't really like pay too much attention on utility. I was looking for Afro, like to see what he's actually doing on that CT side and how much of a rumble he's making for ASTRALIS and how much discomfort in their game. And that was like my primary view of this game. And I think, like I said, ASTRALIS did a bad job reacting to the what's going on the map. Maybe it's the result of them not being, you know, especially prepared on a map like that too.
Maybe just a slow start, right? First map kind of the series, first game of the day, maybe a little bit complacent. You know, I'm sure they did their preparation. I'm sure they expected us to, and they prepared for it, but maybe just thinking, you know, they're going to win the game no matter what, really. But, you know, Heat came to play today.
Are you okay, Kassad?
Just my mic wasn't on the right.
Just the wrong spot. Yeah, okay.
Just a little bit, a bit lower than it should be.
Yeah, well, perhaps we work on that. Perhaps we also work on round 26. This is what we got coming down the pipeline at the very end.
Yeah, and this was, you know, the one after plan that ASTRALIS actually had. And this round was crucial. This is what enabled Heat to really close it out, because ASTRALIS won the previous round, and then they really had to win this one as well to avoid not necessarily the reset, but just kind of to make Heat go on an equal. You can see that their money situation isn't great at this point in time, right? You can see Afro here actually, Glaive is burning to far leagues, Molotov somehow, so just chaos all over the place, right? And he did a good job, Afro, just kind of staying alive, buying time for his teammates to come from Cat. They got the kills. Bomb wasn't planted for far league even, so not much he could do in the end.
Body v config. Tell me about this battle right here in our Air Force Aim High head-to-head, Kassad.
Yeah, we can see that Body was kind of, you know, having a obviously better stats than Config here with 107 ADR and 54% of headshot percentages. On the other side, only 74 for Config, who is supposed to be their primary, you know, fragger and somebody who is going to deliver these entry frags. But yeah, I mean, these stats didn't really show much. I think the best player for Heat was definitely Efren.
Yeah.
What Janko mentioned in the previous round that we saw on the screen, it's the long protocols for ASTRALIS were non-existent or poorly executed. You saw in the eco round they lost in the very second one. On the second half, they just get picked up one by one. The flash is not flying on the proper spot. They're not running with the flashes. The utility is being, you know, as we saw, wrongly placed, let's say it like that, you know.
Utilized.
And and then I just think at that point maybe you give up on the long execute, you know, at some point, but you realize there is a miscommunication there is something that's not working. Maybe step away from it for only this map and just to look for a plan B.
If you're looking at the silver lining for Astralis is the fact that, you know, Farlik keeps on playing well. Blame also had a decent game, right? Individually, they're still up there, right? So hoping that this is just going to be a sort of a wake-up call for them for the series. They still have Inferno and Nuke, as we pointed out. As long as those two maps are in the pool, they're still, you know, looking pretty good to take the series.
Yeah, it's still a viable threat right there. Inferno in front of us. That does it for our segment. Thank you very much, guys. We're going to go ahead and jump straight into a break so that then we can get back into the game itself. It's Astralis v Heat, and Heat are up 1-0. My goodness, what has happened here?
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the fan club showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Stop yelling.
We can watch here.
That's 40.
Hurry up, it's on time.
It's on time. What do you mean? Oh my god. Oh.
Oh.
I'm so good at this video game.
Oh.
Oh my god, that's ass.
No. Oh, Kalle.
No.
She will stop. Look. Hello, he's looking. The old guy is looking. Oh.
Oh my god.
Flytter lige, Benja. You have to move. Line up. Hey. Kalle. Kalle.
Come on, Shibu, throw it. We don't have all day, dude. Come on.
Throw it, Shibu.
You need to fail this one because you fucked up.
I'm just gonna throw it now.
Okay, nice. That's perfect. That's perfect. That's what you get for cheating. So Super 1000. It's perfect. Smoke is smoke. Oh. Oh my god, that looks perfect. 0 points awarded.
Ja, lad nu være.
Lad nu være, Mads.
Den er også kraftet alligevel, man.
Comments. No, not doing that.
Throw your coffin smoke, what's fast? Oh, one.
That works. Works.
The team blocked.
Come
What's Stupid doing? Wait, that's cheating.
Oh, it is.
Stupid is disqualified. Oh!
Welcome back to ESL Pro League, where we are turning up the heat. That's right, it's the Frenchmen that take the first map of Dust 2 in emphatic style, Chad. Very strong performance, and we're moving on to Inferno now, the pick of Astralis, where you have to say this was unexpected. We didn't see this coming whatsoever.
Is flambe French?
I think so. I think they're on some. Yeah, I think so, absolutely.
Okay. I'm not the culinary expert here, but yeah, Astralis are, well, down a map. I think that's about as far as we can leave this here. Are they going to lose the series? That's a question we'll have to find out here as they move into home turf of Inferno.
Wow. And they get the CT start as well. On Inferno, it's a map everyone plays. I'm sure they'll be comfortable, and the way they're performing on an individual basis right now is exciting. Afro, an absolutely amazing performance. Body joining in as well. They had some great individual showings, and we'll get into it. The dual Berettas are out for exercise. He's got himself a smoke as well, and armor, as they spot towards second middle. They will see a couple of terrorists on the other side.
Yeah, very classic pistol here playing for Info, but hanging around his body. 1xBet odds are favoring Astralis still here, and you can understand why, as he'll be boosting up towards the window silently. This two-man setup, Jackson body in the boiler. Gonna have to rumble them here, and one and done, out immediately. They've evacuated. The information Config will be able to relay, sure, but Astralis haven't been able to capitalize on this space just yet.
Yeah, nothing they can do with it. The CT's able to pull a man over towards B as well. Body gets himself in towards Library. And it might have to be the B finish here for the Danes. They've got themselves a couple of smokes for CT spawn, of course, and the coffins, a Molotov for new boxes or first oranges, whichever way they're inclined, as the coffin smoke coming through. Exercise now will be trying to deny entrance, and he's got the dual Berettas here towards B. Can he shut them down? They bolt up towards the bomb site here. Flashbangs come through, overwhelming for him. Down to Jocko now, needs at least one kill here, but I dare say it's going to be another kill for Astralis. Open B bomb side, bomb to go down, and they're patrolling all the key areas here. Zipek spots a player towards Banana.
Yeah, well, the key there is killing them in the choke point. They drop the smoke, they have the Julies. They're designed exactly for munching away at that type of a push, and now they're in a lot of trouble. Afro, no armor, no util, nothing to his name. He's going to have to try and get something done from Coffins here, and he will. Yeah, he's been able to find a lot of space. Time is the biggest problem right now as Jax has gone down to the interim. Body coming through spawn, gets gooshed. He's down, just Afro now, and he's hit a couple of crispy ones, but that's going to be it. A great start from Astralis here. They're going to secure the pistol round.
Well handled, that's for sure, after losing that first pick in the form of Config towards the boiler room. Double stack there for Heat, gave them a nice early advantage, but it was towards the B bomb site is where we finished. A pretty basic execution from Astralis. It was the flashbangs that were the saving grace. The dual Berettas could do nothing. Exercise dropped without a kill. Farley follows things up as well. Nice pathing towards the bomb site.
Yeah, Exercise or Jocko between them, they needed at least one.
At least.
Considering the number advantage they had, that just one between the two of them would have been enough, but they're going to force Mike back in here. Julies and Deagles, a couple of nades, couple of smokes.
Okay, you don't see the Julies too often apart from the pistol round itself, so interesting to see how that works out for Body. Desert Eagle, very familiar territory for us, of course, as we'll see the first grenades exchanged. Both teams taking early damage, Body down to 55, Farley at 50. 0 for Jax, unfortunately for him. The Mac 10 makes light work as swings out towards the top of middle.
Yeah, I think one of the issues, it's the next two maps, there's less freedom for these players to put on their individual prowess, right? There's always going to be a flash. There's always going to be a molly. It's not going to be a situation where you just get to run around and shoot heads. So there's going to be a lot of grit and determination here for Heat if they want to try and get this one done in two. Astralis about another wake-up call here. 2 in 3 days.
Yeah, plays very differently. Unable to make heroic individual plays like he can on the previous map as Afro is flashed off. They're trying to get some mid-control, and it has been granted. 4 players on this side of the map, wrapping towards the A site, it seems. It all starts here, though. The Desert Eagle gets a face full of lead. Afro down to 12, and Exercise, I feel like he'll be getting similar treatment. The Mac 10's making easy access towards the A bomb site. Config in the library as well. Probably a save situation, unfortunately. The force buy doesn't do a whole lot for them.
Yeah, hold on to what you got. Give it a crack in the next round of play. But in case you're just joining us here, there was a scenario in which Heat could have been guaranteed a bottom 3 placement in Group C. And that would have been a 2-0 loss to Astralis.
Which is already gone.
Which is already taken off the table. So the follow-up results aren't even required to be talked about. So
Yes, you're right.
The fact that HEET have been able to secure one map keeps them alive regardless of the outcome here today. It's still very unlikely. If they're to go down 0-3, it's going to be very, very tough. They'd have to win their last 2 games. And I'm sure there's a bunch of results that would need to go their way as well. But we're talking about the mathematics here, that the likelihood is slim, but the chance is still there.
What a turnaround as well. As you mentioned, they opened things up. Their campaign against ENCE, they played Dust 2. What, 16-7 or something like that?
16-6, yeah.
16-6.
Bit of a drubbing.
Got absolutely wrecked. We saw nothing from them. They were being overwhelmed, but they strike back here on day 3 and look like a completely different team. They said they've shaken off the nerves now. They can play their own game, for lack of better phrasing there. And it seems to be the case. They looked very loose, very nimble, and they were up for it. Individually, they looked world-class.
Yeah, I'm going to have a lot of questions about the cohesion of this team on a map like Inferno here. Nuke didn't go too well for them yesterday either, so it's something where it does take a while to refine all the necessary protocols and plays that you do require to take on the best teams in the world, and Australia should have plenty of answers here available today. Triple nades, that's the biggest threat. Deep smoke, and while the nades are good, that's going to be a gun to scoop up. There is armor available on body, and he's going to be the one to pick that up. The nade back his way is going to do a tickle of damage. Now it's Jax. We need a scorcher out of him if he want to have a chance here. It's getting on the toes, and that's the shot you want to see.
That's a big one for sure. They've actually got a 4 versus 3 right now, but the A bomb side wide open. Bomb presumably to be planted, and with the AK-47 of body, do they fancy this one? There is a chance.
Give it a go.
Might as well. You'll be buying up next round regardless, so in towards shore we go. It's going to be Glaive. Defending with the MAC-10, heads up Counter-Strike here, looking for a double kill if possible. First one is his, second not so much. Body keeps the dream alive here as we go down to a 2-on-2. No kids, bear in mind, and the AK-47 is salvaged by Body, and we'll see whether he can actually find any sort of access here. Farley will shut him down, well handled by Astralis. A difficult round, unfortunate to receive so much nade damage at the start, but they will find the clean 3-0 conversion.
Yeah, just at least a threat applied early, right? If that was another clean one there and Astralis are going, okay, well, this is easy. What happened on Dust 2? But at least here, around where they have to make sure that they are laser focused.
Great shot.
Yeah, it's a really nice shot, isn't it? If he could have gotten a second on the config, that would have been fantastic work just with the traction that config got late here on that MAC-10. But the buys are through. Afro into his signature AWP. And only 2 players starting over towards B at the start here. We have seen from Astralis consistently, they like to start 3B on their CT side, but we have a whole half before we get there.
Don't see too many AWPers towards Boiler these days, and Afro will position himself there. Surrounded by players, needs the no-scope to connect, but being sprayed down. He gets a second bite of the cherry here. Equal conversion for now, 4-on-4. As Jax will out of the scoreboard. The CT's looking well up for this one. That's a great turnaround. It's not the cleanest, but they've managed to get themselves in a very prime position. The bomb down towards Arch, up against Zipex and Blame F now, who are segregated. They're not together. And this is looking likely to be the first round for HEET.
Well, there it is from Jax again from this pit position. Looking hard to try a Zip. Oh, he has a bit of information as to where the bomb lies, where the enemy may be, but he's going to have to hope the fights come his way. Rocco is on the move, just clamping down, making sure he doesn't have too much freedom. That AWP, oh, he might like the look of that going forward. But that shot from Exercise onto Glaive at the Arch side, just the awareness, right? Because he stopped to throw a flash and then comes out after throwing the flash and is ready for that type of a move. You can see Glaive trying to get the jump on him there. So it's a big shot because of the circumstances, and here they come. They want that AWP, and they're going to get it.
Yeah, swarming in nicely as well from multiple angles. Zipex didn't stand a chance, and there it is, the first round for HEET in their CT campaign. They managed to salvage a couple of AK-47s as well. The AWP was picked up towards the end, and his Jax, just another strong performance from himself. Here's the shot. Yeah. Very aware of Glaive's possibility, and Jax continues to look sharp towards the pit position. So MAC-10s once more, a couple of them. Glaive and Zipex given the SMGs to try and make round number 5 work in their favor. 3 AK-47s, and we have got 3 players for HEET heading towards Banana once again, looking to get full control if possible.
Defensive utility here, while they do establish control over towards Banana, they've gone for the logs and the deep molly, right? Gives them the opportunity to clear out close and boost Afro up on the half wall.
Means they can actually cheat a couple of players over now. With him in that half wall position, he's guaranteed to at least get a shot off and fall back safely. And now they can actually have a 4-man setup towards the top of middle. So that's looking very promising indeed. Can Afro hold the spot though? There's the flashbangs. Just got to hold on. Get the information. Hopefully get a kill and drop off.
Yeah, he has to be aware of this creep up close. You can see him just adjusting for that. Astralis are giving them a lot of room, a lot of time has been melted off the clock as Blame is lining up what should be a CT spawn smoke, I believe. He also has a flash available. Now, if they want to go for the CT spawn smoke, does that mean they're just going to hard commit into B off the back of this?
Yeah, he'll flash as well, I believe, and they're just going to try and pounce towards Banana and storm their way up towards the bomb site. Here come the flashes. Afro drops off. He gets the information. Now needs some backup. A fadeaway incendiary, and there's a lovely shot towards Glaive as well. Do they keep pushing?
They have to. I don't think there's time to fall back. The leg shot here from Afro now. Needs to do it all alone. The only man on the site goes down, and they're in, but through. Jocko, the flash. It's good, but there's no kill. His body through the smoke is a 3-on-3 with the low HP. As Zip is the biggest problem. He's upgraded into the AWP. The bomb goes down towards first oranges, and now we're on.
We really are. 3-on-3. Kits available. Speculative spams going through the stained glass windows here. And times of the essence need to get together. They have no utility on the CT side, so it comes down to raw fragging power. Body, he's shown plenty of that so far. Can they at least trade out this kill, or will Farley manage to get the first? That's a nice shot. And at this point, their chances looking very slim indeed. Back to the 2-on-2, but
it's there.
So they've called it off.
Yeah, there was a kid there that was worth a shot. Definitely now. Get the kit, get the kill. There's a chance on a config. If he does, yeah, he's gone down. Jax has the kit. Needs to get there in time. I'm not sure there is going to be enough. And yeah, they've called it off here, Heat. Not enough conviction. I think that half of them were going for the save. Body was going for the round.
And he gets that all-important kill, calls it back on, but you're right, there just wasn't enough time there. But they do take down all the members of Astralis. Sure, they're down 4-1. They save a couple of AK-47s. They can buy up into the following round, but Astralis certainly feeling the pressure. That's not a comfortable victory. This was the all-important shot, though. You can see he gets that slight shadow advantage, but this is where the round looked like it could be possible. Jax recovering the kit, Exercise getting that kill towards Emo. There was a moment there. Had they operated maybe 5 seconds quicker, that could have been theirs, but not meant to be. But the good news is Astralis still very much on the back foot here. Once again, Mac-10s, Galils, and opted for more utility, as you would expect on Inferno.
Well, that's an annoying molly right there. Farley's not going to have vision on mid for now. Unlikely to see them reinitiate with any aggression, but at least rumbling their default. Clogging up the comms, as it were. Should be getting banana control here relatively easily. Not much resistance over towards that side of the map whatsoever.
Yeah, nothing at all so far, but a bit of retake utility being deployed here, confirming that no one's in the car position at least, just confirming that with the spams, and they've taken back control, but unfortunately it does cost you a lot of your utility. So they're going to go for a boost towards CT spawn, I believe, and being a more defensive crossfire setup here.
Long smoke, because Afro's ahead of this. Afro's committed. He's going to have to fight here. There's no backing off. He will have to peek, and well, lined up. Glaive gone. No peek through the boiler. Exercise was here as that safety net in case there was a punish. So number advantage, but they still need to hold on. This fight looks like it's coming their way.
Exercise in a prime position to take down Config here. Difficult one to flush out. Flashbangs deployed. I dare say that's a freebie. It's actually Afro that picks it up, and they've got a 5 versus 3 now. Do they fall back towards the bomb sites? Afro more than happy to stand and deliver towards Arch. He's not falling back just yet, but the flashbang being deployed. Fires up a shot and now just falls back to more defensive line. So full mid control granted, sure, but you've got 25 seconds remaining. You're being flashed off. Crossfire's enabled, and they're saving. So there it is, Heat. Managed to keep everyone alive here. They barely take any damage, and it's all down to Afro. Very confident chap. We saw it on Dust 2 as well. Didn't miss many shots. Continues to bring that form over to Inferno with the aggressive CT positioning.
He's going to have to continue to be that type of a nuisance here, just rumbling any of these setups Astralis are looking for. And then just staying stoic on the top mid crossfire, not backing off. It's great, because if they did back off, then they might find themselves out of info across the map here. So Heat just draw it into a 2-round game now, 4-2 in the Astralis favor. But what is against Astralis is the economy. Now the buy, it's going to be a bit gritty. It's just you see Glaive, they're just caught completely off guard, not ready for that type of peak. Understandably so. Why isn't Orpa pushing through our long smoke and taking a fight down mid? It's so risky.
Well, we've seen some unexpected maneuvers from Heat so far. On Dust 2, we saw Body pretty much in lower B every single round, ducking and diving, causing absolute chaos. And Afro certainly delivering with the sniper rifle so far. Wants to have another go of it, drops the incendiary to stop any encroaching players towards the top of middle. Might fancy peeking towards the bench position, which he will. Just confirming no one's got in towards close range.
Very active in this boiler position, aren't they? Jax is here quite often, though. They're on the pistol round. They've been there on a lot of these rounds here, and it's jarring against the default. If you're happy with your aim and you're not expecting too much utility to come your way, these are fights that are very winnable for the CTs in the close corridors.
That's a frustrating smoke as well. You round over for a good 20 seconds as they do show presence towards the apartments as well. Now, bear in mind, with the AK-47s, you can be a little bit more active and go for the one-taps here. Equal weaponry against the terrorists, but for now, Astralis will just be happy they've established Apps control.
No banana resmoke from Jocko here. He's on the half wall right now, or he was. Not deploying that one just yet, so keeping this utility till late is a great decision here. He is flashed off the line. Dips back now, still has plenty of utility to work with, so if they feel the pressure, they can do exactly that, buy themselves a bit of a buffer.
So towards top or middle we go once again, but it's Afro patrolling this position. He's been so good so far. Flashbangs to come through, smoked off towards Arch. They'll be focusing towards the short position. Now Jax to be tested once again. AK-47, a lot of damage inflicted, but no kill found. It's down to Exercise here. He's been overwhelmed, and that's going to be it. Surely nothing the CTs can say about this one. 2 players go down upon arrival. Very patient from Astralis there, just going through the motions, gaining mid-control, taking the vision away towards Banana, then forcing their way in at short, hitting the shots, and there it is.
I question what Jax saw there to spam like that, because he has to be aware that he has the traces, right? He just stood and went to just go full auto at that moment.
Yeah.
Quite easy to identify where the shots are coming from with the traces of the AK like that. So Jackson, Exercise, not passing the test. Same situation we had before on the pistol round with, who was it there? It was Exercise and Jocko. They didn't get a kill between them on the pistol, they lose the round. Same situation on A. You have a good setup. If you can't hit the shots, you're not going to win. That's as simple as that. It has to be highlighted here. I don't think Astralis did anything exceptionally well in that scenario.
Not really. And it was quite a nice round up until that point. They managed to hold them off for a long time. The clock was ticking low. They set out a bit of utility, but you're right, didn't hit the crucial shots there. Crossfire doesn't deliver, and Astralis run away with the round. So you can see the traces Chad was talking about there as we had the freeze frame, so Farley could just take an educated guess as to where he was. Zipex and co making light work of the final play. So a tactical timeout now to discuss their options. They do save 3 weapons, of course, on the CT side. A couple of M4s, AWP, and in terms of cash overall, they're okay. They can drop weapons here and have a full buy. Just going to be discussing their options. Maybe they want to send perhaps Afro towards B this time. Maybe set up that anchor position once again and have 4 players over towards A if possible. But I feel like it's overall the mid-rounds have been okay. It's just that final execution needs to just connect the dots a little bit more.
Yeah, it's as simple as that sometimes, though, isn't it? You have to hit the shots. You can go through all the protocols. You can watch what the pros do in the demos to make sure that getting the kills here as we do move into the next round of play. That tidy buy that Henry was talking about is in the mix, and the AWP quite swiftly over towards the A side of things. Now, short, is he going to jump into apartments? Maybe just that for an aggressive Halls peek. Oh, that's an A kill top Banana, and Jocko is very low as well. They have just been destroyed.
Almost
absolutely destroyed.
200 inflicted there. That's wild. So that could be the round itself. Who knows? But for now, 5 versus 4. Try and defend them off with the smokes and the utility, but trying to be reactive. A double setup towards the apartments here. Maybe Jax wants to push forward and hump for some intel, because right now they really are on the back foot. A boost in CT spawn to Jocko with the 1 HP, just looking for that single frag. If they do fully commit towards Banana, that is, but Exercise to be the bait as well. Suggest that no one's up there, and it will be a B finish. Looking very promising in that regard. Zipex looking towards any probing players, as we mentioned, could be a possibility towards the apartments, considering they're a man down. And an HE.
Yeah, well, if it was picked up now, I could start making a conversation, because this is what needs to happen with this B execute. These individuals playing towards spawn need to make sure that they're getting a bunch of kills here. They need to be getting a multi-kill between them. We're talking 2 or 3 kills between the 2 of them here. Somebody needs to get a double. And, well, it doesn't look like it's going to go their way. Exercise shooting into a wall here. That's how blind he was. Had no idea. Jocko's low, and he's actually had to pirouette around there. Clay's gone under him.
Yeah, I don't think he's expecting that one. 1 HP was looking for a single kill, but not going to happen. Bomb to be planted. Very comfortable for Astralis here. CT's on the other side of the map. So far removed from the situation, I dare say this could be another save. As Afro looks for any sort of openings here. Flashbang towards the bomb site. Exercise is still there, but might want to start retreating here, and indeed they will. Astralis make very light work of the final play towards the bomb site once again. They got that opening kill, of course, with the HE grenades. Did almost 200 damage. You don't see that too often.
Well, I think they need to make sure they hold on to these guns here, and the hunt isn't coming their way. The loss bonus should net them another buy. Body will have enough. Exercise should be able to drop a gun. So Jocko will be hooked up with that if he doesn't have enough of his own here. Curious going to be the conversation about the utility, but Multiple stacks set up towards the bottom of B, and they'll hold on to all their goodies, looking much tidier now from ASTRALIS.
Yeah, T side of Inferno as well. This one's starting to spiral for HEET. He start posting a few consecutive rounds. So a triple AG combo there. Lots of damage inflicted, and Glaive is punishing CT Spawn as well. Jocko on 1 HP had no idea he'd be coming through the smoke, and here we go. Another full buy available for HEET, but let's see what Afro can do. Does he change up his positioning? Heading towards B this time, so maybe trying to get him on the half once again, and we'll see what they make of it.
Oh, this time, not as many nades, top banana, deep smoke. Calm Molly in exchange here to hold back HEET's aggression. But if it comes down to activating Afro round and round again to try and find them picks, it's going to be a rough CT half here for HEET.
Well, they are retaking the top of banana at least right now. Yeah, wanted that to be a little bit deeper, hoping to set up the sniper if possible with a nice clean shot down towards T-steps, but a lot of work to be done before we get to that position. Good flashbang over, enables Body to find at least one, but an equal trade for now. That's more like it. Conflict down to 21 as well, man advantage for HEET, and just deploying those incendiaries, pushing them back, making sure they can't be granted access towards the B sites, and Blame F looking for any stragglers, anyone hunting for information, looking to punish.
Defensive smoke here from Jocko. That should buy them plenty of time right now. The rotation from Afro, you can see him flirting with it. Jocko is yet to get a kill here. Need to get him on the board if he want to have any chance of defending this B bomb site, because now that bomb on the back of Config is towards the base of Banana, the low HP Shore. This is Jocko's best chance to get a freebie of a kill here. There's two players who are on red HP.
Very true, Chad. He has got a nice smoke as well, so 30 seconds remaining. They'll have to respect it, I would assume. T's still have 3 smokes, Molotovs available. Config setting up their smoke towards Coffins there. Drops over a Molotov for his teammates, who can presumably Molotov first oranges here to smoke for CT. That's for new boxes. And here we go, Jocko, as you mentioned, a great opportunity to find his first couple of kills, potentially excites through the smoke. Confirms the round at least. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. That's a great shot for Blame F. Bomb to be planted, 3 on 2. Config still with a smoke, but he's lost the big man. Blame F goes down.
That was wild. That was a wild connection there from Exercise. Now, Config, 21 points of health here. The plant is great. Team had enough money for a buy in the next, but that's going to help out a little bit more. And now, playing in the smoke, the fade of this. Jack should have him dead to rights here. Spam the center, and Config's going to walk through. They're currently touching. Hello.
Having a cuddle.
Hello, Config. He's denied the bomb. Whoa.
There was a chance.
First oranges, he had to fight.
There was a chance.
Round from Afro and Exercise here. Body did get that opener towards top banana. So a bit more proactive with the defense. Looking for those fights towards B. That's one of the things when defending this B bomb site on Inferno. It's not just about delaying with the utility. You want to make sure you use the utility in your favor to look for exactly these fights. Get the jewels, use the advantage, and Body frustrated about things there. He gets a kill, right? In that type of situation, a one and done, you'd be happy with that.
Guess he saw how blind they were. I was hoping to get at least 2, perhaps, but the follow-up trade came through as the AWP that shut down the B bomb site, and they do indeed pick up the round. Need a lot more where that came from, though, however, as, of course, ASTRALIS still healthy in terms of the economics as the spams continue here, and playing on the front foot, it seems this time. Exercise will be looking for any players jumping up towards Boiler. Got Jax in tow as well, patrolling. So, an interesting setup in the CTs here, looking to deny access towards the apartments. The problem is, though, if one player goes down and it's a clean shot from the Ts, they can almost be guaranteed a double kill. Very difficult to communicate that one. Molotov, not too much of a problem, and this is the moment now. Config suggesting he's aware of their presence, that they try and duck and weave around the bullets here. Zipex coming in as well. They're going to be pincered here. And the kills go in their favor. The beautiful execution, the setup actually works out for them. They've got a 5-on-2. ASTRALIS didn't see it coming.
That's when everything goes right. The players hit the necessary shots. They know that they get 2 1v1s essentially there, right? You know, you get to fight the Halls guy, you get to fight the Boiler guy, and worst case, you can always swing around and help out your buddy. So another round for HEET here as ASTRALIS have already conceded and are looking for the save. We didn't have too many people reach out, but there was one bloke, Henry, he was watching the AFL. You're cultured, you know what AFL is.
Absolutely.
Watching some of the AFL at the moment.
Is he enjoying himself?
Yeah, this was when we were doing the first map, so I don't know if he's still watching now. What else we got here? Let me just have a flick through. So wasn't a lot of people getting activated. I have people in my comments arguing at the moment. Some guy called Nera is really upset about this vac wave. So,
I did see that this morning. Apparently, there's been an update and all the
lots of people banned.
All the big cheats getting banned, which is what you like to see, I suppose.
That is exactly what we like to see.
What's there to be upset about with that?
Well,
what's the conversation? What's the debate?
He just basically, he's just upset with how rife cheating is from his perspective.
Right.
Now I know he's a noob, right? Because when you play in, you know, high-tier Counter-Strikes on the Facets or the ESCAs, the anti-cheats 99.9% of the time make sure we don't have to worry about any you know, anything bad happening behind closed doors. So I can tell this guy literally just plays matchmaking. So it's unfortunate for him, but I'm sure that he can try get out there and play proper Counter-Strike, as we like to call it, Henry.
Proper Counter-Strike. That's our favorite for sure.
Probably a couple people out there feeling that I'm pointing fingers at them. That's okay. If you want to play matchmaking, if you want to play Mickey Mouse Counter-Strike, that's fine with me. You can play Counter-Strike however you want.
I suppose it's not their fault. That's the official offering.
No,
you know?
That's true.
Like that, sometimes you just want to just load up the game, jump in the lobby and get it done without having to use third party, I suppose.
We've been having fun on the third parties.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a lot of fun. We still have that competitive itch to scratch though.
That's true. Because when people ask the question, oh, do you miss competing? I go, well, I don't miss grinding Counter-Strike for 12 hours a day, right, and not really doing a whole lot else, but I do miss getting in the server with a bunch of lads who have the same will to win.
Will to win.
Will to win.
Well, that's what's going to be required from HEET here. If they're going to 2-0 this one, chat, they need to bring this half back. They're 6-4 down, but still early days. They can still win the half 9-6. And buys available. They've got themselves 2 rounds in a row now. So the last of the Astralis Gold, they've got actually pretty weak setup here. Desert Eagles, Mac 10s, Tech 9s, the AK Shaw, and Farley with the AWP. But he's been quieter today. Has to be said. He had his moments in Dust 2, but compared against that game to MOUZ Sports, it's night and day. As we're doing the same setup toward the apartment.
Why not?
I guess you're right. Like, they might not even have a response to it. You can do a deeper Molotov to take care of that.
There's a flash as well that's currently primed. There it comes. Bang. Perfect. And
doesn't work.
Oh, well, just run into my crosshair. That's a nice kill. So is that one. This aggressive stance, it reeks of, just some players who want to get let off the leash here, right? You don't see these type of setups consistently traditionally, and I love that we're getting a little bit of, because it's so annoying. What it does is it forces the T's to make sure that they respect all of these choke points a little bit more.
You would just assume, well, they're not going to run that again. That would just be an anomaly, but they absolutely do, and they get away with it, even while fully blind. I suppose the only angle you have to shoot is that one doorway, pull the trigger, hope for the best, and it works out for them. They find themselves a 5 versus 2. They've barely taken any damage here whatsoever. 40 seconds remaining, and Zipex, not known to be an AWPer, chat, I think that's fair to say, will be creeping on in towards B. This will be one for the history books if they pull this one off.
All right, come on now. It's the Clutch Minister and his sidekick, the Boulder, as they creep with moss all over them slowly in towards the B bomb site here. This would be the rumble that they require, inching forward, peak after peak. 15 seconds. How far will they go? There's the CT smoke. The boost should have them. Jocko, this is your chance for a kill, mate. Your first one, it's on the board. It doesn't get easier than that. Now the hunt is on. Get Flame for the second. Well, Flame's going to get a couple kills.
It was worthwhile. He could have died after the time there, but he will be surviving with the AK-47, and it's the double app setup from HEET. They're finding their 5th. They're closing the gap once again. They're looking like a decent team here today, Chad. If you missed the Dust 2 performance, I suggest you check out the VOD later on. So many interesting setups on the CT side. Aggressive, of course, towards lower B. It was Body and Afro making light work of them as he continues to prove strong here on Inferno. The CT aggression with that AWP, there's been no response so far. And I believe we have pretty much a full eco. Glocks across the board and the saved AK-47 for Blame. Sure, they might be able to get a couple of kills here, but HEET presumably have a 6-6 game.
I like the look of that one. That looks quite easy there.
Going towards balcony, I assume, yeah.
I was watching his latest offering this morning.
Yep.
So I woke up early, but not early enough to go for a walk. So I was like, what am I going to do? Well, I'm going to watch Nada here. And it's always
It's a good
fun.
channel, to be fair.
I think his most recent is about 20 minutes. It's great because...
Follow the Twitter as well. It's every day there's new content in your feed. You see new grenades and stuff.
He's going to love this. He's I think Nat has a full-time job as well. So
he does the best content
on the side.
The best nade content by far. So yeah, check him out. What's the name of the channel?
you've got Nart out here, N-A-R-T,
and Nade's out
here, and Nade's out here, which I think he is, that's become his main. Because following.
There's been lots of creators that have attempted to make CSGO content in that regard, create grenades and stuff, but with the game and the way it is, there's so many updates and things change that they go out of fashion, they don't mess anymore, they simply don't work. And you've got the whole issue of 64 tick versus 128. We'll just talk over this sequence. So it's like, I get it. It's time consuming and sometimes not worth it. You have to maybe even remove the video because it's been outdated, but that guy's still grinding. So shout out to him.
I don't think, like with what he does, right, because it's just showing what the pros are doing, he's been showing a little bit more recently of what his community are getting up to, which some of those ideas have actually been used by pro players, which is quite cool to see as well, that like kind of overlap. But it's just, if you're an analyst or a coach of a team and you just whack that on, you go, oh, this, I haven't seen this, this is how we can use this, we're looking for something like it. All these resources that are available are great.
Just a concept, an idea of how you can slot it into your game and have something that's a little bit more surprising or not traditional, I suppose. And that's always a great one to check out. So yeah, big shout out to that channel for sure. We do have a tactical timeout from HEET after winning 4 rounds in a row. So they're just going to be discussing their options. I don't mind it. We're going to the bookend of this first half. Very important rounds, of course. And they've shown a few different setups here. And presumably ASTRALIS now will have the answer for the apartment's double stack, I would assume. And we'll see whether Afro wants to be repositioned. Maybe get Afro in the apartments this time. A complete change of setup. And time will tell. A couple of AK-47s for them. Galil for Blame F. Their finances have been pretty woeful on Inferno so far. They managed to get a 4-1 lead, but slowly but surely, HEET are coming back into this, looking for the 2-0. That would be a phenomenal, unexpected result if they're managing to pull this one off.
3 more consecutive rounds right now to close out the half. Let's see if they can flow. Let's see if they've got what it takes. Is a bit more harassment this time round. That
you can see, not going to let them do anything towards the apartments. Glaive is spamming them, denying control.
But this is the cool move by HEET. By playing in these annoying positions, it now takes away resources from the banana control available for ASTRALIS. So it's chopping and changing.
Early map control as well. That cost Glaive valuable time, and that could be another kill here. Jax, he'll get him with the wall bang. They're trying to compensate with the double stack once again, but they've changed things up. Same result, though. 5-4 in favor of HEET. And this is looking quite nice. The old bait and switch here. Body just using the half wall, trying to find an advantage, and they have certainly got it. Wow, that's a great setup there. Just using the headshot angle, takes away all the aggro from the bottom. They swing out that AK-47. A phenomenal round there.
Well, they have some really good ideas here, HEET, right? I think the thing is they lack all the solutions that they require to be a complete team. But if the ideas that they have are working and they can run with them, and that's great. That's the playbook. That's what's in their remit right here.
No.
And they're just so worried about these aggressive stances, and it's just a different look this time round. Jocko, now that he's activated, a couple of tidy ones from him. Body, a lot of people have probably been worrying where this guy's been. Well, he's been working his way back to this position.
Yeah.
It was tossed aside many years ago, right?
Absolutely.
And it was hard in the French scene to kind of find a home. It's good to see him working hard with some like-minded lads.
Here we go then. The tactical airstrike is successful. A load of damage inflicted towards ASTRALIS. HEET have the lead now. They're looking great on their CT side.
This is the type of round you can't drop, right? If they want to get this done in 2, if they want to pick up their opponent's map choice, HEET need to convert a round against a couple of Tech 9s, a Deagle, and an AK. Very light util as well. Can get the smoke CT, the smoke coffins, the entry flash, the CT flash, and a nade for good measure. But that's a great molly. It's going to send him wide. Jocko needs to make up for Afro's death, and Body's here as well. Just forcing them into these fights. ASTRALIS will come in contact.
They've lost the AK-47, but it's recovered by Glaive. But that was pretty much all they had. They have 1 smoke and a flashbang remaining. Still a 4-on-3 in favor of HEET. Jax patrolling towards the quad side. Already wants to get a bit more intel, but feeling the pressure from the apartments as well. Not sure whether it's clear. Nice off angle from Exercise. I would say he's good for 1 kill. Whether they deploy the flash there, that's the question. If they do, he could be in a lot of trouble here. Will the swing come in? Definitely does, and he's caught out of position. 3-on-3 now. Jax, though, still with a solid chance. They've spotted him for sure. Can he find the kill required here? 1 would do for the retake. There's a load of damage. They're ducking and weaving, trying to avoid the shots, but it's Glaive that connects in the end, and this is looking dangerous now. Blame F catches the players in CT spawn. You said this was a key round, and ASTRALIS, they're the ones to take it.
Realistically, that was pretty rough around the edges there from HEET. Like, Exercise doubting himself because I think they're worried about an A explode, so he's trying to transition back to side.
I think he got called over by Body. He was saying, I don't feel comfortable here. I'm looking towards quad. They could come apartment, so he's caught in transition here. A terrible spot for him. 3 players to find.
This is bad from Jackson Pitt. Like, he didn't delay and he didn't get a kill. He didn't do either.
Exactly. If he gets one there, the round's possible. It means BlameF wouldn't be comfortable towards the library, but here we go. Final round of the first half, 7-7. Close as you like. Who will be taking the advantage as we take the break? Full buy on either side, and a bit more of a traditional round here, more of a default setup.
You can see how many saves there have been in this map. Not a single player on either side up to double digits yet in the kill department. There's just been so many saves from both teams.
On Vic, but that's about it. So maybe a flashbang set up here. Zafo, the AWP, flashbang comes round, and no commitment just yet, but there it is. Afro strikes first, body there to back him up. The flashbang is beautiful. That's a perfectly played round.
They know that it takes space towards A right now. Glave's going to go looking for something. It's going to be Config to open up on a Jax who's not been doing the best of jobs over towards A by any means. Bit of a leaky boat, this A bomb site here, and now that they found this kill, all the pressure's on Exercise. They've lost the mid to B. This is a shot and a chance for Glaive. He's going to take that as well, so maybe they get the banana kill, sure, but they lose the rest of the map control because their A anchors are just not strong enough here. It's all on Exercise.
He's got a good position. Will they be aware of it, though? They'll be focusing towards the pit, so that first frag is his, no problem. If he gets another, they're in a great position, but only minimal damage inflicted towards Zipex there. It's Body and Afro on the retake now. They've got smokes, flashes, but the AWP for Afro could be problematic.
Oh, dear. The Config's just come in directly behind Body. If he continues on this check,
at least.
It's going to come down to timing here. Afro's also passed him towards short. It's just going to take Config to activate, and he's going to have both of them. They're not going to expect him to be boiler. One's gone apartments, one's gone top mid, and he hasn't had any action on either. So this is Config now to win this round. Steps around, confirms the frag onto Afro, and now it's just Body sticking out like a sore thumb. Zip will take him down. 8-7 for the Danes on their map choice. Looking pretty good.
Looking pretty good indeed. It's still anyone's game. The series is wide open, but Astralis are crawling back into it. We'll take a break and see what they can do with the second half.
Hey Future Pros, back on Inferno, and I wanted to show you the deep mid smoke that G2 popularized. To throw the smoke, get into the corner next to this bench. Aim at the top right corner of this support beam and jump throw the smoke. This smoke will keep the T's a bit further back if they were planning on doing something fast in mid, and will also block some smoke setups the T's like to use. If you have a spare HE, you can use the cover of the smoke to get some really deep nades down mid. This one is too easy, so I don't think you Future Pros need any luck here.
He has been really willing to play with us. Jax has been a major change in our team. We've needed someone with experience, someone that could take the role of second AGL, talk a lot with me, and he's been doing it greatly. Like, he didn't have much time to adapt. he adapted really well to our system, and we managed to qualify in the end at the last moment to the RMR. So yeah, I'm really happy with what he's doing right now in the team.
Welcome back, gamers. Happy Friday to you all. Hope you're having a nice start to your weekend. And if you're joining us just now, what an incredible game we're having. HEET are up a map against ASTRALIS, and we're splitting it right down the middle at halftime. The 2-0, there's still some potential for a chat. Not much, but still some.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I haven't been believing in it this entire game. It kind of feels like we're just going through the motions for an ASTRALIS win. I know that it is only a one-round game at this juncture, but it's the easier side now for ASTRALIS.
It's fair. It's just me trying to be a little bit romantic at the start there.
Well, if they win pistol...
You never know.
If they can get off to a flyer of a start here, look at this. Quick smoke over towards short, going to land. It looks like they were lobbing out one over towards the long side as well, and they're going for a mid to B, but that means they're going towards the stack. The 1xBet odds have drawn ever closer here. And it's a B split, but this is going to be a car crash. Zip is already here. He's going to have the support right now. Config has missed his lines.
Hang on. There is a chance now. Still a formidable defense here set up by ASTRALIS. The Julies towards the well, and we'll see ZipX pick up a frag as well. It's going to be playing F. Oh! Mows them down there. Both guns striking with full effect. It's a 3 versus 1 Afro with almost no chance. With the P250, fortunately no armor, he'll have to do some incredible work. That's where I had to start, but he'll be peppered down there. So ASTRALIS fend them off after a missed shot from Config there.
Yeah, triple swing to get the final kill, but Config, yeah, just got overrun. The smokes that they lobbed out, quite easy. Short smoke and mid-long smoke just to give them the space, but this is great. Put this one in the Julie's highlight reel. Send that one to Blair. I know he loves watching the Julie kills over and over again.
Even that was better than the Zywoo clip, I would say.
Wow, this poor Zywoo clip.
It's definitely getting a name for itself, isn't it?
This is what happens, though. They didn't have to rush things in that situation, did they? But they've quickly tried to clamp down. I understand the swiftness in Counter-Strike, but I don't know. I just feel it's not as... It doesn't work as much as it used to. The shock and awe is gone.
An interesting idea, though. Smoking from T-spawn, a very fast one going straight towards CT spawn, but the CT's more than ready for it. If Config hit the shot, I dare say they completely shut it down, but no force.
It's telegraphed as well. Those smokes are a very clear red carpet. There's no, oh, we're going to run through this smoke, or we're going to actually wrap around A. It's very telegraphed on what the finish is going to be.
ZipX trying to bait in his teammate here. It's going to be Blame F at the bottom. Quite a scary duet, it seems, as Blame F will just be farming cash. MP9's lighting them up. Just one player remaining. Body just trying to deny that fact. Try and buy some time. Bleed out some utility, perhaps, but that's going to be double digits now for ASTRALIS, who are looking to close things out early if possible here. As Chad mentioned, they are on the quote-unquote easier side. And it's their map pick. You'd expect them to look a bit more comfortable. And a buy coming in next round from HEET. But Body just wants to be a nuisance here and run down the clock.
I don't know what type of approach HEET can have here either. We've highlighted it already once this game, but the 3-man starts for ASTRALIS over towards B. Close banana early. They're very persistent in wanting to fight for that control. And then outside of that, if they're tempting over towards A, some faster players, which is what Complexity was trying, is a good way to get that top mid space early. And there, big jumping out, getting the kill. Doesn't want the Glock, you can understand why. And,
yeah, it's fair enough.
We should be getting some AKs out here.
Yoko's gone for the Tech 9 early.
Was it another half buy?
Another half buy, that's curious. You take the full eco into a half buy.
All right, well, I guess they want all their goodies.
Well, they didn't take a tactical timeout, but with Body running around with the Glock for 40 seconds, I guess they got to discuss their options then.
Hand warmer flicking. I haven't seen that before. That's maybe that's like the bottle tossing.
Bottle tossing.
Yeah, you know how they flip the bottle.
I know what you mean. Bottle flipping, yeah.
Flipping.
Yeah.
Flipping, flicking, pushing, running, getting involved. Glaive this time he's in the mix. MP9. Well, just going to continue to do work.
He's now.
Best weapon for the job, really, isn't it?
This is the highlight reels you want. MP9 into dual Bretta spray down. That's real Counter-Strike like that.
Well, I'm glad they did it with a half buy as opposed to a full gun round. Throwing up banana and dying to 3 players that are going to be there from ASTRALIS every single round.
So, Chad, they've got 3 MP9s. You had the opportunity then to buy up with AK-47s, Galils. You would have been up against SMGs across the board pretty much, not a single M4. I guess you still will be going forward, but that seems to me the perfect time to strike.
I think there's some bigger issues in the fact that there's been no damage really in the last couple of rounds either, so they're just sitting pretty. they're going to have so much cash going forward for the remainder of this half. Astralis, unless they lose consecutive gun rounds, should be good. That's a nice shot from Afro. We'll give him some respect on the name here for the Deagle 1-on-5. 62 points of health, 55 seconds on the clock. 6 bullets ready to fire.
If he gets another kill, that will yield a plant. So he's actually got that plant down. So very good work, all things considered. Didn't have a lot to work with. A 1v5 gets a kill on the plant. That's an extra $800 per player. And the defuse will be no problem, of course. But I guess in one respect, Config going down at least boosts their chances. He can drop the AWP perhaps and swap with Farley.
Sure.
That might be an idea, a concept at least. I would say that's the correct approach. Just have that nice sniper. You get the FORMATOS.
Someone, Henry, was very unhappy with my matchmaking take. They took the time using a Club Penguin email to send me an email.
Okay, what did they say?
I instantly blocked and deleted it.
Ah,
yeah,
they went for the email approach.
Yeah, we didn't have a Twitter or anything. But I'm really not interested in their opinion, unfortunately. So we ended it there.
Oh, I say we are actually dropping the majority of the SMGs here. So not interested in a bonus round themselves. We'll see those littering CT spawn. They'll bring out the M4s here. No AWP to speak of, but Afro, he's certainly got one. And just suggesting they've still got the MP9s, I suppose. Glaive just firing off some shots. So yeah, come on in. We've only got the SMGs, as you know. But huge round here. So much money farmed as well, I suppose. Doesn't really matter.
Flash is good. Flash is good here. Jocko, the jumping shot onto Zip there. Hang time way too long, and they're into B. That's something a lot of teams haven't been successful with against Astralis here. So both kills, a smoke towards CT, and they should be ushered across. Config's rotated in time. They haven't pounced on the opportunity here.
He doesn't have a whole lot to work with. It's a single flashbang as well. Is there anything at spawn? I don't believe so. This is his only opportunity, but my God, does he ever rise to the occasion? A double kill now. That brings the round right back in their favor.
Flash didn't look very good either in that situation, right? It looked like they avoided it, and now just giving away opportunities here. One spot atop mid, the bomb can be scooped up, but the defensive utility that I can see on the radar getting thrown to B means they definitely want to go back to A, and Config's already here to spoil the day, sully the party, and well, Jax, he's going to run in. He's going to attempt it here, but he's had a rough go of things on Inferno. Needs to hit some bangers, and spam down range is not it. Config, the man of the moment here.
Very, very well done from Mr. Config. It looked like he was down and out. They lose a couple of kills towards the banana area, but he rises from the ashes, gives him the double kill required. He only had a flashbang to operate with as well, standing in the open. Stands and delivers. As have a look at the replay. That was a great little sequence here from Jocko and Body. Game full banana control, but Afro dropped. Config gets 3 kills there and finishes things off as well. Nice off angle to close out the round. Frustrating finish there for HEET, but they still have a buy available. Loss bonus starting to spiral, a maximum loss bonus now as we get into the next round. Action already occurring here. Double kill. Blame F getting a taste of his own medicine there with double HEs.
Okay, well, this is an opportunity here. If there is going to be a chance for HEET, they have to convert around like this with an opening. The previous was great, but saw that they didn't look convincing whatsoever after the early exchange. Pestering towards top of banana here. They will send Zip out between the legs back in towards the site. Config flirting with that rotation, and it will stall them out with a single smoke for now.
Oh, nice work.
Fair enough.
Upgrades from the pistol to the M4 on the roof. Just about clambers up there. Fortunately for Zipex, though, no utility on his side, and has got a bit of backup here and forming the flashbang. This could be confirming at least the top of banana is clear, but could be fake info because Jocko was aware of that. He's calling for his teammates to come back now, suggesting they might think it's clear and they can fully execute here. I say fully. They only have a couple of smokes and one flash. There'll be no Molotovs into the mix.
It should be enough if they can trade efficiently as a unit here. Trying to sell a fake on A. Exercise with the extinguish is applying pressure. Config is now over to help out the teammates. It is going to be all on Zip here. Now, if they do smoke him off, well, they only have one available now. I guess they just have to contact in.
Yeah, they don't even have a flashbang, so he'll have to look for the early kill. Brings it back to a 4-on-4. Lots of damage being inflicted here. 3-on-3, Body down to 7, and he'll be on planting the bomb. Can he avoid the spray? He certainly can. Back up from Afro now. And Exercise looking for the back stab.
He's going to have to do it all here on the HP. The other two of them looking to boost on up here towards the back of sight. Oh, if that was spotted, they're in so much trouble, but it wasn't. It wasn't. They're ahead. Afro, great kill from him. Glaive, he's gone, and now it is just Farley. That nade be well placed. It could guarantee him a kill definitely here, and he's still going to try the luck. Exercise will be calling. He's not coming through spawn. Has to be from the coffin's position, and Body's now been notified towards that. Ooh, he must know that he could still be around here. Step out. There's no time for the defuse now.
Yeah, it's a nice open plant, so not much he can do with this one. Gives it a go, but Body will be one step ahead of him, and that's going to be the first round Heat have posted in this second half. So well done to them, managing to get the early nade kill towards BlameF as well, so shutting him down with the utility.
This is a really big problem for Heat in a map like this. They didn't get either pistol, right? So the fact that they're going to have to convert a lot of gun rounds, they have to win at least one more gun round consecutively here to break ASTRALIS.
I like the boost. They think well on their feet, Heat. Like unexpected maneuvers, I would say. Time and time again, we saw that double stack towards apartments twice. We saw lots of lower B tunnels. Aggression on Dust too. So you see ASTRALIS caught out more often than not. And the boost wasn't the reason they won that round, but it's just a nice little adjustment to give them the advantage.
Well, Jackson's invested in here with their Mac 10. I'm just going to be checking his spawn to see. That's not even towards the front of the pack here. So I'm not sure if they're aware of what type of buy is going to be on the other side, but he doesn't have the best weapon for the job. Fortunately, Glaive only has an MP9 as well. Head armor on 3 of the ASTRALIS players.
Pretty much all hangs on this round, I would say. Both teams are broken. If Heat can win this and get a 12-9 scoreline, they'll put ASTRALIS on an eco, and then they've got a real chance of actually taking the map. If they lose it, however, it's 13-8. It's a very different storyline, and they'll be on an eco themselves. So with the Mac 10, as you mentioned, we'll see what Jax can do. It is a serviceable weapon on Inferno, lots of tight choke points, and Molotovs and smokes exchanged towards B, of course.
See the util that's coming out here from Heat to make sure that they can't get pestered with the aggression is that smoke. There's no way the CTs are going to test their luck, so they sit.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they had seemed to find a solution, but those nades were perfect. They will get this banana controller. Great adjustment from ASTRALIS here. Retake util being lobbed out as well, and it has to be respected. The responses are here. You bang on. They are thinking correctly in these scenarios. Half wall util comes out. Okay, we boost logs. We molly over towards pool. Yeah, so they have the answers. Definitely have the responses required.
Yeah, lots of little tricky maneuvers, and they've got themselves back in a winnable scenario at least. So losing Jocko early, frustrating, but that does happen with the bombardment of utility towards that side of the map. They still have a minute, 2 smokes, and a Molotov as Afro controls underpass. He can deploy a smoke from there if required, and they'll go towards the apartments now. And in terms of the A bomb site, it's pretty open. Config deep in towards the arch, rotating towards the bomb site now. Glaive, with that MP9, he'll be watching the apartment. So he gets a bit of backup in this respect. Obviously, Incendiary doesn't have to watch that for a good 7 seconds.
And the smokes had just come out as he deployed that, so he has a very good idea that this is coming. He's going to use his own smoke through the gray screen into an MP9. Nice. That is when nobody wants to find themselves here. They might have to reroute. Something to slink up short now. The bomb is committed to this. They need to group up as a team. The trade potential, it doesn't really exist here. It's Body just lurking forward. Spotted one towards Library. Glaive runs out of the pit here. Still need to deal with the side player of Config. He can win this on his own, and he's going to go down. Body. What a massive round.
I think he might have spammed the chicken, thinking it was a player beforehand, and gave away his position almost. He heard the footstep, the chicken swung around, and Body ended up getting 3 kills.
I'm telling you, we've seen it a couple of occasions here with these chickens being a real issue.
I know. It's the only map where the chickens are available in competitive play, if you're not aware. I'm not 100% sure, but he fired at nothing, and it was just a chicken that came on his screen. I want to see the replay, but he gave up his spot. He fired before they even swung around on his position.
Kill all the chickens, guys. When you see them, I know that we're like, oh, protect the chickens, this, that. If they give you away in any situation, if they're while you're focusing on your crosshair and one comes across your screen.
I tell you when it's the most annoying, when you're AWPing on CT side in apartments and one just runs up the stairs and you just pull the trigger. And like, I'm not 100% sure that's the reason, but he fired maybe through the sound cues, but as the moment the chicken came around, obviously on high alert. And there we have it. Heat will pick up yet another round. We go into number 22 here. That's 2 in a row for them. Very well done. They were on the back foot. Glaive went down. He did a load of damage, though. That spray down from the bomb site could have been enough.
Well, the problem I have here is, even though, here we go. The Glaive comes out of pit. That's a nice kill. Steps forward, knows the library player's there. Kills that individual, and okay, well, Body's cleaned house into the side there, and ooh.
No punching, that's one of the rules.
We're going to bring some boxing gloves for everybody tomorrow if we keep seeing those actions. Now, what I was trying to build to with Heat, they should convert around like this, but I do have hesitations because towards the tail end of the first half, felt like they could have been good for a 9-6 half in their favor, but they fumbled against an AK and a couple of upgraded pistols. This is another one of these rounds they can't give away too much. This is for confidence, and they picked the right bomb side at least.
It's a very nifty little boost towards the back of the B bomb side there. No one's pre-aiming it. You've got a nice couple of seconds to get an early headshot. You can avoid utility as well if you're lucky. but it's mid-control. That's been granted here. And, Exercise, make sure you have a nice deep check of that corner, which he does. That could have been very problematic. He gives up a rifle to Config there. Sounded like he had a helmet as well.
Well, it's all good. No problems here, because Zip's just going to hold on to this M4. The other 3 of them are probably going to look for an exit kill and try and upgrade into an AK if they can. But this is double digits now for HEET. Competitive game.
You're not believing yet. I can tell by the tone of your voice.
I'm not believing
You're just completely refuting it. It's not going to happen. I can tell. You don't have to tell me. That's fine. I'm sort of getting on my feet, though.
Well, while we have this bit of downtime here, Henry, everybody at home, if they want to get involved, we have had this segment reoccurring on the show. Henry and I want you to get involved by tweeting at us using the hashtag ESL Pro League. But if you want to use the hashtag ESL Pro League as well as the hashtag EPL Hot Takes, we've been taking your hot takes at home. We bring them up on the tweets. The desk will
cover
off.
Can you give an example of a hot take? So,
me saying that people should play Face It and ESEA instead of matchmaking because it's an FPS game. And
I think that's a fair take, to be honest.
Yeah, but apparently a hot take.
And until we're given a better official option, I feel like that's the only choice. But yeah, maybe there's a hot take.
Why complain about
a divisive take, perhaps?
Well, yeah, but why complain about something that there's solutions for?
I guess because you maybe have to pay money for the other services you don't want to be paying.
Take out a loan, I guess.
Take out a loan, sell a skin.
Stop having avocado on toast, right? Isn't that what the boomers keep telling us about buying
avocado
properties?
costs about €3 these days, so yeah, that's fair enough. Like,
I'm sounding old. I am sounding old. But, submit your hot takes. The desk might decipher them if they like them. Or I would assume if they don't like them, probably.
Probably. So, another gun round here. 2 rounds in it. 12-10 to Astralis, but on the back foot in terms of maps. They gave Dusty up in quite a convincing manner to HEET, who looked fantastic. They really looked strong. They were prepared, and
this is a good call.
Rigid.
If they explode right now onto A, this is a good call. The rotation point from B is still far away. Exercise caught off by the flashes. Maybe a miscomm there. That's not pretty. They're making their way into the side. They need to clear this. Shoko needed to flick around, head on a swivel. Not to be the case. They've been stalled out here. This pounce, it had legs, but not anymore.
Yeah.
Off at the knees. Everybody's gone down.
Not what you love to see if you're a HEET fan there. You could see maybe one step ahead of the teammates head towards apartments, trying to find some space, but couldn't find the shot. Bali then given plenty of opportunity, the perfect position just to mow them down one by one. You can see him finding that kill towards Exercise, then repositioning. This was a great spot, but there's no utility towards the pit, really. They've got full vision, crossfires enabled. You can see them just having to turn on a swivel on the T side, and that's a frustrating finish for them. But still, another buy available. Astralis in touching distance are taking us to a third.
How does the tone in my voice sound now?
About the same. You're quite smug, perhaps, I would say.
Well, because I know what's going to happen. This is the regular script. HEET got the win on their map pick.
I know.
We're going to end up, Astralis is going to squeak this one out, maybe 16-12, maybe even just 16-10 at this point. Then we're going to go on to Nuke. And it's fine. And once we get to Nuke, Astralis are going to win, and the result we're all expecting is... I'm trying to curse it, Henry. Let me keep cursing. Let me keep cursing. My powers, I'm using them for good and evil simultaneously here. KRL's been on the phone. He said, listen, Chad, we need to win today. So I'm cursing Astralis here for the French.
Ooh. That's a stunner of a shot from Config, taking matters into his own hands there. Another nifty boost towards the bottom of Banana. This time not on the logs, right down there at the bottom. Gave them the man advantage. It was a 5-on-3, right up until Config got stuck in there with the AK. So still the advantage for HEET. They have plenty of utility. Can't say the same for the CTs. They have 1 smoke remaining now, but
flash, peek.
Off-wall and a good flashbang is going to convert into a kill towards Afro now. So presumably have to go towards A, off angle for Glaive. And that's going to be an easy pickup, and he can drop the incendiary call for the rotations.
Yeah, just no threats here in the mid-round. HEET look real sloppy in these mid-round situations. It's getting picked apart. They sit and they wait for the regress, but they lose the fights in those situations. And we are heading for the logical conclusion now.
Yeah, you might be right at this stage. There is somewhat of a buy available for HEET, but not much. It'll be 2 players on AKs and armor, Tech 9s, Mac 10s, and they'll take their final timeout here as well, just to discuss their options. This was the game changer. Completely destroyed their Config. Just eviscerates that player towards the second mid position. Glaive dropping the incendiary, forces out another smoke. They come through a gray screen. That's all she wrote. So HEET will not be buying into it just yet. They still have a good 5 seconds to discuss their options. The coach will be scrambling to work out what the best protocol is.
actually do something, I would say. In the round where they got the 2 kills top Banana, and then they lost the round because Config got a 4 kill, and then this one here. They actually could have been in this game if it wasn't for those 2 rounds, but this is showing the inexperience of this team. Maybe Yanko and Kasai can break down what they should have done instead, or what could have been better options here, because those 2 rounds, they have severely misplayed them, allowed ASTRALIS to dictate the flow when they were in the number disadvantage scenario.
So, just a partial purchase into this one. The pistols you might expect, the Deagles, the Tech 9s, the P250s, and maybe just a straight up B play here. Battling for the control towards the top of Banana, but Blame F, he can't believe his luck. Given another opportunity to spray them all down, but only good for 1. So a rifle picked up at the very least, and not too much damage inflicted. I said that Jax is down to 7, but they'll get away with it. They'll take a 4 and 4 to kick things off and upgrade to an AK-47.
They just group up and go somewhere together now and try and press their luck instead of spreading out across the map and allowing ASTRALIS to flash and peek and kill them one at a time. They might have a chance in this round, Henry, but if they keep doing what they've been doing, it's not going to work. And now, because they only have 1 rifle, maybe they will actually play as a pack.
We'll see. They'll go for the contact play towards middle, but it's absolute brutality as Config mows them down there, looking comfortable, looking like the map is done. Nuke is on the menu, and HEET, they might have to skip this one up.
It doesn't matter if they're separate or together. They're just going to keep getting owned here. This was great from Config. Look, and the teamwork, you'd love to see it. Farley, he's just as responsible for these kills here as Config is. That flash coming forward, Config just to be the one to line him up on the crosshair. So up to 20 kills now, Config, another good performance from him.
Well, it has to be said as well, Chad, HEET's still getting double digits here. At least they're not getting smashed 16-4 like their opening games here at Pro League. They are getting better and better as the tournament evolves for now. Another boost. Worked out well before. It's Afro up there this time and doesn't quite hit the shot. That was a very important one. They're going to stand a chance to take us a little bit further. ZipX will find 2 frags into round number 26. 5 on 3. Might as well start packing it up. What's the response? That is looking for any aggressive CTs right now. Not very active on the French side. They've been battered and bruised the last few rounds. That's going to be 3 in a row for ASTRALIS. Very confident rounds as well. Looking like their old selves again.
They have full banana control and currently, well, until that smoke landed, full mid control. So that is the only drama. But look at this. The door swings open. Blame keeps pushing, and this banana aggression is going to secure the round. There's just one man standing. Body, he's been good. He's going to have to be great. 1 kill, turns it into 2. Noseclave's on the other side of this smoke. The spam, he's going to chase him down on the reload. He does have the space here, but they should have a very good idea where he's coming from as this next fight. His body does fall. The in-game leader will pick things up. 16-10. ASTRALIS bounce back after a lackluster Dust 2 and set themselves up to close things on Nuke. A much better performance here.
A much better performance, absolutely, but still competitive. I think that's the important factor as well. HEET have put their best foot forward this morning. They've got a map under their belt, but it all comes down to Nuke. How will they fare? Well, you'll have to find out after this break.
Got us a nice 8-7 first half, which did ultimately lead us into an Astralis victory here. 16-10 on the second one, Inferno. After losing the first on Dust 2, we now look towards Nuke as the third and final decider, of course. How we got to this point? Well, we're going to find out. Kassad and Yanko are on the case, some of the best detectives Counter-Strike has to offer. Speaking of which, speaking of wisps, no, all seriousness, we actually have a third map on our hands now.
Yeah, completely different phase from Astralis in both halves, especially in the CT one. We saw that aggression all the time, and I believe, like, you know, once they got into the comfort zone and the map they're like feeling better on, we see the clear difference between these two teams.
Yeah, they definitely tightened up their game. You know, it wasn't really individual performances that got them through, just good team play, good team Counter-Strike, and something that we saw yesterday in the MOUZ game. We saw it today against HEET as well. The banana control on the CT side is just very, very good for Astralis. That used to be, you know, their signature sort
bread
of...
and butter.
Yeah, bread and butter. What?
You said banana control, right?
Yeah, this is the pistol.
Oh, yeah, never mind. Wrong.
Don't interrupt me anymore.
I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I thought it was a
game, Trace.
Okay, yeah. So basically, what happened here was Astralis turned on the gas, right? They turned it up a little bit, and then they got into the car, and then they drove it wherever they needed to. 16-10's a scoreline that I can.
It doesn't make any sense
and
whatsoever what you just said.
Why? You know what? Honestly, I got this a little backwards. I thought we were looking at the banana control first, but we can get there. That's fine.
The thing is, like, when we discussed the banana control, I wanted to point out to people that are going to be downloading this demo and watching it, and the demo from yesterday, it's very different. Like, against MouZ, they went super deep multiple times, you know, and then they're going to that little corners left and right. But against HEET, it was a different approach. It was a kind of semi-aggression, but still aggression at the same time. I believe that has to do with, you know, the offense that you're facing on banana, and something that Astralis has been doing a really good job of in the past, what, 3-4 years, is controlling the pace there and understanding what kind of offense is coming towards them, what kind of type of utility early on. So they need to decide when they want to do the retake or they want to go for the full aggression. So it kind of decides on based on the T side of how they approach their banana control, and then you decide what kind of aggression you want to do it. Astralis was pretty good in those situations yesterday, today as well, and you know it got them into a position where they're 1-1 right now.
It's always like a cat and mouse sort of a game when it comes to banana control, right? Like, you're trying to figure out how is it that your opponents want to do it so that you can counter them, and sometimes you just have to be reliant on reads in freeze time, right? Like how you're going to open up the round when you're starting it on the CT side. And both yesterday and today, Astralis was getting some really good reads when it comes to that.
Yeah, big part of the reason why they won yesterday and today as well.
Yeah, and if you look at a map like Inferno, it's one of those that can actually, you know, you can draw rounds out to their very completion there. You talk about timelines, smokes drop, and this, that, and the other.
Unlike Dust 2, right? The Inferno is just more strategic in a way, and then you can Astralis on their T side, they can control the rotations and force the rotations of the CTs, and then decide what's the best way to go about it in the late round. So I think that's one of the reasons why we saw like Astralis winning, and not just today, just many other Infernos in the past, God knows how many years, where they decided they did only that and exactly that. So right now, like I said, it's a clear difference in quality between these teams, and we go back to the beginning of the segment where we went through the veto and said like the Astralis got a better deal of on the table, right? So they have Nuke right now, and it's again a good map for them, comfort map, and it's going to be hard for it.
And also something that seems to be the case for Pro League is that Astralis' T sides have been looking better, right? That was where some of their main issues were in the first part of the year, really, right? CT side would still work a good amount of times, but on T side they weren't able to put up the numbers, right? Which was very strange considering obviously you have Glaive on the team, but then also Blame, right, who was the in-game leader for Complexity. So it's a good sign for them that they've kind of figured it out. And again, I really like the fact that they've seemed to have gone back to Inferno Nuke as their two main maps that they pick and they play. That was always Astralis' strong suit. So
to tag along to your point, you can see the first Nuke they played here, Astralis, they won 9 rounds on T side. Yesterday they did win only 4, but the point was like there was a lot of close rounds, you know, lots of like back and forth,
no pistol.
Yeah, and no pistol. So and then on Inferno today it was 8 rounds on T side. So yeah, T sides have been working. Like there is a lot of strength there for Astralis, and it could be a deciding thing on the decider map, right?
The deciding thing on the decider map, well, that's none of us, but it will be in the server. It's going to be HEET and ASTRALIS. We're going to return with that third and final one. You know it's going to be Nuke, and we're going to find out who walks away with a W here. Would be a big one for HEET. You got to admit, and ASTRALIS down 1-2 in the group, well,
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the fan club showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
What they gonna say? They acting like they never see me. I live to see another day. I know that they wanna beat me. This world is pretty evil. I'm a part of it. Thank goodness I wasn't really the start of it. They call me illegal. I like the thought of it. I live reckless, sorta like the college kid. Like the ego, yeah, I'm dominant. Thank goodness I wasn't really the opposite. They call me illegal. I like the thought of it. I live reckless, sorta like the college kid. In the city, man, you could put me to the test. Let me get it on my chest, man, I'm out here with the best. Yeah, I'm looking for leverage, dog, I ain't looking for rest. At the city, I'm a bat, I guess you could say I'm blessed. I got what you need, this is what I play, what I play. Let me plant the seed, see what I see, what I see. Ain't no questioning. To the other back, yeah. If you disagree, head straight to the back, My trophies, I'm fine. Day one's on my side, close to my back. Building my strength to G, nobody stopping me. Gonna say la vie. This world is pretty evil, I'm a part of it. Thank goodness I wasn't really the start of it. They call me illegal, I like the thought of it. I live reckless, sorta like the college kid. Like the ego, yeah, I'm dominant. Thank goodness I wasn't really the opposite. They call me illegal, I like the thought of it. I live reckless, sorta like the college kid.
Welcome back. ESL Pro League and Counter-Strike is back on the menu, Chad. All day, fragging available here, and it all starts with Game 1, Astralis versus HEET. We're going into the third map. It's going to be Nuke. There will be a knife run, I suppose, but it's not looking good for the HEET side, is it?
No, a little bit flat there on that T half of Inferno. And look, there's CT side. They could have had a couple of extra rounds there. Now, this is the third and deciding map. You mentioned the knife round, sure, and that's already been, well, decided. Astralis have come out on top, and they will be opting to start here on the CT side. So things are not going to get any easier for HEET. It's going to be quite a difficult task for them to post some T-side rounds here against a team like Astralis, but as we say, hope dies last, and if they can kick things off with a bit of a bang, a pistol round could set them in the right direction.
Thing is, this is very familiar territory for Astralis, and it's not one of those maps that has many of those gimmicky plays, those boosts they can look over, like we saw in Inferno, double stacks in the apartments, etc. Astralis will be one step ahead of them at all times. So quite a dominant performance there in the second map. We'll see if they can replicate it in the third and return us to regular broadcasting here, as we'll see now. HEET starting on the T side. We've got one flashbang, a P250, Chad, a couple of them. Any dualies to speak of?
No, well, yeah, Glaive, actually, of course. Somebody's going to get him, and this time around it's Glaive. We've seen him wield them to success. Going to be a flash available for Farley and a smoke in the hands of Config here as well. So equipped right now are Astralis as they trundle out of spawn. These P250s likely to see these joust for position over towards Yard. Body lobbing out an early smoker, and there's a couple of flashes. And we've seen from a few teams, well, a smoke just like this. They're actually going to get up the standard wall. And as long as they can cross over towards red box, they should be able to get themselves down secret without any worries whatsoever.
Well, let's see if they can do it. It'll be difficult to spam them through just a USP, but one bullet connects at least. That's towards body. And a 76, but overall pretty successful. Everyone for HEET has made their way down towards the lower bomb. So we've seen Config down here a few times. Sometimes gets everyone, sometimes gets no one. We'll see.
This is was good for MOUZ. Oh, Jesus. Wrist breaker right there, and another one click from Config. Okay, sometimes he gets none, sometimes he gets them all. Definitely the latter this time round.
Yeah, that was very impressive, and he might have something else left in the can here. It's going to be a very impressive sequence. Back to a 3-on-2, though. A slight chance for HEET, but they're running out of space. They are being overwhelmed as Jack's patrolling towards the vents, trying to find any sort of point of access here. Body with the bomb on his back as well. Like we said, he was tagged up at the start, down to 44. Waiting towards single door, going to try and cross over, but Blame ready and waiting. Poise with the USP, actually gets caught off. So is that going to be the bomb going down? We'll see. It's actually Jax who's there on the bomb side, not Body.
Oh, well, Body's in towards the window now. That bomb has been spotted. He's been peppered down even lower. 6 points of health, and Jax is going to have to hit an absolute blinder here. Getting wrapped on right now from Glaive. The awareness is there for Jax, but the timing maybe not as he scooted towards the front of the site. Now his back's turned, and the Julies, they just have to land the last bullet, and they will. Body, they're trying to hightail it up the vent. The race is on, and oh, lucky to be alive. Up the vent he slides, hopes for the aggression, but that's given time to these Heaven players, and I don't think he'll even get the plant here. Poor Body. Left with a bit of a red face there. Well handled, but you have to say, stylish scenes from Config turns that round into cream.
So, it's all down to Config there. A brilliant first shot there.
So tidy, isn't it?
So nice. And then the second was absolutely spectacular as well. Manages to get 3 in total. The round a little bit closer than you might expect, but no plant. And 1-0 for Astralis. It will be HEET with the full eco coming into round number 2. As we don't see much more than a Desert Eagle and a P250. So in terms of rifle watch for Astralis, 3 of those, a couple of MP9s in the mix as well. And Body just trying to use the aforementioned Deagle towards the silo position, see if there's any cheeky 1-digs available.
It felt very defaulty against MOUZ, right? Their approach to the game didn't have the same nuisance that Floppy provided when we covered the Astralis versus Complexity game. Floppy was causing some real issues with his vent dives. I'm not sure if HEET are going to have a similar port of call here as far as...
Don't mind this.
Their operating capacity. Yeah, I'm just curious what they're getting up to here. Is it just to use the elevated position to get them as they swing back out?
They try and get down towards lower. They can catch a rotation kill perhaps, I suppose, but didn't work out, so guess that won't be happening.
No, it was a curious attempt. But do you remember when there used to be, so this is a bit of history for everybody because this is a nothing round, in that position where you saw those players boosting, there used to be 2 massive yellow silos. You remember those?
Yeah, absolutely. You could actually tuck in beneath it or boost on top of it as well, right? Yeah, it was a really difficult boost to get up there, but yeah, you're dead on as Ali makes light work of them. Was it viable in pro play? Could you actually get up there consistently?
Yeah, I know we used it in Source. The thing with super boosting was it was so rare, right? To be able to do it, it was like the perfect storm of the peak of at the peak to hit the jump, so you get the extra bit of acceleration.
Just as that jumping, and you had the apex of yours, and then it could jump off your head one more time and get up there.
Sometimes you would even get like this crazy, kind of like we use run boosting now, but you get a bit of upward acceleration in a similar fashion. But if you could get up there, then you could also tuck in and be on that pipe, and that pipe would go all the way like down the back. It was very rare to see it used, but definitely a cheesy play, and always good for one as a minimum.
Well, we were looking out for those sort of plays from Heat. We'll see if they've got any more boost up their sleeve, though. For now, it's going to be an upper rush, and they might actually have a chance. This opening frag, Config incredibly blind on the bomb site. It's up to Glaive now. He's being surrounded by these Tech 9s. He's good for one. Whoa, it's not looking good at all. Zipex just leaps into the bomb site and goes down. Just blame it for remaining. That's an upper rush chat that's worked out very well for them.
I think you thought it was the Bath Water Mediterranean Sea outside, just diving head first. It's great out there, not so much in that top site.
Yeah,
well handled here. And this is Heat with the interesting buy pattern again, right? They just went for pistol upgrades last round. Then this round they go for something a little bit more something. And then now they're going to find themselves in a full gun round next round off of the back of this. So it is curious, right? We saw similar scenes on Dust 2. They won the pistol, then they did that B rush. So interesting that pace is a big factor of Heat's game here.
Well, we've seen lots of upper rushes on Nuke be successful with teams like Complexity, but it's all about the flashbangs. You can see Config with nothing to do there, and Glaive, it's such a frustrating position. When you're being surrounded, you can feel them encroaching from every angle around you. Did well to even get one, but there we have it. Heat are on the board here, and it's now the eco for Astralis. They've got the M4 for Blame, but that is about it.
Yeah, a lot of belief here for Blame. He's invested heavily right now, so they're going to have to hope he can get a kill or two out of this. Otherwise, it's going to be all for naught. And there you go, down the vent. So this is going to be a highlight of the half. Against Complexity, Zip was tasked with going down there and just watching the vent at start of rounds to try and put a leash on Floppy, but got to put a leash on Afro right now. Up and over, finally goes down. The spam through is great from Afro. This individual, I definitely saw some murmurs after the first game or two for Heat, and they're like, oh, look, these guys, you know, they're online, you know, they're not performing so well. They're just getting comfortable to the environment, right? There's so many more broad expectations on these players now. And once upon a time, it never used to be like that. People would understand you have to start getting to your first few events. You have differences in scale of events. Getting just your feet in for land, getting your feet wet, that's half of the battle.
Well, they certainly are making a decent go at it here against Astralis. Picking up that first map, and now on the third.
Flames here.
Tie things up.
So Zip, Henry. Both of them are here. That's a nice shot. That M4 from Rab can activate the second, and it's going to take down Jax. They know that the bomb was over towards a single door and trying to get ahead of it right now. Up the vent again. The race is on. We've seen this one before. Body.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah, this is the perfect play. This is the perfect play.
Real nice response here. Blame doesn't opt for the heaven laterally, so it might be one step ahead of this.
If he looks up.
Which he doesn't.
They do say don't look up.
Yeah, true. They do say that. But for now, Blame F with no kits, no utility. Like you said, he invested a lot into this round. It's not the most exciting thing to say, but I dare say he should just be saving the M4 for the buy going forward, and that's what he'll do.
All right. Well, tidy round from Heat. Get it across the line here. There was moments of worry, but all in all, they'll handle it with the right response. This is the thing, you're going to, not every round you're going to keep everybody alive here. It got dicey because of the Zip Deagle and the Blame M4, but then as soon as they were under that threat, they just rotated accordingly, and they make sure to secure this second round of play, avoiding any more threat in the round.
Round 5 is coming up, and we have got a bit of a timeout for now. We'll see if it's tactical or technical. I think it might be
tactical.
Latter. Oh, it is.
Yeah, Astralis have taken a timeout here to discuss their options.
Well, they did save the M4, and they should be buying up regardless here. So no harm, no foul for Blame F, who manages to hold on to his cash, can reinvest with the utility as well. But I suppose it's up to Farley whether he wants to buy the AWP, Chad. He's only got 5K, so it would be glass cannon territory.
Lots of talking from Glaive here. An awful lot of chit-chat there, just giving the marching orders. Now Config Blame starting to chime in. It won't be the AWP. They're actually operating here with Farley on the rifle, so valuing the utility here. Glaive is going to be operating with an MP9 and Config into a FAMA. So it's a buy. There's a kit in play. The util's there. Be a great round to win here to get those upgrades into AKs.
See what they can make of it. Round 5 is underway. It's Heat looking to make a dent here on their T-side campaign. So far, so good. Haven't been completely smothered in the early stages. They've kept things level.
It's the most important time of the game for them, right? Because if they can win this, they can build a healthy bed of rounds here early in the T half.
True. against the FORMATOS and the MP9. Could be a chance here. Both teams spamming towards those squeaky doors, and it's Afro who's feeling brave up against Zipex, an iconic RAM player. He's seen it all, Chad. I think that's fair to say, but right now, holding the headshot position, just one kill, drop off, that's the dream. He knows it as well as Afro encroaches on his position. Here comes the peek. Gets the dink, and that's the AK coming out on top. So, advantage for Heat, good Molotov as well. There's no rotation in from Farley, so they take a lot of damage there, but it's going to be Jocko just presenting some sort of presence there.
This is where I'm the most worried, though. The mid-rounds on Inferno, when they had number advantages, were very poor. Very, very poor. That's a nice molly there. It's going to force Farley a little bit wider on the beam. CT vent cleared as well. Exercise is just going to stroll on out and take down Glaive. It's just this position of Farley they have to account for. And, well, combined, Config and Farley are going to get 3. Afro's drawn one back, but it's still a 2-on-2, and the drop off the hut will be heard into the MP9. And that's not the weapon for the job. He's going to get him out of dodge, and now it's blame from the heavens. He has been spotted, mollied out as well. The nade, it's not bad. The kill, even better. Afro has to clutch up.
He doesn't plan.
Fakes it. He wants to take the fight if he can rumble Farley somehow. There's a way into this round, but time is the biggest issue. He's going to have to clear Squeaky now. It's down the vent. They can just chase him. They can just hunt him. He has to plant. That's the only way he can
Farley
win.
can sacrifice himself, right? So he can plan, but at what cost? Farley's just going to be running in. Even if he dies, it's round over. So a plant at least. It was looking quite good for Heat, though. But you said that a few times on Inferno, to get the advantages in the round would just melt in front of their eyes as ASTRALIS steal it back. Interesting that Farley had to go for the MP9, a downgrade in the mid-round. But I guess instead of the reload, wanted to pick up a weapon that was available to him.
Okay, well, that's how Exercise gets an easy one there, but this is the issue. The molly that they threw in initially was to deal with that position, but it only forced him further back. It didn't mean that there was nobody there, so broad assumptions being made from Heat here, and it will come back to cost them. But they can buy again, and ASTRALIS is still on the ropes. They only had 2 survive, so the cash not flooding just yet.
Still anyone's map, that's for sure. Incendiaries thrown over. Only the first smoke so far for the T side, so we'll have to throw the second manually if they want to use it. 4 players towards Outer. Not looking too good. They're running out of time on the first smokes. They need to get their skates on if they're even going to get close to crossing.
Oh, here comes the second wave of U2 here, so kind of bait ASTRALIS into a false sense of security. They knew what was coming. Blame seen one cross. Ali as well can hear these steps as they do just quite easily get across.
Love to see that.
That is clearly a missed smoke.
Yeah.
So they get the territory regardless.
They got away with it, and they didn't necessarily see how many players were there, but for now, 4 of them. Oh, first kill as well. Where was that? That's some exercise.
Yeah, he was out towards Yard, Farley, so maybe coming in towards main. They now know the pressure's coming. Zips on the rafters in the side. It's Glaive for next contact, but Config's gone down top. They might want to reconsider this. You don't have to go in towards the B bomb site just yet. You know that you have a man on that A bomb site here, and the mulling, there's a lot of miscommunication here. A is clear.
Take it easy, lads. Deep breaths. We've got 35 seconds and a 4-on-2.
Up the vent to A. That's the path of least resistance right now. Be like water.
There we go. Looks like it's under control. And that should be it. It's quite a clumsy round, it has to be said from Heat. Missed smokes and awkward crossing towards Secret, but they got away with it, traded effectively, and Exercise doing God's work towards upper.
Is Farley's body, Henry. I found it for you.
So that's from Squeaky Door, perhaps?
Of main, yeah. So Exercise has actually done a pretty good job over towards this lobby anchor position. There it is. Thank you, Mr. J. Raz. We've got Rushdie 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the 1s through 0s, and we've got Jay bringing you all the context. Level game right now.
Absolutely true. And on the T side of Nuke as well, you kind of fancy the chances of Heat. They've got a long, arduous task ahead of them, but looking pretty good. They're staying competitive, and ASTRALIS will have weaponry going forward as well, the 2 M4s, and they can buy into this a little bit. Both players saving towards the ramp room, but that's a clean one. It's all down to Exercise as well. Very nice kill towards main entrance. Finds Config here on the left-hand side as well. He was 8 HP, so no problem at all. The boost didn't work out, but Glaive didn't stand a chance there. Out of position and out of time.
Well, in this situation now with the 2 saved M4s, Farley could buy one as well. They could have 3 M4s with armor, and then Glaive and Config can have some upgraded pistols. They've picked into the 5-7, and actually Farley won't invest, so saving their cash. Next round is only 1,900 loss bonus. It's going to be a curious couple of rounds here. This can be a building block round right now for Heat. A conversion here, and maybe another half buy in the next for ASTRALIS is a chance to get up to 5. In the first 8 played. That is huge if they can convert, but We know how dastardly these pistols can be, especially the 5.7 towards the squeaky, towards the hut, just spamming away with 20 bullets. It's very scary.
Well, we know Astralis can be mortal on this map, dropping it in overtime, triple overtime to complexity. So plenty of intel out there as to how they play the map, and I'm sure HEET will be looking to capitalize upon that. So, Chad mentioned just the pistols, a couple of M4s, body biding his time. Not trying to give anything away here. He's in quite a precarious spot. We'll drop down some utility for his teammates. Nice catch.
My biggest worry is about if they take too long in a situation like this, because then you see how flustered they are in these mid-rounds.
They're mollying each other.
Their pacing goes out the window, their spacing is non-existent, and right now their clears as well. Jocko turns right in the nick of time. Config will go down, and a couple more kills. Nice from Jax. Haven't had said his name in a long while. 2 big kills to avoid any dramas, and it's poor Glaive here. The last man standing in a 1-on-5 situation. Should have no hope.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. Not really much he can do with this position. He's in towards the hut right now. 5-7. Kevlar, sure, but he's got exercise coming around the corner, and he'll make light work of him. There we have it. It will be HEET taking the lead on the T side of Nuke. Who would have thought? And Chad, the money is still pretty woeful. You mentioned this could lead to a 5-on-3 situation as HEET, they have all the resources they could possibly ask for. They've actually got $7,000 pretty much across the board as well. So Astralis, another partial buy perhaps?
Yeah, they're just going to have to go with some light investments again and hope that they can pick up an early AK here. Zip into a Deagle, the same could be said for Blame. The other 3 are going to be operating with USPs. Again, it's HEET's advantage to squander here. Molly top hut, smokes in towards main. They've got some pace behind this, and as long as the first kill falls in their favor, so will the rest of the dominoes. Jocko draws first blood, and behind the smoke, Config can't survive for too long. Jocko now starting to get activated in this. This is a awkward tussle, and he will come out on top. It's just the Deagles for Blame as he comes around the back lines. It's the wrong side. Jocko is doing the I'll kill everybody strategy. Body, come on now. Now we're getting a little bit silly.
A little bit wacky, bit zany. I'm all for it. But Zipex funded the AK-47. That'll be very handy towards the ramp room, let me tell you. So he'll be hoping to hold on to that, but Exercise has got other ideas. We'll hear him retreating towards T-spawn, so that's knife out. Off we go.
Tunnel vision, though, isn't he?
Yeah. He knows where Zipex is residing. He's got time to find him, I suppose, but the thing is you have to walk the entire way. He'll have the advantage on the angle.
Zip might not expect this because someone might have had to have gone past Blame, so...
Oh, they spotted him. That's enough. Has to throw the Molotov to buy some time. And there we have it. So we'll save the AK-47. They were buying regardless. And here comes Farley with the AWP. Can be very impressive on this map, but we'll see what HEET have got in store for him. Round number 9 coming up, 5-3 overall in favor of the French squad HEET.
If you just put yourself in HEET's position for a moment, put yourself in their shoes.
Right. At
this point of the game, having 5 rounds on the T side, are they AFK or are they just...
Yeah, it's a cheeky AFK.
Time?
He still hasn't moved.
Okay. Jax?
Oh.
Jax.
We good?
Guys.
He still hasn't moved.
Guys.
He's back, he's back. Is he?
Jax?
Maybe just adjusting the seat.
Jax, what's going on? You good? You good, Jackie boy? He looks good.
I guess it's fine. Well, no, still.
It doesn't look fine, but the problem is, like, if you have an issue, call it before any damage gets done, because if damage gets done, we have a problem.
True, good point.
If there's a problem, let's say there's a problem.
I'm looking at the
I hate this.
text chat as well. Nothing coming through.
I hate this so much.
It looks like he might be okay. It slowed the round.
But as well, there's going to be problems because they don't play at this level, right, Henry? So they might not know the protocol. You got to read the rule book. He seems to be playing fine now. Oh, we're getting an FPS bug here. So
it's all good. Maybe he's got the FPS bug, and that's what he was dealing with. And we experienced the same thing. That's not a bad shout, I would say. Either way, 40 seconds remaining, ladies and gents. There's an upper execution, maybe a labored one here, a bit of a confusing round here, but the execution comes through nonetheless. It's going to be Body to open things up. Glaive this time fighting admirably towards the upper bomb site. Config will join him in the fragging department as well, as just 2 players remain. Pretty underwhelming round there, all things considered, Chad.
The highlight was Jax not leaving spawn.
Yeah, and I guess it's just one of those calls, like, everyone's a bit frustrated, asking what the hell's going on, why are you not moving? And
yeah, there's no focus on the round in that situation.
Exactly.
If if a bug is going to, if I'm assuming here, I'm making some broad assumptions.
Sure.
Let's say you had the FPS bug. Just call the FPS bug, fix the FPS bug, and then get underway with a round. Won't be disrupted. I don't know what happened, but that's what it looked like happened.
It's just because it's one of those maps like Nuke where not a lot happens, maybe in the first 30 seconds if you don't want it to. He felt like he was safe. He would just sort it out and get on with it. But yeah, it seemed distracting. It's distracting for us.
Technical, and he's just left the game.
Right.
So they've essentially just thrown around a way around here because they didn't want to address the issue.
It's distracting for everyone. You're just hearing this go on and say, why have we got a player in T-spawn? Like, you're not going to be thinking straight with all that going on.
Yeah, especially the in-game leader.
Yeah.
Because you immediately
FPS bug, Chad, we called it.
Yeah, of course.
So, I guess you're right, though. They could have called the tech before damage was done and actually replayed the round. But I guess not meant to be. They seem fine with it. They're just going to keep going.
That's on them.
Yeah.
That's on them there. We all know that this bug does come up with Counter-Strike. It's just the way it is, unfortunately. I've gone past the point of questioning how things are. That's just the way it is. There's solutions for it. We know what they are. And in this medium of Counter-Strike, we have plenty of ways to deal with it.
And now, Body's game has crashed. So it's all going wrong, falling apart at the seams here. As we've had an FPS bug, a game crash, and if you are just joining us, I'll give you a quick recap as to how this one has gone down. A show-stopping performance from HEET to open things up on Dust 2 on the loosey-goosey map. They look very agile, very confident, kind of shaking off the nerves that we saw earlier on in the tournament. Moving on to Inferno next, it has to be said, Astralis with a dominant performance. To be fair, their map pick. And we're here on the great decider now of Nuke, which you would assume is very familiar territory for Astralis, but they're currently down 5-4 on their CT campaign.
And I'm just thinking about this, I'm framing it again. I'm looking at this from the underdog's perspective. Now, HEET are going to be in their head about this. I think if they don't bounce back with a round almost immediately out of these tech issues, at least a competitive affair where they get the bomb down and maybe they lose in a 2-on-2, if they just get obliterated now, I think that this map might just go down the gurgler because there's some big dramas mentally here. You've got a bunch of players who don't have a whole lot of experience. If they're feeling a little bit mentally out of it, that round might stick with them for an extra couple, and then that's just going to build and build and build.
Well, thank you for bearing with us. We apologize for the delay, but we are back off to the races as we enter round number 10 here, and we'll check out the buys, see if we can predict what's going to go down. No AWP on the T side, but Farley has got the big green out, ready to strike back and find the 5th round for Astralis if possible. So, yeah, forget about all the issues, move on, and deploy the utility towards main. On top of Squeaky as well, Jax just bombarding them here. It's towards ramp we go. Farley actually there to receive as well. Gets the first opening shot towards Jocko. They still get ramp control, and it's back to a 4-on-4. Zipex in a precarious spot now, just needs to fall back.
The nade looked good for a moment there. Cover the boxes, we'll shroud them from damage as we'll have to worry about blame towards the CT box and the heaven of Zip, who's been tickled away at 6 HP. He doesn't like that very much. Afro aware of this. He was pre-aiming. What a shot on the blame. What a shot.
That was something special quite there. You're dead on. And now they have the man advantage again, and he knows Zipex is low. Is heaven the access point, though? Can they vault up there? Zipex playing this smartly, though, and actually outmaneuvers him. That's very well done.
Okay, 3-on-3. The Zip starts to be towards the heavens here. Body, that molly, that could be perfect placed. And Zip will have to be flushed to the open towards his teammates, towards Yard. Why are they looking? Why are they looking? The molly was perfect. Nobody's taking that Zip. They still can't work it out. Thank God for Body. Molly off the vent. They know Farley's lower.
After being spammed under 5 points of health, Zipex still manages to wiggle his way into 2 more frags. A winnable position now for Farley. If they give this round up, they'll be kicking themselves. HEET with the smoke down towards main, the bomb plant towards upper. Farley has flashbangs, but no kit available. AK-47 in hand and just has to wait for what feels like an eternity. There is the kit available towards Squeaky Door. Doesn't fancy it, Chad. He's just going to save the AWP. That's going to be 6-4. So a couple of nightmare situations there for HEET up in round number 10, but they recover, land on their feet, and they've got the 6th.
Really good stuff from Afro, right? That awareness there as well. I think Farley might have a kill here, tucked in behind main. AWP in the back should be... Oh, okay, he will take the shot. I think he was questioning whether or not he needed to make that kill, but we'll add it to the stats and exercises, trying to hunt him down. Don't know if he's going to get there in time, and Farley gets the headshot, so great shot. Still plenty of money for the buy here. Astralis will retain the AWP. They're so close on that one, but is this one just the awareness there, ready for another player? Blame just gets obliterated. And this here was why it was so quizzical, because, yeah, look at this. Jax is in the open taking a fight against Glaive, I understand, but you think they would have been ready for a play like that?
Well, they're enjoying themselves, it seems. Smiles all round. Been a lot of smiles this event, Chad, has to be said.
Good to see everyone having a good time.
Yeah, wow. A very important round here and a very important interaction. Jumps in the vents. Afro fortunately doesn't pull the trigger. Wasn't quite ready for that one. And still decent positional control towards HUT there. That could be important. Exercise does punish. Takes down Glaive towards upper.
Excuse me.
How did he pull that one off?
He just walked out.
Yeah, Config, I suppose, didn't catch it.
Open door and open opportunity now. They know that Farley dropped down the vent because Afro saw it. So they know that at least there is a player down towards the lower deck for now. That might help with the decision-making tree here. Flames had to turtle in towards Heaven and Hell, trying to assist Config the best he can. But he does have this secret control, and Config knows he needs to go for an aggressive maneuver. I don't know if Afro is going to be ready for this on the fade, and he is on his lonesome and squeaky door for now.
He seems to be somewhat ready for it, but he'll spot the boots first, and there it is. Comes out on top. This is a very key interaction now. If Farley takes down Body comfortably, they're right back into it, but he's got him for sure. Nice work. Zipex, aggressive as well, comes out on top. They are salvaging this round. It was looking like another one going in favor of Heat, but they brought it back to a 3 versus 2. Blame F, nice position towards the HUD as well. The Orb, unlikely to take him down, and there it is. Actually quite a comfortable round towards the end after losing the first 2 picks.
Oh, well handled there, and it is just a 1-round game here, but he already has 6 on the T side. I think if they can, well, I don't know, I'd already be happy with 6, to be completely honest with you. Sure. There's still quite a few rounds to be played here. If they can get one more, that'd be nice. This is just a stroll out, doesn't see a whole lot.
Oh,
walks out with the flash at Squeaky, so it's good. Kill's good. He did his job. He really did his job there.
4 on a map like Nuke, yeah, it's going to be the CTs on the back foot. They're spread thin in terms of their defense, so a frustrating one to open things up, but Blame App shut it down. Round 12, last of the French cash available. Desert Eagle for Afro, and Blame trying to get him towards the vents this time. Just about makes it down there, takes a few bullets for good luck.
I think they're really making sure that they can't have these vent drops coming in from Heat, right? We've already highlighted this several times now, but there always seems to be someone braving the fire, the flames, the smoke, and the spray, as Jax is very lucky to be alive here. Body's found a gap though, Henry. Body has found a very tidy gap. If he could just navigate the gray screen, no, he can't. Config had enough time and awareness there to isolate Body's position.
Nice incendiary, Glaive trying to push them back from the upper bomb side. It's a very successful approach so far as they juggle the weapons around, maybe back towards outside. Still a minute to play with here. They've got a smoker, a couple of Molotovs, and indeed, they'll explore the outside territory. But of course, you'd expect Farley to be out there. He's in all the way in CT spawn, however. So what do they do next? To go towards main, perhaps?
They're not in a great position here.
No.
The thing is, to isolate this fight on Farley is really hard. He's going to get the first shot for sure. And then he'll just drop down and play with the info. And there it is. And now the info, he can just sit here and say, hey, look, could be a couple yard. Repositioning. He'll hopefully get a teammate over to help him here. Farley, he's definitely found some pep in the step. The reaggress, the fight. He's going to grab another here. He doesn't stop. This man's become a mentalist the last couple of days. And it is just going to be Jax coming out hot with the deagle in hand. Had a free opportunity there for a kill onto Config, but the pistols in the back, never easy. And we're tied up.
We are tied up indeed. Round 13 on the menu, and I dare say it's going to be a bit of an eco situation for Heat here. Astralis, sure, they're losing opening picks right now, but they are recovering the rounds cleanly and safely. Is Config detecting the presence towards main entrance. Body gets absolutely dropped. Nice reposition for Farley as well. Just making sure they can't get anywhere near towards that main entrance as Config. Oh, that's a nice little 90-degree flick. And Farley really coming to life now, looking like he's hitting the majority of his shots. Took him a while to get going after the Dust 2 affair they encountered to open up this series. But here we are, the third and final map, the first half. And we're at 6-6. As you mentioned though, Chad, the fact that Heat have already got 6 rounds, that's a pretty decent T-side campaign on Nuke, to be honest with you. Anything else at this juncture would be a bit of a bonus, I would say.
Yeah, so scrape together another 1 or 2 rounds. That'd be bloody fantastic. Just taking a quick look here at the series so far. Farley had a pretty good Dust too. He was the top performer. Inferno was the opposite, and now here on Nuke find himself back towards the top of the scoreboard. And he's one of the players on this team who gets the spotlight for all the wrong reasons. So when he is playing well, we need to make sure we shine the wheels. He has been looking let off the leash in some regard, re-peeking with this AWP. The flare that you're looking for is Body's going to molly top heart, and they're just going to pop out. The flash from Afro, how good is it? Lave will exchange a volley of his own. The bottle of flames burning away, and he steps out, 1-1 for 1, and Zip's there for the trade. So this should be covered. There's just not enough players pushing into the site.
Yeah, it's not quite as potent as we once saw before when they had the Tech 9s in armor. They had all the flashbangs and Molotovs going down there. It was very chaotic. You could see Glaive, we saw him as POV that time, very comfortable, ducking and weaving, managing to take them down, and there was no real pressure of them giving that round up. So there we have it. It's going to be 7-6. Astralis take the lead once again, and the money back in favor for HEET here. They'll go for the AK-47s and Galil combo. We haven't seen much from the Afro T side AWP, not a problem. They've been doing very well without it. So here we go, the penultimate round. Farley has been nice and dynamic. We've seen it towards ramp and heaven. This time positions towards garage by the looks of things.
Default spread here, nothing too crazy from either team out the gates. A bit more yard focused. Flame is the unknown entity at Secret right now, so early information, but he is isolated from assisting his teammates in this position. They're trying ramp again here. This would be a window smoke from Afro. That's going to bounce up over towards CT spawn and back down towards the lockers as they're feigning a lot of yard presence here, but remember, Flame has all this space. Now there's 3 eyes currently tasked with yard. That means Zip is on his own for now. He's got one and done, and it's just going to drop back.
So all you have to do, as long as you maintain the advantage, you can give them ramp control. It's not a bomb site, of course. Maybe overstepping the mark here, but Farley gets away with it. So not a problem. They've managed to bring it down to a 5-on-4. They know they've got them contained in towards the ramp room. So their options are go back towards lobby, execute upper, or try and go enter the lion's den in towards the lower
He's everywhere.
Side. He really is.
Just ramp. He's gone up heaven. He's dropped into the side, doing a bit of a simple S maneuver here, just finding all the kills. Steps out, they're in the crosshair, fire. Simple stuff from Farley here, making it look easy.
Yeah, they haven't really inflicted any damage here whatsoever. Running out of steam, HEET. As we'll see Jax left towards the hub. Doesn't look like he'll be saving this one either. Just going to see what's available to him. 7 kills so far. Would need 5 more to even get close. As we'll see him walk to his inevitable demise. There it is, Glaive. Continuing to find space and the advantage for Astralis. No problem towards the upper bomb side in the last few rounds as they start to look a bit more comfortable on that side of the server now.
Yeah, I think maybe they have to do that top rush that you were referencing earlier, where it was, I think it was like the 3rd round of play, right? That's where they got their first round this game. They lost pistol, they went for just a light pistol upgrade, and then they went for a half buy in the 3rd round, which netted them success. And they've, well, put together whatever they can afford here.
It's not much, but it's something. Maybe you're right, it's good to be the upper play. All that utility thrown towards main entrance. Flame though, he knows he's got an opportunity here. Those kill will be his. There's around him though, he's got Afro to deal with. Only got the Galil though.
We're worried about a player deep here, but Afro's already quite close. Flame on the jiggle. Should go down here. Afro fluffed the lines a little bit, and Flame just making sure this vent crawl from Jocko will come in unscathed. He does tickle down to about 70 points of health here, but at this point, 2 men down, you're going to need a miracle.
Now they're trying the boost in towards the trophy room right now, giving you like a nice angle towards potential AWP on the other side, but no one's going to give them anything. They've got a 5-on-3. They don't need to explore their options. They don't need to force the issue here. They've got a great crossfire set up towards ramp. Jocko's down there, sure, but without his teammates, it doesn't really mean too much. He would have to shoot out a window to even get close to them. Molotov comes through. Good shot from Farley. Remember, he's baiting in Zipex as well. He's in that tight corner, who should be absolutely fine to find his penultimate kill. And there it is, actually Farley that drops the bomb. So there we have it. It is going to be a 9-6 finish here. He were looking incredibly good for a moment there, Chad, but certainly run out of gas towards the end.
Yeah, a bit of a rough finish here, but Astralis back in the driver's seat. One more half of Counter-Strike to come for series number 1 of day 3 at ESL Pro League Season 16's Group C. We'll see you in a moment.
The kings of Counter-Strike, juggernauts, and an unstoppable force. That's how you could describe Astralis' blazing hot form in the latter half of 2019. There was almost nothing they weren't able to win. However, the semifinal in Cologne against Team Vitality just wasn't one of those days. But they didn't bow out without a fight. After being demolished on the first map, the Danes showed their true colors on Inferno, and after an intense battle, managed to bring the game into overtime. Now was the time for heroes to rise, and Device was the one to heed the call.
They do have a three-man stuck on this side. Device just had a really rough game. Flash, he's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
Back to ESL Pro League. It's the third and final map between Astralis and HEET. It's 9-6.5 as Astralis switch over to their T-side campaign. They have looked good in the last 5 rounds. Chad managed to string all of those together, and HEET's starting to drop off somewhat.
Yeah, this is the best performance from HEET we've got so far throughout the Pro League, but in a game where they've definitely had their chances, opportunities to convert. They will be frustrated with themselves, but they can set those wrongs right here if they can pick up the pistol and potentially tie things up.
Well, they've shown us they at least have the fragging capabilities in this squad. There's a lot of firepower here. It's just some of the smaller details that they need to refine before they could maybe take this sort of series. But we'll see what they can do on their CT campaign. Dual elites out, as you might expect, for Exercise, and a bit of a sneaky maneuver down towards the vents. Config, Blade leading the charge here, but his Zipex will get dropped through the smoke. Exercise just investigating towards the lobby. Maybe a quick plant here.
The fact they've taken off the tail of this attack is pretty positive. They can turn their attention now. The only man they have to worry about is Blame towards Yard. Jocko needs to wait for the backup of his teammates here. Has been gooshed down, and Config, he's ready to go. Just steps out, deletes body. Exercise with the trade, and those Julies looking to get activated here. Jocko's found one on the goosh. It's Farley to find a frag as well, and back in. He'll bounce on top as it's just going to be Jocko now and Afro to get it done.
Wow.
Farley, what a menace. 21 kills for him. Really coming into his own throughout this Pro League group stage.
Absolutely true. Afro now with no chance. A great position there. Death from above as Farley takes matters into his own hands there. Recovers the dual Berettas as well. He's got 22 and 8 so far. That is not bad at all.
He's really started to step things up. He's no longer doubting himself in all of these movements.
Definitely not. He's
His
had enough.
aim is looking fantastic. He's thinking on his feet quite quickly. After this third kill, the immediate reposition onto... There's no way this is being cleared. Afro's not ready for that.
Yeah.
This is the Farley that I think everybody wanted to see.
Absolutely true. Very happy to see him doing well out there. And we get into round number 2, and it's a full eco for HEET. They are quite conservative on the approach most of the time. It's stacked towards main entrance, however, and it will be Blame F to once again get himself down towards the vents. But that's all they have to do for now. It's just a Mac 10 going down, exploring their options, waiting for any reactive plays, seeing if his CTs follow him down. But many opportunities here. One flash, and Body can maybe allow a swing towards outside. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Let's throw some outside utility as you might expect, and necessarily have to use it. The T's will be focusing towards lobby for now. No one's outside whatsoever. Just trying to bait out the CTs here. Here's the flashbang.
And nothing.
Yeah, nothing at all. So the bait worked very well for Astralis there. And BlameF's got himself a lovely freebie.
Out of a couple more, he's hit all these stampeding ecos above him. So has a great idea where he can look for a couple more kills. Does Blame. Picks the target the furthest away. Does get him low, but now he's the man being run down. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Nice
Great volley, yeah. Well, that probably stalls it out completely, doesn't it?
Nothing they can do. It wasn't like they had many options with just USPs, but would have liked to pick up that kill if possible. Zipex, he wants to have a go at farming some cash if possible. He'll get himself $1,200, but Afro will finally find him. Final kill available now. Didn't see Afro there on 1 point of health. And there we have it. Astralis getting 2-0 to open things up. Config looking like he's up for every single duel available on Nuke right now. He is not backing down whatsoever.
Yeah, if he can get this first rifle round and maybe Config continues with some of these more brazen fights, we've seen what can happen, but he's really going to have to turn this on its head. It felt unlikely on Inferno, even though it was close. It feels unlikely here on Nuke. The proof can only be in the pudding, and Heat are the ones who are going to have to provide that. This vent drop is becoming a big problem for a lot of teams here, especially on the lower buys. They don't have the util. It's going to be a top pop. That's fantastic. Just bombarding A. Jack's on top of the hut. Oh, he doesn't have any of it in his face. And Afro and Exercise get activated after that initial exchange. You'll have heard that. The smoke will tickle the leg of Glaive.
Well, the rush has been shut down, but the round is still on. Astralis will have Farley and Glaive alive, and bear in mind, Farley's got 23 kills so far. So if they can find a couple of incisions here, you never know. Glaive spots that. Smoke coming in from main, but not his day, it seems, as Exercise will close things out. 4 players surviving there, but a bit of a bonus round has to be said with Galil's Mac 10s. Try the upper rush. It does work out if you can catch them with the flashbangs, which they did. This Heat managing to respond very well.
But Zip and Glaive, right? They really don't have enough money here for a full buy. Glaive can at least get like a Galil and armor, whereas you look at Zip, he had 1.7k, so for him it's going to be not a whole lot. It was a little bit chaotic here, but that tends to be how the scenes follow with a rush. They will buy in 3 AKs, a Galil, and a P250. Now, I think the way for Astralis to win this game is just to outmaneuver Heat. I think that they're going to have better rotations. They're going to have a better understanding of the map. Oh, they're flashing, they're fighting. The knife was out there. Not ready for Farley.
Follow-up grenade, but doesn't do too much. A bit more than I expected, down to 77. But yeah, there was certainly a possibility that Farley could open things up there. It's going to be Blame F, however. That's towards ramp. He seems to be so comfortable on this side of the map. Exercise, do you dare? Take a swing. Well, he does, and he'll be absolutely destroyed.
See, outmaneuvering them means they can't just play heads-up Counter-Strike. They can't have all the bodies there responding to the utility. You're showing presence outside, you're taking fights towards ramp, and when
those... using comms at that point as well, right? You're saying, right, there's players towards secret, ramp, upper, flashes all over the place, Molotov, Dow, and Jax. He displayed some trigger discipline. I was about to say maybe a couple of frags could go in his favor, but he still gets 2 regardless, but doesn't mean a whole lot. Just body remaining, he's down towards lower.
Yeah, this is not looking too good for Heat, but that's what we expected here today. Definitely some stuff for them to work on. I think the problem is when you get strung out in that fashion as well, you either need to, as a CT, if you get isolated like Jocko, for example, make sure you're either playing for info so you can spot and fall, or you're in a position where if you're going to be committed to the fight, make sure it's at least a one and done, right? Make sure that you're guaranteed that you're going to get that 1 kill. But 12 now for Astralis. And it's curious, this group, because it is wide open. That was the key component of today's conversation, is the fact that the group is wide open. Heat have avoided elimination today by picking up a 1-map victory on Dust 2. So that's at least meant they have hope. Whether or not that is a realistic hope, they still have something to cling on to. And we have Complexity currently topping the group with a 2-0 scoreline in their opening 2 matches. The only team to be at 2-0 at this current juncture. They will be taking on Heroic next.
That's going to be a good game. Looking forward to that one for sure. And we are in touching distance now, closing this one out. Astralis, 12 rounds to the name. We've got a tactical timeout just to discuss the options of Heat. Money's okay for them, but some concessions to be made, as we'll see the MP9s being purchased. And not the end of the world on a map like Nuke. Plenty of positions for that weapon. It's just if it gets to a post plan, you're potentially in some trouble. But no kits as well. They can afford them, so I assume Body will bring one to the party, but apparently not. Opt for all the utility instead. So the bomb does get planted, it comes down to one of those situations. They could be in a lot of trouble here. Body, just to know, 6 kills for him. Jocko on 7 after having such fantastic performances, and Dust 2 as well. Some of the key components here not showing up so far on Nuke. And we're back into it. Body. Molotov off. Losing vision. And a lot of damage there towards Farley.
Jocko has a chance still to step up here later. Looks like Ram might get a little bit more playtime, and Body needs to be very careful. Takes a straight shot. Get a close door smoke coming in here. Just going to buy himself a buffer now. No yard presence from Astralis here. Oh, he's going to slink down the vent. Just posturing right now. They have enough utility for a top execute.
Yeah, I guess it is working out what they're up against right now, and Afro's been given a bit of a freebie out there. Config.
Falling off a main, maybe?
I don't know. We'll have to check it out after, but either way, it's going to be a 5-on-4 with Farley down to 2 HP as well. This could be a chance for HEET to get back into this. They've got everything they need. Still with 3 smokes on the CT side as well. Exercise with the MP9, as you said, still viable towards upper, but
coming through.
They've got to barge through the smoke here now. Jack's still so aware of main entrance. No one there for now. And dropping the flashbang. I think he might have done enough here. 5 versus 3, send them packing. Zipex still towards the huts. Exercise, gets away with it. No information gathered for either party.
There's 2 players down towards B already, but they're not both focused towards this ramp position just yet. Jocko is playing behind the top of the silo on the side, and Farley might be the first to run in here. Virtue with the low HP. Jocko should have this one. Yeah, we'll finish what he started at the start of the round, and this is a fantastic sequence. 2 kills. The third will be for Body there. So the 2 names that we mentioned needing a bit more impact will step up and get them the 8th.
Yeah, that was very comfortable to say the least. And Astralis don't get a whole lot done. Interested to see how Config went down there, Chad. What happened here? Was he jumping? Okay, yeah. Just as he was going down. That is unfortunate. It's bad timing, I suppose.
Situation. That's all it is.
Yeah, and Jack's doing a great job shoving them down towards lower. As we mentioned, Jocko, nice sequence of events for him. Gets 2.5 kills, and they're able to close things out cleanly. And they've actually forced a bit of an eco here of Astralis. So 12-9 looking very likely.
Yeah, that box that Afro was on, right? When Config's up on silo, he's going to look behind CT red, which is now blue. He's going to look warehouse. He won't see a fight there. Looks secret, looks close red. And when that happens, it's like, okay, well, we throw a lurk smoke front main. That means anybody that should be able to try and have a little bit of glance should have no vision. But just the positioning from Afro here. Oh, just a little crisp click of that one. He will be, all right. Just keep peppering away, please, Afro. We'll take another one of those. 2 just clean. His aim is really starting to grow on me. This AWPer has rifling ability as well, and a bit of pep in the step. A 3rd in the round. It is sharp stuff from Afro.
Yeah, that was very good, I have to say. Impressive. Blame F, well, he'll be taken care of as well. It's Exercise closing in on the round victory, and Jack's confirm it. So there it is, 12-9, as expected. Didn't really bring a whole lot there, and they still don't have a full buy, Chad. It might be another partial here for Astralis. They'll go for the Galils instead, so opting to buy into it. And here's the replay of that crispy aim coming in from the sniper with the M4. Just before the smoke blooms, he's able to get the information and just keep spamming through. Lots of lovely adjustments here as well. Good flicks. And as mentioned, 3, make it 4 Galils. Opting for the utility instead. This will be a difficult round to win, lacking firepower here.
Yeah, an opportunity now for HEET to get back in the game. This is the type of round you'd be loving to go up against here. And Farley, the point man, he seems to do it all today. Aggressive, straight down secret, the first man. He does have multiple members trailing behind him who are just taking their time, not wanting to give away too many sound cues, but Farley has secured the lower quadrant. The rotation point for that is going to be Jocko. It's Body who's down towards lower this time. Jocko is still over towards ramp. Now, this is where Body will need a bit of a multi-kill if they do come his way.
He's got the AK-47, so the damage output will be very high. He just needs to spot for a bit of information first. Jax will be joining him from the vents as well, so good crossfire here. They've played it well, but only finding 1 so far. So that's the advantage towards Astralis, but not for long. Afro striking Config with the AWP. Body repositioning now as well, and it's a great maneuver. 4 versus 2. Zipex waiting towards single door. Blame F. He's nowhere to be seen. 45 seconds. Zipex with the bomb. Needs to be very careful here. Drops the HE towards the bomb site, hoping someone will be behind the silo, can flush them out, but If anything, he needs to reposition here. Blame F, so far removed.
He want to try and come up the vent. Yeah, he does. He's currently not being watched. Blame's been able to creep out to confirm that. Zip also has a smoke. They could smoke off main and try and isolate the site here, but creeping and crawling. This is the duel. The next fight on Zip's plate. He's having to worry about the entire site, but creeps in, has the angle advantage over Exercise here in a 4-on-2. Starting to look ever more likely. Blame sort of towards the vent. The deny on the plan. Afro, that's some big balls right there. Blame, he's just nowhere to be able to contribute. He's been nowhere the entire round, and he's left absolutely, way too late to get any action. But the AWP, whoa, okay, he's going to get it. That could have been a miserable sequence for Blame.
Well, it is still quite a miserable state of affairs on the T side. They are averaging $3,000 per player. Heat have now hit double digits, and this game is still very, very competitive. They've got AK-47s on the CT side. Afro not missing much, and these high-flying antics from Body. Great maneuvers towards the lower bomb set, and Afro denying the plant as well. So not only winning the round, denying extra cash, meaning they can't really buy into this round, Chad. As we'll see, Blame F on the AWP. That is not bad at all.
They must have known that was coming, right? They must have known that there was a chance for the AWP to be picked up here. So, look, we love throwing this one around, but really not known to be an AWP up. He can get another kill.
Isn't it?
That's one of the greatest, I would say. Not known to be an AWP up.
Oh, well, Afro certainly is. And he pulls a kill back at least. That's in the form of Zipex. Now, bear in mind, sure, Blamer's got the AWP, but there's nothing. And I mean nothing around him. Glocks, no armor, no nades. Great opening kill, but unless they can recover that rifle, doesn't really mean too much. At least got themselves a couple of deagles now, as Afro will retreat from the secret area. Time still fine with 50 seconds remaining, but what do you do with it? I guess the AWP can go for a secondary kill towards ramp, but it's unlikely anyone else is there.
Well, there's another gun available here, so at least they could find themselves a weapon.
True.
So there's something to be gained for Glaive as he
boost.
He's really putting his body on the line here. Now, will they check on top of the box? What's on the box? What's on the box? What's on the box today?
It was just there for the taking.
Oh, it's camouflage. The Asimov perfectly placed on top of the orange box.
That's a good point. Maybe just blending in with the map there. Interesting.
We can hear you. We can definitely hear you. Body, sketchy business.
Right. All under control, though, it seems, and the AK-47 will be left the rest in towards our ramp room. So, an interesting start, and unfortunately, quite a clumsy finish from Astralis, trying to get up towards the ladder. Didn't work out for them. 12-11, Chad. Now, let me hear the tone in your voice.
And another round where Blame does not have an AK. Because he saved the AWP, no loss bonus. That means for his buy right now, it's a Glil, head armor, a HE, and a smoke. It's double up on the CT side.
Right, guys, I can confirm. Chad is starting to believe right now. On the CT side of Nuke, in the third and final map, money in their favor. He actually pulled this one off. There are absolutely chaotic rounds every single time.
They're pushing. Oh, Afro applying pressure. It's hot. Exercise makes the first slice. Zip. He's just gonna have to sit and watch. A minute 30 on the clock of this onslaught. This is a bit like Inferno top mid. This is where Heat did their best work. Up close and personal. The secondary AWP of Jocko takes down Blame. Heat are about to tie things up.
They absolutely are. 5-on-3 for now. Body. He'll be assisted. Oh, it's a perfect flashbang. Barley just has to give up his position and fire off a few bullets just in case. And Glaive will try and sneak in towards the ramp from Jocko. He's got a surprise for him. A big green one. And that's the AWP kill towards the in-game leader of Astralis. So yeah, just two players remaining, Chad. They'll go down towards lower. They've got the bomb, sure. It's quite a deadly duo, Config and Farley, but Body doesn't really need to stick around. He can just delay. Play spoiler as we'll see whether they can even get close to a bomb plant. Farley has been incredibly good. 24 kills, but we said he was on 23 about 5 or 6 rounds ago, so certainly slowing down in terms of the pacing. Great kill from Body. This is a fantastic round. They've got 5 players alive here. They might even drop a single kill. Config will have other ideas. Gets one souvenir frag on the way out, but we are all tied up.
I don't know, Henry. I was like, good gracious. Body is bodacious. Flirtatious, trying to show Jack's faces. Look, I was getting up the classic Nelly Hot in Here song because you know, so I was trying to...
I thought that was one of your originals.
No, not one of my originals. No. I was trying to see where I could look there's a lot of lyrics in it. It's quite sexual connotations, but I
was going to say, be careful with that one.
Well, that's why I went with good gracious, body is bodacious. And I thought that was pretty good, right? Because we're talking about the player. And then,
good gracious, body bodacious. What's the next line?
Well, the next one is flirtatious, trying to show faces. I figured trying to show Jack's faces.
What does that even mean?
I don't know, but this is the thing. It could have been good.
Is that a sexual thing as well? I'm not sure. We need to be careful.
We might leave this.
Yeah, it was a good idea.
Yeah.
But, all right, back into it.
Chorus is safe.
What's the chorus?
Well, it's getting hot
in here. And that was with HEET, doesn't it?
Yeah. So take off all your...
Take off. Well,
I don't know where we'd go with that.
We should probably just leave it up, I would imagine. Round 25. Tech9s.
Tell me this isn't either a fast play secret or a top rush.
I dare say that this is where Astralis normally will win a round like this. Just when you think the underdog has done it, they've got themselves in a prime position. The Tech9s, the flashbangs come through, the Molotovs start doing damage. It starts to feel a bit uncomfortable. Config gets a frag or two. And they are setting up for a pounce maneuver, by the looks of things. 2 players ready by Squeaky. Flashbang in hand for BlameF. That's what it comes down to now. And not the cleanest spray from Jax, but it certainly still counts, and he survives. He scampers off towards the hut, and there's the reply. BlameF not going down about a fight.
Well, Jocko with the AWP here against the Tech9. If Zip goes for the wide swing and Jocko doesn't hit this, there's going to be big issues. It's a tag. That's going to be it. Zip, he's stalled out for now. The ramp pressure's starting to come. Jocko knows he needs to make this fight and will. They head towards lower. They... By the heavens, Config with some gnarly movement, and down they go. The plunge has been taken. Body. This is his chance for the in-game leader again, just to deny any hope and dreams for Astralis. And this one, the silencer comes off, but it shouldn't be the end of the world here unless Farley puts up a massive clutch. We've seen him try the AWP towards the lower side a couple of times.
He can
attempt just the other day.
He can certainly pull this one off. He has been looking fantastic the last couple of days, but a lot on his plate, to say the very least. And a bit of a sound cue there. Spots the barrel, a freebie body. Not really sure what he was up to there, but it doesn't seem to matter. Afro will close things out there. A few problems for Body. Almost removing his silencer for the M4. That could have been a nightmare, but he got his 1 kill. That was all that was required. And it will be HEET leading the way now.
Ooh, I'm going to stand up for this one now.
You should.
This is the runway. The home straight. The guns come out. Finally, a full buy for everybody on Astralis here.
Now, bear in mind, Chad, they entered this series today, or they hadn't picked up a single map in the tournament. Completely scratched that record off. Managed to win Dust 2 in emphatic fashion. Sure, Inferno didn't go their way, but now on the CT side of Nuke, here they are. 13-12 with lots of money available. Astralis certainly on the back foot. They've given up 6 rounds in a row. They haven't turned up. They won the pistol, the follow-up second.
They won both pistols.
Exactly, very good point. And then they've had 1 gun round since then. Astralis have gone very quiet here on Nuke, and that was quite the opposite story against Complexity. They had a very great showing on their T side. They just can't get going here whatsoever.
Oh, Afro, he's back on his box, Henry.
He really is.
Not back in his box, he's back on his box, and that's Config gone, a pluck. He's out of the server. It's a 4-on-5, and Afro, he loves a re-peek, and Glaive does too. Swings out, gets the kill. Warehouse control taken, but they're coming for a fight. I think Body and Jack's going to keep this push going.
Reactive play, absolutely true, Chad. And Farley, he probably gets the first one. Dinked in the process. Lovely shot from Body, but do they anticipate the second? Apparently so. Jax will have to wait at least 7 seconds here. The round still up in the air. A lot more to be done by Astralis to close this one out, but Jax, he has to be the linchpin. If he are going to stand a chance, he has to strike at the correct time. You can see Farley very aware of the prospect of a secondary CT play up.
Oh, no.
And there it is. They come out on top, 4-on-2 now.
Just the timing there from Jax. He's picked the wrong moment to move. If he'd stand stalwart there, you think he has a couple of kills, and now down towards a free open bomb site. Rotation points are not available here. Glaive coming around towards ramp. I don't even know if he'd hard clear this position. And again, timing a nightmare, but Jocko this time will get the favorable end of that one. It's Blame out Hart.
Hold on.
He's going to go down as well. It's a 2-on-2 with Farley on 10 HP. Both Blame and Glaive have given over kills they shouldn't have, and there's a chance for this.
There absolutely is. It's all over the place for Astralis now.
The worst option. It's going to be straight into the AWP. He should have both here. He's spotted the toes. Oh, what a drop. What a drop. Farley's got the first. He knows where the other is right now. 28 kills. Can he make it 29? Remember the low HP. Zipex is here to bail him out. Should be dead to rights. Great work right there. Farley, the hero. Didn't think we would be saying that, but he's got 28 kills in total. What a monster. What an absolute monster. 10 kills more than anybody else on his team right now.
It comes right down to the wire there, Chad. A 4-on-2 should have been a comfy finish there for Astralis, but anything but. How do you miss one of those shots? It could have all fallen apart, but a very nice position from Zipex. That guarantees it, but as mentioned, there is still money available for the French squad. Running out of it now, Body knows how tantalizingly close that was. A 4-on-2 almost going in their favor, but the pressure is mounting. Astralis, after taking a defeat here in the group against Complexity, they knew they had to have a clean run to follow things up. Yesterday, they looked great. Dust 2, however, today, back to their old selves, looking a little bit lackluster, underwhelming as he dominated them on Dust 2. Inferno was better, but now the deciding map of Nuke, it's all square. 13-13 on the T side as well. This could be anyone's game. Heat, after not winning a single map in the tournament so far, are on the cusp of taking the series away from Astralis.
Taking a timeout. They've discussed their options here. They still have one in the bank. Afro's going to buy in here, and he's got nothing left after that purchase, just $900. So, Heat, this is a very important round for them. Glaive has the biggest emission as far as the buy department right now into a Mac 10. Afro's been great, 23 kills for him, going toe-to-toe with Farley on the other side. Body hasn't been getting away with all these aggressive maneuvers. The idea's been great. The execution, fine. Sometimes just wrong position, wrong timing. Finding up some util here. Yeah, you're right, but I don't think in these moments to make that type of a play, I don't know if he's got that in him. Jax, he had to extinguish. He really had to extinguish there. Now he's in the open. The flash will fade. Exercise and Jax locked down high. It's a massive round, and now he's ready to lock things down. Farley dead too. It's just Zip. Zip against 3. At 14, Jocko from behind. Heat back into winning ways.
I can't believe it. It looked like there was absolutely no chance there. Completely blind on the hut, having to drop down. Battle the flames, the flashbang, then still managing to find 3 massive kills. Jax goes above and beyond for the team. Let's have a look at the replay here. Look how much chaos is ensuing towards the bomb site. They have no idea. Glaive doesn't hit the drop, and he ends up getting 3 kills from a position where he looked like he was absolutely cooked.
Massive stuff there.
Oh,
Massive
my
stuff.
days.
And look at Body. He's getting fired up. The boys are enjoying himself now.
Partial by Chad. A couple of AKs. And we'll see who gets the first frag here. It's going to be Body. And the bomb goes down. It's not a clean round whatsoever from Astralis. They're giving this one away. The AWP strikes from the garage. And it's just a Mac 10 on main entrance here. 5 versus 3. Glaive. How does he pull a frag back in their favor? I have no idea.
I think Afro may have just seen the tip of the head there. On that jump up, he might have caught the information. Now it's going to come down to Jocko, and this is a very difficult position to find himself in with the AWP. If he gets swarmed from single door, I don't know if maybe they didn't spot, because Jocko wouldn't be playing a position like this if he was worried about somebody slamming open a door here. Fortunately, Glaive up towards the windows. This still could pay off for Jocko here. You can see he just hasn't considered it whatsoever.
Well, presumably the windows aren't smashed, right? So it would have to be a big sound cue from Glaive to get out. Waiting for his opportunity, the Molotov.
Jocko, he hasn't clicked.
Yeah.
He knows now. And that's going to be it. Only 2v5. Blame and Zip. They're both the clutch players, but never work well together.
That's a good point. Clashing play styles, I would say. And a 5-on-2, was there anything that can be done for it? All you have to do is run the clock down if you're on the CT side, or snipe them down as well. That certainly works. And there it is. Series point for Heat against Astralis here at ESL Pro League. Who would have thought we'd find ourselves here?
Look at Blame. He's just way too late. There's one thing about being fashionably late, but right now this is
awkward.
Not going to cut the mustard. Everybody's already left the party. Everybody's already gone home. There's no music playing, and you've just shown up on the dance floor. Well, the first kill, it's going to activate things. The bomb, the fake. If he gets it down, if he got it down immediately, he could have bought himself some time, but now he's completely out of it and he's playing for the save. The money's not there. He wants the AK. Worst case scenario, he dies after time here, and they're starting to hunt for him. They know where he is. They'll get the AK out of his hand. He will get the loss bonus.
Okay. Wow. So he'll get $3,400 on top of the $500 he had. But still, it's Body opening up the fragging here. The bomb gets dropped outside. Afro responds. Great shots from the snipers. Working in tandem here. A fantastic round, and now 2 opportunities for Heat to find their first series victory here at ESL Pro League. And the pressure couldn't be higher for the Danes. Now, they partially invested into that previous round, meaning they had about $2,000 per player. There were a couple of AKs, though, so Blame F, Config, they are only going to have Galils here. There is an AWP for Farley, who has been fantastic, as you mentioned a couple of times here, but a tactical timeout. Need to discuss their options. They're on the back foot once again.
The thing is, in these last few rounds, when the fight's been coming their way, you can see these aggressive maneuvers now starting to pay off for Heat. They're finding the opening picks. They're not having issues when they're pushing out close towards Yard, when they're sniping you off at the top of Silo. Exercise has done a good job towards the top side as well, stalling them out. Jax has had his moments. Jocko now into that secondary AWP. Well, that was at least something that we were focusing on earlier. Run boost here for Farley. Ooh, won't stick the landing there. jump up regardless, and that's a great opener for Farley. 29 kills now, continuing to find impact here.
Yeah, absolutely true. As Body trying to get to that same advantageous position he found himself in before. Cracked open the previous round of that one, but now reactive play from the CTs, trying to see if they can find any sort of aggression to bring things back in their favor. Currently a 5-on-4 for Astralis. Outside smokes deployed, and it's Afro. We know how strong he's been so far. 25 kills, trying to delay with the incendiary. No gaps to be spotted.
Well, this is where indecision is going to start to brew. Do they want to fight for this, or are they already considering a save here into the next round? Lost bonus bottom of the barrel. They will need to try and pull this one off as Blame. He peers down. He doesn't see anything at all. They might get the better of him here. Lobby is called clear. Jax is going around the world. They are aware of this, and that's a huge kill from Jax. They still have Blame on the roof. He wasn't covering the corners correctly. I don't know if Blame's going to move here. You can see he doesn't want to give away the sound cue, right? And the time is the issue. They don't have all the time in the world. 45 seconds, continuing to tick down. A 4-on-4 now. They can't go back. They can't go forward. They're still looking for Jax. And the timing is perfect for Jax.
Blame surely gets him now.
Why is he not activating?
I have no idea, but it's cost them a couple of kills now. Back to a 3-on-3. A rare miss from Afro. Keeps Config alive for now, and he'll take that opportunity to scramble towards Secret, but the pressure, it's certainly mounting now. Running out of time, 20 seconds, Chad. They still have the plan.
Might take Afro here. He's running back turn. Noise. Config's going to take that, but the bomb, it needs to get past Exercise. They're going to both go out squeaky. They're running into the top side. Exercise can deny this on the cross. He can win this right here, right now. Steps out. He misses. It's Joko's chance, and Astralis, they stay alive.
Wow. You can see these aren't the prettiest rounds. Not the most concise, but it's going to be Astralis keeping the dream alive for now. Hunting for overtime if possible. They might have done enough here. Money is quite low on the CT side as we enter round number 30. We're going the full distance now. Of course, Astralis now upgrading to AK-47s, got an AWP of their own. That was the key frag there to close out the round. An opportunity for sure as they made their way towards the upper bomb side. Jocko, if he gets the double kill, it could have been enough with the timer, but wasn't meant to be, and he knows it. Here we go then. Who will be finding that
the opener
first
again?
kill? Yeah, it's Farley.
He only had one opening kill, and now in the last 2 rounds has doubled up, right? That's fantastic from him. His openers are massive, but Body, that's a heads-up play.
The AWP.
He knew he had to draw that one back. The elevation of the box, the smoke in his favor. Jocko is the one who would love to find himself a gun here. Just with a deagle, he's the ramp player, so he's in no position to go and find that. These next minute and 20 seconds for Astralis is going to be some tense moments.
They're looking a little bit frazzled as well. A little indecisive as to where they want to end up, who's throwing the smoke. It's absolutely fine. In towards T-spawn for now, but that's all a bit of a ruse. They're taking vision away from the CTs and they're heading back towards lobby. Jax will take the bait somewhat and have to be investigating the options down towards lower. Remember, it's Jocko only with the deagle, and he's the player in towards ramp now. Is he boosted or anything? Just using a pixel gap.
Fine.
Just going to try and buy it. He actually probably gets a kill off this. There it is. Config goes down. He's segregated, Chad. We talk about him being away from his teammates sometimes, and that's a freebie.
They didn't extinguish. They didn't follow him through. There was no way forward here. They have to go back and knock on the door of top site. Jax is rotated towards lower shore. Exercise is in the site. Body's here to help as well. Perfectly timed smoke here. Body with the AWP. Could be the perfect weapon for the job. Trained towards Squeaky. All 3 are creeping through. When they poke up the head, it's going to be whack-a-mole. Body, the first is perfect. They know now.
Could this be it, Chad? 4 versus 2. Zipex with the bomb on his back. Blame F in tow. They've got so much to do and just not enough time. 15 seconds. Can't clear absolutely everything. Exercise will lose his teammate in the form of Body, but here comes Jocko. That looks like a guaranteed frag, and they've done it. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be a 2-1 victory in favor of HEET Gaming. I cannot believe I'm saying it. They came into this matchup without a single map under their belt, and they have blown Astralis out of the water. What an incredible performance, Chad.
This group is wide open. Coming in today, complexity at the top of the charts. 2-0. Astralis had a chance to get themselves up to a 2-1 scoreline in this group stage, but look at the faces. Look at HEET. Body was fired up right there. This was some good counter-strike. Took them a couple of days to get involved in this situation, to understand what ESL Pro League's all about, but that is a huge win, and Group C, it's only going to get spicier from here on out.
Wise man once said, holy moly, red beans and ravioli, and boy, did we get that here. Not necessarily what was on the menu for lunch, but nonetheless, we do find ourselves giving another L to Astralis. This one very close all the way to the end, at least on Nuke, that is. We're going to be talking a little bit about it in depth here with Yanko, Kassad, myself being Trace in the ESL 16th season of Pro League. Kassad, what did we just watch?
All those face palms that you see like right now on your screens, that's how I'm feeling right now. Everything they did yesterday, just down the drain, straight up, just gone. You know, they lose. And I don't want to talk about Astralis whatsoever because they lost. I want to talk about HEET because they won, right? They won, you know, fair and square. I like the way they approach this map, you know, on the T side, pack mentality, Counter-Strike, all people, like everybody's going together simply because you have sharp individuals that can either open up the round.
One of the world's best tamers.
Yeah,
I mean, like we heard Body say it.
Rude, right? And then they can open up the round with a frag, and they can effectively trade, which is more important. Coming onto the CT side, Afro show once again, and Astralis without any response to it. He was so mobile, proactive, and he was all over the place. They even introduced the double op in that case, and then it was all over at that point. I didn't see Astralis, you know, having a chance in multiple of these rounds to actually get close to a round.
I mean, we're going to look at round 3, HEET Eco win, but I have to say, at one point we did see Blame F with an AWP and not Farlig, and I'm not sure I understand it, Yanko.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was just positionally for the round, but in this particular one, this was, you know, a problem for them on Dust 2 as well, as we pointed out, right? They were losing against some of these Ecos, some of these half buys, right? And this is another upper hit, like Blame talked about after the Complexity game in the interview prior to the MOUZ match. When Heck was asking, was like, we were just struggling to hold upper. Like, even when we had the numbers advantage, we just couldn't do it. And it seems to be the bane of their existence yet again.
If you have a situation like that, like where you're struggling to hold upper against this type of rounds, this means that your openers, they need to be heavily towards upper. More utility if needed, more people if needed. Just stop this damn thing and then focus on the other side, right? If needed. But unlucky for them, or whatever it is, the reason they lost. And then
it's another thing that they have a problem with the roster. Glaive is not an anchor. He has to play rotator. Like, he's not a strong anchor player because his mechanics are not his strong suit. It's his game sense, right? And he's forced into some of these anchor roles, and sometimes he has a good game. Most of the time, it's average at best, right? And Farlig had an amazing series again, right? He's really stepped up so far in Pro League. Blade was good, Blame, and then, you know, you have Config again, nothing special, right? Nothing to write home about. He just can't find consistency. It feels like for more than 2 series at most.
And for Astralis, sorry, Trace, to cut you off. And as for Astralis, it's Config needs to be there on every single series for them to perform, you know, against top-tier teams.
So on the other side, you said you were never going to talk about Astralis again. We'll look past what you just said.
I just added up to what Yanko said. If
what
it's
about,
okay with you?
Well, yes, actually, it is fine with me. Speaking of adding up, 66 and 53, that's plus 13 on the KD from a man Afro, coming out swinging.
Well, 66 and 53 is 119, so.
Plus 13 KD.
Okay, the maths have gone wild.
Yeah, but you were adding, you weren't subtracting.
Let's stick to the point right here. The point is, Afro played out of his mind in this series in all 3 maps, and especially he delivered when they needed him the most, which was Nuke on that CT side in the second freaking half. Trace.
Why are you getting so aggressive?
Because you are pacing around me.
No, I just had to look at the numbers, and now I've got all discombobulated. Nonetheless, Afro shows up in a big way.
With the whole, like, squares and stuff, no?
No, actually, it just says it right here on the screen. I can just see it right now. And we can also see right now on the screen an interview with Afro.
He just made it. They managed to get their first win here at the ESL Pro League Season 16 in Group C. Arthur, congratulations. This is a big win, especially considering that you just won against Astralis, one of the teams that is probably one of the strongest one of your groups. How exactly did you approach the preparations? Like, do you actually practice here, or you just watch demos and do that kind of stuff?
Thank you for beginning. We know them a lot because we are used to play them, actually. Last time that we faced them at the RMR, they destroyed our dreams, so we are happy to take the revenge. And for the preparation, we watched a lot of demos and tried to adapt to their game style because they're not changing a lot, so yeah, it was our strategy.
Well, so far it seems like even though they usually perform really good on Nuke, so far they're having difficulties because they lost to Complexity on that map. Against MOUZ, it was really, really close. And right now you managed to actually close the map against them. What do you think is causing them the problem? Where is their weak spot?
I don't know if they have really weak spot, as you said, but I find them really easy to read. Like in T sides, they're playing always the same pace and the same kind of things that they're doing. And CT sides, I don't know. I feel like they could beat us if they were like a bit more on point on aim. But today it was your day.
Well, I basically already asked this question to Jax about like if he's helping Body to IGL. What are the moments when he's usually the most vocal?
About Jax? Jax is always a good guy to have in your team when you are like in a situation that you didn't face anytime, you know. Like for example, when we are in 3 or 4v5 and we are in really strange spots because of some things that happened, he's the guy who is organizing everyone what to do, and yeah, it's really good to have him in the team.
So like that tier 1 experience is like showing off.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Thank you very much for the interview and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's got to be a feel-good one there for HEET to find a W over ASTRALIS, and in doing so, they set us up nicely for our next matchup. Anything that you guys can add to this before we put the cherry on top?
No, I like the fact that they said they actually prepared. They watched a lot of demos, and you know they tried to adapt to the ASTRALIS style and try to punish their mistakes, and which is something that most teams should do, and it's a very healthy approach in coming out as an underdog in a matchup like this.
So that gotcha. Faded. Gotcha. No, I'm kidding. I didn't do that. Hey, check it out. We got another match coming your way and a food review, if I'm reading this correctly. So I'm not entirely sure what that's all about, but I will be watching it. Nonetheless, you will be back for us with Complexity versus Heroic, ENCE versus MOUZ at the end of the day. Bada boom, bada bing. Let's go away.
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the fan club showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
That true blueness exclusive. I call that the Trap Call Quest featuring Q-Tip. I do this coming out the wazoo with newness, shocking these con artists with the ruthless. Pioneers laid the foundation with the blueprint. All you gotta do is what you feel. Ain't no rules to this dish. We hostile, so when you see smoke coming out my nostrils, I'm about to breathe fire through my tonsils. Dock you, your opinions are not the gospel. If you ain't holding the door open, then you an obstacle. Baby Bam spitting out the wop bobbaloo. Without a DJ, none of these jams will be possible. I walk tall, carry a big staff, and when I go back to the home of hip hop, they call me Af. You don't see me where I'm at in the lab, with memories on my mind that never could be gentrified. You get down. fights turn into gunfights, but now we rock mics. I used to roll dice, but now my flow's tight. I got some cold rights to hold me down till my dough's right. Back on the road, I tell myself this is your life, your life, your life. Whether I'm at the bottom or top billing, I still got a ghost face, kill it. Don't catch feelings, as long as my milk is chilling. If not, then bam, make 'em run DMC, cause you be illin'. Real talk, I got so much funky ish inside my brain. Black thought, how many years these brothers been up in the game? Support, just drop the beat and quest, love 'em, make it bang. Report, the JB's gotta go against the grain. Ain't no play-ish, we on some payday-ish. Before that Mayday hit, I dropped the mixtape quick. Before that due date hit, put on the boot camp click. Jump on my iron horse and feed it heyday quick. I'm still the Sonic on stage with the hip-hop band. I'm on the world tour with Muhammad, my man. Jungle, it ain't a puzzle. I make the track bounce when I bubble. Get down, get down.
Day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come. You're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, get back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the
What's up, gamers? Up next on ESL Pro League Season 16, we have a cracker. We have one of the teams from Group C, the only team with a clean sheet currently, 2-0. Complexity going up against Heroic. You know, logic would kind of dictate that Complexity are the underdogs here, but currently, maybe they can best the Danes. We are going to find out soon. My name is Parla. I continue to be one of your desk hosts on the night shift, joined by Blair and Maui Snake. Boys, how are you doing? Are you excited for this matchup? Do you think my assessment is fair?
I think it's a fair assessment. It's been a week of insanity, some people might say. We just saw Astralis lose to HEET as well. Things are absolutely mental, and an NA team is undefeated. Maui, how do you feel about it?
Feels pretty good, but, you know, I'm not going to look before I leap, that is, or leap before I look, that is.
I think it's leap before you look.
Leap before I look, yeah. But it's just weird. It's a topsy-turvy world. That's why I messed up my words up. That's why we're seeing HEET beat Astralis. That's why we're seeing Complexity beat Astralis. Maybe everybody can beat Astralis except for MOUZ. Who knows? We're in a weird cycle right now.
Yes, Group C has gone more the way of Group A as opposed to Group B, where things are all over the place. Either way, we are going to try to align them logically for you soon in our pre-match segment. But right now, it's time for Last Night with the Night Shift. And today, Blair, it's a very special one, right? What's going on in Last Night with the Night Shift today?
The special thing here is it's just one guy.
It's just one guy.
33.33% of the Night Shift. And it's our man here, Maui Snake.
Maui, what have you been up to? Tell our audience at home and introduce your... I'm not going to say it. You can name it yourself.
I think that we're gonna enjoy it just as it is. It's I've been eating in Katowice. A lot of people think that this isn't a culinary destination, but we're gonna prove them wrong. We're gonna prove them all wrong. We should roll the clip.
Roll the clip.
All right, we're outside Little Hanoi. This is one of the gems of Katowice. It's a great Vietnamese-inspired spot. And for a place like Katowice, you might not think that Vietnamese food would be their strong suit, but we're here to have our minds blown. So the first thing about this pho is that the broth is clear, just like a really great pork broth that imparts all of its flavors onto the noodles so well. Sometimes if it's just not steeped long enough, you can just kind of tell it's like thinner. But even though it's a really light broth, it's packed with flavor, and that just gets all over the noodles. When you smell it too, it just hits you in the face with that waft of beef smell, and that's just it's really pleasant. Yeah, even just after one dish though, I could already tell that this place, there's a level of care in what they're doing here that goes above a lot of the restaurants in the area. Not that there's too many bad restaurants in this space, but they're just going to the next step in a lot of things, including the garnishes and just kind of all these little touches that they have. Oh my god. Oh my god, wow. That is no joke, one of the best pieces of duck I've ever had. The duck, though, was definitely the standout dish in that the fatty channels going through the duck. I rarely find myself eating duck that has that much fat. And even when you get to the outer bits of it, you get to the kind of gristly parts, and when you have the plum sauce on those gristly bits, it's like you're eating candy. It's like almost rock candy. It's such an excellently put together dish in terms of the sauce and the duck and the way the preparation on it. The rice is just something you probably want to order in terms of just making sure you have a bed for whatever it is that you're eating. It's not a standout dish or anything, but it's a necessity for a meal like this.
Just an absolutely beautiful piece of art. Let's get it trending, guys. Hashtag Maui's Food Reviews.
Woo! Shouts out to Jacob in production for putting that one together and filming everything on site there. And also shouts out to Little Hanoi for letting us film on site. I think a lot of places.
I haven't seen you that pleased having a meal in quite a while, so I'm gonna probably check it out. You know.
Yeah. Be sure to do it. Be sure to do it. Next IEM Katowice, everybody meet up. Little Hanoi. You heard it here.
There we go. And with that being said, I think we can start breaking down our second match of the day. Boys, are you ready? Heroic versus Complexity. Initial thoughts, please.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously the big storyline right now is Complexity are unbeaten here. They took down HEET, and with HEET taking on Astralis just a few minutes back, now that result, it looks even, I wouldn't say, yeah, a little bit more impressive, right? They took down Astralis as well earlier on, which was a comeback win with a lost map #1. That being said, the remaining opponents, they have Heroic, MOUZ, ENCE. None of these games are going to be easy, if you ask me. And for Complexity, they want to show that they're here to even make it to the playoffs, and they're here to deliver. They're a whole different team right now. It starts with this game they have right now.
Maui, we just had Cole's matches so far here in Group C. What do you think of their results so far? 2 wins, perhaps they weren't supposed to get.
The thing is that you look at those victories, and I'd say before the group started, you might have said there's no chance that they have against Astralis. HEET was kind of a 50-50, but after we saw HEET just beat Astralis the way that they did, now there's actually a little bit of proof in the pudding in terms of where they've gone and how they've been able to dismantle 2 European teams, because it's not easy doing that if you're coming all the way from North America. So props to JT and company, because they're playing great CS. I think that's the main thing I want to say about them, is that they're actually using utility, some of the best in the group, and their trading now is off the charts. It looks so good.
We can actually take a bit of a sample size from last season of Pro League, season 15, where Complexity and Heroic played off against each other. Different rosters, though.
This is a long time ago.
Very long time ago.
A very long time ago, where Heroic were looking really, really good. They were a team at that point in time where we called them like the studio land gods, right? The only time they used to struggle was when it came to like big tournaments on the stage. And Complexity, they just kind of come together. I think like it's been 3 months old, this particular lineup, and things weren't quite gelling. They look really good right now. I have to agree with you. If you look at the numbers, the stats, they might have some weak points, for example, when it comes to getting opening kills. But as you pointed out, the trade game is so very good. In these 4v5 situations, they're able to convert it. So I'm excited to see where they're going to be placing, because Heroic yesterday looked much better than day 1.
This is a little bit scary for Complexity, because if they play day 1 Heroic versus day 3 Heroic, I feel like you're getting 2 completely different teams.
Absolutely.
Heroic 2 are a team that's powering up with this new roster change. The Yabi induction has been a little bit shaky at first, but now we're starting to see that this team actually has so much more potential and possibly could actually do better than that previous Heroic. It's just that it's taking time, and they've still only won 2 out of their last 7 series.
Up next, it is our Colex players to watch with Heku. Let's see who she has picked.
It's time for another EU versus NA clash. For Heroic, recent results have served as a wake-up call. A call that was answered yesterday by Tessis as he led his team to their first win of Pro League, racking up 50 kills along the way. Today they look to turn that win into momentum and settle into a new stride in Group C, but complexity stands in their way. Complexity has started their Pro League campaign with full focus. An upset over Astralis on day one gave them a clear path to the playoffs. And yesterday in their second victory, Fang was incredible with a 1.39 rating. Another good performance from him today would put them in the driver's seat of the group. Does Complexity have another upset up their sleeve, or will Heroic shut them down?
Little surprise there. Actually, it was Jason Moses O'Toole taking over our Colex players to watch. Do you agree with his picks, Blair and Maui, whilst we head into the map vetoes?
Yeah. Well, I would say that right now, I don't think that Tessis is the guy that I would be looking out for. It's just that we've talked about Stown so much in the past for Heroic. Sometimes we got to show a little bit of love. And after Tessis' yesterday performance, we had to throw some in his direction.
Exactly. Map vetoes up on screen now. Blair, if you'd like to talk us through them.
This one might be one of the more the curious ones, right? Dust to Mirage, the obvious bans. Now, for Heroic, do you go with Ancient or Nuke? That's the question. Complexity, go with Inferno. Not too surprised there. It's a map they're comfortable going for a first pick. Ancient or Nuke, because Nuke is a map Complexity are okay playing. Ancient means they're going to be... Look, they just played Ancient yesterday. They looked great. What I was worried about was Heroic's like, oh, Complexity might be watching the demo. They might have a counter for us. But they seem to be very confident in that T side, which looked incredible. Nuke is a decider. I guess both teams... Heroic is going to be pretty happy with this. That being said, Complexity are okay playing all three maps.
I actually would have wanted Complexity to pick Nuke in this veto because Inferno is kind of a... It's a little bit of fool's gold for them right now where they've won it a lot with this five-man lineup, but they were doing it against lower tier North American competition when it came to Astralis versus Complexity yesterday. Astralis had their number in more ways than one. So I would say that right now, given this veto, I gotta say it's very Heroic favored.
Okay, if you're saying the veto is Heroic favored, can I get a score line prediction from you, Maui Snake?
I'm gonna go 2-0, and I don't like to do that because I want to throw more love in North America's direction, but this is just a Heroic lineup that seems to be getting better day by day.
I'll give you one more chance to say it's going to be 2-0 to Complexity, and then I'll throw it to Blair, and we'll throw it to the game.
I just can't lie like that.
All right, Blair, what about you, mate?
I'll do it. Screw it. It's going to be 2-0. It's Heroic. It's Heroic. Heroic have to take it. But
for some reason.
But Complexity could potentially take a map.
Yeah,
they like playing Ancient. The results haven't shown it, but JT's teams in the past, extra salt days, whatever, they were very happy playing Ancient. So they could maybe take a map.
All right, Blair and Maui are going with Heroic. I would love to see Complexity continue their clean sheet and end up 3-0 at the end of today. Let's find out what is about to happen and throw it over to our casters.
Don't adjust your sets. This is not the cooking channel. There's no fitness going on here. This is where the fun and games go down. It's Counter-Strike here at ESL Pro League Season 16. And we're getting underway with Heroic versus Complexity. I'm joined by Henry G, and the favorite pistols are back out again.
They absolutely are. The dual Berettas in the hands of Stone. We'll see whether he can make them sing as we get into the first round here. The first map of our second series of the day, Heroic versus Complexity. The analysts broke it down. They believe Heroic have got a strong chance of taking this one 2-0. I tend to believe with the map pool as well, but always excited to see Complexity. They are currently 2-0 in the group chat, so let's see what they can make of that.
Well, they're playing hide and seek right now, just keeping tucked over towards second mid in case any inquisitive CTs want to have a looky-loo. 1xBet odds are heavily favoring the Danes here. Heroic, maybe they can pick up a win today where Astralis couldn't. But all silent on the western front as 5 members make their way quietly up through second middle.
Yeah, with a silent boost as well. So Shush could be in trouble here. Cadian to protect him, though. We'll see who comes out on top. It's a lovely shot from Grim. Doesn't account for the second, though. And Shush, good for one, but all is good for. Massive advantage now. And Complexity aren't wasting any time in the execution. They're making their way up towards middle as Tessis sneaks on towards the bomb site here. Tucks himself away, waiting for the first opportunity to get the kill. And it's a little bit scrappy, but he does find it.
Well done from JT. Alleviates any of the final pressure that was coming through from this rotation. Now it is just Stown. He's the hero of this Heroic squad, but I don't think he has too many opportunities here. An extra smoke was scooped up on site from the corpse of Tessis. Will deny the access to testing the waters now over towards top mid, and the Kevlar and Julies are probably the best to hold on to here. He can drop the Julies to someone else in the next round, maybe get an upgrade going himself, but Complexity, they'll stick the landing here.
They absolutely will. So that's not bad at all. Complexity will keep 3 players alive as well.
Look at all the extra nades they still have that they didn't have to use as part of this strategy here. They still have a Molotov, 2 smokes, 2 flashes left over to carry forward. So that's a good place to find yourself. Oh, wait.
I was about to say, I thought you were trolling, Chad.
No, Go TV's timed out.
I wanted to jump in and save you. I thought you were trolling. So I was like, oh, he's got another joke here for us.
Sorry, everybody. We didn't.
It would have been a great point.
Why is our Go TV dead?
It's happened a couple of times, and it has happened at the start of this game. There's nothing we can do about it. We'll just have to...
Damn it.
roll with the punches, I'm afraid, as we'll see TRANSMISSOES. Like I said, maybe if he gets a couple of clean ones here, there was a chance. The first one took him a few bullets, and we will see JT close things out there. So a good start for the North Americans. Heroic will fight back, though, however. They've got a force buy.
Oh, we have a bigger problem than just Go TV here, Henry. We're going to need to get the entire IT department out here.
Yeah.
As trundling down mid here on the force buy, the kills come in. Beautiful work for TRANSMISSOES and Shush there. Lexi now on the absolute back foot.
Certainly are. And this round is melting in front of their very eyes. The bomb down, but the CTs don't have to patrol it. It's a very awkward angle to hold on to, especially if they've got SMGs, Deagles. So they'll take the 4-on-2 advantage and position elsewhere. So at the floppy now, making a lot of noise towards the quad side. And he's very aware of Stound's potential position as the dual Berettas. That'll at least maintain the advantage here. 3 versus 1. Grim to plant. Very awkward spot, though, but a very talented player can make something of this. There's the first headshot, connects the second as well. Great effort. With the bomb going down as well. 1 versus 1, not the end of the world. Complexity is certainly not ideal around. They will want to forget.
Yeah, I think the fact that it's just the disrespectful nature of getting stuck in like that and losing the round after that early mid exchange, that's the frustrating part of this. But the plant's good. Force buy very likely here. We don't have all of our extra information until we do resolve this Go TV issue. So we are flying a little bit blind here.
That's a great effort with those dual Berettas there. You can see Grim was up for it, but surrounded towards the end. Tests to close things out. We go 1-1. And with the bomb planted, it does yield a bit of extra cash, $800 per player. So we'll see the AK-47 for Grim, MAC-10s, pistols otherwise. So Heroic right back in this early on. This is the pick of Complexity as well, as Yabi will be jumping past second middle, just getting a bit of intel here. And Adian certainly found some. That's a great shot towards the half wall. Down though, players all around him, he can hear them. Trying to do some residual damage there with the MP9. Good Molotov. JT won't be affected by it, but held in position. Now is burning to a crisp, down to 28 points of health. And we'll see what they can make of this now. Floppy and co with full mid-control. Cadian with his second kill of the round. A fantastic setup here for the CTs. Running away with it. We are going to see just JT and Fang remain. And at this stage, just going to be discussing their options. Can they even make a dent here in the follow-up round? Still a minute on the clock. They have a flashbang available, but that is about it. So this setup towards the arch side has been fantastic so far. Shush just to shut them down there, and that was the force buy back in from Complexity. So they are going to be a little bit more humble going forward, and a very confident start for Heroic after losing the pistol, Chad.
Keep everyone updated. We do have the IT department live here fixing problems, so it's all happening. I'm loving it. This is where the best happens, and it's going to be exciting to see. Oh, whoa, we got the internet fixed. We're back online. Look at this. A plug and play. Now we just need to get Henry's going. The double thumbs up from Graham Pitt. He's in the building. He's definitely not...
Well, that's why I'm in a good mood today.
Oh, because Graham Pitt's here.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to be taking a look here at a full economical rounds. They're on the bridge, hanging out. And let's just inspect the flowers here, maybe, if we can, Jay. Just take a look at them. What color? I guess this is a light pink on the flowers. Pink and white? Pink and white.
Sorry, I missed the conversation. My headset was off for a second.
I'm feeling because there's a full Glock eco on a bridge.
Okay, I'm with you.
You know, I just...
This is the perfect time for it to happen.
Who actually would have thought it would have been as simple as turning it on and off again?
Well, that's sometimes the trick. That's all it takes.
So we could maybe... Well, actually, we didn't plug it in or out, so we didn't do anything.
We just called for help.
Yeah, and the help came. So I think Complexity might be calling for some help now. We know what type of round this is. We haven't come up with a catchy name. It's the long version is sit, wait, draw out all the CT utility and force them to expend that extra cash in the next round. But I need to work out how to condense that.
Okay, all of our issues
We're
now resolved.
online.
We are so back into
Hooray.
the mix, and we will see the CTs just mowing them down here. MP9s are plenty, but a couple of Glock kills. Floppy, he manages to recover an AWP. They've got the MP9. This is the kill right here. If he nails this one in CT spawn, they can have a full eco victory on the cards. Oh, what a flashbang. Yeah, that shuts it down.
Not overextending, waiting for his teammates. The team play is perfect, but JT, a menace on the orb, goes down to Shush. The bomb's being planted. A full Glock eco has netted a lot of profit here. Doesn't matter how the round finishes, but Fang, he'd love to give it a crack here. A Glock in hand. Bomb ticking away. No defuse kit on either Shush or Yabi right now. Need to get a move on. Fang's just lying in wait. Both have the head arm, the Glock steps out, and he'll be dealt the dud hand. The defuse comes through, the orb will be salvaged. But a sketchy round against full Glocks.
You don't see it very often, they're getting that tight, but the double kill coming in from Floppy, very impressive. I'm sure it's down to timing. You see shaking his head, he can't believe it. It was actually
trying to console him here.
5 on 3 to kick things off. You think, okay, well, fair enough, they'll get a kill back in response, but how does that happen? Double ding from Floppy. JT vaults up to find the orb kill as well. And sure, it goes in favor of Heroic, but a frustrating last few moments there.
He's obviously been hard on himself there, Cadian, in that situation because he knows he was the catalyst to that round almost falling apart.
Right.
So the fact that Stown gets 2, he doesn't get a single kill, he gives up the orb. So frustrated with himself there, but still early stages.
Very early stages, Chad. 3-1 complexity. Looking to fight back, though. We have got Cadian investigating towards middle, and he might get more than he bargained for. Hauzuk absolutely wrecks him there with the AK-47. Shush will be boosted up, however. This is a nice swing around. Testes will be blind. Doesn't quite keep it as clean as he would like. We're back to a 2-on-2, and Shush still here.
Fight Club top middle. Just all the bodies being thrown in towards this corridor. 2 survive on either side. Floppy, perfect timing from him. Will they expect the rotation to Stown? He's already responded to this. He's going to be coming quick up the short side. They do have a smoke available. Likely to see Floppy deploy that again to replenish the smoke over towards Moto. But with all these nades, only towards the pit. Maybe a flash to facilitate. Stown does have options here. When does he want to give up his position? There's a kit just in front of him. There's all the pieces he needs here, Henry.
Absolutely true. It all starts with the incendiary. Can confirm that that side of the pit is clear at least. HE towards the bomb side now. Trying to go down with a decent effort here in the 2 versus 1, but just surrounded. JT in a prime position. That's all about Floppy, though. 2 massive kills there towards the apartment position. Vaults out, manages to get the bomb down, and there they are. They bounce right back, 3-2.
Well, a bad death for Cadian, again, top middle. In no man's land with the AWP goes down to that proactive nature of Hauzuk coming up mid. So the 2 consecutive rounds here have put Heroic into what should be an interesting scenario. They can bring out the orb once more. There's 2 M4s, make it 3 at a minimum. Stown will upgrade into the FAMAS. So there's just enough to make this one work here, but the emissions in the kit department may be a problem if Complexity can get into the site again. It's a 3-man B lean. Yabi beats the Flames. Does he want to go aggressive holes here? He may actually be able to continue the push.
He's got ahead of the spam as well. It might be a free kill for him. Yabi, he'll take down the danger man of the previous one. That's going to be Floppy, so a great scalp to find, and he's not done just yet. He wants a second bite of the cherry here, Chad. Players beneath him, 2 in fact. That's still an incredibly strong position. You can catch rotating Ts from Banana and indeed middle. That's JT holding towards Banana. Looking for that smoke that lands in front of the bomb site, I think.
Might go overlooked here completely, Yabi, because this is not what you'd expect after the opening kill. Dropping back should be name of the game. Fang rounds the corner. Looked like he was aiming at the floor there, but the adjustment up to the head is nice, and now Heroic will spring to life.
Yeah, confident, assertive frag there from Fang. 4-on-4 always favors the terrorists, especially when there's still a minute on the clock. Lurk smoke out towards the apartments, and Shush will be tested. He does not pass. Hauzuk will be decimating him with his AK-47. He's looked so strong the last couple of rounds, and that's an open A bomb site. 4 versus 1. Stown has got nothing to do. He has to fall back.
Yeah, this is a great round again from Complexity. I think one of the key details with this team, with JT's leadership, they always have good utility usage. That's the one that gets the highest praise. But I also think building the fundamental base is another thing they've always worked on, right? The efficient trading and spacing and understanding of how they want to take a lot of these situations. And Complexity have been building at this for some time. This team, it's not looked at as necessarily the poster boys of North American CS. That is going to go to Liquid.
Sure.
But Complexity have some of the... They're not up-and-coming names anymore. This is about the time we need to see what they truly have. And I think Grim is the one who's had the most amount of shine with his short time there in Liquid. This team, he can have a couple more positions to get more out of him as an individual. Floppy and Fang, I think for those 2 individuals, solid riflers. JT always has some good ideas, and now Halzerk, the Norwegian, coming into the mix. It's bringing them the necessary firepower on that AWP and can even do it on the rifle, as he's demonstrated here today.
Mr. Happy himself, TC, always got a smile on his face, apart from right now, of course, when I mention it. Always smiling otherwise, it seems.
That is true.
Hopefully, things get better for Complexity. They're actually doing a very good job on the T side. They're keeping it even, 3-3. And remember, they won the previous round, but an AWP was saved. Elsewhere, $2,000. So Stown, he's got the armor. He might as well hold on to the AWP and certainly capable of using the weapon. But Complexity be very aware of the financial situation as well. They've got time to discuss their options and presumably slow things down, try and ascertain as to where the AWP is positioned and play around that.
Well, he does have a good B spawn right now, so if they did want to use the big green to try and find a pick over B, will they facilitate with the one-way smoke? They can always throw the car smoke. It's actually a full investment. Okay, just as you were thinking maybe, just maybe, they might want to let this one rest. They will completely buy in behind the AWP here, so a real heavy lean towards B at the start with 4 players. Nothing really to write home about other than these nades down Stown's nose, and to find himself at 30 points of health here already. They're lingering around, and will they snap this one shut? Molly segregates. They are going to have to drop back. Yabi's being sold down the river here. He's stuck on his lonesome towards Sandbag.
Stown's very aware. They know where he is now. He's going to be rotating, hoping it funnels them back in towards A, where he's repositioning. But anything but. They'll continue their campaign towards this B bomb site. Cadian there with the smoke. You can see Stown in no man's land right now, trying to work out where he should be positioned. But I think the gamble stack towards A is the better protocol here. Save the AWP, move on.
And I think for Cole as well, even if you heard the AWP there early, you may as well continue towards B because you still have enough utility to do a full execute. You get the smokes down, the flashes can be potent, you have one Molotov in play, you can isolate the angles, and in they go. Flashes are brilliant, Cadian locked out, and as you mentioned, it will have to be that save call, so they're all in. That's them absolutely nothing.
Bomb has been planted.
And another clean one. This is a really tidy stretch of 3 rounds now. For Complexity. The 4th did come on the pistol. I think opening kills might be a focal point here, especially if Cadian keeps giving up a couple with the AWP.
Yeah, he certainly has, hasn't he? But you are dead on. Complexity don't give anything away there whatsoever. Managed to get the banana control, detect the AWP on the other side, nade him to hell and back, and he has to retreat, and at that point they continue with the encroachment towards the B bomb side, and it's actually a very nice finish. All 5 will survive. They've got AK-47s across the board, building up a nice reservoir of cash as well. Around $7,000 for 2 of the players. Everyone else hovering around 4K, but the AWP is saved on the CT side, and indeed the armor as well. So they'll have upgraded pistols, and they should be able to buy into this one. Fortunately for them, you don't really need helmets against the AK-47s. Could be a problem with the Glock is pulled out, of course, but for now, can invest their money wisely into utility and presumably some diffuse kits as well. But they actually keep it pretty modest, Chad. This is a strange turn of events. They saved the AWP, and the previous round was a bit of an eco as well. They purchased one more M4, and they've got the upgraded pistols already, so they're relying on those. Don't want to waste that investment, I suppose.
Well, they're going aggressive with it at least, so Stown will take the fight and allow them to know, yeah, there's another purchase here, and if he can get away, this has actually worked out quite nicely. Hightailing it towards A, that trundling very noisily through the apartments here. Cadian's in the right place, the right time with the AWP, and cuts off the head of the snake. Grim's down. And I can't believe the investment, but what I can't believe more is the fact it's working.
Yeah, the 2 players you need to actually start finding kills are the ones that invested in the weaponry, and that's going to be exactly that. Stown and Cadian, great job so far, but Fang fighting back. A missed shot from Cadian now. A window of opportunity. Can they leap through it, though? Shush. It maintains the man advantage. They've actually got a 4-on-2, but JT, this is sneaky. It's a nice shot as well. Even better towards the pit. That's the showstopper. And we've got a 2-on-2. Out of nowhere. They lose the first 2 picks, but they are fighting back tooth and nail here. Grenade doesn't quite hit the mark, but it's the Desert Eagle of Teslas is still looking dangerous.
How much can he see here? Toggle of the X-ray shows almost nothing as JT. Sharp as you like. This push-up short from Yabi, though. There's still time for this. When's he going to activate? Swings out. JT down. Last man. Floppy on the side. You can't stop the flop. He's going to get the second. Tessas. He goes down to 1-on-2 for Floppy here to get up to 5 rounds now. And JT.
A captain's performance,
You
Jad.
love it.
That is beautiful. I didn't think he had it in him. I didn't think for a second he was going to nail that second shot, but it was an absolute stunner. Cadian, at this point, 5-on-3, you think the round's over. How do they get back into it? Well, I'll tell you how. It's JT with a monster shot like that towards the pin position, and it's not in vain at all. As you mentioned, Floppy, no stranger to converting those sort of rounds, and he looks comfy as you like. 5-3 now. Money, thankfully, still available for Heroic, considering their decisions in the previous rounds.
Yeah, if you check, if the account's checking their bank history, doesn't know what's been going on. But I think, ET, there's one close. It's over towards the logs. It's down, shrouded by the smoke right now. He's heard the steps. JT doesn't know, but Heroic, they're aware of everything here. TRANSMISSOES, he's unloaded the complete mag, and that might actually thrust JT forward.
Already dead, isn't he?
It's down, going to click.
No way.
Okay, there you go. Got a little bit worrisome for a moment, didn't it? Didn't know if down was going to clear.
Actually, I heard one, but he seems to have gone. But here we go, Cadian. Like he said, he has given up a couple of opening kills, but good damage there towards middle. Flashed off for now, and exchanging the utility here, allowing Shush to have the smoke towards pit if required, if he gets Molotovs off, of course. This is looking like a very strong setup. They do well to lose this one.
Coming through for info. What a crazy play that was. Well, they get the info, and TRANSMISSOES gets both kills through the smoke.
That was a bit of a crazy play.
They didn't want to be in the darkness, right? Because they were gamble stacking over towards this A site. So they wanted some info. Unfortunately, TRANSMISSOES gets 2, right? If he doesn't get 2 there and Shush goes down and they get nothing, then yeah, we have a problem. But now it should just be a save.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. It's a nice lead. Complexity have garnered for themselves, but they're picking up the pace. I think they might be exploring the options towards B. It's Grim and Floppy, two of the strongest fraggers on the team, and Floppy very, very good in these difficult clutch scenarios. Like, he can perform. And with Grenade, unfortunately, that's going to do a load of damage as Grim will be dropped, and now Floppy's chances really are limited, but TRANSMISSOES should take care of him momentarily. I like the enthusiasm to give it a go. Shows they're up for it, but ultimately, it's to their demise. It's going to be Heroic closing the gap now with 4 rounds on the board. There's Cadian pushing through the smoke, maybe showing a bit of frustration there, as Chad mentioned, trying to get the intel, but TRANSMISSOES made up for it, buckets and spades with the double kill through the smoke. Very, very nice indeed.
Yeah, these info plays. Oh, wow, that could have been a TK, yeah.
He did hit his teammate.
Yeah, that's very fortunate it didn't unfold in that fashion. But the buyers are back here. 4 AK-47s and a scout. So we are back underway. Some chip damage done down towards C-stairs. Fang and Halzerk softened up. Grim, well, he saw it as well. TRANSMISSOES holding the antenna flash available. He's actually repositioned here, so there's a bunch of different util sets you can throw from this position. He's actually taken a lot. He's just moved so much. TRANSMISSOES have been everywhere, and that's a dunk grenade. So huge damage done to this banana onslaught. And if they just wanted to execute towards B, they are going to have a tough go at things.
Yeah, lovely made so far. Softens them up with the M4s. 1 dink potential now. And this could be tagging over some utility as well. You'll see that a lot on Inferno. Just run over, hand delivery, and a decent smoke as well to buy. Another 20 seconds here towards the B bomb site. Elsewhere, we are probing towards top of middle. Floppy, he'll be joined by Halzerk, who will be trying to at least show some sort of presence here towards middle. They've taken vision away from the arch side, and Floppy will be left there alone. So a bit of a lurk situation for him, but not finding much else there.
Slightly flubs the molly there. They double smoke spawn, and they're actually getting out of here. So knowing that Heroic are highly reactive, Caden was secure that there is still one top mid, but unfortunately Yabi's on the wrong side. 27 seconds, it has to be this A finish. They're going to be funneled up short here. Shush could get a massive spray down here unless they hit a banger. Repositioning towards the mini pit now. The fight is coming. This crossfire needs to lock it out. And if they can just dispel them, hold the wolf at the door, the rotation will be great. And they are doing exactly that. Cadian is going to get a whole boatload of frags right there. And we've tied things up 5-5.
Yeah, you've got to be very brave to run up short like that when you know there's a crossfire enabled. If you've got no utility, no smokes to segregate one part of the bomb site, it will look exactly like that. He jump into the blender, and Heroic are more than happy to oblige as we tie things up 5-5. Money started to drain. More complexity, however, so should be the eco/partial buy for them, and this is what I'm talking about. As soon as they get the intel, Cadian's on the side. You've also got another player to contend with. That's Yabi in towards the pit. So I think Cadian needed that. He's had a couple of frustrating rounds, and just a clean one like that where he survives as well, gets the AK-47 in his hands. Don't need the AWP on the CT side of Inferno, that's for sure. And they're starting to look quite confident now. That's going to be 2 rounds in a row for them as we enter round 11. It's going to be taking a tactical timeout here to discuss options. Very early on here in the best of 3.
Well, this should be only the lightest of investments here for Complexity. I'm curious, right? I know that Complexity are at top of the group with a 2-0 scoreline right now, and everybody else other than ASTRALIS, who are 1-2. HEET are now 1-2. The rest are all 1-1.
It's so bad.
It is crazy, right? But that's the thing. With Complexity at a 3-0, Paula brought up this sentiment on the desk where Maui and Blair were talking about it. With Complexity, they don't feel safe. They don't feel like a lock-in for the playoffs by any means.
Definitely not.
So this game, it holds a lot of weight. I think they know the importance of this matchup right here as well. If they can take down ASTRALIS and Heroic as two of the scalps that they take and HEET's that third victory, there's a chance for Complexity. But I wish all the groups panned out like this in such a competitive nature, because it shows that now every game is hugely important. It's no, we end up at 3-0 with a bunch of teams and we're expecting them to get through. But here's a flash. It's a fight.
I like the smoke as well. So the flash to push them back towards half ball. The smoke to disallow entry. You've really pushed them back there. Good grenade potential from KDN. Does he want to fling it in?
Bit late now, I think. He's just going to have to stay the fight. Go Gadget Arms trying to grab that Deagle right there as she will follow, and now back towards B. So they want Stown to have his stats padded.
Let's see what he can make of it. All four players for Complexity is going with a contact play. That's literally all they can do. They've got no grenades and no real hope of this one. Another brutal crossfire. They're having to swing around, hopefully find a couple of shots towards the CTs, but nothing can be done. A difficult one to give away, but still it was inevitable considering their bye. It's going to be number 12 here, Heroic taking the lead, but still a very competitive half here. 5 rounds on their T side. Would be hunting for a couple more if possible, but we'll see what round 12 has got in store for us. Still no open the CT side. 3 AK-47s though, make it 4. A lot of damage here. You'll see them getting a little bit more aggressive perhaps, trying to get in favorable positions, and they send 3 players towards Banana to kick things off.
KDN looks like he's just going to throw a deep nade down, soften him up, and oh, he's actually hit the wall there. So not quite the execution he was looking for. $300 down the drain. As Banana, where they want to limp out this aggression. Stown was playing in front of that half wall there, but you can see it's smoked off, so there's no real info to be gained or gathered as top mid. 3 players about to pounce here from Cole. KDN is tucked in. Gabby's actually going to reposition, so they won't be able to bait KDN in here, at least from close. Gabby can jiggle peek here from this corner. And if KDN does get mollied, he can extinguish at his own feet. But here they come. The flash is over. And snap. The trap.
Wow.
And now he can extinguish and live. So KDN's all good. The jump away, I guess he wants to avoid some nades. The jump into it is the wrong option.
Yeah, some questionable maneuvers there. You were right, he got away with it, but maybe he still did, because Yabi with the follow-up kill maintains the advantage here at least. SS will be joined by Stown as well, so he'll take the aggro. Presumably the trade comes in, but that is wonderful from Fang. He manages to get a lovely 2-piece as we walk in toward the B bomb side. 3-on-2 now. How has he pulled that one off?
What these guys can produce in these type of situations has been pretty eye-opening the last couple of days, and Fang's probably on for a couple more here. Yabi's going to jiggle around the corner, and Fang, sharp as you like. 7 kills total, 3 in the round. And this is his round. The trading top mid, the space was provided, and the shots here in Banana, they were ready for that. That setup, 1 towards the car, 1 on the sandbag. They were just clinical shots from Fang, and Shush has to save.
Nothing can be done, and that was looking like another brutal crossfire from Heroic as well. They were established. It looked like it all made sense, but the first shot went against them, and then the swing around from Fang was just astonishing. So just Shush remaining, and I don't think there's much you can do about this one. The round will be going in favor of Complexity, and they will be saving 2 players as well on a flashbang, but they pulled that one back from the dead. It felt like after that interaction towards the arch side, maybe KDN is regretting this decision to jump through the smoke after all.
Yeah, I think he thought he was under more of a threat there, but likely he could have gotten away. And even if he couldn't have gotten away, he could have stalled out some more time and forced them to come to him for the fight. I understand he's quite worried, but let's watch this again. That's great. Oh,
see ya.
That is fantastic. On the fade of the smoke.
He wasn't set up at all for that. No one flashed him in. There was no utility used. That's just raw firepower. And he's certainly got a lot of it, making a name for himself here in ESL Pro League. Aggression now from Heroic, as Stown will actually be looking towards Banana. He's got full information that that's clear. They can maybe even push down here on the CT side and see what's available to them. Does he need to get out of here, though?
Yeah, this is such an awkward position for Stown to be in. Shush, they're coming your way, knocking on the door. 1, it's going to be enough. The massive floodgate open. Cadian's nade is well placed and well timed, but he's blind during all of the nukes drop. But Cadian now needs to hit some shots. Bombs towards the pit, a defensive smoke as the cavalry is coming and Yabi's here. They may have done enough, Heroic.
Yeah, I really like that smoke from Cadian. That's a very wise and informed decision. But Grim, oh, he pushes through it. This is actually falling apart once again. Back to the 2-on-2. Plenty of time to work with. Grim just needs to stay alive now, if possible. Smoke about to fade, and 2 players residing within it. If he gets 1 kill, he'll set his teammate up. Great shot. But the bomb is still down, but Fang, he has an opportunity here.
Well, did they see it drop off the balcony, right? We
might not be
saw
aware.
the shot from Cadian there and the bomb get launched, but there was flashes, there was smokes. I don't know if they'll know where the bomb is.
Maybe, but they did see it go down at least when they got the kill. They would have seen it on the radar, but as to where it is, I couldn't tell you. Oh my God. Did he get away with it?
The timing here is mental. This is perfect. Yabi, well played. The timing working in his favor right there. Well, 7-6 now. Heroic, it's a just, but they are in the lead. That was crazy, though. Shush gets 1. Fortunately, Cadian's nade, it landed on 3 players there as they were running, so the nade was great. That's when the bomb got dropped, right? And it's understandable if Cadian doesn't click in that moment exactly where he saw it, as you mentioned, likely on the radar. But Fang and Grim, they make this interesting.
They absolutely do. Kill towards T steps, and then Grim finding a fantastic shot towards that A bomb site. Cadian now starting to get fired up. He knows this is the big game now, and we'll get right back into the action here. Yabi not wasting any time, forcing the issue down towards Banana, and he's got players all around, and the spray doesn't connect, though. These aggressive maneuvers not working out for the CT. So much damage being inflicted by Stown. Looking to convert. Thankfully, he has the smoke screen to protect him. Maybe a boost in CT spawn required here. Both players in towards the CT area right now. Swapping weapons over. They'll hold tight. Cadian with the M4 wants to get a bit of intel here, and he's caught out. It's that Cadian push again that's letting them down.
They just love the fight, Heroic. It's just all about the brawl. They like having the players in front of them. They don't want to be chasing their tails here. It's down.
Yo.
Yeah, that's all it was going to take. Shush, an extra man here. Make this the 4th individual to be over towards the B bomb site. TeSeS is miles away. It's all on Shush. Back of the site, pinned in. Trying to buy themselves some time, but Halzerk smokes and executes as TeSeS' nade that could be the difference maker here.
Wow, up against it now. Fresh smoke down in CT spawn.
Where they're planning.
A plant down towards the back of the bomb site there, trying to avoid the AT if possible. Incredibly low is Fang. And TeSeS, no kits actually, Chad, but he has got an incendiary. Can throw that in. This lineup, I assume it goes towards Emo.
Yeah, I haven't seen this one before. Okay, well, that's an easier one to throw than the lineup. I don't know how deep that one is going to spread here, but TeSeS, I don't think you've got a hope. Not a prayer here right now. He's going to make the Hail Mary attempt, but they can just toy with him. They can just take all the time they want. You said no kid. Is there one on the body of Shush around? Well, it's been tapped, and it's gone down. A great round from Halzerk there, 2 influential kills to get them across the line, and this was only a lighter investment there, so
they have the man advantage, Chad, and they're still, like you said, they want to take the fights, they want to take the biffs, but when you've got it like that, do you really need to be pushing Banana and just going by yourself? That was the moment right there. There's no one to back him up, no one to trade. A nice position, sure, but then the AWP is down, mowed down by the Tech-9. Shush did a pretty good job to get the double kill, but Halzerk, as mentioned, opened things up. Bomb goes down, and it's a huge round as we go into number 15 here. It's absolutely destroyed the finances of Heroic. 7-7, they've got an AWP. A few deagles, sure, but this one is looking a little bit messy. Get up there, Cadian.
They're already
middle.
Maybe get out. Don't get up. You've already lost this mid control completely. They smoke long and short, but Shush in the window room. Are they ready for this? Yes, Grim. Very aware. But this is how Heroic play. They're the most reactive team in Counter-Strike.
Right.
They're the guys you're playing with in matchmaking when you say flash B, and then before you know it, everybody's left the A side. Right? You haven't even called numbers. You haven't taken a lick of damage yet. You just called a single flash, and they've already rotated quite heavily here. So Heroic down a man.
JT
down around
on the lurks here. If he gets 1 kill, remember, he's just by himself. He's trying to sell the idea, the concept that this will be an A take, and he might even get more than that. Finds a huge kill on the AWP, follows it up as well. And once again, JT, he might not have the most frags, but he's certainly delivering on all fronts. I say that, I think he actually does. They've all got like 8 or 9 kills right now, and that's the best you could probably ask for.
Team effort from Complexity here. And 8 on the half is going to be great. The only issue right now is this Teague. And surely Stown isn't going to clown on them here.
Surely.
He's going to have to go nuclear. That's the last frag found, and he can't get anything done whatsoever. 8-7 on the nose for Complexity. They've taken the lead only just on their map choice. What are Heroic going to do?
I don't know, Chad. We're going to have to find out after this break. We hope you join us. We'll see you in a bit.
Hey Future Pros, on Inferno today, and I thought I'd show you how to throw the classic one-way to help you sneak out of the A apartments and maybe find a kill or two. To throw the smoke, get apps control, then position yourself on the edge of this door. Aim at the lower middle part of the extended bit of the arch. And throw. It's crazy how fast Rain throws his smoke, as this version is a little precise, so give it some practice. Now you have a good chance to crawl out of the apartments and play around the one-way smoke. CTs should usually be playing more passive once the smoke is thrown, but maybe you can find a CT with his pants down.
Happy Friday, gamers. It's just struck 5 p.m. here in Malta. The weekend has arrived, Chad, and we have some world-class Counter-Strike action for you guys at home. You join us here in the second series of the day between Heroic and Complexity, and at halftime, it's Complexity with a stunning performance in their T-side, Chad. They look solid as a rock.
Yeah, their only fumble, I think, came after they'd won the pistol and then conceded the second round to some aggression from Heroic. Could have been an even better from the North American side, but we do get underway here with Heroic now on the attack. They've got a bucket load of utility to work with this, and as they spring into action, Nana is where they want to assemble a bit of a boost in case there is a push, and it's coming. It is coming real quick. This boost is perfectly placed, perfectly played, and sure shoots down the totem. They do combine and knock this one over.
Like a bit of an anti-strat there, perhaps. Aware of the tendencies, perhaps, of Complexity, but you're right. A perfect setup has granted them 3 kills so far. 5 on 2. Grim and Fang this time to try and stand and deliver, but this is one of the cleanest pistols we've seen so far.
Yeah, might keep all 5 alive here. Nice little upgrades into head armor for cheap for the likes of Yabi, Tessus, if they're able to avoid any damage on that armor. But even noting a kit. So this is Shush going, yeah, look, boys, we can deny him $400 if I just chill here.
Good point. But Grim will be hiding towards the quote-unquote new boxes. How long can we call them new boxes for?
To the end of time.
Yeah, they'll always just be brand new, shiny at the back.
Oh, what do we used to call it? Triple box?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hello.
That's some money. That's some cash. That's a... Oh, he didn't save the armor. So he could have had an extra thing or two. But right now we'll have to see if Complexity want to hustle up and go for the force. Roll CT's bringing the pistol. Well, the CTs have been rolled over right here. Looks like they want to bounce back in with a force by their own. This is nice from Yabi. And then Cadian, he grabbed this one. He hightailed it up mid. Quite a stylish shot onto Fang there. Deagles, 5-7, P9, and 5 smokes. That would be the key for me, the 5 smokes. This comes down to blocking the choke points and shepherding Heroic across the map.
Running that clock down, you can see they're building a reservoir of utility in first oranges there. So that's their approach. How much have they taken down? I'm going to jump over and see what they've actually...
1, 2, 3. I see 3. And Halzerk has 1 left in the pit.
Okay, yeah, you're dead on. So just looking to hold them off as long as possible. If they head towards B, run the clock down. First smoke has been deployed. That's mid-control. Do they want to go with it, though? That's the question. Cadian exploring his options.
Getting so much room without any resistance. Not a jiggle, not a peep. Lavery smoked well-timed with the progression. Hit smoke from Halzerk, but he's trying to reposition here. That's a big shot.
He's not bad, is he? Excellent Eagle shot. That's all he can find, but trying to suggest there was more presence than there was. Halzerk will go down eventually. There was the 4-man lean towards the B bomb site. Heroic seems to be very aware of it, and that's the end of the round. It will be Heroic taking the lead.
Yeah, I know a lot of people don't love the way that Inferno plays out. There's a lot of saving on a map like this. There's also just jostling for control with utility. But I think in terms of maps, Inferno has to be up there in terms of one of the most balanced maps, I would imagine. I love the options that are available for teams with the util or aim, pace changes. It's got it all. I think as much as I do detest Mirage, I'm attempting to come around on it. So I think that is also towards the top of the list.
In terms of traditional Counter-Strike, and as we know and love it, I think you're right. Those two play out like how it should, and it comes down to strategic maneuvers, executions, defaults, set pieces, all that sort of thing. So I do agree with you there. It's a classic map, and it's always been the third map in those historic best-of-3s for good reason. Everyone plays it. Everyone knows how to operate on it. It always leads to very good games.
Well, they get a double dip on this little investment here, so I don't know if Halzerk wants to invest in a whole lot. The AWP for him should be coming out into the next, and nobody's going to gift him an upgrade of a P250, so it would just be sitting like a plum on the USP, but there's still worrying times ahead for Heroic.
Oh, absolutely. They've done well to win the pistol in the second follow-up round, but every chance you could lose this one as well. It's another B setup, but only 3 players there this time. We have got Halzerk towards the boiler room, joined by Grim. Backing him up, you can boost in this room and have a nice little stack, and can be quite difficult to clear out. Here's a flashback from JT, getting ready to pounce towards banana area. Grenades deployed, and at least get some control here on the Complexity side. Trying to funnel them in towards top and middle, but will the stack lead to anything? That's the question. MP9, good position for it. Gets one, probably needs to bail out though. Pull the cord, and yes, indeed, back towards apartment we go.
All right, well upgraded into the AK there, so there's just a MAC-10 left on the ground, and they can get past Floppy here at the base of Banana.
Should do, right?
Yeah, he
shouldn't be a problem.
Has a very good job, a very good weapon for the job, and maybe he has a very good job. He's in Complexity playing professional Counter-Strike after all, but the 5-7 falters, and you're going to scurry in towards B. The question is, do you want to try and take away a couple more guns? It's damage or winning the round, name of the game. Well, Fang wants to win. Big grin on his face as he rounds the corner. He's going to be sent packing, and Shush gets another here. The flash did cover off. That's the bomb. So a slight issue in a 2-on-1 here against Grim.
They should be fine.
Coming through the smoke. They're running through the smoke. Grim almost able to correct. But this is the thing. You see that reaction there? They're just so quick. React.
They don't let you get comfortable with the situation, right? It's like before you can even think about your reposition, they're already through.
They're like a 6-year-old on sugar right now. They're just bouncing off the walls.
Well, this is how it all started. It was Floppy. Maybe if he gets one, who knows? But it was always going to be checked. And the bomb going down from Grim right at this moment, you'd think maybe he gets one. Makes it a bit uncomfortable, but you're right. They pounced on the opportunity, shut it down, double digits for Heroic. This is the pick of complexity, and MOUZ will be rattling off a shot towards the bottom of middle, but Tessa's not wasting any time again. Just getting stuck in here.
Stifling pace.
Yeah. CTs now need to make a decision. Do we fall back? More defensive lines, maybe get towards the bomb site itself. MOUZ for now, patrolling the smoke, waiting for anyone to creep through. Flashbang comes over, fires the shot, they know exactly where he is now. Now they can smoke him off.
This is great progression. The timing in which they've been able to do this is great. They're going to molly through towards the library position. Bang and Graveyard, Grim and Pier. It's a strong setup on A, but there's so much pressure they're under here. MOUZ's been completely isolated from this. He is going to have to push through.
I do like the Graveyard position, though, but Tesses has found himself behind enemy lines, but not before MOUZ can somehow get a kill here. Can JT answer back? Apparently not. Good damage, though. 4 on 3, 1 minute remaining. Fang, as mentioned, in towards that Graveyard. I think the linchpin of this operation, if they do end up towards A, he needs to find multiple kills. Bait in, Grim as well. Yabi, though, peeking down from the apartment's position. Biding their time, not rushing into this one. Ooh, he does get one at least. Grim, left on his lonesome. Floppy, so far removed. He enters the library right now, but felt like his days might be numbered. There's the first. Are they aware of Grim's position? They don't seem to be.
This is so late on it.
Apparently they very much are.
Thanks for Yabi.
Yeah.
Give him a pay rise. That's a very important kill that he just found. So just pulling them apart right there. Oh, conversation's been had. Smiles on the faces as Dan and Cadian were conferring about something. Maybe it was that fight right there, not ready for Halzo
I don't think many people knew what was happening at that point. The fact Halzo even got a kill was quite surprising, but as mentioned, Fang had to find a couple. He got one nice shot, but nothing he could do with the presence from the apartments there. Big, big round for Heroic to take, and we're left to a partial buy situation. Floppy with the MP9. Elsewhere, you'll see pistols and a 3-man stack towards the top of mid. Shush and Co just spamming off towards the apartments. Can be a little bit overwhelming if you're trying to get an aggressive stance like we saw in the previous game. But it's actually a 4-man stack top and middle for the CTs here. Floppy with the firepower towards B.
Yeah.
If they go in towards B, it's likely it's all over.
They will, because they're ahead of his util set here.
Yeah. Good nade as well.
Yeah, he's in a lot of strife. Stout's very aware of that position and just takes him down, so waltzing on in. It was just unfortunate timing there for Floppy. His half-wall smoke landed and they were already ahead of it. They didn't feel the need to respect it. And now Cadian using the elevation of the first orange boxes to find the kill on Grim, and it's probably better just to hold on to what you have. It's very little, sure, but it's better than nothing. Halzo doing a bit of a moonwalk right now. He can't find the weapon. And now he has...
no weapon.
Well,
there we go.
There we go. Okay. This is a 4-round lead for Heroic now. It's feeling a little bit comfy here on the T side.
It is. You're dead on there. That's going to be, what, 5 rounds in a row at this stage? As they are. You're absolutely right. They've looked like a different team. It's not quite as chaotic. Complexity aren't able to control the pace so far. They're the ones who are often on the back foot, often with just pistols. But a full gun round coming up next. We'll see if they can justify the Halzo AWP. You'd like to see it, right? They've got $7,000 on him. We want to see him become activated, see whether he can actually start dictating the pace and start challenging Cadian, who's had way too much fun leading the team around in his second half. So, tactical timeout, that's much more like it from Cadian. Big smiles all round. He's enjoying himself. He really is fired up, isn't he?
Is he yelling?
I don't know. I can't really tell. I can't tell if that's just the way he is or whether he's just in a great mood.
If the people at home can hear and he was yelling, let us know. Looked like he was definitely projecting his voice.
So, it all comes to this. Difficult times of complexity, yet to post around in their CT campaign.
Halzo has the best mid-spawn possible right now. And he has the AWP.
Good
so it is extremely risky to go for a heads-up duel T-stairs against an AWP, but if he wants to maybe just go for that tight line when they jump across mid, right when they go down towards the chicken pit, maybe that's the type of fight he wants to take, but...
Well, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Well, they're going to run boost. He put himself second. They're going to run boost here.
You're right.
Halzo Airlines. It's a safe landing. No passengers were hurt.
So, this getting back into a more deep build setup here after the run boost attempt. MOUZ back towards Arch. Will probably tag out with Fang. Currently waits towards Cubby, but JT and Grim join the A bomb side, leaving Floppy alone, who's got smoke and a flash, but only M4. He's very strong in those sort of positions. He's going to go find a couple of flashbangs. They know we're in T-spawn.
I think that's great. But I know it takes a bit of extra time, but extra flashes now to help initiate.
Sure.
And Fang's going to call mid clear. Now, is that bad info? Oh, B.
More flashes now.
Look at this. Okay. I thought once was enough. Twice is a little bit excessive here. Justice is popping up his chest. He's dodged the flash. This is very well done. Timing for him working out nicely, and still no rotation back towards the B bomb site here. They haven't started to cheat over. It's Floppy, the lone defender, and they are coming.
MOUZ is on his way. He has the AWP, of course, but the smoke towards CT spawn will nullify his position. He's aware of it, trying to back him up with anything he can. The little utility, he's throwing it in. Up to Floppy, remember. Needs to try and find something with this. Sure to lead the charge now. Taking a lot of damage through spawn. That's going to be Fang. Blind as well. Clean headshot. Floppy with another dink of his own, and MOUZ is firing off pop shots. Is that the bomb?
Yeah, running all the way back right now.
See you later.
Perfectly timed, perfectly called. Cadian's just going to waltz in here. They haven't identified as not B yet. They're going to have to flush out Yabby if they want to identify that. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, the bomb goes down, and we're in the wrong place.
Can they even confirm? They don't even know.
No, well, they should hear the bomb ticking. Someone should
still
go,
playing like they're going for a kill. Okay, now they're aware of it.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, that's going to be the end of it. And Yabby can't believe his luck. He's got players all around him.
Making noise in sight, Henry. They don't know he's here. They don't know he's here.
Yeah.
Yabby's confirming all of this. If he swings out, he can take down Grim. That's a huge shot. That's the AWP gone. And the chase is coming. Tested through spawn. Cadian's over Banana. A flash forward. The fight is here. Cole might lose it all. Overlooking Yabby's position might come back to bite them in a big way. Tessus takes down JT. They're not going to carry anything through to the next round of play unless Fang can hold on.
Well, I don't think he can. Push back, and a perfect finish there for Heroic. Salt in the wounds of Complexity after getting completely bamboozled by the rotation of Cadian. What a lovely play that was. They had no idea what the bomb was down. It was such a convincing play towards B. They even keep a player over there, and this was such a nice little sequence from Yabby, making light work of the situation, and Fang trying to stay alive. They leave the round with nothing. And
that one sucks.
They're still yet to post a single CT round here on Inferno. 13-8 down after a solid performance in the first half. It has to be said, they won it on their T side. They were up 8-7.
Yeah, and yet to get around. They were just waltzing around that B bomb side there when Yabby was in pool, just making so much noise. That's a dream for Yabby. It's like, yeah, I can hear them. I can tell you exactly where they are.
All three are here. I'm going to pre-fire one towards Coffins, and then we can isolate them together.
Tidy stuff. Well, a few smokes again. That's the highlight here for Complexity.
True. Now, if they can win one of these rounds, amazing. There's every chance they can do so. This is getting a bit of fun now. You see that a lot on the CT side, just to know. It just doesn't really make too much sense on the T side, but I guess...
Rarely go back to spawn.
Yeah, but I guess this kind of does, and you're slowing it right down. You decide, lads, I've done it. There's all the utility you could ask for now. Out of T-spawn. It's actually a T-steps, and it's going to juggle it out. I was about to say, like, has anyone become really masterful at juggling the utility like that and trying to, like, transport 3 or 4 flashes at once?
It's pretty clunky, but there's definitely people who...
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about.
This.
I haven't seen anyone do this before. Like, I assumed it was possible, but I wasn't sure to what effect.
Yeah, we've seen teams do it a little bit more on the CT side where they juggle util from spawn to B, but this right here is Heroic, showing that they're in the driver's seat of this map right now. So they can try and sell a full B fake with all this excess utility here. Down again, wants to be a nuisance. He's already caused Floppy some grief, and this time round Floppy will strike. Cadian draws one back. The time is the biggest issue now. Tessus needs this clean, and he's seen the elbow but can't connect. Grim, his 5-7 has done work.
Here we go. A chance now. This is the all-important frag. Bang comes out on top. What a shot that is. Close range. With that Desert Eagle, Flashbang comes out. This actually could work out very nicely. I said there was a chance he can win these sort of rounds. Wow. Time is of the essence. If he gets the kill, he might be able to get planted. They'll swarm him now. They can sacrifice at least one player. And there it is. Complexity post there first. They do a lot with a little and even a bit of a teabag at the end there, Chad.
No, it's just making sure his crouch key is working correctly.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, no,
okay.
It just got stuck there on top of Cadian's body, and he was just having a test to make sure
that makes more sense.
Working correctly.
I suppose you're right.
Hey! The Zerk giving him a bit back in the other way. That's what we want to see.
Wow.
That's a fumble.
Cadian didn't like that. He didn't like that at all.
Oh, dear. Well, this is publicly available for everybody.
That's why I think it's fine to leak it. So after the teabagging or whatever we think it might have been.
Broken crouch key.
The broken crouch key. Cadian did this type in, guys, check scoreboard, suggesting they're getting absolutely owned. They shouldn't be doing that. And I see that there is a response.
I think he's talking about being towards the top of the scoreboard as well as a 4-round lead here. So that's kind of tidy and a nice little bit of banter. We love that. Here it is again, just the crouch check. You guys are having problems with this at home. It's always good to do it over an opponent.
Oh, you can see it did get under his skin. Oh, I love it. I guess if you're going to dish it out, Chad, you have to be able to take it back.
That's very true. Oh, and ahead of this, they played forward to the molly here, so going to have to be braving the flames on the bounce back Colt. They tested the waters of Deep Banana, and they've seen enough. Fang looking for anything he can over the top of that arch smoke.
I'm just thinking in the universe now where Heroic give this map up and they can just type, guys, press tab straight off and kills him off the face of the planet. I kind of like, there's an evil part of me that kind of hopes that happens. We'll kind of follow that thread. Now the banter has started on the server itself. You don't see that too often.
No, it is great. It is really good.
Yeah, so no opening kills so far, but things suddenly getting a bit spicy as we're in round number 23. 5-man attack from Heroic towards B. And in terms of the situation, it's Floppy alone once again, but Fang, incredibly strong rifle up, makes his way over as well. Smoking towards the top of Banana. Just to buy some time here. And they'll have to respect it. I say that, Tessus doesn't seem to.
They want to explode here. They're going to play in this and go with the flash. So a sight flash would be perfect in this situation. A CT smoke to follow. There's the flash, and that's going to be the go. They're running in, Fang completely wide screened, and Tessus will get the opening kill. Floppy now has to defend. He has to try and buy time. Stuck between his own smoke, his own design, and Shush is going to flush him out. The rotation is here. But do they really want to test the waters? Do they really want to try this B bomb site?
If one of those shots connected, I would say yes. But narrowly missing out, Hauser will have to retreat, I would say. 14-9, they can't justify it. They just don't have enough to work with. 4 flashes and a very clean entry from Heroic.
All right, now what we need is a camera shot down the line of Heroic as soon as the penny drops that Complexity is saving. I want to see if I'm trying to read Danish
They'll be
lips.
screaming now. They've got Cadian all fired up. He'll be sending it right back. And that's a nice clean round there, you have to say. And the problem is they've got Floppy there alone, and it seems that they're always scrambling to get a player back. They're never comfortable. They're never prepared. They're taking the bait, hook, line, and sinker towards the top and middle every single time. And Floppy only able to get 1 frag. Bang with nothing. Hellzerk with the spams through the smoke doesn't connect, and it's a very, very clean round for Heroic.
Yeah,
subdued over there, though.
Yeah, surprisingly. I thought they maybe they'll wait till they get the victory under the belt here before they unleash the Fury. I know if they break them with this next round, if you get up to 15, it should be a certainty. That's going to be the 3rd timeout taken from Complexity here. Remember, we are on Inferno as by their choice. We do move into Ancient as the 2nd map of the series. That is Heroic's pick. And the 3rd and final, if we do need it, will be Nuke. I think if we get to Nuke, if we get to Nuke, I'm going to start looking at this as a 50-50. I don't know about the Ancient picks. I understand that it was something that was played yesterday against ENCE for Heroic, but it's one of these maps where you start on the T side, and if the CTs just put up the wall and you get yourself a 12-3, you're in a really rough spot. So if they want to make it their home map, I'm all for it. I would love to see more teams trying to make Ancient a bit of a home map.
Yeah, I think that's, especially when you're a team not considered to be top tier, perhaps, like having that in your remit is going to be a huge benefit, as we'll see. An attack towards Banana this time as Heroic with the AWP. Lots of flames and nades all around them. Big damage inflicted on either side there. Complexity taking a ton of it as well. Sound, opportunity, but Floppy will strike from the corner, playing anti-flash there. And they've got the opening pick finally. They've only posted 1 round so far in the CT campaign, giving up 7 elsewhere.
Oh, this is where it could go wrong with Gabby's very forward position, and we're back up to these silly hijinks here of Cadian just hanging out in spawn. We get it. You've got lots of money. You've got lots of nades.
Form the human chain here. Working together, we can transport all of the utility elsewhere. But
if they try this again, Henry, if they go and fake B and then try and go back towards A, it didn't work so well for them previously. That's where Cadian got caught off guard, remember? So
true.
That's where Hauserk found his voice.
Tessus looking to find a couple more kills there. Great showing from him so far. Hauserk as well, a strong player, but a missed shot. Floppy though, this time towards the arch side, only good for 1. Back to a 3-on-3 as Grim doesn't quite catch him as they wrap around towards the bomb site here. He's got a lot on his plate to deal with. Bomb, though, is in front of him, but will they overstep the mark? They absolutely will. Now he's got a good chance. 3-on-2 in favor of Complexity. Grim needs some backup, though. Not going to get him. And Cadian, really nice work. Just JT remaining 1 versus 1. 15 seconds remaining. Abby knows exactly where he is.
Bit lax there from Cadian after that second kill. Let's put all the pressure on Yabi, the newest addition to the team. It's JT, the in-game leader of Complexity. Hit some bangers from this position on the T side, but can't get it done on the CT. And that is going to be 15 secure. Just one more round now. And it's quite a team effort if we just take a quick look at the scoreboard right now for that of Heroic. Shush and Cadian with 19 apiece. Teslas with 18, 17 for that of Yabi. And Stown, normally the star player of the team. Well, he's only got 13. He's not required to go nuclear right now. On the other side, it's also a team effort, but not with as many numbers. 15 for Grim, 13 for the trifecta of Halzok, Floppy, and Fang, and then JT with 12 to his name. But this is where they need to step up, or they'll be suffering this map loss.
It's not looking good. Not looking good at all. Complexity currently 2-0 in the group. And that pick of Inferno is slipping by the wayside. They have to start looking assertive, confident, as Halzok taking matters into his own hands. A player we'd expect to be nailing that sort of shot, to be honest with you. He does connect, but unfortunately will go down. It's the follow-up AG grenades. There's now. This could be another open B bomb site. Floppy's been caught in some rough positions now.
If they just flash and explode again, like Floppy, I understand why you play behind the smoke. You're the only guy here. You want to mow them in as they come through the gray screen, but a lot of these teams are doing this pop and go, especially a unit like Heroic. But the fact that Stown has this top banana control, they're just going to park him here. The top mid fight from JT is just going to be the nail in the coffin here, I think. You'd happily just pivot back towards B now. You know they just played for info over towards A. It's likely teams will play like a 1-2 split with one player at B, 2 over towards A, or at least someone in Limbo on Arch side. You're going to have to account for that somehow.
Well, this was a very exciting first half. Things starting to cool off now as Heroic fully in the driving seat. It's up to Floppy once again to defend the B bomb side. So much pressure. There's all he can really do about it, and what an overwhelming position. The fadeaway shot as he drops down from the bedroom. Tucks Fang in, and Floppy, well, he's got a chance here. Not much of a chance, Chad, but he'll certainly give it a good go. We'll see what he can make of it. 72 HP, no kit, still has that flashbang. Doesn't decide to deploy just yet, and there we have it. It will be a 69 scoreline in favor of Heroic. A great first half, but things certainly simmered down as we entered the second jab.
Yeah, one round on the defensive side of their own map pick. That one is going to sting. It's not going to feel great in the team talk outside, but Cadian and his troops, they'll get the better of them this time round. And Ancient, that's up next. But first, we'll throw it over to a break, and then the desk with Parla leading the charge.
ESL Pro League Season 16, fact check. Complexity now have dropped 2 maps at Season 16, and both times it was on Inferno when it was their pick against Danish people. The first time it was against Astralis, and this time it's against Heroic. Bizarre coincidence, or is there something going on here, boys?
Well, there's something going on with the CT side, I'll tell you that much. The T side was actually pretty inspired, if you ask me. We saw some well-executed rounds coming out from JT and his men. Also, we saw some hero plays. There was some moments of like brilliance coming in from Fang, for example, opening up the B bomb set by himself. When we switched to the CT side, they were just Heroic running circles around them. The B bomb set was getting exploited time and time again. They were abusing the rotations. And credit to Heroic, that was a great T side.
Good calling from Katie, and I think he kept things pretty simple, actually, just getting banana control and then able to unlock the entire map. Overall, you would want to say that JT called a great half, but I think Cadian called just an excellent half of T-side Counter-Strike.
Cadian Magic?
No.
Are we using that?
No, we're not using that. No, sorry.
We're pushing Cadian Magic.
We're not pushing
right?
Cadian Magic. No.
Cadian Magic.
No.
There were some moments of magic on the server for Complexity as well. Round 8 being one of them. 2v4, JT and Floppy coming together like a dastardly duo.
This was a great round for Complexity where it looked like they were going to start running away with the half because the opening picks, as you will see, came out from Cadian and company, 5v3 advantage. And Heroic, they still kind of pressed the issue, though. They still look for a little bit more information. And this kind of did them in a couple of times where we saw that push. And now JT and Floppy, 2v4. Oh. JT, you're not supposed to one-tap people like that.
That's illegal. That's illegal. the IGL doing pretty much everything by his lonesome. But yeah, this was a round where, it, like you said, Maui, it looked like it was going to be falling apart, but JD did whatever he could in Floppy. Great positioning. It was like great spacing, the way he played that 1v2 as well. But like we said, there were some hero moments coming up, but there were also some good rounds where they won just off the bat looking much more cleaner, right?
Yeah.
CT side, which is a problem for me.
69 overall scoreline. It was close in that first half, 7-8 in favor of Complexity. So what happened in that second half for Complexity where they only got one single round?
Okay, actually take a look at this at a round we have lined up, right? Where basically it's a great example of the calling, the excellent calling Caden brought out. You can see this, it's 12-8, right? Complexity mounting a bit of a defense. This is a B hit coming in. Fang gets a kill on his Shush. And look at the time, there's 23 seconds on the clock. Yabby's deep inside the B bomb side, he gets a kill onto Floppy, and then the call comes in immediately. The moment Storm dies, Caden's like, his left Tessus on the A bomb side, and Tessus can know that they have rotated back towards the B bomb side. The bomb side's empty. They plant the bomb, and because Yabby's still alive on a B bomb side, they take away all the weapons as well. Absolutely dumpstered Complexity that round.
Yeah, this was a symptom, this round in particular was a symptom of the fact that Heroic always had banana control. Complexity were flying in the dark for this entire half. They constantly had to, that's why we saw that huge over-rotation from them. Usually, even with 20 seconds left in Tier 1 Counter-Strike, you're going to leave one person at A, probably in Graveyard, maybe in Pit, and then you would want them to just be that last line of defense so you can't get that sneak plant in, which Heroic were able to accomplish there. And that's just the problem there. We never saw banana control from Complexity, and so Heroic were able to basically push and pull with their T-side for the entire half.
Once again, we've seen some moments of brilliance from Yabby. We've got a package of him and Tessus coming together.
I think everyone really delivered for this Heroic lineup for this team, right? But the reason we picked on Tessus and Yabby, for me personally, Maui, is yesterday, if you go back to the win they had, the first win they had yesterday, it was primarily Yabby looking so comfortable on his two maps and Tessus being so impactful. And so once again, we saw this here on this map. That being said, everyone else stepped up as well.
That's a question that I would ask, because Tessus was actually like lowest rated on Heroic, but was he having those impactful rounds, the most important ones, Maui?
We saw a couple entries there. We saw a couple sneak attacks that he was able to pull off. For Yabby, what I like about what he was able to accomplish here is that when I first watched him on this Heroic lineup back at Cologne, he had a very tough time with this B-lurk thing. He was, for Copenhagen Flames, he was a banana taker both on CT side and on T side. That was his spot, and they threw him in a completely new role. They put him exactly where Refresh was playing, and yet he was still able to thrive today.
Air Force aim high, head-to-head up on screen now. We're showing off Tessus versus Fang. Now, I know Complexity lost out on Inferno, but Fang, man, Even in a loss, he looks so sharp at times. His aim is ridiculous. I can't remember which round it was. There's one moment where he was taking banana control and he just fired off a one dude, snapped instantly to the guy behind Car and obliterated him. Do we need to see more firepower out of Fang in map number 2?
Map number 2, of course, you're going to need the firepower as well. What I'm interested in seeing is that Ancient T side, I'm assuming Heroic's going to be starting the T side here today against ENCE. They were in control of the information game on their T side. It looked like ENCE were kind of running blind, had no information, their rotations were being abused. I kind of want JT to go back the old style of Ancient CD side. It was aggressive all the time. Now, that kind of led to their downfall on Ancient, but maybe roll it back a little bit. Just poke and prod. Do a Heroic to Heroic. Make them feel uncomfortable. Play the information game, because if you don't do that, Heroic just going to run away with this.
What I need to see from Complexity if they want to have a chance to extend this series is that they've only played this map one time with this 5-man lineup. They played OG at the Blast Fall groups, and what they were constantly doing was kind of what Bled was saying. They were getting advantages. They started playing back, but what they kept doing, they kept losing 4v3s, 3v2s. They lost clutch. They were the OG players look like the most clutch they've ever looked in their lives against Complexity. So they need to rethink how they deal with those late round situations. The starters are great for Complexity on Ancient CT side right now. It's just finishing the rounds out. That's what they're going to have a problem with.
All right, Blair and Maui, thank you for your thoughts. Everybody at home, keep an eye on what the guys mentioned. Blair wants to see CT-sided aggression from Complexity, and Maui wants to see them clutch up and make sure that their late rounds are working tight. Up next is going to be it's not going to be Inferno, of course, that's what we just played. It's going to be Ancient, it's Heroic's pick. I'm sure it's going to be an exciting map of Counter-Strike, so do not go anywhere, and we will see you shortly.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the fan club showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
He's okay. Okay, cool. I got Maui. Alright, cool.
Back right? Did you get him?
Yeah, I got the one. Get one tab. We'll do it. We'll do it. We're gonna win this now. Oh man. Danko's ready. Oh my god, I thought I one tap. Nice. I got you, fam. Confirm kill. We gotta confirm our kills. Jeez, I don't Dude, my mouse, I should have.
Close right.
My mouse
halfway.
is breaking. Nice, nice, nice.
All the way to the other side?
In the middle. Oh, are you
I'm
dead?
getting electric.
Why am I dying too? Yeah.
You guys need to be careful about the electricity.
Alright. Oh, no.
Let's go. I like that.
Alright, alright.
Give me the 1v2s all day.
Later.
Ooh, all right. He's hit a shot for the first time.
Nice.
He's hiding like.
One here, left side, my way.
High right.
Pushing left.
High right.
Kill him. He's half HP. Oh,
he's walking back to spawn.
Last guy's 60. Oh. All right, man. We've given them a few. Let's go. All right. Now we turn it up. Get fucked.
What?
Close right.
He was on the ramp. There he is. You got him, baby.
Oh, come on.
It has to be 1 HP now.
Just give me a fight, baby. Come on, Dinko. Don't be afraid.
I'm trying to hit one tap.
Both on the ramp. They're both on the ramp.
Oh, I just got zapped, dude. What the? I don't know. Okay, how does the zapping work? Because that's just so dumb. I guess you gotta move into the high ground.
It's pretty straightforward, bro.
One's back right.
One on the right. And one close left.
Oh, my spray was not good. It's 85. Oh, what?
What was that?
Okay.
Oh, this is dumb.
What? So what is this for?
All right, this is it. Now we start the acrobatic moves. Nice. Distraction.
Dico just never peeks? Is that what's happening?
Discipline. He's gonna play off the crossfire as he should. All right. Oh my god.
That's what happens when you paint, Tinker.
Where is he? He's on the line.
Oh, you just died to the...
All right. Environmental death.
What's this?
Oh man.
Oh no!
All right, man. We need to step it up, man. We can't lose. No, we're not losing to these boomers. Yeah, man. He's close left on the floor.
Your other left
got my back, baby.
Gotcha, dude. For right? I can't see anyone.
Dude, not at 38. With you. My crosshair disappears into the wall.
Oh, there's the excuses that I wanted. I love that.
Yeah,
Holy shit!
Hello. On the ramp. All right, GG.
It was kind of a good game.
Well, from the sunny shores of Malta, we move on to the stagnating swamps of Ancient. It's going to be the second map here. It's the pick of Heroic. They made light work of that first map, Chad, looking very confident towards the end. And now we're on to your favorite map. What are your thoughts?
I love a bit of Ancient here. I do have the worries for Heroic, as most do when they have to start on the T side of this behemoth of a battlefield. But if they can grab this pistol round, this is a team that can be extremely explosive, and I think that lends it to a lot of different plays, especially those around the move late rotations like we saw Cadian pull off on Inferno. If they want to do that after they lean out A, they drop back B, they're going to run rings around Complexity.
Very excited for this one. Haven't caught either of these teams on Ancient so far, so I'm excited to see how it develops. I'm going to be keeping my eye out for any tricks up the sleeve, as we'll see what kind of buys come through. Dual Berettas, of course, for Halzerk, as they start on the CT side, and Aileen coming in from Heroic, actually going very quickly. Flashbang's going over as well. They're not slowing down at all here. Smoke down towards CT spawn, and indeed towards Donut Room as well. Molotov at the back. This is looking very nice.
And notoriously hard to retake this site, but there it is. Immediately out the gates, this fake. They know that they can draw the full rotation of Complexity over. Grim, they win the first fight, but they're in the wrong place. Trying to go Donut towards B, apparently, because that's exactly where Shush and Yabi are. They're going to plant the bomb. Unfortunately, Tessus, at least he's buying a bit of time. The bomb has been planted on the other side. Now they've swarmed the site. They understand. There's about 35 seconds on the clock. By the time they get there, probably about 25, but it's all on Shush. How many is he going to get? He needs multiple kills. It's Yabi at one. It's not going to be enough. It's all on Yabi now.
So, Yabi, what have you got for us? No armor, that's for sure. And time is ticking away. He's currently up towards Jaguar here, hoping to get the early kill. That's Halzerk taken care of. And they have got a kill. Should just be a full defuse, right? Spin around a little bit. Round over. Well handled from Complexity. It was a beautiful strategy from Heroic. Really enjoyed that. Lovely deployment of the utility, but unfortunately, Grim makes light work of them towards the donuts. And there we have it. 2 kills. They get the bomb planted, but just didn't have the manpower to make anything of it. 2 very precise shots here. Clean as you like there with the USP. That was the moment it could have fallen apart. If a double kill comes through upon rotation, could have found themselves in hot water. But Complexity, they managed to keep it very clean indeed. And we will see just an AK-47 purchased. An eco still, but Shush, he's going to be the danger man here, looking to create some incisions if possible.
Deep molly with a smoke on it mid-immediate there, so that's kind of wasted utility in a way, but it's all good. One of the keys is you brought up this AK, the contact towards A.
Hello.
Okay. Well, if they can quickly scamper in towards Temple, they might be able to find themselves another gun here. Shush up in a power position. They can't just rush the plant. They will need to take their time for this. Halzerk lining up a flash for the donut player of Fang. Is he going to come forward on it? He will, and they were ready for that. So now there's 2 rifles available. The FAMAS has been scooped. The M4, I don't think they're going to be able to get it.
It's all about Temple right now, and Shush is very aware of it. Is there a flashbang to assist the CTs? Absolutely not. That's actually a 5-on-2 with an eco and that single AK. He is absolutely decimating them now. That's 3 kills. Wow. Okay.
If they head over to Temple, there should be another M4 on the floor, I believe. Doesn't look like they're going to get everybody in place to pick those weapons up. Now, with that force by loss, let me illustrate for you how much worse it gets for Complexity throughout the remainder of this group.
Let's go.
Tomorrow they take on MOUZ.
Okay, difficult game.
And then their final matchup on the Sunday, Super Sunday, is against ENCE.
I thought so. That makes sense. And this series looks like it could be going against in their first L in the column. But you never know. Early days here. Still with the chance to take us to a third if possible. But for now, they'll be on the force by themselves. 5-7s and Deagles. Smoke and a flash. They've given up mid control already. As holding towards Red Room, Halzerk. Very proficient with the Desert Eagle, has to be said. Impressive. Made a bit of a name for himself here at ESL Pro League, but his KD with the MAC-10. Perfect weapon for the job. An armored head of Grim is removed.
A bit sketchy, but he has noted there is another defender over towards the A site, and that's been their preference these first 3 rounds, at least in the early stages for Heroic, and now back towards B, they're going to bounce. They're really trying to sell this, and this is the key with a map like Ancient. Teams are going to hightail it to defend A, because normally you have one player there, and you know that it's easy to retake bomb site, so you will have more members towards mid and the B bomb site. Now, they are actually coming back. Don't know how much Tessa saw there. I don't think it's going to matter. Shush and Cadian grab a couple, and there's only 2 to find here, and they know where one is. Lots of steps have been made from JT. Stown looking sharp now, and this one has been a breeze. Force by that had no resistance.
Absolutely none. Very well handled and convincing. Play towards the A side there. Didn't really give much up at all. That's a force buy, of course, as well. So presumably it's going to be 3-1 starts here on the T side campaign for Heroic. Not really much you can do on these full ecos on a map like Ancient. You can maybe stack towards middle and hope they misstep and fully send it towards that area of the map, but it's unlikely. They're very aware of what they're up against, and we'll see how they handle it. Still with the MAC-10, of course, for Cadian. Makes a lot of sense. Save the money. Farm some cash, in fact. Maybe come out with profit if you get a couple of kills.
Now, I monitor Twitch chat every now and again just to get a sense of what the hive mind are up to.
It's good to understand what everyone's
They have some fun jokes in there as well.
Okay, anything popping off the page for you right now?
Nothing crazy at the moment.
Is there any Hooksy chat?
There is always Hooksy chat. Now that you've mentioned Hooksy, it is going to pop off. There's always people in there just going, when's Hooksy playing? Hooksy would have aced that, you know?
It's the funniest thing we've come up with for a while. This, that being a concept, just always a lot of fun. I'm sure I've thrown meat down into the cage now. They're all going to be scampering.
Oh, yeah. Like seagulls here in a second. Because we're a little bit ahead, right? It's about to pop off. I'm focused here, laser focused on what they're about to say.
Well, you keep an eye on that. Let us know how insane it gets. Maybe we'll break the Twitch chat servers. Who knows? But for now, another buy for Complexity. They do have the Glass Cannon AWP for Halzerk. No kits. Real lights on utility as well, and no fast mid control from Heroic just yet. Quite a default setup, but they are leaning towards A as they enter the tunnels right now, just juggling around their utility.
Well, there's A persistence here. I guess early conditioning, just like any other map, and it's all GigaChat Hooksy in the chat right now.
There we go.
Yeah, it's really popping off. And luckily, we've had a lull in play. This is looking likely to be a full A set piece. Now, Cadian from this position, he can throw a bunch of different smokes. The CT one the most likely. Well, that's what he was lining up. Now, is this Temple?
Temple, it looks like. Yeah, he's got another smoke at his footing there, so he can throw the second towards spawn, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and there's one towards Donut already in the sky. So the full execute is in play.
Oh, yeah, and then some. So no fakes here. They are fully committed to this, but they've put the fear in God of them with the potential of fakes right early.
Oh! Grim's got 2. Okay, well, that was the only position they really had to worry about there. They mollied everything, and in the flames, Grim's getting them 2 kills. This A site, it's hard to hold on to. What are the post plans looking like here? Another molly over towards the Temple position. JT, he can peek in front of that. Needs to be careful with the lick of the flame. Have main control. They've got platform control on Stown, but this position, you need to be very whippy. Another smoke towards CT. That's going to stall this out. And as they start to peek forward, Cadian, he still has a gap to work with, and this gap is going to surely net him a kill or 2. Stown gets overrun. Cadian now needs to step up. The first is good. The smoke being bad, it really causes a few issues. And now Tessus, the buffer of his own design, it's too far gone. I don't think there's a kid. I don't think there's a hope. This one's looking good for Heroic's 4th.
I think you're dead on, Chad. Good call, no kits. And that's going to be enough, even with the 4-on-3 advantage. The bomb was planted very quickly there on the full execution. Great effort by Grim as well. As you mentioned, there was only one real spot. He could cause any damage there. Another fantastic display of utility from Heroic. Let's have another look at it. Here's Grim. You can see towards the back of the bomb site. Lovely spray down, 2.5 kills, I would say, but JT and his efforts unable to capitalize as they just don't have the kit. They can't justify going for it in TSS. He had Hellzerg behind that smoke as well, who couldn't push through.
But if they didn't miss the smoke on main, Cadian wouldn't have got the kill on JT, which meant all the flies could have been on TSS right there. So an unforced error causing some issues. As down in a hole now, if Heroic are able to convert the next round, and if there is a buy in behind these saved weapons from Complexity, the half is basically gone for them at that point.
Well, they are going to buy up into it. JT confirms that he'll be purchasing the FORMATOS. They've got a couple of M4s coming into the mix as well. The 2 FORMATOS, 2 M4s. The AWP of Haltech now has armor at least, as we get into round number 6. Been nothing but heroic since the pistol, to be honest with you. 4 rounds in a row. And heading towards B this time, a 5-man attack. So maybe a split between the cave and B round position. We saw 1 B rush today. That was on Dust 2, though. TSS, though, looking to open things up if possible, but he's denied access as Hellzerg will get 2 fantastic
That's much
shots.
more like it.
Absolutely. Just trying to explore their options towards B, see what they've got going on there, because remember, they finished up A pretty much every single round so far. So you're trying to cause the rotations on that side of the map, try and throw in a B rush. Got the MAC-10s out there, why not? Doesn't work out there. Hellzerg very much ready for it. And Shush, he's in towards the B hide, I believe, of course.
Yeah, that's because it's a position where there's always a lot going on, right? There's a bit of buzzing going on there at all times. That's a Chad Burghley exclusive. I don't think it's caught on anywhere else, but I like that you're using it.
I really enjoy it. I think it's the perfect name for it. I know exactly, before I even knew that's what you called it, I knew what you meant.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah. So,
I don't know if you saw this, Henry. About 17 minutes ago on the social medias, at ESL CS, which is the Twitter account.
The official Twitter account, sure.
They made a tweet saying that there's some tickets available if you want to get the tickets for the playoffs for the Pro League.
Okay.
You can head over,
so we
check
have
out
a live audience available.
Yeah, and you can grab your tickets over there. Now, I know there's a small population here in Malta, but...
we want to represent, don't we? We want to fill it out.
Precisely. Even if it's small, let's make some noise.
Absolutely. That's a great shout. Get your tickets now. Check out the ESL CS Twitter account. Either way, here we go. Cadian just showing presence here towards the B ramp. Molotov there to deny vision with the CTs. If they make their way towards Cave, this part of the map hasn't seen much action, but we have got a double setup here. Hellzerg with the AWP trying to set up Floppy. And a difficult spot to clear, has to be said. A tight corner. Decent nade, however, lands on his front doorstep, and down to 60 HP he goes.
I wonder if they throw a bit of util over towards A. If they draw a massive fake, forget about the fake. JT, he has to sit and watch right now. TSS annihilates him, up to 7 kills as they surge forward into A. Grim with the AWP, though. This could be good.
Yep. And it's the old bait and switch as well. Bang, very handy in these sort of scenarios. All the attention towards the temple. I dare say he might be getting a couple of frags now. But now they have the man advantage, and sending Heroic packing. They won't be able to find access towards a bomb site through the donut. They'll have to try elsewhere. Yabi positions himself towards Red Room. And there is an opportunity, but it's going to be the AWP waiting on the other side. Beautiful shot from Hellzerg, and surely that's round.
They're going to be hard to clear Floppy, that's for sure. And especially now that they've given up their position with the smoke, he knows they're coming. Rotation also on the way. Down, needed to be clean, and now Cadian with the AWP, he's trapped.
Go for the wall bang, maybe. That's about it. There it is.
It's cheeky. By giving up his position, they are going to start to hone on in. I think he should have enough time to get away. There was plenty of cash left over, and they will be able to buy again in the next with where the loss bonus is at. So saving this. Counter-terrorists win. The AWP up. No extra investment for Cadian other than util into the next round. And if they want to make sure they can continue to buy, Heroic will need to convert one here soon. It's 2 consecutive now from Complexity, starting to erect this blue wall.
Well, now they've got the double AWP set up, things starting to make sense. You can see Grim managing to actually fend them off now against his executions. He's actually able to get a very clean shot towards Donut. Bang then set up towards the bomb site itself. That was a beautiful shot, for sure. But this is what it's all about there. They've smoked off towards the A entrance itself, so they can really focus and hone in towards Donut, and then push them back into towards the B bomb sites, where you've got one of the most solid anchors you could ask for. Floppy, ready and waiting, mows them down, pushes them back, and that's going to be 3 rounds of Complexity as we take a timeout. For the Heroic side, just discussing their options, as Chad mentioned. Money's starting to run a little bit thin. But anything but now for Complexity. Double AWPs, a couple of AKs as well. This is where they might start to come online.
Well, if it is double AWPs, an execute would be nice, right? Just to avoid the AWPs early. Make sure that you flash and you get the early smokes and mollies in for your crowd control utility on the Heroic side. And then any form of an execute where you can close down the ground on these AWPs, it won't be easy for them to find any retake action here. So back towards A, that's where it worked, but guess what? There's a bit of a push coming here. See the AWP posted up. It's going to facilitate this push of Fang in towards main. He's going to be deep on the left, a hard clear for Cadian and Co. So a two-pronged approach.
They seem to be somewhat aware of it on the heroic side, and they will be disjointed to some degree. If they take Fang down, it's going to have to be a quick swing from Grim, but thinks better of it. And fall back to a more defensive line. Flashbang's coming in his area now. Has to fire off a shot. They don't have to commit to this. Sure, he's uncomfortable, but you've got the man advantage. 1 minute 20 remaining. You can pump the brakes, go back into a default, and that's exactly what they're doing. Towards middle we go.
Biggest issue here is how much utility they've got left at this juncture, right? A smoke, a flash, a couple of mollies in play. If an AWP does find itself in the right place at the right time, it could take a couple of plucky shots.
Right.
Very fortunate. Both AWPs are still over towards A. Do have a lot of info and a lot of control, but still down a man. This incendiary Molotov even perfectly placed, and they're going to molly the pillar and the cubby, so running through the flames.
Follow-up spam as well. Yeah. Overwhelming. Floppy now. They're walking wounded. Doing what he can. Still going to be that 5-on-4. Time of the essence now. Hauzek doesn't miss that shot too often, does he? That's very comfortable for him. Cadian dropped, and they'll have to commit towards A, knowing that at least Hauzek's towards middle. Bomb planted. Grim can do nothing about it, but he has got backup on the way. The retake now, Chad, with the double AWPs is where things may become problematic. Fortunately, as we mentioned, Heroic have expended most of their utility, so there's no smokes down, no flashes, so they do have some open runway here.
If they can take this initial space, straight out on these fights, the AWP towards Donut could be nice. Tassus and Stown are going to strike. Hauzek still alive on his AWP, and well, he's the only one standing now. This is a hard round to win.
Yeah, his options are very limited. No Tassus is there, but he makes a sound cue. He's in a lot of trouble, and Yavi with the off angle. That's going to be a clean shot to close things out. It was a decent effort on the retake there, but ultimately the double AWP's not really suited for that sort of retake, and money's still okay. I don't think they can justify double AWPs again. We'll see. They could afford it, but I don't think they'll be forcing it. Let's have a replay of Shush there. That was towards the A tunnels, of course. Hauzek detects the split coming through, but just trade after trade. Nothing they could do. They all couldn't get stuck in until his teammates had arrived at the scene of the crime.
A good understanding there of the AWPs coming in as well. If you gave them too much ground, it could have caused big issues, but scrimming out right now. Tessus on the extinguish. He's going to get found in the smoke. So Fang, last round he was the opening death. This time the opening kill.
A response, though. Stown, does he want to go a little bit further with this? Apparently the answer is yes. He spotted Floppy towards the pillar, and he'll have to fall back in towards the cave. No option but to sit back and wait, and invites them in towards the B bomb side, but they decline as they hold towards T-spawn. Oh, Grim with the wall bang. Okay.
Tidy stuff there.
That's not bad at all, is it? Beautiful kill. Can he hold on to it, though? Absolutely.
A lot of work here. This full response on the rotate, it's been wonderful. Caught him up a few times.
Okay, that was not required, but not the end of the world. He goes down. Maybe invites him in towards B, but they still have a minute to work with. Cadian waits patiently outside the cave with the smoke. AWP in hand. And now, if he can find a pick in response, maybe on this B side of the map, he's got Shush now heading in towards T-spawn. He's about to smoke towards that donut, I believe.
Yeah, it looks... Oh, it's all the way over towards A here. So that's a...
Oh, it lands donut, but not the side you might expect. It's on the CT side.
That's some geeky level stuff there from Shush, but he's under pressure. Cadian caught out as well. They know where both are, and Shush is going to have to do it all. There has to be another one here. It is Fang. Open and closed this round. A great round from Fang, up to 3 kills. And there's the smoke highlighted. That was a cool one.
Yeah, absolutely. Loved that.
Do that on a fast day.
Yeah, good idea. Well, here we go then. That's surely an eco, or at least eco territory for Heroic. Grim showing the understanding of the cave position. Great wall bang. 3 kills in total. Lovely stuff. Really enjoyed that from him. Fang to close things out. Got a bit dicey at one point, but Grim saves the day. Back to a double AWP setup.
And a buy with some AKs here, so they've dropped it across, and they are going to go fast A. A molly close. That's going to stall out the aggression. Yabi making himself seem as big as he can over towards B with an extinguish. Donut smoke lined up for Stown here. There is another one available just behind, so I think he's changing the order of the smokes. That's going to be one over towards CT, and then Donut comes second. They're out main, straight into the AWP again.
Very easy for Grim there, but not so much for Fang. Still a 4 versus 4. This was a force buy, bear in mind. A huge round for Complexity to take if they can. A boost up to avoid the crosshair of the scoped rifle. And bomb planted. Kits available. Utility aplenty on the CT side. They got 4 smokes, flashes. and all sorts. They should have the upper hand in this one, but a lot of work to do. Great flashback. Nothing Yabby can do about it. Pop flash and CT spawn. There's one of the smokes down, but a slight gap, I would say. It might actually work in their favor. So this is looking very good for the Complexity retake. Lots of utility, as we mentioned. A backstab in vain, and that's going to be all she wrote. Good job from Sure. She gets 1 kill, but that force by at least gets a plant, Chad. And the loss bonus racking up now to about the 4th stage. You get $2,900 per player on top of the $800 for the plant. So here we go. Let's see what they can do.
At this juncture for Heroic, I would be expecting them to finally relent on these buys. They have gone for some Tech 9s and some Deagles. Now, there's 2 flashes and a smoke, and again, more heavy with a mid-focus this time. There's the deep mid. Did they do it instantaneously? I'm so curious as to why they throw.
So they don't allow the 7 seconds of the flames and then drop the smoke. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. I get players could be ahead of it, but that's going to be the case regardless because you're not throwing a close molly. So
I guess they just want the smoke to bloom as quickly as possible because it does pop straight away, right? They just want it because no one's going to run through the flames, but if they run for the gray screen, then they can't do anything, I suppose.
That's true. That is one way to look at things. Nice shot from Shush again, and that'll be the light investment dealt with. So the AK is to come back out now. Heroic started well. Won the force buy in round number 2, went on a spree of 4. Have 1 dotted in the mix here, but in the last 6 rounds of play, it's been mainly Complexity.
Yeah, they've ever since the double orbs came out, or if Grim just picking up the AWP in general, he's looked very confident. He is top bragging with Halzerg, so that's testament to the setup. Both picked up 10 kills apiece as we send Halzerg back towards the B ramp this time, and he'll be greeted by some angry Heroic players who want that lead back. Extinguishing the flames for now. And what's in store for them here? It's going to be another Halzerg opening kill. Yabby trying to pounce on the opportunity, but he's running through the flames.
Everyone's blind.
Yeah, everyone is. Who comes out on top here? JT will take a player down. And it's very scrappy, difficult to keep track of what's going on here. It's a man advantage, but not for long. Loppy will chime in as well, and Yabby just playing ring around the rosy right now. There's still a kill for Yabby. This round is not over just yet. They have no idea he's this close, but maybe even a double kill.
They've lost track of him. They've completely...
Good job by Fan.
Well, I guess they hadn't completely lost track of him here. This was a buy from Heroic, and it was a Hail Mary attempt. Nice opening from Halzerg, and now it is just Katie, and this would be a great attempt on the clutch here. Seems like he just wanted to get out of there after the first. Big swipe away, and a runaway as well. There's actually not the full commit over towards A, so hoping it buys some time for the rotation. He would be correct. Grim isn't just rotating straight towards A. He's actually take a bit of a slower route here. So Cadian could have actually gotten to a lot of different positions during this rotation. And in this situation on the CT side, you just play to deny the bomb going down.
That's about it, right? But Cadian does even fancier. He's actually got himself towards CT spawn. 7 HP.
I don't know if there's time, Henry. That's the issue.
Well, if he goes towards A, I guess there's a chance. Yeah, now he
can't clear this.
No.
In time, he has to run.
I don't know what he's up to. He's going to get caught out as well. He just realized what's happened here. And now the round is over. It's just a matter of fact whether he kills
2.
Grim.
Have to peek. 1.
After time. Be careful. Well, he'll still get the orb at least. So that's something, I suppose.
Oh, oi. Okay, almost in the open there for Fang to pick up that final kill. But 7-5 now. A 2-round lead. Cadian retains the AWP, but that's the only real weapon they have to work with here.
Well, he has been known to have some high impact with the weapon. We'll see what they can do with it. And for now, we go into round number 13. A tactical timeout will be called from Heroic. So they have the AWP, but $3,000 on average around it. So a partial buy, sure, but Complexity have built the wall. They've got 6 out of the last 7 rounds. Their CT campaign looking formidable. As we'll have a look at the buys coming through. Couple of smokes, couple of Tech 9s, and I guess just like an A execution, try and get the bomb down, and maybe Cadian, he can pick up the pieces, get a couple of kills. They came into this one looking piping hot as well. They were 4-1 up, but Complexity have looked very convincing, I have to say. And here we go, the final complexion of the buy. It's towards B. Actually going to be focusing towards that K position, and Floppy more than happy to hunt for information at the start. I can hear them.
Very noisy about this, aren't they? Floppy has to be worried in this position. Spam's a problem, mollies too. That's a lot of early cave control here for Sound to work with.
Floppy be flashed in, maybe?
I think because the supports here of Hauser, yeah, there's the flash, and actually playing anti, so Stown, he chews him up. Anti-flash, perfectly prepared for exactly that maneuver. That is massive.
And they're capitalizing upon it as well. You think maybe they slowed things down, but they've got the smokes to back it up as well. An incendiary. Oh, I was about to say does nothing, but the USP certainly does. Oh, I feel like he's going to cause absolute hell here. Not connecting with the no-scopes just yet. 4 versus 3. Hauser makes this possible. A nice HE follow-up as well, but Tesses, he's coming through the backtracks. Lovely shot now. They have no idea what's going on. He just needs to stay alive, remain a nuisance. He'll have to come and clear him out manually, and Stown will take that opportunity to pounce. What a brilliant round there. As you mentioned, anti-flash towards the cave. Fang, with the AWP in front of him, he actually has a slight chance, I suppose. Good flash. Has been tagged up, but Katie to finish off the job. So there it is, 1 AWP saved. It wasn't actually the AWP that did most of the heavy lifting. It was that, oh, look at Cadian.
Yeah.
Didn't even get the finish rate sentence there. That was mesmerizing. But this is the moment we were looking for. It was a nice idea. You can see Hauser with the perfect flashbang in, but they were so ready for it, right?
It feels like that was a counter that Heroic knew that this is a potential play that Complexity like to run because Stown is fully committed. And that might say something about the celebration, right? Because if Cadian said, hey, let's go with this maneuver that we know they like to play, and it works that perfectly.
Satisfying, right?
Sure, Stown gets the kills, but set up in that direction. So it is, well, a rough situation for Complexity here.
Well, they'll have to dish it out, just like they received it. Cadian looking stronger now with the AWP towards Red Room. Teslas will find a second kill. Frag to plenty now. Just 1 player surviving. Blink and you'll miss it, as Fang is isolated towards the donut position. Almost no way he can win this round, but with a couple of low HP players and his skill, you never know. They are heading in towards A, I think.
That's the key, right? Because if they're lax about this, he can be a real problem here.
Sure, and he's ducking and weaving. He's not giving anything away. He's waiting for a mistake, and here's the first one.
Full HP, Shush gone. Cadian low, Yabi as well. At least they know where he is now, and they're just going to wait and see if he peaks even further. He is starting to look in, and Cadian, he wants another kill on the AWP. He's going to get it. 3 for him in the round, 1 for Tessus, 1 for Yabi, and 7-7. Looks like we're going to have the 8-7 scoreline, same as map number 1. But for a T-Hall, Heroic have done more than enough.
I think you're right. Considering how good Complexity have looked in the last few gun rounds as well, to win that round of the pistols as well, just a cherry on the cake for them. And they're looking fired up as a squad outside of the server as well. So you can see Hauser feeling the heat there. And final round will come in. Just pistols and 1 M4. The big man himself. And maybe a bit of a boost toward the B-bomb site. I think they're setting up for. There it is. I like this boost. It does give you nice vision.
Yeah, he wants to follow him out. I think he wants to go for a deeper peek here. So instructing JT at the bottom of this totem to assist. And they have an angle, but in the beehive. Protect the queen. That's going to be Yabi right now. That's a CT smoking donut there. So wanting to block them from having that avenue of assault on A. Really starting to rifle through that final piece of the utility. A one-way for Grim. Okay. Doesn't want to block him, wants to fight him. Gonna flash. He's looking for more here. They know they need to try and make some miracles happen, and I don't know if they're going to check this position. JT on the jiggle here is telling that he won't expect a player this close. So if Yabi steps out, JT's gone, and now it's just Floppy. Lone defender at the pillar, gone too.
I was about to say, never say just Floppy, but he doesn't actually do much with that one. Unfortunately, it's going to be Cadian, though. Could be in trouble with the bomb as well, Chad. I guess he's going down, but there's Shush saving the day. And could have gone all sorts of wrong, but there it is. The bomb making its way towards B. And we should have a plant and indeed a round. Hauser has no kit. Half HP, just a flashbang to work with. Smoked out. I think that's enough variables to suggest he's not doing this.
Well, if there was a world where Hauser can convert, he needs to get started now. Time inching ever closer here to a heroic 8th. He's crept past the first port of call. Now the second is Cadian's AWP. Steps into it. Cadian's going to get 13 for the half, but it's 8-7 for the Danes. A commanding lead here. I know it doesn't seem that way with only 1 round, but it's the T side of Ancient. They are looking hot to try and close this one out in 2.
They absolutely are, and we'll go catch our breath and get ready for the second half, and I hope you'll join us after this very short break.
Hey Future Pros! Back on Ancient, and this time with a smoke that should help you when taking the A side. This smoke will block off the CT spawn angle. To throw this smoke, line up with the middle of this brick. Aim up and put your crosshair over the top left of this brick. Then simply jump through the smoke. Just like that, the smoke will soar through the sky and land next to the side box, making it just a bit easier to take the elusive A side on Ancient. Good luck.
Back, ladies and gents, to what can only be described as a game of Counter-Strike. You join us here at ESL Pro League between Complexity and Heroic. We're on the second map, Heroic one map up, and they're looking in good stead to take Ancient as well. We split it right down the middle, but as Chad explained before the break, Complexity need to find a lot here on their terrorist campaign, and that's a tall order.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy task, and apparently utility is the answer here for this pistol round. 3 smokes, 2 flashes, and 2 Molotovs, which means only 2 players with Kevlar and a T-side pistol. You don't see this all that often.
Their fleshy bodies will be thrown in towards the bomb site, Chad, around smoke and flames. We'll see how it goes for them. There's the smoke towards the CT side of Donut for now. And in terms of the Complexity finish, it's just JT.
Well, their fake isn't as convincing, is it, Henry?
Not really. Especially when it's JT that goes down as well. You can pretty much just safely assume it is a fake. And here come the Julies now, making light work of those unarmored players. But Grim Floppy, out of nowhere, find 4 kills. I have no idea what just happened. Yabi now, with it all to do, he knows exactly what the planter is, but can't do anything with it. Floppy will close out the round, and that's astonishing. We were kind of talking like it was already over. The fake didn't work out. The dual predators are here, but it's Floppy and Grim. They can't believe it.
Even Grim's starting to get into the yelling match here. That is a massive pistol round to pull off. I have no idea. Watch this again. Right. Yeah, so the Julies are munching away here, right? I think the reload's coming in from the Cuddy player. The reload's coming in from... Oh, that's huge. So I think Cadian's out of ammo in that situation. Shush goes down in transition. Yabi's like, where did everybody just go? And he makes it close, but here it is, the replay. Grim moves the mic away. Gets the yell going. Having a bit of fun with this as the force buy back. Whew. Need a minute to catch the breath, I think.
Yeah, that was wild. Well, they steal one away. That was certainly around Heroic thought was under lock and key, but anything but. Complexity bust out of the B bomb site, and Grim completely eradicates all defending players. That was wonderful.
Well, this is where the mind games really start to play in against a team like Heroic with these stacks. You can see here, Shush in main with a lot of info, does have to worry about the slink through Donut. But they've gambled that it will be a B play here. Taking this cave control. And Right now, having a look at the utility available for Complexity, if they do want to finish towards this B bomb site, they'll have smokes aplenty. That nade, not bad whatsoever. Big chunk of damage done. Is that enough to make JT reconsider the finish here? If they wait too long, Henry, and they go to execute, they can stall them out with their own smokes. And that right there would be the most miserable point of this. Fortunately, the rotation from Grim says that maybe it's a B fake into an A split. Off ledge into Donut, hightail it towards A.
Yeah, and there's no CT presence at A whatsoever. So this is an idyllic situation now for the likes of Complexity. Halzerk, full send, and he even gets the first kill as well. Maybe good for a second. Enough. Farming cash here, and as mentioned, the A side's already open. He's on for 3, finally shut down in the round. It's also over as the plan will be coming through. Complexity looking pretty handy here, Chad.
Okay, well, it's great to see some signs of life from them in this second half. It is always going to be an uphill battle on the T side. But this is both pistols for them, and the difference between the first and the second half is the conversion. So that is going to be the biggest green check mark next to their name. Now, it's really going to be about how much more can they get away with. There's booby traps into the next. If TeSeS, Shush, and Yabi all get to retain what they have right now, Shush can drop a deagle. There's a spare smoke on the ground there as well. I'm not sure if that is going to be scooped up. And TeSeS could drop a deagle or the MAC-10. So everybody from Heroic in the next round will have something as an upgrade. That is guaranteed.
They'll have something. And that's all you need sometimes.
It's really all you need. Just a little something.
It's not the best. No one's saying that. But an MP9, a MAC-10, and a Scout, it may do. And they're up against similar firepower for Complexity. They've got a couple of MAC-10s themselves, but surrounded by AKs. That will be the difference maker for sure. As round 18 is here. Never a foregone conclusion when Heroic are on the server. Danish players and Deagles, there's something about it. And off we go then. Round 18. Still tight as you like, with one round separating these two teams.
Very early B presence here with this fake. TeSeS might have to play in front of that U-tilt. JT's, in the meantime, taking a tag, and oh, that's a double strike right there.
Lateral.
Halzerk and Grim, the walking wounded, limping around the map. Look at this, JT 38, Halzerk 35, Grim 11.
That's wild how much damage was inflicted with the Scout there. You'd think it wouldn't be as significant with the collab, but still, they're in a lot of trouble now. Still a 5-on-5, sure, but they are very weak. Up against the MAC-10s, the MP9s, Chad, this could be monumental. Floppy's still healthy. He's waiting for the push from TeSeS, but they've got the same weaponry. TeSeS with no helmet, however. That's the real problem for him, and that's demonstrated by that. Oh, no head for Floppy, though, helmet or not.
All right, well, the HP is still a massive issue for JT, Halzerk, and Grim. That hasn't got any better. Health shots aren't in the game just yet, and oh, Stout, he's going to peer right in. He's seen many, many more.
Scouts, once again, will have to deliver. Oh, he's going to get an opportunity. It's a headshot as well. Cadian gets both kills, converts it down to a 3 versus 1. And Fang, known to win these sort of rounds, might be playing it perfectly. Edges round towards long, spots a player but gives up his position. Now they can swarm him. Molotov down to segregate the other two players, but is he aware that Cadian's already in position?
Tag.
He's done so much damage here. Probably close to around 300-400 damage. And we'll see if he close things out. He absolutely can. He's going to be yelling, Chad. Get that camera on Cadian right now.
What a round from Cadian there. That is a massive work from him.
Oh, no, there we go. That's what I wanted to see.
That.
That's what I wanted to see.
Unleashing on them now, and that is the type of round. Floppy is giving him a little of his own back there. He's said, guys, press tab.
Did he really?
Yeah. Well, things are level, Floppy. It's 9-9.
Press tab. Oh, that's really good. Amazing round from Cadian. Don't want to take anything away from this with the fun we're having. That was really, really skilled. They've actually got the collateral towards A, rotating back in towards the B bomb side as well. Didn't miss a beat, hitting every single shot. Key frags there, and they're right back into it. 9-9, Cadian on the front foot this time. AK-47, no Scout, no more. And re-smoking towards the B double doors. Lovely work. Buys another 20 seconds, looking for any encroaching T players above, maybe boosting, having a look.
Grim's the only real threat, I would say, at the moment. If he can walk out on A and find a pick, then we know how quick Heroic like to rotate. But there's no real avenue in. Mid elbow's just been smoked off. Grim is working on this A side fake here. There's a donut in Molly smoke in play, a CT smoke as well, and Grim's gone. So they still got a little bit of a move on here, but it looks like Heroic are ready for this. Cadian just dunked a massive grenade on them as they came through those doors. They preempted this, and double digits now. Yeah, beautiful shot from him. So it's looking great. 5 AKs, Henry.
Absolutely. That's the dream setup on the CT side, and this could be the beginning of the end for Complexity in this series. They're in an awkward spot now. Heroic have now taken full control after losing the pistol once again. They have bounced back. It's now 2-2 on the half, and they have full control of the finances and indeed the AK-47s. Like, it's quite rare to see that many. 5 of them across the board. They need a name for that. Like, I think there's something there.
Yeah, no, you're right. They're definitely. I'm trying to think. I was trying to think of stealing from the terrorists, but I
not really the best name.
It's not catchy at all. Not catchy at all. This is what happens when you throw this deep smoke, right, and it lands on top of the incendiary.
This could be called like a flush, you know?
Flush?
Because that's in poker, you got 5 at the door. Same.
Might get dug or upset
suits.
again. Careful.
True, yeah.
You got to be careful when you talk.
I think that's what it is, right? The same suit. You got 5 of them. It's a flush. I think an AK flush sounds pretty good.
Sure. I can see. I see what you're doing there.
All right, that's the bet. Have you got better than a suggestion for us when the CTs get 5 AKs? What should we call it? I think a flush is a pretty good name. But
well, how about you let us know using the hashtag EPL Hot Takes? That is hashtag EPL Hot HOT Takes TAKES. Just to make sure everybody gets that correct.
Yes.
Send them in because we want to hear what you have to say at home, and the hotter the better, because it'll likely be disputed by our lovely analysts and hosts over there in Katowice on the desk. So make sure it's a good one. And what is your name for 5 AKs?
A royal flush can be when there's 10 AK-47s, Chad, which is exactly what we've got. It's very rare, but it'd be a royal flush. I think this has got something to it.
All right, well, when Doug starts tweeting, Hank, I know. Be careful.
I'm playing with fire here, I know that. But I'm happy with this setup for more reasons than one. Heroic certainly are as well. Let's get into it then. Round number 21, 10 AKs. Or as what the people are now calling it, the royal flush. Let's see.
Nice little extinguish here from Fang. It's going to be a gap created. Flashed JT, just hoping nobody pushes his position. But Cadian, we know he loves to push the smoke. And, well, this time, it's actually going to work out. On Inferno, it didn't work at all. Floppy with the stand battle back goes down to 34. It will draw things level at 4v4, but I just have to look at Stound's aggressive position in A main right now and think to myself, this is quite the place to find yourself. They have all the information. You're more than happy to allow them to go donut to A because you get tells, and you're a nuisance to clear. So this is an understandable rotation from Heroic here.
Well, we'll slow things right down. CTs have looked incredibly strong in the last 3 rounds. Floppy and Co just investigating their options toward Jaguar and Cave.
Floppy and Co sounds like a children's television show.
Doesn't it?
Floppy and Co, they're here to play. Coming over to the B-bomb side, hey.
You could have said coming in from the USA.
That would have been better. Yeah, and we would have got more viewers. But here's this push from Stound. He's about to clown on Fang. As long as he clears middle.
That's a freebie, isn't it?
The corner, and should be a hello governor type of moment. Yes, jumping. I'll take that one. Thank you very much.
Got to be make sure you're efficient when killing Fang in the back, because he will whip around and take your head off no problem. Well, that's the bomb, and probably the round, unfortunately. Grim will do very well to find this kill. Recover the C4 after he's given his position up as well. Free fire from Stound. He's had a great round there. Is that 3 kills in total? It absolutely is, as they get closer and closer to the 2-0. Don't want to press tab now, boys, even on the complexity side, I would say.
Yeah, there's no more chit-chat going on right now, is there?
No. Deafening silence, that's for sure. Tech9's been brought in the next round. Nice spam battle, as you mentioned, but Shush, he probably came out on top there. This is a very important kill. Bomb goes down. Now's getting the pressure now. So, towards B we go, ladies and gents. B rushes can be quite fruitful on a map like Ancient. They're just going to go for it, and if you get that first dink, absolutely it can work out, but SS with a couple of kills, managing to stay alive now. Will he get spammed down? Apparently not. No danger here whatsoever. It's going to be a clean sweep, and the round's over in about 15 seconds. Didn't even get to finish the first sentence there.
These are my favorite type of rounds. As I have Tessus and Shush in my fantasy team, and I need some points. So Tessus up to 16, Shush only on 14. I don't know what roles I put on them here. My fantasy, Henry, I am in the top 99%. Not the top 1%, the top 99%.
Wow,
this week hasn't gone well. I picked Dexter, Torji, Shush, TeSS, and Jax.
Okay.
And, it's not going
I guess they
well.
have, yeah, I guess the last couple of days. The first day might have been okay for you, but the second, not so much.
Cadian just took 80 damage in a Molotov.
Playing the game on hard mode.
Apparently, it's been too easy on the CT side.
Handicap himself as we'll go towards what looks to be an A execution. Just off the bat here, no set smoke from Spawn, destroying them on the fly. Trying to have the element of surprise, perhaps, as they've actually made decent ground here, but they have to avoid the spam of the AK-47. DPS output will be very high indeed. And, well, it's connecting now. Shush has got his lineup sorted. That's Fang dropped. Oh, they're getting peppered, battered and bruised there. The bomb with a brave swing towards CT Spawn. And they come out on top, back to a 4-on-4, but they've now only got one flashbang remaining, Chad. That's on the T side.
They just have to stand and fight here. It's very difficult as long as people continue to peek in like that. Yabi takes down, was taken down by JT and Grim. Oh, must know Cadian's around here. There was a Silence M4 in play. Low HP of JT. He's got 1 to his name, and Cadian.
That was the bomb as well.
Yeah, taking a risk there.
That's a bit of wrap around.
They want this space and control, because if they're actually able to walk through Donut, they could reroute. They could
time is
really
of the essence,
there still is just enough time here. It is Halzerk, which should be dead to rights to Cadian here. What's going on? They're coming back towards A. Cadian might have everything. Silence M4. Halzerk probably questioning what just happened, and now they are dipping.
Good luck, lads. Start the clock. 15 seconds to make their way through Cave. There'll be enough time to plow, but will there be any CT presence whatsoever?
Oh, they thread the needle here. JT on 1 HP. He's going to be able to plant the bomb in time. It's Floppy. He's got 2 back turn. Floppy needs a double up. He can only get 1.
Now, speaking of 1, that's exactly how much health JT will have for this clutch. He'll have to play with his brain rather than his aim, Chad. He needs to disposition himself into spots where they won't be checking and hopefully avoid combat until the last moment. We'll see how he fares, and giving up his position now, this could be problematic. And fortunately, a low HP player in the form of Cadian, but there we have it. It was always going to be very difficult. Floppy had to get both those kills, which he could have done. Didn't quite work out.
Definitely had the opportunity. Cadian now up to 24 kills in total. 17 for TeSS, 17 for Stound, 15 apiece for Shush and Yabi. They're running away with this one now. Just 2 more rounds. Heroic will be heading this one up 2-0. The Danish team to get a victory today. Snappy might want to grab one as well for ENCE later on when they do take on MOUZ. That's the fixture coming up next. We're looking at 6:40 on the clock here, local time. So I think it's, what, 7:30 is meant to be the start time for that final series?
Yes, indeed.
So we might be on schedule. Might be on schedule.
You might be right.
Okay, well, no delays here for the final series.
Well, who knows?
I've been to the future.
Yeah, you've seen it all?
Seen it all. I know how it all ends. I could tell you who wins the season, but that would spoil all the fun.
Stound has been great. Very assertive on Ancient. So is Cadian. Oh, I didn't think he stood a chance at that flick, but he connects better than ever. And they've got the man advantage. Good damage there coming in from the T-side spam. Oh, the nade is better though, unfortunately for them. Might as well retreat now. It's getting a little bit dicey. Look at all those lovely flashbangs waiting in spawn. Now, another great nade. It's all on a hook for Yabi, but he'll be taken down with a preemptive shot there from Floppy. Yabi and Floppy. Locking horns. And
Tussle of the Titans.
Some would say. But maybe a boost Cadian's anticipating here on the B-ramp box. Not going to happen. Oh, maybe it will. I spoke too soon, but smoked off. Down, very happy with this. Lots of low HP players available, but Grim leads the charge. They've done great work.
That's getting a little bit too tricky, boys. Trying boosts. The smoke was good, but caught up by the grey screen. It might just... Oh, it doesn't have to be a save. There's plenty of cash. I think do as much damage as possible right now if you are Heroic. That was a fumbled opportunity here. A round that really should have been theirs. They're just going for damage here, right? You can see Shush over towards CT Spawn, hoping they exit in his direction. TeSS is going to be in combination with him over towards the totem near mid. So there's availability to do a little bit of damage here, but that's a lifeline for Complexity in this matchup. It's only going to be their 3rd round on the T-Hall, and the first 2 came with the pistol and the conversion against the Force. And one day that sound bug will be fixed, but that's when Source 2 will come out, I imagine.
I kind of like it.
It's only on maps with water.
It's quite tranquil, isn't it?
Happens on Overpass.
Yes. Yeah, it does. I forgot about it. God, it's been a while.
Yeah.
I forgot about all these little moments we have sometimes.
But some of it is just like, I wish we could get an answer for what's going. See, like this, we don't want this. And it's also just us. That's the other crazy thing. It's only us who can hear it. So I do sound like a crazy old man. I am. But, you know, that's not my fault, I promise. All right, Insta window from the flop dog there. I do like that lineup. I'm going to have to steal that one. Mine's a little bit more crouchy. Not grouchy.
The utility battle towards middle rages on, and Tess has had enough. Great work. As I said, he's been playing in a very assertive manner, but Floppy, he's had some great follow-up rounds here after a quiet second half so far. Brings it back to a 4-4. Keeps it competitive. Cadian and Stown given the responsibility of holding B.
This is where I think if Heroic just sit back and allow complexity to work, that they might find themselves in a bit of trouble here. Still a lot of utility for the execute. Plenty of smokes, plenty of mollies, plenty of flashes. So much time as well. Still in this 2-2 spread. It's Yabi and Shush over towards A for now. Cadian's AWP and Stown to lock down B. And Stown was elevated in the cave position with a boost onto the box. It's a mid-utility to suggest pressure over towards A. This will keep Yabi planted for now alongside of Shush. Complexity are looking for this B lane control. They have it, and we've seen them pivot from this point before to split A. So still plenty of options available with 40 seconds left.
Let's get it. This is a very crucial encounter here. Trade potential there for Fang, which he will deliver, but takes considerable damage upon approach. But it's the bomb. Maybe heading back towards A here, and Yabi lying in wait, but Fang hits an absolutely beautiful shot. Still a lot to contend with, though. Shush settles them down. And time is of the essence, chat. That might be enough here. Even if Grim gets his kill, he's got so much to do.
Has to go B.
Can he even do it at this stage? Doesn't matter.
Anymore.
Well, there it is. Series points for Heroic. The bomb left in an awkward spot, and now it has to be the perfect game for Complexity. In terms of the finances, they do have a full buy available, but it would take 5 clean rounds. No mistakes allowed at this point, and as you already mentioned, chat, the T side, that just doesn't seem reasonable.
Yeah, the hard work was done for Heroic in the first half. It was about now just putting this one in. They've been able to get onto the green off of a par 3, just one beautiful swing.
Yeah.
They were using I was trying to think of a golf club.
Sand wedge, pitching wedge, 9-iron.
On a par 3, it's actually possible. As Yabi, wow, he's looking for a hole-in-one here.
Just going to do golf references the entire round.
Oh, just put Grim on a tee.
Well then.
And 4.
Are you going to shout 4 when they threw the grenade? 4?
Yeah.
That's not bad. Well, it looks like we're coming to our logical conclusion here. 2-on-2, still a chance, but so much damage. A double ding.
Get it with
Maybe
the
a double nade. 4! And it will be a kill. It would have been so good if that was a double kill then.
And just left it.
We could have left commentary forever. That would have been the best moment in esports, I think. But JT, he'll have to do something just as good if he's going to stand a chance this one. I like the idea, hoping for them to make mistakes, suggesting he's gone towards A perhaps, but they're not having any of it for now. Yabi and Shush looking to close things out, and there we have it. Finally, Complexity have been beaten, chat. Their perfect run here, BSL Pro League, as great as it was, finally has to come to a close, and it will be 2-1 as Heroic bounce back.
Yeah, it was a great 18 holes today. We've seen you guys in the clubhouse for a bevy or 2. Complexity still putting up a fight. They've got 2 hard matches and still 2 more days of Counter-Strike to come. We don't know who's going to be making out of Group C. We've got ENCE versus MOUZ coming up later tonight. Stick with us.
It took 3 days of Group C here at ESL Pro League Season 16 for Complexity to lose, but they have finally met their match, and their match came in the form of Heroic. 16-9 on Inferno, 16-10 on Ancient. It's time to break down Ancient and everything else that transpired. A great series by the Danes, Blair and Maui.
Yeah, indeed. Heading into Ancient was a map of Heroic. We were curious as to why they stuck with it. They did look really good yesterday against ENCE.
I wasn't curious. I knew Ancient's their best map.
Well,
their best map.
Based off these two games, sure, but still, like, you know, I thought they'd probably try and mind game Complexity a little bit, but they look confident, right? They're like, we're a better team, we're gonna play it out. The first half, pretty competitive, but then again, you had 8 rounds on the T side. That's great stuff already. The game's pretty much done. Second half, they pretty much shut out Complexity. Nothing really got going there for the Americans and the South Africans. And
both first halves on Inferno and Ancient were close, but then in the second halves, Complexity just completely fell off.
Well, I think it's understandable on Ancient.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, that's such a strong T side. But I mean, in round score, you know, they had rounds to play with, was what I'm trying to imply.
Well, the biggest thing for Complexity in this series is that I don't think they understand right now their map pool, actually. I don't think they understand what their best maps are. Because right now at Pro League so far, we could talk about it later if we want to open up with some broader topics, but no? Okay, I'll just keep going then. Okay.
Maui, I have complete and utter trust in you, especially after hashtag Maui's food review. Let's get it trending. So please, continue on.
No, I just think that right now, Complexity, they've won at 3 maps. They've won at Dust 2, they've won at Nuke, and...
Mirage.
They won at Mirage?
Yeah.
Okay, so then those are their 3 maps that they've won at, and then they go with this Inferno for the second time in a row that they just really aren't... I just don't think they're that great at that map yet. I think they kind of wrongly believe that, but Heroic understood that Ancient is their best map, hence they pick it. It's their comfort pick right now.
Yep, absolutely. The standout, by the way, not just on Ancient, across the series, was Cadian. He was having a fantastic series.
He was having a fantastic series, not just, you know, personally in the server. It was great on his T side with the AWP, right? Being very mobile in a lot of combat opening situations. He wasn't missing any shots, seemingly. And on top of that, like, he was doing all of this while calling an excellent T side, right? And he headed over to CD side as well. This is just an incredible run from Cadian, just with the scout against the full buy of the side of Complexity. Just full aggression, and I felt like that particular round was a catalyst for the side of Heroic to just kind of run away with that second half and close it out.
I think that's right when Floppy typed, look at this, press tab, so look at the scoreboard. And I think Cadian probably looked at the scoreboard and he saw he was 17-9 at the moment, and he was like, I guess that's what I'm gonna look at. No, I like a little trash talk. I feel like people are too scared to trash talk because they're gonna get clowned or something like that. The whole point of it is that it could backfire. Like, that's what you're putting on the line when you say something like that. So props to Floppy for talking some trash. Keep it up.
I'd love to see stats, actually, for, like, fragging IGLs and where Cadian sits in a list like that. I assume that he'd be relatively high.
He's pretty good right now. I mean, in Pro League, he's one of the 5 highest rated players of the whole Pro League as it stands.
The thing with Cadian is when it comes to as fragging IGL, he can be inconsistent, but I agree with Paul that he is pretty up there. The criticism comes in when he's also the primary op.
Yeah.
And that's when you're like, okay, then the expectations as a fragging IGL, it goes even higher, right? And that is something which I still not supremely sold on. He is very hit or miss. Sometimes he just takes over the game, and at times he can go missing. This time around, he didn't go missing. Also, correction, it wasn't Mirage. My bad. It was Overpass.
Okay, right. Yeah, so they won Overpass, Nuke, Dust 2.
Yeah.
Complexity, that is, in this Pro League.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Season
it's now...
16.
You mean XV1.
My personal little speech jammer on the end of the desk. All right, everybody, it's time for our winners interview. Heku is down on the sidelines with Staven.
Heroic just managed to win a second game here at ESL Pro League Group C, and they stopped Complexity in the winning spree. Stan, congratulations, it's impressive, 2-0. I've noticed, like, just like many teams, you guys start maybe taking the preparations even on a new level. You have like a lot of printouts, but different teams have different approach. Like some, for example, just prepare new printouts for every team, and some just have like their general strats. What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, everyone has papers on the table, and I would say like it's a more common trend nowadays that you see more and more teams with like every player has like papers where, but yeah, I mean, I don't know what other teams do, but like, yeah, we have some stuff like we want to do, some tendencies we know the other wants to do and stuff like that, but yeah, I can't really say more about that, but I mean, yeah, it's just about being prepared.
And who's usually responsible for preparing those? Is it just Kadian, or is it Kadian and the coach?
Well, it's we have an analyst, Shedan. He's a new analyst for us, and he's doing a lot of good work. And then obviously Kadian and Exist obviously also talking a lot together. But every time before the game, we always do a game plan together and stuff like that, so we know what we want to do, how we want to approach the game as a team. So yeah.
Well, today definitely the game plan worked out, because in the end you closed the series with a 2-0. But tomorrow you're going to play against HEET, and we actually saw them win today against ASTRALIS, against another strong Danish team. The fact that they actually won against ASTRALIS, will it come in some kind of way change the way how you approach the preparations? Will it be like more serious and you'll try to not underestimate them?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you should never underestimate any team, and I think HEET can play very good at times. And yeah, they showed that today as well when they beat ASTRALIS. So yeah, we're just going to prepare for it like any other match.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Heku all about that paper. She's trying to get the secrets out of our teams, but she could not get it out of Stav. And he sort of generally said that, yeah, we write some tendencies down and some general strats, but no, the secret's not revealed of what's exactly on the paper in front of Heroic.
One thing he did say, which I have to agree with, has been, from what we've seen from ESL Pro League, maybe not Group B, right? It's the amount of upsets we've seen thus far. It's still going on here today as well, so you cannot absolutely underestimate any of the teams. HEET definitely look so much better today than in the past couple of days. So even though, yes, they have managed to, I wouldn't say forget what happened in day one, they're bouncing back, looking much better, like the Heroic of old, so to speak. They cannot lift their foot off the pedal.
No, they sorry cannot.
Yeah,
they were good. They were good today. This was, I mean, this was a kind of a statement win where I think it kind of put Complexity into the ground a little bit, humbled them, because Complexity got off to this flying start in the group. Everybody, myself included, was getting kind of excited, but I think it was all sort of a tempered excitement. We know that Heroic can be great. It's just that this lineup now is still putting it together. I think they're starting to hit their stride, though. That's what's scary for everybody else in this group, or it should be.
Now, we have one more best of 3 today, guys, but I figured it would be a good idea if we brought up our current Group C standing. So now, Heroic and Complexity are joint top, 2-1. They've got ENCE and MOUZ, 1-1. HEET, 1-2, and ASTRALIS, 1-2. And by logical deduction, if you are a smart gamer in the audience, it would lead you to know that our final best of 3 of the day is those two middle teams, ENCE and MOUZ. So one of those teams will move 2-1 and one 1-2. And we will, regardless of the result, after our final best of 3, have a pretty balanced group and still a lot on the line for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've seen it thus far in this season, right? Where everyone has a win heading into day number 3. So it's kind of crazy. And this game coming up right now, sure, it's not going to dictate who's going to be going through to the playoffs, but boy, oh boy, both these teams definitely want that one.
It's a serious tiebreaker, too, because there's going to be some teams that end up probably head-to-head, and they're going to have to fight each other in terms of standing. So to make it to playoffs, every team feels like they have to win every match. And yeah, I mean, Paulo, this is the most balanced group we've had so far. There was no undefeated team where we had the G2 vitality of groups past.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Everybody at home, ENCE and MOUZ will be taking place in about 30 minutes, so we'll go live on the desk at 7:20. Short break, perfect opportunity for you to go and get some snacks, touch grass outside, whatever you would like to do. And yes, we will be back with ENCE versus MOUZ, sorry about the list, at 7:30 p.m. CET. Looking forward to it. It should be an absolute barn burner. We'll see you then. Magical.
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the fan club showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
streets. I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm #1 like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin-checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many go.
I didn't know this would be so painful for me, but I'm just very happy that still people are supporting me, supporting NFP.
The year is 2019, and an arena of 15,000 human beings have such a passion for a video game and someone that played that video game that they just received a standing ovation in an arena full of 61 different nationalities of fans. The Lanxess Arena of Cologne has been the prodigious pilgrimage for those truly passionate about competitive Counter-Strike.
I love to play here. I never want to skip this tournament. Not one day in my life I will ever skip this tournament, and it's always a dream to play here.
It's like going in a gladiator game, and you're just like, there's only one winner, and everybody's fighting to death to lift the trophy.
He's got the first, he's got the second. ZywOo's a god. He is above anything Ashes can create.
You're a bunch of wildlings, a bunch of Dothraki out there, and I love every second of it.
I just want to say something. I miss you both in Cologne. You are not my friends. You are my brother, my friend. When it all goes down, I'ma run this town. Looking that direction. Flaming gets one more, but now it's get right time to come alive. Yes! It might be the last, but he's gonna go in style! In my soul, got my eyes on the ground. I can't help myself, really can't turn myself down. I'm in love with you, baby, but I let you down. I can't die in this town. I won't die in this town. Get your ass up and pass up your limits. Got these new rappers looking vintage. All I really do is eat spinach, count money up and hang with pretty women. I was driven, yeah, I had the vision. Then Goon came along and made it vivid. Haters living cause we really living. I'm a freight train, you a Honda Civic. Again, we said double overtime isn't out of possibility. It's an unbelievably impossible, but it might be. As now, walks out, ZywOo confirms his second map for Vitality. When it all goes down, tap on the bomb, spray through, smoke still down, leaves nowhere else. He has to be there. He is so smart. There we go. It's Team Liquid, and that's what it means to them. I can't die in this. They've done what no one may ever do again. Team Liquid. The favorites coming into the tournament have just unlocked the Intel Grand Slam. No one can dispute they are the best in the world right now. Won't die in this town.
And we are back from our little 15-minute break. I hope your popcorn is warm and your Monster Energy is crisp and cool. Up next, it's ENCE versus MOUZ, as we have established and shown to you guys at home at multiple points. Group C is completely up in the air. By the end of this, it will be even more up in the air. So this is a very, very hard-fought group, and nothing as of yet is decided. My name is Parla. I'm still one of your desk hosts. I'm still joined by Blair and Maui Snake.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Pleasure to be here. I know Blair's feeling great too, though.
I'm feeling fantastic.
I knew it. I knew it.
I'll tell you what I'm feeling. Thank you. All right, guys, what are your initial thoughts on this matchup? For me, ENCE are the favorites. Regardless, though, MOUZ have shown us they've come to ESL Pro League Season 16 to fight.
I can see why you're saying ENCE are the favorites here, but for both these lineups, let's do a little bit of a recap, right? ENCE coming in, bigger changes. Sunpire's coming in, Valdi coming in. We're learning as we go. For MOUZ, the Exertion Edition, there was a lot of question marks about that as well. And what we've seen from these two teams thus far is, sure, they've had a win, and they've had a loss. So still kind of even Stevens. In fact, I don't know. I wouldn't put neither of these two teams as favorites if you ask me, Maui.
I would give ENCE the slight nod here. I would say that
because of the past achievements.
Yeah, because of the core. The core is a little bit stronger. We have an IGL that I think everybody trusts more in Snappy over Dexter. Is there any debate there? Is there any debate?
I would not debate you on that. Blair, would you debate him on that?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, okay, so we got the IGL victory there on the ENCE side. And also, when you just look at some of the players, there's just so much more experience on the side of ENCE, and I think that actually really helps out, especially given the fact that even though there's been a couple changes with Valde coming in, Valde's played with Snappy before. This isn't them having to work from ground zero. They're actually working with a little bit of basis in terms of understanding.
If the edge of experience is given to ENCE, we have to give some shine to the youth and aggression on MOUZ. They have some of the best performing entries at ESL Pro League Season 16.
We can look at a trio of players, actually, that have all been doing great work for this team. You'll see that Exertion is taking the most attempts. He doesn't have the highest success rate between the three, but he's got a 50-50, and for actually attempting that often, when this is his inaugural season of Pro League with MOUZ, you have to be impressed by that.
Absolutely. And like you said, what I like about this MOUZ lineup is when it comes to the entry role, it's not like the IGL being a sacrificial lamb just running into the side and trying to open things up, right? Everyone's taking opportunities. Everyone's playing, moving around the role to make things click. They looked incredible in the first game. I do believe it was one against Heroic, which they took down pretty convincingly, at least on one of the maps. And then, of course, they lost to ASTRALIS, where one of the maps was a little bit closer. Nuke was pretty close, but then again, Inferno was a little bit more lopsided in the favor of ASTRALIS. That being said, I want to go back to what Cyclone mentioned earlier when I think it was Heku who gave an interview, and he was like, our map pool is something we're going to be mixing up quite a bit. There are going to be a lot of role changes and positional changes, and thus far we've seen quite a bit of it taking place. And they've already played 4 maps, by the way, in their map pool. Some are hits, a few misses.
Maui, do you think either of these teams are going to be feeling the pressure? Because for all intents and purposes, it's kind of a big game. Both teams 1-1 in Group C. If you win this, you're in not a super strong position, but you establish yourself 2-1, which is much better than being 1-2. I know it sounds obvious, but just psychologically, this is kind of a big match.
Right. I mean, it is, because also both of these teams have so much to prove right now. MOUZ want to show that they're the ones making the right decisions, taking down Bemis, who is oftentimes one of their better performers in various group stage, other tournaments, and now bringing up this Exertion guy. Like, this is basically them saying that MOUZ NXT team was legit, and we want to show everybody that Cyclone isn't just exercising some nepotism here by moving people up and just getting his friends on board, essentially, at this point. He wants to show that there's a proof of concept here, and it needs to start with a win like this, because this is the most 50-50 matchup they've had to date.
Yep, a big match of Counter-Strike, and so, of course, we need some big casters to carry us through it. It's going to be Moses and Sadekis. Boys, how's it going over in Malta? Have you had any chances to sit in the sun and reflect?
Oh, much time in the sun. Arguably too much time in the sun, but enjoying it. Jason made sure I was covered in sunscreen, lathered up my back, kept me extra safe.
It's hard to reach places, you know?
It was actually a true story. But it's an interesting one to go into. I know Paula says, yes, it sounds obvious. You want to be 2-1 over 1-2, but look at the whole group right now. You've got everyone that's 2-1. So if you go down to the 1-2, tiebreakers aren't necessarily going to be favorable with the way everyone's kind of circulated wins. You need to be in that 2-1 column, I think, to make it through at this point.
Yeah, this series, it feels like is going to be like who has like the leg up in the last few days of this group between these two teams in particular, because these guys are still trying to like catch up to the complexities of 2-1. The Heroics now 2-1 as well. So I mean, there's a lot of implications that come into this matchup right here. I mean, just purely from the matchup perspective as well. I love the way you guys just broke it down as well. Rosters are changing, new people coming in. There's still a lot to discover with these teams, and I've liked what I've seen from both of them, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, and it's interesting to me as well. MOUZ Sports, they're kind of like the current Hellraisers, a team that just won't die. Like you take all the parts away from them and players leave and go to other organizations, and yet they still just keep existing.
Yeah, sure.
Like you've got Frozen, you've got Torzi, you still have skill. Like they're a team that just holds on, and I honestly think it's pretty impressive how they continue to find young talent, because remember, they were the one that took a chance on Robs, took a chance on Frozen.
Yeah, you've brought that back full circle. I don't know where you're going to go with that with the Hellraisers reference. Well done.
Yeah, but that was true for a while, right? I mean, Angels, Hellraisers, like they just existed forever and ever and ever, just like Paula's hair.
The way back time machine.
Just the guys being the guys. What do you think, though, about that comparison? I don't think it's too inaccurate. Old Hellraisers with MOUZ now. Maui, you're laughing. Blair, are you on board? I'm on board.
yes and no. Yes, because, you know, they lost players like Rops, for example, and Carrigan left.
Is that like Issa for Hellraisers? Who's the Rops? Who's the Rops of Hellraisers?
There was no Rops of Hellraisers. Was there ever? I don't know.
Simple played on Hellraisers way back when.
Like as a stand-in or actually?
No, he was actual.
Oh, he was on it for a minute. Yeah, actually. All right, yeah, you're right.
All right, Simple. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, that one just goes over my head, Paula. Let's get more into the matchup.
Yes, let's get more. That we were talking about.
You just threw a red herring at us, honestly.
I didn't.
No, Matt did. Yeah, Matt did, I was saying.
Hey, whatever. Let's lock in on one of the players on ENCE, DIVERSAS. I have been so impressed at moments where his aim looks like it could be some of the best in the world. Is that too much of a compliment?
Oh, no, I absolutely 100% agree with this. And Mao, you said it yourself, you know, he might have one of the best pure mechanics in a server whenever he's going up against whoever, and he's shown it as well. And the cool thing for Dia is when they had Sphinx in that lineup, right, he was, I wouldn't say overshadowed, but clearly Sphinx was an MVP player. It was basically Madden and Dia, kind of like the left and right hand man for their captain. But right now, he seemed to kind of come into his own, and he is the highest rated player for this team at the moment, closely, of course, followed by Sun Pius. And you can see it's impact after impact. He's getting the aggression, he's laughing as well, good spirits in the server. The guy's doing it all, Maui.
This is one of the clips I was thinking of in my head, where he was going off on Ancient.
Yes. DIVERSAS as a individual player, despite the fact that ENCE has gone through some changes, still shows that he wasn't really necessarily playing second fiddle to Sphinx. It's just that they had different types of positions, different types of roles, and so his moments to shine were just at kind of like earlier in rounds is how I would put it. So this is a cool little, that was a cool highlight reel.
Could this be kind of how NIP's direction are going, where Hampus maybe now be unleashed with Alexi B coming in? Is DIVERSAS being unleashed and having more freedom due to Sun Pius and Valda coming in quickly because we don't have too much time?
I would say, yeah. This is why, actually, if we want to talk about fantasy, because everybody keeps mentioning it, that's why I wanted to go with DIVERSAS on my fantasy team, because I thought he was going to get a little bit more responsibility. He's going to be able to punch a little bit harder than he was back when Sphinx was the big dog.
He was also a little bit cheaper, so yeah. Anyway.
All right, yeah, we are now ready for our pre-match interview, and it's actually with DIVERSAS. I'm not sure if Heku's going to do it in Polish or English. Let's find out.
Just in a few moments, we're going to start the last series of the day. But before that, let's talk to DIVERSAS. DIVERSAS, I know that you are usually the person that I ask all of the questions about the video, and you usually say, I don't know, Marco does it. But I do want to know, did you watch your yesterday's demos?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Okay, what did you learn from those demos? Because that's the demos in which you lost.
We need to shoot better, nothing else.
You shoot better?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I want to know a question regarding the fact that previously you had 2 Polish players and now you have 2 dates. The moment when they 2 are left on the server, do they switch to speaking in Danish or they keep on talking in English?
I didn't realize it. I think they are speaking Danish, so it's easier for them.
But if they switch to Danish, do you ever help them out or you just try to not disturb them?
Yeah, sometimes we are trying to help, but most of the times they are speaking to each other.
Okay, we had then one remaining question. How hard was it to prepare against MOUZ, considering there's not a lot of demos or information on them right now, considering that they went through some changes?
We did our best.
Thank you very much, DIVERSAS.
Thank you.
Hey, Heku. You know, props where props are due. I've been there. You did your best. All right.
Good job, Brokey. Good job, Brokey.
DIVERSAS not giving us much to work with. Any reactions to any of the few things that he said?
I mean, I just want to point out the fact that he has like a Naruto tattoo. I think that's pretty sick.
What's a Naruto?
You know what a Naruto is.
I don't know what a Naruto is, Maui.
Like, why are you playing this game, dude?
I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, jokes aside, I will point out a couple of things they need to probably fix, though. If you're going to be seeing Vertigo come out to play here today, I'm sure the map videos will be coming up very soon. I feel like Vertigo is a map yesterday where they realized that just you know, based off the spawn calls, they're not going to be working out. They need to switch it up and go more default base.
We can get into the map vetoes in detail very shortly. Up first, though, of course, it's our Colex players to watch.
Upsets have thrown Group C into turmoil as ENCE and MOUZ collide. A weight of responsibility rests on Snappy's shoulders. Bringing 2 new players into the fold at the highest level is no easy task. A star Spanish op and a Dane whose potential has never been realized keeps Snappy's eyes on the playoffs, but anything less would be a disappointment. Surrounded by former Academy players, Frozen finds himself a 20-year-old veteran of the squad. With plenty of firepower to make up for the lack of experience, Frozen looks to put the shocking loss to Astralis in the past and regain their position within Group C against ENCE. Can ENCE overcome the Academy revolution, or will MOUZ's young talent steal the show?
Thank you, Moses, for that. Colex, players to watch. Is that true, or maybe I'm mishearing? Frozen's the oldest on MOUZ at 20 years old.
He's not the oldest player, but he probably
Longest
has the
tenure.
longest tenure, and also longest Tier 1 experience.
Who would be the oldest player then?
Dexter.
Probably Dexter.
Dexter, he's got
of course,
he's got a kid and everything.
So Dexter's the dad, the rest are his troop, his kids. Anyway, Map vetoes Blair and Maui.
Yeah, this is something I really wanted to pick your brains about, Maui, because FORMATOS is going to be taken out of the equation. My thing is here, right? I think it's too risky for MOUZ to go for Mirage against ENCE, although that's a pick they could potentially
I think they have to go for Mirage. I think that's all they know.
I'm thinking Ancient.
I think they have to.
Okay,
yeah.
This is a risky pick. I can see why they've gone for it, but ENCE are more than happy to play with it.
And I think ENCE go for Vertigo. If
they should.
Oh, wow.
That's a curveball.
That's a cool one. That's a unique one. We haven't seen them play that for this lineup yet.
A Vertigo Decider, maybe?
I think at this point, if you're ENCE, you can actually go for either Nuke or Vertigo. You're probably fine with either. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely go for either Vertigo or Nuke. This is heavily favoring ENCE, if you ask me. That is assuming that Overpass pick just pans out for them.
I will say with this veto, I want to just give the whole edge in the series to ENCE, but I actually don't think that Mirage is that bad for this MOUZ team. Dexter has been calling a really strong Mirage lately. Even though I thought teams would figure it out by now, it keeps working. It keeps working. They did excellent work at Cologne. They actually took down Na'Vi, NiP, and Astralis on Mirage.
Especially.
Yeah, so I thought this is a good pick for them. I think this is where they had to go in this veto, and I think that they're going to start it off, kicking it off with a win on that map, actually.
A 3-mapper?
I think we got a 3-mapper on our hands where ENCE edged it out.
Since you're mentioning it, can I get some final predictions, guys?
Not so easy for ENCE, but a 2-1 for Snappy and his boys.
Yeah, I mean, I outlined every reason as to why. We're going the distance, Paula.
All right, thank you so much, as always, Blair and Maui Snake. Everybody, up next, it's ENCE versus MOUZ, and it's starting off on MOUZ's pick of Mirage. Sadakist and Moses, over to you.
Yeah, Mirage, baby. We haven't seen it yet, Jason. This week, you and I, we will now, baby. Wax on, wax off. Miragi's in the house.
Yeah, this is going to be good. I like this a lot. Let's see what MOUZ is able to do. Number 6 ENCE in the world. That's actually surprising with the roster change come in, but all good. We got dualies out on the board. I love starting my day off with dualies. Dia's got a pair. Snappy's got another pair. This is going to be great.
We'll see who's got the bigger pair in this game as we go head-to-head, 1-1 between both ENCE and MOUZ Sports and their respective records so far this week. And as we say, this group cracked wide open. 2-1 is a pretty tantalizing prospect, more so when you've got Astralis down at 1-2 as well.
Yeah, no one really taking control of this group quite yet. Dia's going to get close up into the corner. Here come the dualies. Here comes the utility, and dualies deleted immediately by JDC. Good entry provided by him. Pius is going to be forced back by utility, and all of a sudden the A bomb site is cracked wide open for MOUZ.
JDC will go toward jungle, but doesn't want to overcommit. Not anywhere further for go to Snappy. As he gets caught out, can't retreat. Exertion's even going to take down Madden in this play, so that means Pius, who was forced off by the smoke early on, is now well and truly on the extremities. And Valda perhaps looking for a bit of aggression from him to distract, but I don't think this is likely. Armor on both players. I think you even look to save. Ooh. Good shot, Valda. Okay. That might encourage him. He's got a call that there's multiple in toward middle. He might have a chance, Valda, to cut them off. The problem is I don't think he's aware of the player up close. He still hits the shot on Dexter. They're far enough away, but the bomb, I think, too far gone. There is no kits in play. Had there been one kill maybe at middle, if Valda comes out immediately with a headshot, maybe, but it was still a far cry.
They just didn't get any success on the initial contact, did they? They lost 3 players pretty much immediately with no rebuttal. So I mean, any retake that comes in from there is just going to be way too time-consuming. 1-0 for MOUZ. Good job from JDC. Double kill for him, even finding the opening onto Diha as he turns the corner right here on ramp. Diha tries to slide out perhaps a little bit early. Everyone gets shut down. Kind of Diha to give that interview and tell us they just need to shoot better.
I love how she's like, well, you know, when they're the last 2 alive, do they switch to Danish? She's, yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I wasn't listening.
I stopped paying attention when I'm dead. It's fine.
It's so good. Ooh, Dia, speaking of, not much going on in his vision this time to go along with the lack of communication, apparently. Blinded by the flash at mid. That lets Exertion cross over to mid box.
Blinded by the flash. Nate is out on A ramp, and Madden is going to jump up onto the boxes. A little bit of spam comes through, nothing crazy. Return nade does good damage. MOUZ look like they wanted to apply a good amount of pressure over towards A, and they back off it. Dexter calls something different. Him and Torzi rotate to the other side of the map, where there's a deep angle of Sunpius with the scout.
Did they make the U bigger in his name on the HUD? Is this like a troll of them trying to like go off of our Sunpius thing? Look, the U looks bigger.
Okay, I see what you mean.
I don't think that. I think it's all API, so I can't imagine. But
yeah, I don't think they would do that just for us. But it is nice to think that the world revolves around us.
Doesn't? Weird.
Valda and Diha are going to have a job to do here. 3 players from MOUZ look like they want to attack up connector. 35 seconds. MOUZ running this pretty low, and there's a stack here.
Dia to the corner with the Deagle. Pius comes around the corner with the scout.
Bad feeling.
That's going to be a hit, and you might be right. The Deagle, thankfully, it wasn't the first one around the corner, the low HP, but Exertion's tagged up. They are softened up enough. Headshot easily achieved. Your feelings are being fruitioned, Jason. Oh, no. Did he just kill his... Oh, Valda got the kill. I thought he killed his teammate there for a second. Either way, they get the round, and it is on the early damage from the scout.
Yeah, a couple tags, couple nice shots of the Deagle, and even though some of the kills come out for MOUZ as well on the entries, there's just too many bodies here. Like, look at that. The first 2 kills this are both on the MOUZ sports, but everything after that is all ENCE, because they just never expect there to be 5 people here. MOUZ just a little bit too quiet, no information, kind of sliding into that late round execute, and gets shut down. ENCE back on the board. 1-1. And they got the rifles now.
Ooh, he's going for more. Not going to happen. Madden has the shot instead. Dexter goes down. Time for Dirty Dia to throw a big, devilish, dirty nade. He's done damage. JDC, Madden's going to follow it up. He gets, now what, that third in this round for him it is. So just Torzi left.
And he ain't going to do anything. There's the nade to clean it up. Nice job from Snappy. Madden's got a triple kill in the round. ENCE is up 2-1. Things looking good. And no chance for a buy in this 4th round of the half for MOUZ. They've got no cash. So the rifles are going to be relatively safe. Diha's going to swap down to an SMG. Look for him to go farming. Look for him to go chase down some bonus money. And away we go. Away we go in round 4.
Well, where are we going, Jason?
Up mid.
Do I need to bring a purse?
Yeah, probably something. Maybe one of those fanny packs.
Oh, I do love a good hip pack. So aggression toward underpass, revealed themselves with some utility, and then immediately fall back to top middle. That's going to be Dia that's going to go hunting, but he's got problems here. He's actually tapping away with an MP9. I'm impressed.
No problems at all. And yeah, no danger for the rifles after the fact, so Dia gets caught in a weird situation, still comes out on top with 3 frags. That's plenty of cash in his pocket, and a 2-round lead for ENCE. AK is coming on the board for MOUZ, though. No AWP just yet. Picked up for the T side.
Shout out to Valda. Not only still rocking that wire on the mouse, it's pink, and I'm digging it.
Valda's a man of culture, a man of class, a man of taste.
Turn that into a copy and paste. Chat, do it. I dare you. Hooksy would do it. Torzi toward top, gonna try and swing out and cover off anyone that dare peek from connector. It's JDC that wants to sneak up again, so they'll split middle to try and get control. They've got a boost potential there as well, in the fact that there's 2 players down below.
Window smoke and late mid control for MOUZ coming in. Nobody to contest on the CT side. That's not ideal.
Molotov in instead. The fact that he's a little bit late on that first smoke.
I'd like to have that one back.
Yeah, I think so. Because there's a timer on the smoke that's already in window, obviously, as well as the one in connector. He wants to try and get a boost potentially, but now Dia's going to be sitting there with clean vision.
Ooh, good flashbang, good duel. Dia spots at least 2. Probably knows likely there's one underneath the window from the sound cues earlier from utility, so calling out 3 in mid at least. And Snappy still jump spotting over at the B-bomb site. Exertion really on his own, peering up towards A, but he's got the AWP on Sunpias to contend with. Timing is everything there. One smoke in towards window from, or excuse me, dropped on catwalk for Dexter. They're gonna hit this B-bomb site. There's 3 defenders here.
Shots. Snappy. The player, not the shots. Unfortunately, he can't find any targets. He's going to go down. JDC walks in from the balcony. Exertion's on the chase, quietly trying to catch Madden as he goes back through the murder hole. May not even matter. Sunpias already removed as Dexter comes inside and plants the bomb. And Madden is a man with a very limited amount of time left in this round. Dia, though, still doing damage. And I think Madden's aware he's turned it around. Doesn't matter. He's caught out. And it's MOUZ to get their second.
Yeah, great entry provided on Valda on catwalk as well. That Galil at long range couldn't do the damage necessary back from bench at the back of the B-bomb site. And unfortunately, ENCE have the read. They have the stack. They have the great call and great rotation. Just can get absolutely nothing done. That's a beautiful shot from Dexter as well onto the AWP of Sunpias. The fast AWP, couldn't even get a shot off. And MOUZ have their second round. They get the AWP. And a MAC-10 on Dexter. Full buy for ENCE though. Heading into round number 6.
Oh, baby, that's just too easy. What is Dia doing?
Got caught. Ran into the wall, I think.
Oh, they're both blind. I was going to say that's a dead Exertion, and somehow Valda is also completely blind.
What a great call from MOUZ, though. You get that kill in middle, and you're like, yep, screw it. Let's just keep rushing B. That's one player we don't have to worry about, one player who might be late to rotate over, and ENCE have to call this off. There's no chance of getting into this. There's just going to be a freebie for MOUZ, and then the question becomes, can Valda get away?
That's a good read as well, because the kill in middle, but they also had the flash come out from Valda's position that blinded up both him and Exertion, so they knew there's one in catwalk, and you can see Dexter still searching for that because Exertion's been on this side the whole time. So where'd he go? Well, gotta be inside that ladder somewhere, but I'm not gonna go over commit on the fight though, interestingly enough.
All right, so just a straight up round win for MOUZ to tie things up. No real contest. Valda's still chilling in ladder room. No one's coming from catwalk. He can stay in here as long as he'd like. Exertion is looking for him to try and fall out through window, but Valda's not afraid of the blast whatsoever. 3-3. We're going to get a rinse and repeat of this round. See if Dia can find his footing.
No, dear. That's a door.
Ran into the wall.
Does the door speak Danish? Is that the problem, Dia?
Obviously doesn't speak Polish.
Yeah. Makes a better pole than a door.
Well done.
Thanks, man. My mom uses that so much. You block her TV vision. You make a better door than a window. All right, Mom. Jesus, I get it. I'm sorry. I'm just going to the bathroom.
That's a real boomer saying. Very boomer.
Does your mom also say, come hither?
No, she's not that weird.
Yeah. Oh, what? Excuse you. My mom's a sweetheart, Jason.
She is. Nades out on the B rush. Plenty of utility damage, but a better flashbang. Valda neutralized again. Snappy still on the back of the site, but not for long. It's an AK-47 bullet to the head, and all of a sudden, MOUZ control of the site and a man advantage.
Dexter with the plants, and the boost up on the box above as well means that they've got the angles covered off. Dia's already faked that he's left the ladder room by taking out the vent, but I think he's going to leave for real now because his teammates are too far removed. Okay, fair enough. Maybe they've just had enough of this and they want to go for it. Maybe they just desperately need to get around, but I think as the time ticks away, no exit kills, no picks. They'll leave Dia toward the window for that reason, but I don't even think he's going to get anything there. So this is another one going to MOUZ. 4 now for them, and they'll take the lead as a result of this as well.
Yeah, they will. This is a great string for MOUZ. 3 in a row, including the freebie of the last round. Just a very good call. Bomb goes off. They're right back in the driver's seat. And this is them losing the pistol, or losing the second round after winning the pistol also. That's kind of returned the favor, and they've been able to do a great job battering down this defense, though equally on the other side. ENCE is doing a good job of saving weapons even in these losses. They obviously have a FOMATOS, an M4, an AWP they bring into this round. They can replenish Valda and Snappy with ease. Those guys will have utility as well, so they're going to call a timeout just to talk things over. But, you know, outside of losing 3 in a row, everything's hunky-dory on the ENCE side. At least they haven't been fully reset.
Yeah, absolutely. They managed to make the call early enough to get those rifles away. So we'll have an op on either side. Torzy. I'm shocked at how much money there is already with this 3-round spread.
They've had a couple, I mean, that round there were 2 MAC-10 kills that came out, so some bonus money there. Remember, they won the previous round free with 5 players surviving. Before that, they had 4 players survive, so they've only lost 2 players in the last 3 rounds. Everyone's been building some cash. Investments are nice. Market's looking up.
1 utility damage for JDC. Nice. That is it for the whole team on MOUZ, despite that they're winning right now. So they're obviously winning this straight up on picks. CT side as well, you're going to be using more smokes, but obviously the Molotov's not doing much. That said, there's a decent amount of utility damage on the end side. 3 players over 100 already, so they're just getting a straight-up AK headshots, baby. Dia this time moving a little bit more quickly, gets up on top of the fence, drops down, watches for the gap in the smoke and anyone that dare cross toward middle, but with a Molotov at the boxes, Exertion's probably not going to exert that much energy to get there.
Ooh, I like this from Torzy, though.
Oh, thanks for saying like what I said.
That was good. That was decent. Not your best work. Good shot from Torzy. As Madden comes in, that is well struck. Dexter's gonna fall next. But the op in position over in Palace, blocked off by their own smoke. Well, that's a dangerous weapon to be able to peer out from Palace at will. And you have Xertion inside the smoke trying to come through. Ooh, see Sunpias. Freebie, nice headshot. Sunpias not ready for it. Molotov to block off the rotation, and MOUZ have access to the A bomb site again.
Dia had just committed to leaving that spot, because you would have thought the trade comes back through AK, through smoke. He can see tracers, he knows he's on the stairs, but he actually was already headed toward the murder hole, so he didn't bother to turn around. And maybe he even thought he was up as well, given the noise, so he's gonna rotate towards CT. Bomb is gonna be planted by Frozen. Snappy's gone, removed, JDC, and he's still hunting. Man, MOUZ are just picking this map apart at this point.
Yeah, this is awesome. Baldo with a kill onto JDC, but this seems like to be a kill that's going to allow Dia to just get away and escape, not to actually go for anything. So, ENCE, this is now like, what, 3 in the last 4 rounds they haven't even been able to fight for whatsoever. Very impressive stuff from MOUZ to open up on Mirage. Things looking good.
So Dia just sitting back again. Holds on to the M4s. But another round going the way of MOUZ. Now you can see that money though building up, even on the players past, shall we say, the late members of ENCE, they've got money to buy. So the saving is paid off, it's been distributed. They'll go right back into it. The exemption this time, no AWP. But if I'm not mistaken, yeah, they could have got, well, no, he was just light. He was $100 light, Jason.
Ooh.
Was Valda if he wanted to drop one out. Obviously, he's gone for armor and utility instead, which is probably better off. I think in the meta right now with the M4A1S, I'd rather have armor and utility than a glass cannon on my team.
I don't know. I think there's a
maybe
lot of
map dependent.
Yeah,
but
there's some oppers that can do some crazy things with the glass cannon alt.
Yeah, I guess that's a situational call. Maybe it's just me saying that, because I'd rather have armor and an M4 and screw you and your op.
Well, yeah, you suck with the op, so it makes sense.
I'd like to think I suck with every gun.
I suck with them all equally. It's fine. 10 seconds left in freeze time, round number 9 coming in. And as you said, full buy with M4s for the ENCE defense, but they need to get something going. They need to figure out a way to slow down this MOUZ machine that is just rolling over them. 4 straight, and only 4 deaths in that stretch that MOUZ have taken. Dia said in the interview they needed to shoot better. We have yet to see them shoot better.
Can he say that in Danish? Yeah, they're not winning these duels by any means right now. And yes, okay, AKs when they're on are pretty menacing even still, but you need to start finishing this off, especially when you're doing chip damage like that every round. You've gotten JDC down to 50 now. That's a one-shot kill for an M4. So you can't give the advantage to him. Snappy with a self-serving smoke to try and cover himself off in quad. Volta this time is going to step up. Finally, Dexter wraps around. That gives Snappy enough time, though, to get the trade. He was aware of it. He could protrude beyond the edge of his own smoke as Torzy wants to drop into the van. Now, that cuts off the back line, and 2 players on that wall. Make it 3. Torzy's looking the wrong direction, though, toward the window. I don't think he's realized a second player was inside of that lane, inside of the door, and he can still see the gun barrel. But did he hear the player at jail? Oh my shadow, but he fell off the back of the van. Driver, stay still. Madden's got the kill, and finally ENCE get around.
That could have been cool to see what he could have done with that. Nicely done from ENCE this time on defense. They don't die too early, and also you got to say, MOUZ didn't really attack the bomb site, right? They dropped down in van. I guess they were expecting some kind of contact, but look at how long Valda has to just stay out in the open, chuck a grenade, take the fight from there, finds himself 2 kills. For a number of seconds, they had just dropped down MOUZ and were lining up smoke and utility to move forward from that point, but it gives all the time in the world for the defense to regain their footing. 4-5. Dia gonna start sliding up middle.
attack towards Z, already trying to fire back at it though, so that should subside. Diaz still got his back there. He's got 2 players to support, so Sunpias inside connector can look over top of him, and Valda is there.
Oh my lord.
Well, Exertion just absolutely deleted Matt. Sunpias with the return kill, though. They know they're in short of the A site. 3 players in connector. 1 that's going to rotate back towards CT, but this is a tough choke point to get through. Valda's taking advantage of the smoke, because even if he goes and goes down, maybe his thought is, hey, there's 2 more of me in the same position. They won't expect us all to be here. They're going to jump through, and they're ready for it. Valda turns around against the flank of the trade, but Exertion through the smoke finds him. It's all on to Snappy. He's brought it back as Torzy falls, but it's just he versus Exertion, and jumping up didn't land fast enough to get his aim. It's back to the winning column for MOUZ.
Yeah, because that entry kill was so clean out of Palace, MOUZ actually had so much utility left. Normally with those kind of A executes, you see all the nades kind of run out for the post plant for the T side, but here they had all the Molotovs, all the smokes extra after that. Even, it feels a little bit of a crazy decision to flashbang through your own smokes to try and attack towards top con, but it works out at the end of the day. Great clutch from Exertion. And MOUZ with a 2-round lead. Still ENCE with money problems, and at this stage, down 2, 6-4 in round number 11. If you lose this one and run out of money, you're in some real trouble. MOUZ is going to run up the score on you.
They'll be running up that hill. Oh, God, I hate that song.
Okay.
It's just, you know, one of those things that you hear too much now.
I don't even know what song that is.
Good. Keep it that way, Jason. Stay oblivious. Your ignorance is bliss.
Sweet summer child. Dexter.
God bless you, son.
Ooh, try to cut him off. Snappy's going to be able to escape for the moment on top of the van, looking for the fight. He's called a teammate over. Snappy in an exchange, 7 HP left, but Diaz got him. Diaz the one exiting market, finding an easy headshot onto Dexter. Madden's push a ramp, but he's pushing away from the end game of MOUZ. Now coming back. Might be able to stop it, but he's only got an SMG.
Man, that was so close for Snappy. 7 HP, they're spamming him. The flames at his feet. You're right, Diaz certainly saved him, and they might pull this off with the lesser weaponry. What a round to win, as you said it. MOUZ could have run away with this. Not done yet. Frozen and Exertion both with AKs.
Oh, I can't believe Sunpias just dropped off. Timing again is everything. This is crazy. And you can tell, Frozen's just waiting for this play. He's just saying, you're the one who has to create the opening for me. He's going to get it eventually. It's just going to take a little bit of time. Now, how much trigger discipline does he want to have?
Exertion. There's the first. Low HP on Snappy and Madden. Exertion's gonna follow that up against the high HP on Diaz, and Frozen swings around. This is a perfectly executed 2-on-4 as they still both have 100 HP, and Snappy late to the party. Remember, he was the one that was burning at the barbecue over at B, and I think he realizes the problem. They're gonna be out of money.
Yeah, they got nothing. Save that M4. That felt like a round for ENCE where they were in such a strong position that felt more to me like miscommunication of a new team. They had so many players in good positions. They had Madden over at A ramp. Sunpias with the op-ed ticket was never checking behind him. It feels like this was just kind of inexperienced playing together and lost communication. Just communication that just didn't come through, where they just kind of lost the plot a little bit on the round. But what a great play from Exertion. The long flank, the trigger discipline as well, didn't yield them a second kill. And yeah, a little bit of frustration coming in. 7-4, and all the money's been taken away. They've got the single AK-47 on Snappy.
Yeah, that's tough.
Very tough.
Well, we'll see what they can do to try and hold this half together, because they're definitely, as you say, holding on to just one AK-47 at this point in time. 5-7 for Madden. Deagle for Valda. Okay, Diaz gone to the scout. Sunpias as well upgrades onto a 5-7, so they are going to get a bit aggressive with this buy and try and support that AK in any way they can. Armor on all, I shouldn't say that, armor on 3, excuse me. Look at the bottom two. Diaz and Sunpias don't have any armor at all, so even if they get those picks, I was thinking you pick up a weapon, suddenly you're in the round. It's still, you've got some lesser situation to work with.
Yeah, Sunpias obviously saving for the op, so not even really investing in too much at all. Diaz well with the scout, maybe just saying, I can get a shot off without getting tagged. MOUZ is going to take this one slow. Know they're up against weaker weapons. Looking to see if there's going to be any kind of cheeky setup, any kind of aggression coming in. And at the moment, they feel nothing. So right around 1 minute and 5 seconds, they're going to start making their move.
Just firing that scoot toward the smoke. Nothing on the other side of it to get caught out. Madden just waiting it out.
AK-47's on catwalk. Dexter might run into it.
I think Madden to 5-7. Let that baby go. Oh, yeah, exactly that. Headshot, easy peasy from that range. He's gonna get 2. Oh, no, he's not. Not quite. JDC able to come back out and just get the final bullet needed, but he goes down to 18 HP. All the jumping up. I'm sorry, sir. That was the wrong time to do so. Dexter takes him out of the round.
Sunbias has a good position, though. He's huddled up in Palace. He can't really peek. He's trying to let them into the bomb site, get the plant going before he actually makes his position. No, and unfortunately, he had to pull the trigger there. No other options. Diha's going to go down next. He does get a tag off. There's some soften up players, and unfortunately, this lone AK-47 that Snappy saved hasn't been able to get involved. Took a few battles from range on catwalk, but couldn't find anything clean or comfortable. MOUZ is up to 8.
Did you know that just like caterpillars who hibernate into a cocoon and emerge as a butterfly, if you let your mouse sit long enough, it turns into a real mouse, just like the MouseSports logo? I'm gonna work on that one.
Yeah, I don't even know where to...
Everyone just, please don't clip that and just forget it ever happens.
I would love to bail you out.
I would love to just, you know, this is one of those occasions where I use the self-filter button, run it through my head first, and then decide if it's worth saying, because this one wasn't, okay? I'll come back to you on that one.
Yep, a little more time in the oven.
That's probably true in a lot of ways for me, yep.
Round 13, 8-4. And this is a big question mark for the desk, remember, too. This will be a fun post-game breakdown if MOUZ go on to win this, is some of the concern that Blay had for MOUZ coming in here into Mirage, and this just looking fantastic on the T side. Very, very impressive stuff. Exertion at 10 frags.
So anyway, there I was, commentating. Molotov toward the top boxes. No one's going to cross over this time. Exertion and... who's that with them? It's JDC, excuse me, as we snap over, is both working in tandem toward the apartments, but Volda's one step ahead. Now, the problem is he's flashed up. Molotov down. Good read from Exertion. This guy's quick as he gets ahead, but Snappy finds him lurking inside of the site, trying to find another, and immediately gives the advantage back to ENCE, an advantage they desperately need to capitalize on. As we sit at 8-4, they need a 5th round. Can't land the first. Too many players peeking, and unfortunately, not enough time bought as well for the rotation. So Madden does get outside from Checkers, but the smoke's down in front of him. I mean, Dexter can wrap onto him.
Yeah, Sunbias coming from catwalk is going to grab Dexter from the side, and now Frozen has so few options, nowhere to go. Madden's got that as well. Good hold from ENCE. It didn't look likely. Reinforcements got there just in time coming out of market. 3-round lead for MOUZ. Plenty of money to buy back up into it. Plenty of money for another buy in the next round if they need it. And yeah, Volda with the off, but couldn't get off any kind of second shot. Blinded by Frozen. Snappy playing around the edge of the smoke, and just a timely flank on catwalk from Sunbias to secure the round. Desperate scenario for ENCE. This has not been fun whatsoever. 7-2 run that we're in the favor of MOUZ.
Biased with a different position this time, trying to get aggressive down toward a connector. Desperately needed round, like you said. 7-round run, and JDC just trying to fire through the smoke. Things slow down significantly this time. In fact, first round, we haven't seen really anyone go toward middle from either team.
Yeah, there has always been some kind of presence there. A little bit of smoke from the T-side and window to kind of show that presence without actually being there at the moment, just very passive. That is a flashbang that Madden eats full force, but doesn't budge. So here comes late mid control. JDC and Exertion from underneath, Dexter from top mid.
That's unlucky. I don't even think he moved. I think he just clipped. I think his crosshair placement was a bit unfortunate on that one. So towards, oh, that's a beautiful flash. Oh, he even has time to double peek it. Madden had no chance. Well executed to get the opening kill. Unfortunately, it wasn't any better on the other side as we say that tag, but now 2 low HP players could be huge. Exertion continues to open up the map as once again he gets inside of the window. And from the murder hole, oh, he nearly got Sunbias running and gunning. Put him down to 54.
JDC's late bringing the bomb up. He's so concerned about his HP. He's just now going to start moving into position to get that plant, but that's allowed Volta to come over here, have some time. Molotov going to hold him at bay. That's perfectly placed. Frozen still has a smoke as well. And Sunbias is pinned down by Torji with the op over towards a ramp. They're saving.
Yep. It's again, go back to that first pick. You change the odds here in a 2-on-2, you might consider it again, but both have kids, both have armor. They don't have a lot of money. They're going to try and hold on to this. And so it's only one round they'll get before they give up another 9 at least in the half for MOUZ Sports. And it means they can buy in the final round at least. And I say buy, it's going to be tight, but they'll force everything they can into it. So they're, yeah, mid 3,000 in terms of money for 3 players.
This half has just been ENCE scrambling to hold on to what they can in round losses. There's been a good amount of rounds they haven't even really been able to fight for. Good amount of rounds where MOUZ has just made it into the bomb site and the round's over from there. Another one as ENCE scrambles to make sure they have enough money. Last round of the first half. Double up, set up again, Sunpius and Snappy this time. It was Volda previously at the B bomb site. This time it switches over to the captain. Madden has an off angle around the edge of that smoke, but nobody's gonna fall prey to it.
Ooh, Madden gets annihilated by the flashbang. Fortunately, there's no one staring down it from the other side.
Flashbang annihilates Madden.
Yeah. Is that the headline tomorrow?
That's the headline.
Nice. You should be a journalist.
Flashbang dunks on Madden.
You'd be really good at clickbait.
Slams him.
Since you're a baiter in game, you know, clickbait, it would match you well.
Yeah, but I get the high score at the end. Exertion moving down middle. Smoke at top Khan's, defensive smoke at the base of Khan to protect against any progression. Snappy aggressive in B halls. It's JDC who's got some danger of being picked off here. He is going to get tagged through the wall and can't return the favor. There goes Exertion. Diha just waiting patiently behind the smoke. An easy kill for him. Dexter is also going to fall prey to Volda. Didn't clear deep enough in towards ladder room, and all of a sudden a 5 on, let's say 2 1/4.
2 1/4? Well, let's see if that quarter's got anything left in it. JDC. Gonna rotate this back the other direction now. So a sustained advantage with 28 seconds. ENCE could make this a 9-6 halftime. Torzy. AWP wants to try and get a pick. JDC's gonna go first. Sunpius playing backwards toward the CT spawn. He spots utility thrown from Palace, so that's one call. They've given up connector, interestingly enough, with that smoke going deep. They're gonna wrap around on this, so bomb plant likely to be conceded. It won't matter economically now. We're in the final of the half. JDC gets to the half wall. This is, okay, Diaz come out from behind. I was gonna say, that's a tough position for them to read, and if they come out too soon, maybe he gets 2. All 5 stay alive. Good retake from ENCE, and we do have that 9-6 scoreline indeed, Jason.
Yeah, at least ENCE gets the end of the half on a positive note, because a lot of that was very, very rough, very negative. MOUZ with an impressive opening half. 9-6 lead, and we'll be right back to finish Mirage.
Hey Future Pros! On the niche map Mirage today with a pretty cool connector smoke you can throw from spawn. To throw the smoke, hop up onto the trash can where you belong. Crouch down and aim at the top right corner of the 3rd wooden roof beam. Remain crouched and move forward and jump through the smoke just as your crosshair goes below this wire. This one is surprisingly not too hard to throw, but give it a bit of practice before you use it in the grand finals. Pretty useful for a cat rush, but I'll let you aspiring future pros decide how to use it best.
7-6 indeed for MOUZ Sports, a map that they have a very high win rate on, and yet ENCE let it into the pool. And maybe this is of their own doing and own demise. They did win the, they won the eco ensuing and got 3 rounds in a row and did have the early lead. I was going to say they won the pistol. They actually did not. But then they gave up 7 rounds in a row to MOUZ in that first half, Jason.
That was, that was brutal. MOUZ did a wonderful job. We'll see what it looks like switching over to the CT side now. JDC and Exertion over towards the B bomb site. Frozen and Dexter close up on A. Dexter's actually already peering in towards Palace. They're calling the rush out immediately. JDC tosses out a nade, does good damage. Now they need the kills. Exertion gonna get that first one, that all-important first kill. Time to reload, and JDC can keep some space. Working in tandem, holding them at bay, and the bomb site is not lost yet. Now Exertion under pressure, but Dexter's arriving as well.
Dia, though, gets that shot. Exertion couldn't land the headshots and the damage in return. He tried multiple times, but just could not get kills. Bomb goes down as a result for ENCE. No kits on the 3 players that are alive, but as you can see, there's one very near the bomb site. Great shot, Dexter. It's gonna let them in further, but he's not a no, sir.
Dear.
And they'll get the defuse. Wow.
Don't clip that one either.
Yeah, that's gonna make things brutally difficult now. 10-6 for MOUZ, and he had every right to get that kill and could not.
Yeah, Dexter wasn't even considering it. He saw a little bit of leg over towards the default plant spot, and he was full focus on getting into the site for that kill. Completely forgot to check the corner. Ooh, that's a great shot. We didn't catch that one on the initial POV.
Not only that, look at the next one he follows up with, and then somehow he's...
That one, he at least knew someone was there, right? A teammate was tagging him. That first one was just like clean reaction. I give him a 10 on the first, 6, 7 on the second.
Okay, harsh critic, but I'll take it. What about the one on Valda?
That one just gets bonus points for being funny. Galil by for ENCE. All 5 players. Very light on utility as well. 1 flash, 1 nade to work with, 2 smokes for the T side. Up against a plethora of M4s.
Torzy's down. Snappy with the kill. Now, what does Exertion do? He's going to slide away now. Gun barrel, did it show? Don't think so. I think he was far enough back. I was going to say might have been spotted from top middle because obviously he knows his teammates underneath have gone, but he doesn't want to tunnel his vision there without support. So instead, they do the smart thing and rotate a player into connector to watch that. Frozen's the one to do it.
This is pulling a lot of attention away from the extremities, though. Palace and A-Ramp are wide open at the moment. 3 players leaning towards middle for this ENCE defense. They need a kill. They need to find one. Exertion's going to give it to him. That's top mid taken out. Valda, though, and Diha, they might actually start pouncing out of Palace now. Good kill from Frozen, and that window of opportunity at A is closing quickly.
Dexter dinked. Has to get off the edge. As it came through the stairwell, it only puts him down to 55. Lost to be covered. No smokes to be thrown either. Nothing to cover it unless they can get clean kills. Look at the damage, Dia, though. Down to 16. Extra got vaulted just before that.
There's no time to wait for Snappy. There's no time to wait. He has to start going right now, and that's the problem. He's got no HP. Snappy, oh, he does get a kill. This might open things up. There's 12 seconds on the clock.
He's got to get a kill now himself. He does, but bomb down. Frozen knows it. Frozen knows exactly where Snappy's coming from. He's out of there. He's gone. There's enough time. He knows he's picked it up. Okay, that's actually smart that he checks that he's grabbed it because he knows the situation. Oh, my goodness. Snappy gets off that, man. You give it a chance.
Yeah. Whew. That got way too close. Snappy given a gift of that kill through the murder hole. A deep kill that mean he didn't have to run as far because I think they were going to start getting an idea what play was coming. 5-round lead for MOUZ, and ENCE have no money to continue fighting here in round 18. They're going to have to save, especially without a plant. This was about as good of a try as you could have made it with time dwindling. ENCE getting as close as possible. 11-6. Unarmored pistols. They do have some deagles, do have a P250. And Torzy's going to see everything.
Torzy, oh, I don't think he saw Dia, though, down low. So that oddly large bulge of smoke coming out from connector that didn't land on the stairs is actually protecting Dia to get down low. Exertion's going to additionally deploy smoke. And it's similarly placed to the low side of the stairs. Figure that smoke out for yourself, future bros. It goes off the wooden, or excuse me, the blue wall as Frozen falls off. He's got Maiden. He's got to get the shift in the gun set and reload done, but he manages to get the animation finished with the cancellation and gets the kill. Snappy down to Exertion, and we go 12-6.
Nice and easy. Let's see what ENCE has in the gun rounds. All we've seen is 5 Galils with limited utility. This time they get the AK-47s. They get the smokes and flashes they need for the entire round. And ENCE, right out of the gate, kind of in a backs against the wall situation. 6 rounds back. MOUZ just 4 rounds away from taking the opening map of the series. Final match of the 3rd day of Group C. Both these teams jockeying for position. The group is wide open. Nothing's been decided. Nobody's in the driver's seat. Complexity's lost to Heroic today pretty much ensured nobody could grab control. Leg shot cleaned up, and Sunpius to find Frozen. They committed to that even when they'd already kind of been caught.
Pius has been quiet in this game. 9 kills, but nothing crazy with that AWP Exertion. That has gone down the ladder behind him, so he's got to move slightly further forward than he would have liked to. Manages to get Snappy as a result, though.
Yeah, that's wild, especially because you think Snappy would have heard that, or a teammate would have called it over that someone was underneath the balcony. Still a good win with the SMG. 3-on-3. From an early 2 kills, a 5-on-3 due to a Halls push. Now look at MOUZ. Torji has shrunk the map, and he's saying, guys, just stay parked. Stay at A. I know everything. But he doesn't know they're coming right back at him.
That's a tough one. Tough to see through the fence the further you are from it.
Oh, MOUZ is calling the bluff. They're staying.
Interesting as well on that single kill. They're going to do it, but you're absolutely right. They have. They've gone back underneath Shadow as well. So JDC can take aggro, and they may think he's the only one here. If they have rotate it over. Goodbye. Dia? Valda still considering. Now okay.
They saw Exertion earlier in this same spot, right? He got a kill previously. The question, ooh, it's offward, and Valda's going to find it. Nice, quiet awareness to check everything off out in the open. JDC's got to put out the Molotov, use the smoke to jump right through, but Sunpius is holding it. 7th round for ENCE.
Yeah, JDC, as soon as he gets that pick in A, rotates off. If he stays a little closer, maybe they could set the crossfire, but obviously, like you say, they thought they saw someone out toward middle. Doesn't quite work out. Locked out, and 7th round for ENCE. Desperately needed as well. They're first of the second half.
Yeah. Yeah, they need this too, just because it's now set MOUZ up to have their economy taken away and be broken. They're the ones with no money in the bank now. So, I mean, if ENCE can win this, then you start getting back into the game. You close this gap. Ops trade opening frags 1 for 1. Different parts of the map.
To be fair as well, to JDC, he actually hit the edge of the doorway, but Sunpius positioned himself very well at CT that he would have seen him even if he made it to the corner of the stairs. Dexter trying to figure out exactly where a player is inside of A main. To your right, Ops the openers, but both remain on the playing surface.
Mid control for MOUZ on the CT side as well. Torji with the op looking towards top mid, towards the base of Catwalk to protect Exertion, who's peering straight down into the underpass. And Snappy's basically just lurking, making sure there's no aggression on the B side of the map for his teammates, who are going to start positioning towards A. Sunpius to throw a window smoke. At least for ENCE, this is a passive defense. They'll have an avenue, they'll have access to the A bomb site. Dexter and Torji are playing for the retake.
Dexter's gonna dig this out. Torji's gotta be so careful here because he's got players up close. They're gonna hear him. Dexter almost has to be the one to shut this A. Yeah, no, they have no information. So Snappy knows at least that the LWP player has left the mid window. That's gonna give them more confidence and more awareness to look towards CT, but Dexter the whole time playing the edge of the box. He surely has to know that Dia's gone inside the sandwich position, and now with making a ton of noise, he's going to swing out once more. He'll find Dia. Bomb goes down. AWP for Sunpius, but he is about to get overwhelmed, and a missed jump that may have actually benefited them as Exertion gets underneath where he was anticipated to arrive from.
What a great play from Dexter. He was like an inch away from death, a step away from death for a lot of that round, but finds himself at fire and just kind of makes himself a small target, gets his first kill, and just waits. He knows he's got all of his teammates arriving. He knows he doesn't have to do more than this. He doesn't have to make any kind of a crazy play. He's just fine. Yields him its 2nd kill later on in the round. And freezes the attack, doesn't let them progress forward. 13-7, back to a 6-round lead. Back to just pistols, upgraded pistols at least for ENCE. JDC, you better be ready, baby.
Exertion, this is kind of crazy. Already at middle. Oh, he's made a step though. Madden surely Madden heard that. Yeah, okay. He was smart about it. He was waiting. He didn't even turn his mouse when we were there. I was wondering what was going on. Frozen, he's going to be equally as sneaky. Exertion was the one that arguably had the better position last time. Okay, you've got to get him before he disappears, son, before he finds your teammate, but he's hoping someone else is going to walk through. He'll go for it now. Smokes didn't dissipate, so he's able to walk back out a little bit further. Volda, he's got that information. Nade's going to land directly on his feet, down to 18, so he'll be cleaned up by Dexter on the MP9. And now Frozen has confirmed there is one more toward the jail. Good shot, though. Hang on. This round's gone back the other way. P250s. Torzy is in trouble. He tries to fade away. He can't do it. And Sampaius will collect the op.
That is disgusting. Nice shooting with the P250s. Sampaius and Diha, wonderful. And that is a round ENCE desperately needed. These entries, just too easy. Exertion needs to know the possibility of someone in that smoke. That's not uncommon, and obviously over towards the B-bomb site as well. A simple Tech-9 entry on the lone defender. ENCE get away with one.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's the headbutt against the chair of Frozen that's just like, man, this could have been easy. You've just made it way more difficult on ourselves. Guns over to ENCE. ENCE flush with cash. Free AWP is passed over to Sampaius. They can rebuy that now. And it's pistol and armor for the CT side. JDC and Exertion at the B-bomb site. Remember, Exertion was in the push mid in the previous round as well. So that's the second B defender that was actually in middle. That made that B hit so much easier.
Shot from Dip. Wins clean, easy. Get Exertion as well.
Shooting better now.
Oh, yes.
And with the full investment into this round, this might be that previous round could just turn into a twofer. Off the back of Tech-9's win 2 rounds. You get this one now. And the next round, Exertion and JDC won't be able to buy anything, so it's going to be another save for the MOUZ side. Holding on to 3 Deagles from here. But money's going to grow for ENCE. So they're setting themselves up pretty nicely, even with the deficit, to have the best chance possible to come back into this map. And you got to love that. Gotta love it.
Oh, man. Let's go the distance, baby. I'm loving this.
Magnificent.
1-1 each of these teams. As we say, you want to get to that 2-1 position, given the way that this group is going. If you go down to 1-2, I don't know that you'll be able to recover. I don't know that it's going to be possible.
It's going to get weird. And not the good kind of weird.
And I say that knowing full well that Astralis is 1-2 right now. Got beat by Complexity and got beat by HEET.
Yeah, that was a wild turn of events today, wasn't it?
This group's just all, like you say, sorts of weird.
Good weird.
More mixed up than the pee in the pool here.
13-9. Timeout called from MOUZ. They're going to talk things over. Just getting settled down for when the gun rounds come.
I'm digging these all red mouse pads that MOUZ have.
Branding's on point.
Yeah, it looks pretty stylish. It's because it was like a cocoon and...
Yeah, don't go back to that.
No, I won't. I'm just trying to own it now, okay? I gotta do something, Jason.
Stay away. Well, caution to the wind. An A contact, play, rush, whatever you want to call it. AK-47's not afraid of anything. Nice freebie round out of the timeout. Very anticlimactic. It's a big gamble stack for MOUZ. They might actually, I mean, as silly as this kind of sounds too, they might just want to save the armor on Dexter and Frozen. Yeah, don't give up anything. Just back away. Preserve all the cash you can for the later stage of this half. So, yeah, a little bit of a pair of relatively lackluster rounds, I'd say.
All the way through to CT, and yeah, we're gonna get double digits for ENCE, all in the back of that eco, when this could have very easily been nearer to the end, perhaps even ending on this particular round.
You see, there was a big ban wave today, Matt.
Was there really?
Yeah, there was I saw a screenshot of a guy whose account got banned with like $4.6 million of skins.
Oh, get wrecked, buddy. Yeah. Absolutely wrecked.
That is crazy.
I can't wait till you lose the password to your blockchain, too. So all your fake money can be ruined.
Just really going in on him, huh?
Oh, yeah. Was he banned for griefing and like Like skin trading, or was he banned?
No, I think he was banned for cheating.
Oh, screw that guy.
Yeah, no, I don't feel bad for him.
Screw that guy.
I'm saying, you're really piling it on.
Oh, he deserves it.
13-10. 3-round lead. Torji up top with the AWP. Nothing quick this time for ENCE. 4.6 milli.
Come on, that. How many skins is that?
I don't know.
How many?
Maybe it's just 10 really good ones.
Yeah, 10 Dragon Lords. That's what they're worth these days.
Torji. Ooh, he saw the shoulder, couldn't land the shot. Small gap, gonna back away with safety, and Frozen's got one. I don't even know if he saw that. That might have just been a timing. Burning, Diaz trying to get out of the window. They're both trying to get out of the window. JDC's got no HP. They've got to know he's at car. That nade'll do it. The holy hand grenade clears out the B bomb site, and ENCE have complete control.
Complete control, but we'll see if Frozen can stay cool because he's got to fade away on this. Smokes and flashes going through. Staying alive is important if they consider this or not. They're already bailing out, so they're completely gone. It's not even about efficiency. It's not about rotations. It's about economy. And 13-11, so ENCE, maybe they've got something for us. Maybe they've done just enough that eco saving them. And we were starting to question why they would let this map sit in the pool. Well, hang on. We've got a game. A game indeed.
Game indeed. Remember, this all started, this little run, it's going to be 4 rounds straight for ENCE. It all started with that Tech 9 rush, a change of pace with Tech 9 and armor towards the B bomb site. They win it pretty clean. And from there, ENCE has just never looked back. 4 in a row and 5 of the last 6 rounds in their favor on the T side. Mirage.
Overpass is next. That's ENCE's map choice.
Yeah. Going away from Vertigo, which they picked twice, struggled a little bit on it in day 1 in a victory over HEET, and obviously got beat up by Heroic yesterday on it. So obviously not feeling Vertigo as much at the moment as they did previously. Yeah, some pies with a bit of intensity there. It's all good, bro. Shit happens. Get it back.
Well, we'll see what happens now because this is very, very crucial for MOUZ Sports as they're getting nearer to the end of this and the gun's finally back in their hands. But already, Exertion's hands are a bit cold and rigor mortis as he hits the ground.
And another round where JDC is feeling oh so lonely at the B bomb site. His teammate has just gone down on Catwalk and he's the only defender here. He's got to be very nervous. Snappy's going to add another one, which makes the rotations very, very difficult. Look at Snappy go.
And that's all based on the contact from Palace as well. They're busy. They fire a few shots. Snappy knows, all right, thanks for telling me. I'm just going to walk up and take the kills now. Sampayas takes out Torzi. Not a single kill so far for the Rifles. I say so far because there is 3 players on low HP, and this M4 can be a problem, but we've got a flank in play. And I think they're not going to overcommit on this peak. Dia will go down, but here we go. Snappy completing the round with his 3rd kill in it.
Yeah, that's ENCE just introducing a little bit of chaos into the round. You get mad and aggressively turning the corner at top mid, finding the opening kill, and Snappy's just like, all right, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to attack everywhere I go. Finds Frozen. Able to grab another one. That's beautiful. And then the round is essentially lost at that point. But MOUZ scrambling to recover some of these hectic situations that ENCE is creating. 13-12. 1 round separating the 2 teams. Now 5 in a row for ENCE. 19 kills for Diha, 15 apiece on Volda, Sampayas, and Snappy. On the other side of things for MOUZ, it's Frozen and Exertion at the top of the scoreboard with 17, Dexter and Torji at 12 apiece.
This is, yeah, if ENCE take this, Overpass next. We talked about, well, the desk talked about, I should say, play the other day. Was talking about the need for aggression still on the T side, CT side of bathrooms at Overpass, how much utility is needed. We heard Yanko touching on the fact that it can be very difficult to take sites, so it's never really a foregone conclusion, even when it is your own map choice. Oh dear, Exertion. He's looked back. Okay, okay, look back. Doesn't matter.
He has
all he did was stare his killer straight in the face.
That needs to stop.
That's twice in 2 rounds.
Well, he's had the mid push that failed previously. This one has now failed. He got picked off on Catwalk previous round. This mid aggression that Exertion has been busting out with MOUZ, whether it's part of a game plan or not, has not been working, and it's time to just stop. Because once again, you're leaving JDC alone on an island. Not the biggest deal, I guess, in this round because you only have the pistols. It's a smaller percentage chance of winning anyways, but JDC's played a lot of this game feeling very lonely trying to defend this site.
Be back down to the depths of the underpass. JDC. It's the slightly improved version of JDM. Got the banana in the hands. We're gonna get one with it. The 5-7 headshot onto Sampayas. Diaz gonna get the kill immediately after. Well, I'm gonna be planted. Torji's close. Yeah, that's a denial. That's not happening. Okay. And now they've got Snappy, and this gets awkward. 26 seconds. That bomb is in full control of the CTs. Look where the other remaining player is. Diaz trapped in the corner right now. He's trying to buy time and space. Good kill on the first, has to get the reload in. Dexter doesn't overcommit to the fight. And desperately waiting for Volta to arrive. Frozen reads that. And MOUZ Sports get 14 in the most unlikely way.
Yeah, unreal. What a recovery from MOUZ. Good shooting with the Deagles. That didn't feel like they had any business in it. Sick defense. What a time to step up. JDC gets one. Torji stopping the bomb. Torji stopping the bomb was everything. That slows things down, prevents, it changes the nature of the game, especially with the time running down the way it is. It makes sure MOUZ have to kind of be put into pressure of whether they need to wait for each other, whether they also need to attack and find the bomb and pick it up. And man, what a time to win a round like that. 14-12, MOUZ inch ahead just a little bit further.
Yeah, that's a bit optimistic to plan it in that situation too. You have no information.
Hadn't fully cleared out the site.
Didn't, what, not fully, not even half. They didn't go anywhere past quad.
I might have thought there was nobody there with that kill on JDC, like nobody would have been able to rotate over in that time, but obviously incorrect. 2-round lead. Here we go, round 27. Op in the hands of Torji, op in the hands of Sampayas as well. Plenty of cash for ENCE.
Incendiary goes out behind boxes. Madden, this is fast, very fast. Oh, Exertion, the one time he doesn't go middle, he's still gonna get into contest between he and Madden, but doesn't go down. They back off. Molotov will trap him in, and now they know he's in the window. Smoke down, does he actually drop this? I think he, oh yeah. Frozen's gotta be careful now. And Valda's got the call that he's inside that window room, and if he's inside of the smoke, maybe he's gonna fall back. So tried to get the rifle at the ready toward jungle, but overextends. And Torzi's able to get the shot with the AWP instead. This is tough. I think Frozen has to get a read on this. I think he has to swing and check that. And that's why he's not stepping out any further than this. Low crosshair placement, I think he's going to check Cinders. Or he's going to do that. Just get out of there, Jason.
Yeah, or just bail out. Well, what can Madden do in middle is a big question. Can be a pivot point for the team, can cut off rotations. But if he's going to be in a force that could stop Frozen, JDC, or Exertion from getting involved, the rest of his teammates need to provide something. Ooh, and that's not it. 2 players go down in Palace. Dexter with another headshot. Madden trades him, and the hit is on. This is what ENCE have to do. 3 on 4. This is the only chance they have in the round.
Torzi needs to nail the first one or he's going to be forced off. Flash goes high, but the timing is the exact same as the shot that he rains out. And Madden falls. Sampayas now tasked with trying to, smoke down. Firebox, Torzi's already inside. Tasked with trying to watch CT. Frozen can play inside of this as well. But who goes first? Reverse side fires. Getting it all the way in there. JDC spots it. Frozen sneaks in, surrounding Snappy. It's over. MOUZ gonna get number 15, and they are 1 round away from taking the map.
Yeah, they are. They got 3 chances to do it as well. Thankfully for ENCE, due to the run they had earlier, they've got plenty of cash. They at least set themselves up to always have money to fight. The plant's gonna help as well. Madden had 13K before the buy comes in. Good shooting from Torji. Good job from everyone, just shutting down Palace, making it nice and easy. Even the retake is slow and measured to make sure everyone's gonna be here. All right, ENCE, one final deep breath here on Mirage and get into it. Up in the hands of Sampayas, AKs as well, all the utility you could possibly need. And they're gonna call it right out of spawn. A tactic, A execute.
Haven't seen a straight A hit actually, pretty much the whole half. It's gone out of style. These set executions, so flash over, CT covered, Dexter, too far back to be caught by that from taking. He'll put a self-serving smoke in front, and a nade to soften them up, and that's gonna do some small damage to Dia and Madden. He goes to the reverse side of the smoke, though Dia's ready for it. Goes to jump over, Exertion tucked away. No one's coming middle. They've got to be very careful with these passive positions. certainly the bomb plant is going to come in now for Snappy as the execution plays it. So full retake required from MOUZ Sports. Exertion wants to start.
They might just save this. I think they should just save this. If they lose this, they have money to rebuy in the next round, but then if they lose that, they have nothing for the final round. So, I mean, might as well save here when you're out of position already and you're completely blocked off. Save now and you can buy and have good buys for the remaining 2 rounds after the fact.
Back through the hole goes Exertion.
And with plenty of money on ENCE, Snappy's going to go for a bit of a hunt. How much does he want to commit?
Or is he just waiting to see if anyone dare go around on catwalk to try and find them? But there's going to be no hunting any further. 15-13. And I believe we're about to get a timeout. I could be wrong on that. I could have swore I heard one in the server.
Nope.
All right, fair enough. Don't know what I heard.
Play on, boys.
Well, we will then, Jason.
Round 29. 2 more chances. Dexter's dropped at M4. Same thing. Snappy's called the same tactic out of spawn again, but this time there's an extra player and an aggressive defense.
Fine, Dexter. Oh, he might get more. They nearly lined up, but they actually give away 2. Frozen went down behind as well. Torzy, he hits Tia, but he's given up position in doing so because now they have smokes, Molotovs, and everything in front of him. ENCE is desperate to take the site, but they've overlooked one small detail. Jungle. And from it comes JDC. He's going to follow it up. Might close the game. He will. So Pius goes down from the grave. Snappy got 1. But that's where he'll reside for the rest of this one. 16-13.
Yeah, what a game for MOUZ. That was basically just them dumpstering ENCE in the first half and ENCE holding on for dear life throughout it. And obviously, that's only going to last so long. Eventually, those fingernails can't get any more grip. That's it. Map 1 for MOUZ. We'll be right back after the desk with map number 2.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drum.
Dexter's diamonds not yet masterfully cut by the Australian, nonetheless showing that they have the potential to shine brightly in the future. 16-13 over ENCE, a strong showing on Mirage, albeit a competitive one. It's now time for myself, Blair, and Maui Snake to break down what just transpired.
What transpired there, Paulo, was the diamond just cutting through ENCE, especially on that first half. That being said, second half, I agree with you. It could have easily gone either way. I think there were a couple of very important rounds in the late game where I think ENCE slipped up a little bit and MOUZ were able to capitalize and close it out. These youngsters don't choke.
No, they're looking really sharp, and this is now 10 maps of Mirage in a row for MOUZ. They love this map, and it's their bread and butter. You should not let them play that. If you can ban Mirage, if you have a 7-map pool, if it is your permaban, you're in luck. But ENCE not so fortunate today.
Do you think there was a chance for ENCE to take the W here? And if there was, how could they have done it?
Well, I think it was round number 24, 25, I believe. It was a B-bomb side. It was just the pistols for the side of MOUZ. They get a kill on a JDC because it was pushed inside of apartments. They thought the B-bomb side was empty. They planned the bomb out in the open. The two other teams not covering the planter, and then they just get completely overwhelmed. Snappy was too far away, and then MOUZ kind of ran away with it. But till then, there was a streak of rounds where I was starting to believe in that ENCE comeback, but one slip up, and MOUZ capitalized.
What could ENCE have done differently, is what I'm asking, Maui.
Well, I think that their T side went pretty well, actually. It was more of their CT side where you could tell they were a little bit uncomfortable, or they really weren't just doing enough, I felt like. I thought Sun Pius was going to be more mobile, for one. I felt like he frequently just got smoked back into window, then he had to move to the ticket booth, and I didn't really see all the motion and movement that I would have hoped for. There was some, he changed his position here and there, but not quite as much.
Anyway, we have round 11 up on screen now. So ENCE started off strongly here, but it ended up as a 2 versus 4 win for MOUZ. Exertion's flank playing a crucial role.
This was a, great moment where even though MOUZ were very much so out of this round, we saw a couple of those kills already from ENCE. Exertion found a really nice timing and a flank onto the A players, and this was kind of a back-breaking round where ENCE had a chance to mount a comeback, to get themselves back into that half, and then it just all falls away because they let go of one singular angle, and that's just not okay. You can't do that against a top-tier team, against top opponents.
And it comes down to the comms. We saw a couple of rounds as well where I do believe it was either Sun Pius, or I think it was Sun Pius in both the moments where he was like, he didn't convey information that, hey, there was like a period of time where I didn't have my eyes on this, or he saw a player, didn't convey it in the right time, and a couple of rounds crumbled because of that. So again, new team, some comms issues.
I would say that Sun Pius moving to English is showing its ugly head right now. We're starting to see...
It's early days though, but yeah.
Of course, yeah, but so it was for Vitality, and yet everybody was like, this project is doomed to fail, and yet that's what we're seeing with Sun Pius now, not communicating things he needs to be communicating.
Guys, if we look at the scoreboard, MOUZ, the kill spread was so even. 3 players on 16 frags, which was JDC, Dexter, and Torzi, and then Exertion on 18, Frozen on 19, really spreading the weight evenly there. Was there anything that you saw, particularly from Exertion, during Mirage?
I saw 2 things, one from Exertion and one from JDC as well. I do want to bring him up too. Exertion, obviously we saw some of these rounds was pulling off, right? The sneaky little flanks, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, primarily on the T side. On the CD side, some of his aggression didn't quite pan out towards mid, towards underpass, was getting punished for it, but he was finding so much of impact here, lurking in, finding the timings, able to use even his opponent's smokes as a one-way, opening up rounds as well there on the mat, and what a blinder of a shot. So he was having a fantastic time on the T side, and JDC, whenever they went for these fast B hits, JDC was the tip of the spear every single time, and it was opening it up. So yeah, Paula, like all the youngsters on his team, just delivering in spades.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from Exertion. Even though he definitely was having some difficulties there on the CT side, I assume that was by design. I don't think he's just swinging and saying nothing. Like, I think they're definitely saying, Exertion, we're going to set you up with flashes, with whatever we can to try to fight for mid space. And eventually, by the end, he reeled himself back in. He was able to just play a more standard type of game, and that's when they were able to close it all out.
One last round to look at, round 21, Blair. This was just a big round, lots of kills, lots of action.
Yeah, this is a round which, it's kind of funny for ENCE, this comeback kind of 13-7, and this comeback happened with the pistols, whereas Madden waiting patient to smoke, and then just instant headshot entries coming in from all the individuals. Snappy finds a kill, then the P250s coming into play. I love this play from Frozen, the patience, but finally had to pull the trigger. But these shots coming out from, I do believe it was Sun Pius, and then from, I guess it was Valde.
I think it might have been Valde.
No, but I think Valde.
Dion
Sun Pius instant. It's a 2v3, and these P250s absolutely dismantling that. And this allowed the comeback. They managed to bring themselves to like double digits, but in the end, they lost to pistols.
Guys, what do we call these rounds? The scientific term that we've coined backstage.
A cringe round. That's what you want.
Cringe round that you should never lose. And yeah, MOUZ ended up losing it, but overall for them, a big W. Let's quickly take a look at our Air Force Aim High head-to-head. Who's it going to be? Exertion, who we just highlighted for MOUZ, and then Madden, head-to-head.
I love what Madden was actually bringing on the T side there. He was doing a great job at taking space towards middle. He was being frustrating in terms of his positioning. You could see that almost, like, I think maybe the last 3 or 4 rounds in this, he was getting up Cat, either getting kills to split the B bomb site or just causing such a disruption that it helped ENCE out immensely. Didn't really put up the frags necessarily, but in terms of actually opening up space for the team, Madden did a fantastic job, and that's why we wanted to highlight him.
Guys, I have to quickly jump in here. I will give you a moment to talk about Overpass. But firstly, I just want to remind everybody at home about EPL Hot Takes. It's hashtag EPL Hot Takes on Twitter. If you have a hot take, send it in with that hashtag, and maybe it'll be featured and discussed on the show. Wonderful picture there of Mr. Chad Sponge Birchill. He likes a hot take himself.
Yeah, he said the hot take of Heroic is a reactive team, where, I don't know, like,
that's a hot take.
They push a lot. They push very early in rounds, very frequently.
Some people call some people call it proactive.
They do proactive stuff a lot. They're actually
that's a hot take.
Constantly moving forward.
And it's a perfect example of a hot take. Make sure you get involved in the conversation. Hashtag EPL Hot Take. It could be funny. It could be serious. We do not care. Guys, what's happening on Overpass?
I don't know. We're going to find out. ENCE, obviously, it's their pick, and I would assume that they should be favorites to still close the series out 2-1.
It's the first time we're seeing both of these 5-man lineups face off on this map. So who's the better? Who's the wiser?
Who's the better? Who's the wiser? I'll tell you what, Mal, we will find out soon. Map 1 Mirage went to MOUZ 16-13. ENCE are going to be looking to win out on their pick, which is map 2 Overpass, after this short break.
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the fan club showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hey future pros, Nerd out here back on Overpass, where I saw Copenhagen Flames do an insane run boost that allows you to throw a Molotov across the map. They also pair this up with a smoke to take monster control. The molly will cut off the terrorist's initial push, then the smoke blooms on that molly to deny the T's vision and allow a CT push through monster. Big brain stuff here. For this setup, you will need 2 future pros, a molly, and a smoke. Future Pro number 1, you will be throwing the stairs molly. To do so, get on top of your teammate's head, put your crosshair on this mark, then when ready, jump up to start the run boost, and you will jump throw right when you pass the garbage can. Future Pro number 2, you will crouch into this corner, aim as shown, then wait for your teammate to start the run boost. After your teammate jumps off your head, you will move into this corner of the truck and jump throw your smoke, which will land on top of the molly, taking vision away from the tees. But be careful, there's a small gap on the fence. If executed correctly, the tees will have to make a choice on whether to push through the molly or to give up control. Pair this up with flashes for your teammates to push through monster. With this setup, you will put the tees at a disadvantage, losing half the map, and then being able to rotate more freely. Why do you think they're called the Copenhagen Flames?
ESL Pro League Day 3, Group C, and we are getting into the map number 2 of this, the third matchup of today at ENCE versus MOUZ. And MOUZ are up 1-0, having won Mirage. We now find ourselves on Overpass. Maybe they can overcome the loss, ENCE. This is their map choice, Jason.
Yeah, it is, and this one too is a little bit interesting. And obviously, we know with the new roster, there's going to be a lot of maps that they eventually selected. They don't have really a history on. So this is another one. The first time we're going to see this ENCE lineup play on Overpass with the addition of Volda and Sunpaya. So a lot of question marks for us, at least in this one, and probably for MOUZ as well. Tough to prepare for a pick like this, especially remember ENCE has gone away from their favorite pick of the first 2 days, which was Vertigo. Everyone from ENCE, 4 players lined up outside the B bomb site. Volda investigating all on his lonesome towards bathrooms. He's got that P250.
Oh, the sneaky with the P250. Gonna try and make his way through the open.
Peace.
Area. He does win it out against Torzy. That means he's got bathroom control to an extent. Hasn't cleared all the way through.
Torzy had every chance to win that fight. Misses shots. JDC returns the favor. He recovers what his teammate could not. 2 quick kills, 2 quick headshots. Exertions, gotta make a play, gotta get aggressive. Finds Volda. Oh, JDC is just a stud in this round. Give him 4 kills. Give him the pistol. 1-0.
Not bad at all, as single-handedly pulls that one back after the opening kill. So no bomb plants, and MOUZ with the win. It means the T's, pending a bomb plant this round, won't be able to buy nearly as effectively. Are you chuckling along with them, Jason?
No, I was just thinking about it. Just what a weird round. Volda gets the first kill, but like I mean, yeah, JDC gets these 2 shots, but there's just like no, this doesn't even feel like it was an actual hit in any meaningful way. It didn't feel like there was any power. I think it's because JDC literally killed 3 players before they could even get a shot off. So that's unfortunate if you're ENCE. But for MOUZ, they get the pistol. Another pistol. I think this is 3 for 3 in pistol rounds for them so far in this series.
No, ENCE won the first and then got ecoed by MOUZ.
I think it was the other way.
Oh, you're right, it was. I confused myself twice. You're right, it was 3-1, and then they went in the 7-round run. And then in the second half, no, they didn't win the second half because it went to 13 rounds, and then the comeback started from ENCE. You look it up, Jason. Or don't.
I trust that they went 3 for 3. I feel like I'm confident.
All right, I'm looking it up because I think you're wrong.
Taking it.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll be right here for you when you're wrong.
Well, Dexter out towards long, boost up at the sign. If Dexter goes down too quick, this little stack at sign might be a little dangerous. This is one of those I've always mentioned. It makes me a little uneasy. I always see the worst in this setup. There's some shots fired from Dexter. Gets the first kill, traded off by SunPius. The stack still remains. They haven't moved out of it just yet. They've seen no one towards bathrooms.
Damn it.
I know.
I don't wanna be here anymore, Jason.
Gotta wake up early to pull one over on me.
I feel like I was probably out of bed before you, Mr. Watch one entire season of Ozark in a day. Dia inside of the dormitory known as the lavatory. Yeah, that kind of works. Yeah, Torzy. He's gonna sit back with the FAMAS. Gets taken down though. SunPius with the shot on the scout of all things, and Frozen's gonna follow that up as well. Snappy's coming around the corner, and you better. Oh God, I'm sorry, Snappy. I shouldn't have said anything. JDC closing out the round against Volda. That was awkward.
Yeah, that was awkward a little bit. 2-0. Nice job from MOUZ. No reason for SunPius to think there's a second one there. Good spin around on a Snappy as well. MOUZ handles it very, very well. ENCE's Force Buy does absolutely nothing. So a few upgraded pistols, no armor on the ENCE attack side for this next round. Should be quick work for these M4s and FAMAS.
Dexter, nade deep. It's gonna do a total of 4 damage. Shocking amount onto Madden. Torzy's just looking back and forth on this. Not sure which way to peek. Could overextend on that as well because they're going to come out from the stairs. Manages to get back into hiding. That's going to call Dexter out. Manages a good shot on 2 of them. But that nails Torzy in return. Thankfully, Dexter's not done. The Surgeon cuts another one apart. Volda's going to drop Frozen with the kill.
The Surgeon? Where'd you get that from?
Isn't like Dexter, isn't that the show where he like cuts people up and...
He's not a surgeon though. But yeah, he's a blood specialist.
The Mutilator.
Crime investigation.
Okay. Again, you watch more Netflix than me.
The ice truck killer. You could have gone there. Actually, that's not him either. What is it? What is he?
You should probably quit while we're... I don't know. Quit while we're behind, Jason. Like, let's just move on. 3-0 for MOUZ Sports. We do have guns out, and that means SunPius is on his AWP.
Bay Harbor Butcher. That's the one for Dexter.
You couldn't remember that alliteration?
Got there eventually.
Or did they just take that out of The Witcher? Like
after the finale, I started deleting things from my brain progressively over the years, so it's all good. Dia moving up behind the smoke. Doors blown open. Exertion's gonna have a great angle when that smoke clears, but we'll have to manage 2 great angles. And that one's easy. Dia around the smoke gets dropped. 5-on-4 for MOUZ early.
Torzy sees the utility thrown above the flowers.
Ooh. Dexter just tucks himself into a corner. If he tries, ooh, this is dangerous. Oh, the no-scope. That's a tough shot for SunPius to hit, but there's a world in which he does. Dexter with a nice flank, and now he smokes them off as well. He's got complete control of the bomb. Beautiful play. This is gonna eat a lot of time off the clock, and the bomb is far from any sight. No one can really do anything until Snappy has that bomb either. Madden is split, it'd be a 1-on-2 at A. Volda is split off, it'd be a 1-on-2 at B. So they've got to get the bomb first, they've got to deal with Dexter. Oh, what a jerk.
Dude, this guy's, yeah, he is being an absolute thorn. And he's gone back up on this as well, so they might think he's fallen off given that, but no, take no chances here. The flash, and he's still fully blind, takes that Snappy. Okay, all right. The Bay Harbor Brutalizer gets another kill, whatever it is.
You were close.
Thanks, man.
I think Valda and Vaden obviously just have to kind of back off. This is an impossible round to win. They would love to grab Dexter right towards the end, but it doesn't look like they want to risk their AK-47s either. There goes Exertion. 4-0 for MOUZ. Good start in this second half.
So, good start. And we mentioned this is ENCE map choice. It's more difficult to get things going on the T side of Overpass given how much utility is required. They've got to get some sustainable picks. Yeah, Snappy's a little bit...
He's like, how'd that happen, guys?
What's happening?
Whose job was that one? Somebody please. Tech9's picked up around the rifles. Missed Molotov from MOUZ. Adam's already made his way through Playground, but nobody's home for MOUZ. They back off. Dexter even evacuating the stairs afterwards as well. So Torji with the op playing at the divider is going to back all the way to the A-bomb site. Actually, a complete retreat of the defense with no pressure put on it.
Torji's going to try and swing this. Look long, and he finds Madden as well. Easy, gets the clean shot.
Look at Valda, he's the next one up. Contact through the smoke, might be activated by a flashbang, but Snappy doesn't have one. In fact, Diha's the only one with it, so Valda can't use anything.
Valda tries to go for two, couldn't do it. Exertion too close for comfort, able to swing out and get the immediate trade. Dexter's gone onto the AK. And some Pius is actually running back off of this. 2 Tech-9s and a Galil to make this round work. And Snappy even clearing water. That's how little map control they have. That's a default T-spot.
Flashbang again for Xertion to peek through Monster. Sees nothing, doesn't peek all that deep, just looks to see if anyone's close. Frozen's up on the balcony, so there's a little bit of an opportunity to take out Exertion. If Sun Pius can win it, that'd be great. Good flashbang. Ooh, can't connect. Now Frozen has to drop in. He's under a lot of pressure. Got to be careful about ammunition as well. Essentially a 1v3 for the moment, and he's looking for his first fight.
He's trying to find it, put the smoke down, doesn't want to overcommit to the pillar side peak. Instead, though, he reads where Sun Pius is going to jump up from. And now, although the bomb's gone in, they've got the kills in return. And now Sport's going to find their 5th round in a row.
Yeah, no big deal as well, allowing the plant to go down. That does give an extra $800 over, obviously, and ends that puts a few players over the line, but I think they were going to buy no matter what. So just playing it smart, keeping 3 players alive. In fact, MOUZ have not yet lost more than 2 players in a round in this half quite yet. Doing a very good job, very efficient on this CT side. Solid lead.
Yeah, phenomenal start. Snappy's not looking too happy.
No, I mean, look, when you add 2 new players in, like ENCE has just very recently, and obviously, remember we mentioned this is the first one. That Molotov missed again. They might want to...
address that.
Yeah, I don't know if they even realize it just yet. Dexter might have the information now. But, I mean, it's going to put probably the most pressure, obviously, on the in-game leader, who's trying to marshal everyone with players who are unfamiliar playing together and unfamiliar with the protocols that ENCE likes to roll with.
I think they might be in a bit of trouble here. Even though they've pushed out to water, they've actually conceded that early kill on Exertion. Okay, this is a decent little boost. I don't think they're... Oh, they are going to see it. I wasn't sure Dia was going to back off on that, but of course he was, because they've walked in from Monster. Now they know there's 2 out there. That's a boost. They killed 1 already. They have to retake the site, and Snappy's already crossed over. Valda's ready for the shot, his 2nd in the round. Frozen, though, does get to heaven more quickly than they would have ready for. Madden has got the lurk, though, so this will be a long flank from Exertion.
Yeah, Frozen is going to have to be a little bit frisky before Exertion's in position.
And all they've really done, Exertion, he was already out toward water. By running back and then swinging toward Monster, it's not, I don't even think this is an element of surprise. This is a timing thing. They've already got this covered off.
Yeah, not any longer for sure. He was hoping that his teammates would be able to hold on a little bit more to keep attention away from this, but certainly you're right. When there's this much silence in the post plant, they're going to be aware that all flanks are a possibility. Madden's even watching for the door. Exertion coming in. That's a big kill. They can actually do this, but ooh, Sun Pius stops Exertion from getting in.
I get it. I like it. Hail Mary just wants to go straight for the defuse.
There's a Molotov there as well. If that had been chucked out from Frozen, and obviously that's a tough thing to coordinate in such little time, but that could have been interesting. Smoke on the bomb, Molotov towards sandbags, and maybe Sun Pius isn't able to stop that.
First round for ENCE. That came off of a fast play from Torzi as well, getting caught through the fence. Valda got the opening kill on that. And it kind of ruined their plan of going with 2 toward water and going for that boost, because suddenly they were trapped out of their own sight.
I mean, it's what Snappy and Valda, I think, were the ones who kind of just walked through Monster in that fashion was huge when the defense had shifted over towards short. 5-1. Standard control for ENCE. Nothing crazy at the moment. Dia's already progressed and cleared out stairs. Torji still with the off, and Dexter advanced for the defense in bathrooms to keep some space. He's gonna get some attention as well.
Pretty passive on that side, aside from Dexter. He's not gonna have a ton of support. Smoke's gonna go down behind him. That's gonna cover off the doorway. And he has absolutely no information as to what's going on at long either, does Dexter. So I think he's pretty much in this one for the long haul. Dexter's lavatory again.
Not that long.
Yeah, okay, you're right. He gets removed pretty quickly.
A short haul. But what a run it was. Ooh! Deuces. Okay, this is a save. This is a save, and anything Snappy can grab after the fact is wonderful. There's even Valda still left outside of the B bomb site, but no chance of rotating over to recover when the kills at A come out that quick. Second round for ENCE. Or hold the phone.
Yeah, it's not done yet. Being a bit slow about clearing out the rest of the A side. Frozen's down below. He's not going to be moving on this, so bomb's planted.
Yeah.
And JDC, I think, is a bit too out of this one as well. He's not going for the flank. He's rotating same direction.
I think they'd already called it off at that point, and Frozen just a little hesitant to try and get back and provide any kind of resistance, but I mean, they seem to be reconsidering it.
Low HP, JDC, he's not going to get very far away. They've pretty much got to leave now if he's going to go out for the bottom, so they are going to go for this. Molotov tags Sunpius. They know where he was toward the truck. Secondary flash, send the low HP player sacrificially. If he finds a pick, go on it. If not, Frozen will probably bail because he has high HP, and then not even that. They just realize they've got to get out now if they're going to.
No money for the MOUZ side as well. These are the only two weapons they'll have in the next round, so ENCE have done it. They've grabbed 2 in a row. They've decimated the economy, the bank of MOUZ as well.
Boom. Yeah, clawing back into this game, 5-2 now, and you're right, money now in their favor. May the gods be ever in your favor, Jason.
Sure. Fist bumps all around. Sunpius being very vocal. A lot of the chatter around his addition to the team has been around how talkative and how communicative he is. Communicative.
Wait,
I tried to make that really quick, didn't I?
Yeah.
Communicative.
What did you? I don't even know what you said. I was going to repeat it to make fun of you, and I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know how you said that.
It sounds like it should be a word. I feel like I should get the benefit of the doubt on that one. Timeout taken from MOUZ.
I'll let chat judge you as they often do with us. They can decide. So it's yes.
The mercy of Twitch chat.
Is that a thing? Not sure mercy is what I would have put before that, but. We get back into it right away. The M4 will be picked up, garnered, and gathered by Dia. The M4 is for JDC and Frozen, the only two that survived through the previous rounds. No armor picked up on any of the other players. They've gone for 1 Deagle. Torzi and Dexter on full saves, aside from a single flash that Dexter has.
Stack towards the B bomb site. Both teams seem to be, well, ENCE seem to be heading at the stack. How long do they want to keep all 5 players here, though? One of the M4s in short to bait Torzi's jump. Ooh, gonna grab a kill. They're already through Monster as well. I don't want to say they're committed.
Oh, wow.
But they're pretty committed now. JDC still here, still chilling, looking for a way to get involved in the action, but sees absolutely nothing. Not able to do it. Oh, and steps into the flame.
Yeah, that's a mistake. He walked 1 step too far, made noise. They should be aware, but look at the HP on the 2 players to his left. They can't commit to peeking him, because he'll just mow them down at this point in time. Surely they know it's the rifle. Dexter gets aggressive. Pistol, USP. He's going to find the shot on him. Madden as JDC holds his nerve in the line. It's a 2-on-2. They can win this still. JDC has armor. Dexter doesn't. But Sunpius, oh, he saw the shadow and he made no mistake on the shot. But the M4 up close, if he misses one, he goes down. Sunpius hits them both.
Yeah, that was tense. You're exactly right. The low HP on 2 players from ENCE, they were the ones that were supposed to be the aggressor, but no, going through that smoke, they would certainly go to their death. There's a chance there for MOUZ, though, with that stack. Well done from Madden inside the smoke. Diha, maybe the real saving grace, eliminating Frozen, eliminating that second M4, and eliminating one of the ends of the crossfire. 3 rounds straight for ENCE. However, MOUZ is back flush with cash. No kits picked up.
Here we go, 4-man. Oh, Sunpius.
Hate to see it.
The totem pole has been chopped down.
It's like in Mario, you always aim at the lower cactus first.
Really? Were you a sweaty Mario nerd? I wasn't. I never...
Mario was the shit.
I was not good at side-scrollers. I never was.
I don't know if I've ever heard Mario called a side-scroller before, but I guess that is what it is. Nice shot from Diha. Entrance into stairs.
Wait, which Mario?
Any of them. Pick one.
Well, it was a side-scroller, so... Some Pius goes back toward the fountain. Dia checking out the underpass position. Two men looking monster. Exertion's going to be the first to swing around. JDC with an incendiary that'll hold off sandbags, give him a bit more chance of confidence to focus on monster, and they've done that. They spot two, so they'll slow that down. 45 seconds, it's a flash, then the smoke. Oh, and that works out brilliantly. JDC gets two inside of it.
God, that just neuters this attack, doesn't it? Even a little bit more damage on Sun Pius through the smoke. 30 seconds left. What is ENCE supposed to readjust and do? They've got plenty of utility. Rotating back around. Instead of mass bodies through monster, two players coming up by sandbags.
Pius with the flash over. Dia wants to go, but it works again for JDC. This guy's the flash master as he gets his third kill in this round. Frozen's gonna drop down, and it's all MOUZ in control so far. They went 5-0 up. They're about to find their sixth, having lost 3 in a row. They've got it now on the trade against Volda. Back into the winning ways, doubling up the score again.
Great round from JDC, obviously. Triple kill, 2 through the smoke to initiate things for MOUZ. That's beautiful. He's got 11 kills and 4 deaths. Frozen's right up there with him. 10 kills, 1 death. Leading the way for MOUZ. Here we go, the broken totem pole. Yep. Ice skates. The look of disappointment. It's like, I'm not even mad.
That's pretty sick from JDC, not gonna lie.
Yep.
They seem to be having some fun. I'm hearing fireworks outside right now, Jason.
Are you?
Is there a party without us?
That doesn't make any sense. It can't be that.
Fireworks.
Can't be that.
No, it can't be. That's right. It'd be a pretty boring party, let's be honest.
Timeout taken. Timeout come to a close. Freeze time coming to a close. ENCE 3 rounds back. They've got one more buy in the pocket. Mac 10 on Snappy, AK-47s. But we've seen some frustration from Snappy. We saw some frustration there in the replay from Madden as well. ENCE trying to keep it all buttoned up, but some of it's starting to unravel here and some of the difficulties on overpass. Torshi's going to push up long with the AWP.
Torzy aggressively looking around toward the slide, and he will take Madden down it. Volda gets a boost. Oh, God, they're not very good at these boosts, are they, Jason?
He saw one, too. If he gets up clean, the defense has just shifted as well to eliminate that danger, but, man, that could have been an equalizing kill. Missed opportunity for ENCE.
JDC again trying to fire through the smoke and capitalize on anyone outside of the monster tunnel. Dia trying to find the better angle up close on sandbags. He's going to be greeted immediately. Oh, I was going to say immediately. Exertion's backed off. They're trading nades, passing them around so JDC can flash off monster once more, perhaps, as a flash comes in his way. He's going to have to stay alive. Exertion, good opening kill. Volda and St. Pius, though, but they don't know Frozen's here. There's 2 of them up close. Frozen's going to find the first. He's followed that up brilliantly as the bomb was coming out in the hands of Snappy, and they know Volda's fought forward, but he's also expecting the arrival above. Torzy on the AWP, holding his line. But again, he would have known Volda was up close, so Dexter's trying to clear this double op retake. No bomb plant yet. Volda might have the upper hand on this if that bomb goes down.
Well, if the bomb goes down, they're going to pin him to wherever he's planted, right? As soon as they should be peeking now. Yeah, Torji, how will you get out of this one? Up on each side of the sandbags. Missed shot, but Dexter's got it.
Well done. Fair enough. Yeah, they're on it immediately. Good crossfire.
And immediately switching out of the double op. They're like, we've shown it. We don't need it anymore.
Don't need it. Don't need it at all.
Let's not let them counter it.
7-3.
4-round lead. Things looking good, much like they did on Mirage earlier. Good shooting from ENCE on the way in, but Sun Pius not ready for Frozen. Snappy had the bomb out in hand, and I think we'll see some more frustrated ENCE faces as this continues.
Looking pretty happy with it. smoke at Monster. JDC's blinded, tries to fire in. Smart play, actually go right back down inside of the pit rather than go toward the barrels and look for coverage there. Gets a kill, Frozen and Exertion come to his aid. JDC running out of bullets. He's running out of health faster, unfortunately, but so too are Valdis and Pius on 9. And I think, I was about to say we're about to be on 9. It's 8. They got there quicker than I could realize it, so 8-3.
I think perhaps the scariest thing about this half so far, heading into round number 12 with just 4 rounds remaining, is it feels like ENCE is, I mean, especially with 2 new players, like the playbook just isn't quite there. They haven't had enough success everywhere on the map, so it feels like they've really fallen into this consistent lean towards the B bomb site, an emphasis towards the B bomb site, just due to simplicity more than anything else.
Yeah, ENCE make no sense.
And just out of ideas. Second timeout used from ENCE.
Let's see if they do come up with something different. Like you say, if Snappy can get some action at A. They did win a round today of the 3 that they have won, so maybe it's time to reevaluate that. It was Dexter they killed in the bathrooms on that round off a trade, if I'm not mistaken. It wasn't even a trade. It was straight out of the underpass position, crossfire set, and yeah, they just took the site. So we'll see if they can come up with it.
Well, this round is mostly pistols. They did win one of these on Mirage. 2 Tick 9s, 3 Deagles. And spreading across the map. Nothing grouped up. Op shot's gonna miss, but initial Deagle shot's gonna land. Good nade to hold Sun Pius back.
Nine this time, running and gunning. Diaz down. Ooh, not the time to reload. Get in the corner, son. There's coverage there. You want a pistol? I'll show you. Snappy's got him. And Torzy backing off, nearly caught in transition. Will get down some Pius. Leaves them now in a 4-on-3.
Vicious jumping off. This is a near impossible spot to deal with for what ENCE is bringing to the party. JDC is going to get down and find himself a kill. Flashbang, not effective. Deagle is. Madden's got a headshot onto Exertion. Another piece of utility out. JDC's got a new position and a new kill. 2 in the round for him so far, and Valda's going to swing out a little bit wide. JDC tagged. 1 versus 3. You've got so much to deal with, and JDC ends it. 15 kills now for him as he's climbed the scoreboard.
And he's killing it. Yeah, a lot of multi-kills as well with him. That's the bigger thing. He's winning his duels and shutting down the take at B time and time again. We've seen the sprays through Monster. We've seen the jumping back in toward Pit to give his teammates a chance to support him, and playing a very solid defensive game right now, 9-3. Pretty quiet from the ENCE side. And again, it's over at B that the bomb and the overall execution went down. Or the lack thereof, I should say, but the round itself.
Well, let's see if they go with the gun round. They can open the playbook a little bit wider, considering they've got all the utility. And AK-47's behind it. Oh, Dexter, you clever girl. Not that clever.
Okay, that was not weird. But Valda, using that smoke brilliantly. Exertion destroyed by that as the headshot comes in. It's gonna be Snappy and Valda that now head toward Monster. Clean as a whistle as well through that shaft, and Torzy tries to come back down in that direction. He's gonna see his elbow. He'll make no mistake in the first shot, but he's not aware they're up close on the second. Still, he sets his aim and finds Snappy, and he'll back away. Some Pius missed opportunity, I think, on the incendiary, but some Pius not willing to take that fight will fall off.
All that matters is that he's given the equalizing kills. He's brought it back into a 3-on-3, even if he's low on health. Flashbang is coming out. One more flick from him. Oh, that is fast. There goes Dia. And JDC has the off angle. That's all she wrote. Torzy, the deliverance, and it's 10-3.
Baby, that is unreal. Yes, they're loving it now on the MOUZ Sports side. Getting into this one again. This match determines of these two teams which will go 2-1, and this group wide open. Every chance that if you're in 2-1, you can make it through. 1-2, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be one of those groups like Na'Vi had, where they got through at 2-3. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, they'll take some of those. Man, this is wild. MOUZ looking good. ENCE had a nice start to the group stage, but it hasn't gone well since then. Another timeout used.
Yeah, and we were honestly thinking, and we said this, I guess, okay, the team they beat so far is HEET, but they've played well in their other series. Yesterday, as we saw them go up against Heroic. Heroic, I think, were the better team overall. They were a bit lackluster, especially on Vertigo. But we were seeing things from Volda. We were seeing things from Pius, and we were thinking, okay, that's the two players, even against Heat, we have to see promise from, because that's obviously the replacements. It's just not working out on the same page right now, and I honestly think the execution looks a little dull. It's lacking.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. We're at a time in Counter-Strike where you can't just plug in 2 new players and just be off, you're off and running right out of the gates.
Yeah, agree. And I know that they said in their interviews that they, and we're into just pistols here for ENCE right now, but they want to, if you're going to change one, you might as well change 2. And I get that, because one of the changes was forced upon you. You were already looking at the other. I don't know how I feel about changing 2. And I don't just mean this from an in-server perspective and a rebuilding of team perspective, but if you're a unit, right? We're 5 guys, we're hanging out, milkshakes, burgers, that kind of 5 guys. But,
love that.
If 2 of us leave, it's not the majority, obviously, and this is going to be a cleanup. It's going to be a mowdown.
You have 2 more milkshakes on the table.
Yes. Well, I'll drink those. If you don't want to have them, I'll have them. But
this is an analogy, Matt. Go with it. Just complete it.
Just run. No, the point is, you're suddenly down to just 3 of you. There's 2 new guys in the team. It's a lot to change. It's a lot of If you change 1, you still have 4 of you together. You could work all of bringing this other guy in, and the atmosphere remains relatively similar. So it is a big change out of the server, even if it makes sense in the server. And I've always thought 2 is a bit much to do it, but I understand.
This is like one of those middle school math problems. It's like, you have 5 apples. If you take away 2, how many apples you got left?
You like apples? Because I got a number.
Well, MOUZ have ENCE's number, 11-3. It's been just a single pocket of victory for ENCE, 3 in a row in the middle of the half. Other than that, it has been bleak. Exertion's going to provide the opening kill from Sandbags, peeks in towards door. And things will calm down from here as a man advantage for MOUZ.
At least we had 5 guys milkshakes instead of soggy in and out fries.
True.
Because I think ENCE might be in and out of this group if this keeps going this way, Jason.
Well done.
Some Pius AWP staring at the bathrooms. Did he say, oh, I don't think he did. X-ray was turned off at the right time. Good job by the observer, because I was wondering if that silencer showed. I don't think it did. Either way, some Pius hits the shot.
Look how aggressive ENCE is being as well, throwing caution to the wind. Torji can't get back in time, Frozen. Oh, he just sneaks through. That's a double all day long. He can get more. Snappy coming around the corner. Gets the headshot, but Exertion, there's been plenty of time and plenty of smoke cover to get him into this position. Gap in the smoke is not going to favor Snappy, and JDC peaks the perfect moment, and it's 12-3 at half.
You can maybe go and hold long instantly, Oleg.
I want to start Hunter.
Hunter? Okay.
I haven't been there yet.
You can do it, you can do it, it's good. I will smoke the molly, man.
Okay. I'm holding flash if they do double molly first. Did they do double molly?
Short again, I think.
I'm under the slide, okay? They nade me.
They might took short again.
Yeah, they did. I can molly, balloons and flash.
Yeah, wait. Molly it now.
Nothing. I can flash.
Flash.
Flashing in front of you. Tank.
ENCE and Snappy desperately trying to come up with a solution. This time it's a triple boost to Pure and towards short water.
I'll smoke.
Monster.
I smoke toilets now.
13-11, 2-round lead for FaZe.
We go into Vindigo now, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, but they have short, so could be a bit out.
They have short.
Spam either direction or make a movement toward either side. He could react to it, but he knows there's a timer. He's backed off, goes safely toward the site.
You can also just search monster. That's also fine. If we cannot take short, just search monster, boys.
Be on the right side, yeah.
It can be offshore. Let's come late, Pavel.
Just hold our rain, we will clear right.
Hold on. I'm playing late for. We smoke banana. We smoke banana.
I'm doing the flash now.
Go short. They're going back. They're rotating B, boys.
Rotate shot.
Look at ABC.
Triple boost, triple boost. He did push or something, yeah.
Full blind. Water, one close.
That smoke, the one we just saw in front of Kerrigan, saves them, but Twist goes above and beyond.
Move back side.
Bomb going down, despite the awkwardness and the chaos within the site that it was about to ensue inevitably.
Have an op.
One more somewhere around.
Planting.
Should be water.
Desperate to try and get that bomb down once more. Rob's gonna take the same approach. Saved by Hades.
Leży heaven.
2v1.
Może gala. Take a shot. Ja zachodzę galę, Gala jest. Zachodzę.
How it's favored, how it's switched, how he spawned it. Nice shot back onto Dia. Rain tag to 19. And Hades, who's clutched out a one-on-one already versus Twist, has to do the same on Rain.
Nice one! Good.
Well, welcome back to the second half of Map 2, 12-3. We looked back at the onboard with ENCE against FaZe. That was the final of the last Pro League. And as you can see, there was better communication with ENCE in that onboard than when you go on board with Charles Leclerc and have to listen to Ferrari mess up another pit stop. But that's the team we're looking at right now, a rebuilt ENCE trying to redeem themselves as they were in that final last Pro League.
Yeah, trying to overcome the odds of making it through a group of professional Counter-Strike after such recent roster changes, and it's come apart here at the seams. And this is now kind of a problem for ENCE that we've seen throughout this group stages. They don't really have a map yet that they're comfortable picking and playing against some of the best teams in the world, which does make sense, but it's put them in a huge hole here. 12-3. MOUZ 100% so far on pistol round wins.
Yep, look, I still got it here. You're right.
I know.
Yeah, absolutely true. And surprisingly, ENCE as well. I've been calling out the T-side execution, especially on Vertigo as well. They had a decent T-side on Mirage of all the maps, and we'll see if they can maybe turn things around this time on the defense, because they didn't get much going at all. So far, this one's not going to be going well either. Exertion, quick, clean kill. Dia's going to back away, having got the trade, though, as he did so with Doolies. 4-on-4, but they're approaching very quickly onto A. Volva's going to be surrounded no matter what. Even if he found that kill, he was completely overextended. It's Madden that has to rotate around from the bank, and Torzy finds him as well.
Okay, and Dia and Snappy wanted nothing to do with that fight from stairs, so they had to rotate all the way through the B bomb site. They're going to be blocked off. There's no kit, and the Doolies are bailing out already.
Snappy's there.
Dia's going all the way around. Yeah, he's just called a save. He's already gone through short tunnel as well.
Okay,
it's like,
he's not even flanking.
I'm out.
Yeah, I like these Doolies, man.
I was like, wait, is he going to try and go upstairs like ultra late? Snappy's still...
That's a bold one to make.
Snappy wants a couple frags.
They go 13-3 now as a result.
I mean, I don't think they're winning this round regardless, especially with no kit, especially with, obviously, as they would have known, the plant spot is going to just be so strong for the positioning of MOUZ, but it's just fun. Boom, shakalaka, 13-3.
Yeah, you call a save in that situation. Like, hey guys, we're down a lot of rounds here. I know I got Doolies, but catch you in the next one.
He's like, all right, Snappy, bro, hold on the fort. I'll be back, I swear.
I'm just going to 5 guys to get those 2 leftover milkshakes, bro.
We left the milkshakes on the table. I'll be back.
Well, 3 to go now for MOUZ to wrap up this series.
A 10-round lead.
Molotov down. They're gonna run right through it. No problem. Exertion not bothered by that at all. 4 damage is all he took on that. So he's at the tail end of that tick. Some pious Deagle needs to be aware of the close position. He's actually gonna hold. So he's not gonna swing for the headshot. He's just gonna hold to make sure no one walks by him. Now, could he pincer on this? Probably not, considering the positioning of his respective teammate toward A.
Look how quiet they're being as well. There's nothing to spring the trap, if that's what they were looking for. Frozen? He's the one in charge of watching the flank. You imagine he's just going to turn his head at some point. Pius coming in. If he makes a noise, it's going to give away the game to Frozen, who's not even thinking about long as a point of danger. Oh, and he missed him. Now he's got him. Now he's got him. Deagle works out well. Can't transfer over to Torji. And Dexter, meanwhile, with the MAC-10, has cleared out the initial defense on the bomb site. And again, ENCE might be in a situation where, without any real chance of coming back into this and retaking this site, might be another save call.
They have a FOMATOS this time on Snappy. They've got head armor on both.
No kit, no utility.
Yeah, I think this one's definitely justified. The problem, man, like you say, now it's 11 rounds, 14-3. Not looking good for ENCE. We'll see if the save can yield them. I mean, next one you gotta go for it, no matter what.
I mean, there's some scenarios where that you're just like, we kind of have to force the issue, and this is just about at that point. But I mean, you really have nothing to make you think it's even possible, it's even doable. No utility and no kit for the post plan against 4 players. MOUZ could take their hands off the mouse and keyboard and still win the round. 14-3.
Looking pretty comfortable over there. Dexter on the end. Volda on the end this time for ENCE. ADR, man, oh man, look at the ADR on the MOUZ side right now. The lowest ADR is 70. Did I read that right? Because that's...
You did read that right.
The last map...
You read the numbers correctly.
The last map, the highest ADR was 70. So that's actually insane. That's how far ahead they are right now. Everyone's just wrecking all events.
Diha with a chance. It's a fast moving MAC-10. That's a double dink from Diha. JDC does respond. More than happy with that sacrifice. I know there's still dangerous weapons on board. FOMATOS in play for ENCE. Scout in play on Sunpius. Upgraded pistols.
Snappy on the grates, trying to use that texture to blend in. Molotov's over, you can see it. Can't land, it's typical FOMATOS, just good for nothing. Slides back into the site. Madden's got to rotate around. He's got the 5-7. Flash hits Sunpius through the shelf. That's going to let them get a little bit closer, but the 5-7 does the job. Getting closer just lowered them into a false sense of security as Torzi takes down Madden as well. Sunpius, though, finds him with the scout. Hang on, 2-on-2, making it 2-on-1, and JDC trying to do what he can in this situation to keep Volda out of it, make sure ENCE does not find a round in this half. It's 15-3.
Yep, 12 chances to close out this series, 2-0. MOUZ looking great. That's an understatement. So ENCE, this is the last gasp, the last fight. Fully invested, they have an off, they have 4 M4s, but they have no more mistakes, no more room to give. MOUZ looking to move on to 2-1 in this Group C at ESL Pro League. Round 19. Off shot missed by Sunpius, a little bit blind. Torji gets the immediate trade. Puts Diha in a weird position as he's getting boxed in from below, but it looks like he wants to stand his ground.
Oh, missed shot, couldn't quite get there. Diha over the top, though, comes back around with that M4, finding 2. So ENCE had control. JDC's got Snappy back through a very damaged door at the bottom side of the underpass.
I think Snappy's feeling real uncomfortable having to kind of micromanage more than he would like to in this team so far. This has been a very rough map for him. Now, the one thing ENCE has that they can be happy about in this round is the bomb is all the way back towards T-spawn for MOUZ, so I guess they're just going to go forward and see if they can take over the bomb site, but Dexter's going to fall back now, so a little bit of utility spent. Dexter walking to be cautious. This is buying time, and all of ENCE has rotated over. ADC and Frozen still being passive. Another smoke inside of the B site. But still no presence, still no noise. No one is going to be susceptible to that nade on the plant.
Madden sneaking back through toward jungle. He's going to be caught by JDC. Making it now a 2-on-3. Volda, Diha, the only 2 remaining for ENCE in this game. Try and get the nade on the Dexter. They'll double the nade, and neither of them do much, to be completely honest. Behind the sandbags, Frozen has frozen this game into the history book. 16-3. They've dominated. Map number 2. They'll go 2-0 in this series and 2-1 in Group C, Jason.
Yeah, they dominated ENCE on their own map pick. It was MOUZ's pick that was most highly contested on Mirage, down to 29 rounds. This was smooth sailing for MOUZ, and yeah, those are the looks you expect out of a team that just got wiped the floor with, something along those lines. Either way, 2-0 for MOUZ. Matt and I are off. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Over to the desk.
It's a lot, Chad, but you know, they're guys that are out there crushing it right now. Jason, Moses O'Toole, Henry G. Greer. Look at those guys. They're killing it.
It could be time to make the move to coaching and management.
Yeah, I mean, Moses is getting paid. You know, Elon Musk money banking up for that guy.
He does have a kid. He's trying to check as much as he can, but I think Sponge has played this down too well.
What?
I knew I should have gone a fucking in-game leader. Why?
Listen, Chad, you don't have to sweat it. It's gonna be fine. It's an easy game. Coaching's not that hard. On second thought, maybe we just go back to the desk.
Yeah, all right.
Overpass pick for ENCE backfires completely. MOUZ win out 16-3, which means Dexter's Diamonds move ahead to 0 and are the winners of this series. Group C is Group Chaos. Unbelievable scenes as we stand at the end of day 3 here in Group C. We've mentioned it before, but now this group, anything can happen.
Oh, anything can happen, and we just saw that right now here on the map pick of ENCE of Overpass. We said it earlier as well, Mau, when it comes to ENCE, we're learning as we go ahead, and clearly, you know, we've seen some hits and misses from them on day 1 and day 2. Overpass, the T side, that, I think lackluster is still an overstatement.
We are seeing a few of these kind of newer form rosters have trouble deciding and figuring out what is their map pick. This is clearly not a map for ENCE in its current form. Everybody has to learn with trial and error, but this is clearly, there's a lot to work on for ENCE here. This is not what we saw from the past from them whatsoever, and you could see that there was a simplified playbook for ENCE that at the end of the half, MOUZ were just reading it every single time.
12 CT rounds for MOUZ. What were they doing so well?
If you go back to the first 4 rounds, and I think this is a great call from Dexter, right? Firstly, we already touched upon the comm issues with the 2 new players coming in. We could see some little holes in the ways they were calming and communicating on the T side. And this is what Dexter was able to do after winning the pistol, was just disrupting them. We saw him pushing into connector, just pushing towards ladder, making them feel supremely uncomfortable and not really able to set up any executes. And when they started to speed things up, they're like, all right, guys, we're going to go for a fast B hit. Boom, they get absolutely demolished by JDC, by Frozen, by Torji. So it was a simplistic CD side being called there by MOUZ, a very simple philosophy behind it, but it worked wonderfully.
You don't need to do too much more when every play becomes kind of obvious from ENCE. They were basically just going B on 90% of those rounds. So I'm not going to honestly, I'm not going to give too much credit to MOUZ in this one. I just think that both of these teams were really new on the map. It is the first time that both of these rosters played Overpass in an official. So there's just a lot of learning for both of these teams to do. It's just that today, MOUZ were in the
I think the big difference there, just to add on one final point, would be, yes, new rosters, but a newer roster for ENCE, like more changes. You lose again, Valde, and your Opera changing. For the side of MOUZ, Exertion, he seems to be slotting into the system pretty nicely, despite the fact they had a loss yesterday.
Finer details aside, perhaps sometimes for MOUZ, you don't need structure and cohesion. When you've got someone like Torji going absolutely off, scoring a 4K like he did in round 13.
Yeah, if we take a look at round number 13, what we're going to see here is that ENCE actually is going to start off with 2 picks. So this is a time when they need to capitalize. The half is it's still possible to come back in this one. If you finish 9-6, you're in a great position. They use the one-way smoke from Valde, but this is where Torzi pops off.
Yeah, he just gets the first kill. The second one, composed, finding Snappy. The third kill here is just, he is so quick. Almost instantaneous kill. He finishes it off with a 4K as well at the end there. He had a quieter game, considering it's Torzi, the star opera for this team, but they didn't really have to do much. All they had to do was find these important picks here and there. That was a highlight round. But overall, for MOUZ, everyone is firing off on all cylinders, Paula.
I mean, the scoreline of this game for JDC is really the most telling thing. JDC is the B anchor for MOUZ. He went 22-6. There's just... If a B anchor or a monster anchor gets 22 kills, you're losing the match. Like, there's no way about it. This guy popped off in a lot of ways, and he was saving pretty much every round from ENCE even really getting in the site at all.
That pistol round to start things off, I'm sure motivated him and his team. He scored 4 beautiful USP kills, including 3 headshots, and we can see all of his other highlights on screen now. Maui, as you mentioned, he went 22-6, almost securing a 2.0 rating. 124.5 ADR, always good for a kill, as I say.
I want to put this out there for maybe people that weren't watching that closely for the academy side of things, because I would say based off of scoreline alone, Torzi and Exertion were stealing the show very frequently for MOUZ NXT. JDC, when Pimp and I were watching the first couple seasons of the Academy League, it was obvious to us JDC plays a game that has very few errors in it. He's not the most mechanically talented player, but he makes very few mistakes. And when you're putting him in these anchor positions, he's just going to do the right thing for you more times than he's not. And that's really important for a team like MOUZ that has rotators in players like Frozen, like Dexter, guys that want to be active. You need to have these steady hands on the edges of the map.
Yeah, and it's only right to highlight how Dexter has had an impact on this roster. Do you think they're showing a cohesion that they've not had under previous leadership?
Well, look, for me, when it came to Cologne, right, heading into Cologne, this particular MOUZ team, everyone had question marks, so we don't know how this is really going to function. Then they had that click, they had that map win against Na'Vi, and then went on that incredible lower bracket run. Everyone thought it was maybe a fluke. I was like, yeah, it was a little bit of an overperformance coming in. And then there was a surprise